Anyone who has experienced time travel knows the confusion and fear of being in an unknown world. Not only do they have to adapt to unfamiliar environments and face various dangers at any time, but survival itself becomes a huge challenge. Mountains and seas descended, and humans around the world were brought into a strange world full of mountain and sea legends, giant beasts, and strange animals. Here, capturing exotic beasts not only gives you magical pets, but also powerful abilities. What's even more amazing is that swallowing the eggs of strange beasts can actually make oneself evolve. In my previous life, I went through a lot of hardships and finally became strong enough to challenge the 10,000-year-old beast. But in the most crucial battle, he was swallowed by a mysterious black hole. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to the moment when I first entered the mountain and sea realm. At this time, on a deserted island. I didn't expect that I was reborn. I widened my eyes, my heart filled with shock and joy. "Check my message," I called out silently in my heart. Immediately, an information panel appeared in my mind. Name, Sima, race, human, level, 0 experience, 0 out of 10, age, 19, physique, 1, strength, 1, agility, 1, spirit, 4, backpack, 10 slots. Seeing these data, I felt an irrepressible excitement. This was real, I had indeed returned to the time before my rebirth. The value of each attribute is usually 1 for ordinary people, but my spirit value is as high as 4, which is 4 times that of ordinary people. This must be closely related to my rebirth. I couldn't help but recall my past life experiences, and my mind was filled with images of strange beasts, giant beasts, fierce beasts, and all kinds of opportunities and treasures. The experiences I had were like the key to the future, and they made me feel excited. "Open your backpack." I opened it without hesitation. As expected, there were 10 slots in the backpack, and 2 items were quietly placed inside. These 2 items were the initial items that every newcomer who came to the mountain and sea realm had, and they were of great significance. The first item, Shiran, also known as the Fire of Civilization. It is a ball of blue light, known as the miracle of the mountain and sea realm. Jyotian Shiran, the Fire of Civilization. It has the power to create all things. With it, you can take root in the mountain and sea realm. The second item, a mysterious oracle bone. Secret History of Mountains and Seas, records the various secrets of the mountains and seas. Dear humans, welcome to the mountains and seas, and start your adventure. Friendly reminder 1. The mountain and sea world is full of strange beasts and giant beasts, and there are many dangers. Please build your home as soon as possible. Tip 2. After building your home, you will enjoy a 3-day protection period for newcomers, during which your home will be protected from attacks. After the protection period, your fate is in your own hands. Looking at the prompt information displayed on the oracle bone, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. It is indeed so. The next task is to build your own home. Without a home, the early stage is like walking into a trap. However, I was not in a hurry to start, but looked around and chose the most suitable place. After all, since I was reborn, I must have some plans. For example, those floating islands in the sky. I looked up and saw some huge rocks and islands floating in the distance. These places are ideal places to build homes. As for how to climb up, I already have some ideas. But now, I still plan to find a suitable place on the ground to build a home. "Open the regional channel," I said silently, and an information channel immediately appeared in front of me. Dongshan District, 5,000 people. The area I was in was the East Mountain District, and within a radius of 100,000 miles, the total number of people who descended was only 5,000. This was exactly the same as my memory of my previous life. Li Daong. Does anyone know where this is? Zhao Shan. Why am I here? Can anyone tell me what happened? Emma Wen. Oh my god, I woke up here, without a single piece of clothing on me, only a pair of animal skin pants. Li Xiaolu. Who tied me up here? Wu Weiwei. Wow, where are my clothes and black stockings? Why are there only an animal skin skirt and an animal skin bra on my body? Qin Rei. Is this a game? Wang Tian. It seems that there is a voice saying that this place is called the Mountain and Sea Realm. Is it the same for everyone? Zhou Yurin. FUCK, I just woke up and saw a giant beast bigger than a mountain. The ground shook when it walked, and I almost got trampled into a pulp. Shanhai. Brother Joe is awesome, hurry up and catch him. Watching the information constantly popping up on the regional channel, I felt excited. Yes, this was the familiar feeling. Everything was so familiar that it made my heart beat faster. Currently, only the regional channel is open, and the Great Wilderness World channel has not yet been opened. Next, it's time for me to perform. I walked forward excitedly. I remembered there was a huge rock mountain ahead. It was a whole rock several dozen meters high, standing on the plain. Sure enough, I soon saw this huge rock. There was a transparent hole in the rock, which was an ideal place to build a home. The boulder is covered with vines, which provide the only way to the top. As long as you build a home on it, you can get a relatively safe initial shelter. Ordinary wild beasts and fierce beasts cannot climb up. Therefore, it is very safe in the early stage. 10 minutes later, I finally stood under the boulder. I looked up at the towering boulder and began to grab vines and climb up with difficulty. After great effort, he finally reached the top of the rock. Done! I sat in the hole in the rock, panting. Looking down from here, the view is wide and the interior of the cave is also very spacious, making it a natural safe haven. Let's get started. After a short rest, I took out the soil from my backpack. Just put it down and start building a home. Buzz! A mysterious azure ball of light appeared in front of me, with strange flames flickering on its surface. This is the Shirong, or the fire of civilization. Civilization begins with fire. As I gently placed the Shirong on the ground, a spiritual spring suddenly emerged, with a ball of fire floating above the spring. Ding! Shirong has been placed, experience plus 10. Congratulations, your level has been raised, and you have gained 2 free attributes. Shirong, level 1, Spirit, 20 points/100, increases 1 point of spiritual energy per hour, and can be upgraded when spiritual energy is full. Creation, 1 ordinary creation, 2 spirit creation. Looking at the information appearing in front of me, I smiled slightly and skillfully clicked on ordinary creation. 2 options appear in front of you. Level 1 thatched house, consumes 10 units of wood, free for the first time. Level 1 camp, open air fire camp, consumes 10 units of wood. Ordinary creations only need to consume materials and do not involve the spiritual energy of the soil. Build a first level hut, I confirmed without hesitation. Buzz! Shirong suddenly trembled, emitting a hazy light. The light quickly spread, like a transparent light curtain, covering everything around it. Gradually, the outline of the thatched house emerged, and finally, the house took shape in an instant and appeared out of thin air. Congratulations on getting a new home, a thatched house. I smiled proudly, looking at the simple and practical thatched house in front of me. It is not luxurious, but it is enough to meet my needs and provide a shelter for Shirong. When I checked the properties of my home, I couldn't help but smile. It's just a level 1 thatched house, and it would require a lot of wood to upgrade. Home, level 1, upgrade requires wood 20, resources, wood plus 10, stone plus 10, iron or plus 0, copper or plus 0, silver or plus 0. Built-in, none, land, none, novice protection period, 3 days. Looking at this simple home information, I already have a plan in mind. Upgrading the home, collecting materials, and then improving strength are the keys to survival. I continued to check Shirong's creation function and clicked on the skill column. Life and combat skills are clearly visible. Among the life skills I chose, logging. After consuming 10 points of spiritual energy, the skill was successfully learned. Congratulations, you have learned the art of lumbering. After learning this art, you can travel anywhere in the mountains and seas. The system prompt sounded. I couldn't help but chuckle. This skill may seem simple, but it allows me to quickly obtain wood and lay the foundation for subsequent development. Buzz! As the skill activated, techniques and knowledge about logging emerged in my mind, as if merging with the memories of my past life. My hand felt heavy, and a white lumberjack axe appeared out of thin air in my hand. Logging axe never wears out. I couldn't help but grin when I saw this attribute. This is simply a beginner's artifact and never wears out, can easily chop down trees, and can also defeat beasts. As long as the power is enough, one axe can chop down a mountain. Let's cut wood. I picked up the axe and set off with full enthusiasm. The reason why you should learn the woodcutting skill first is that the initial condition for upgrading your home requires a lot of wood, and other materials will be needed later. Therefore, cutting wood first is the most sensible choice. I ran quickly along the cracks in the rocks toward a small grove of trees, which were small but suitable for my current needs. Boom! I selected a tree, swung the axe, and chopped it down hard. Ding! Wood plus 10, logging experience plus 1, character experience plus 1. I smiled with satisfaction, wielded my axe, and was full of energy. Not only can you get wood by felling trees, but you can also improve your experience in felling trees. And most importantly, it can also accumulate character experience. In the woods, I struck with my axe, and trees kept falling. Boom! Finally, a big tree fell to the ground and turned into nothingness. Obtain wood plus 20, lumbering experience plus 3, quest experience plus 3. 10 minutes later, I chopped down a tree and harvested 50 units of wood, as well as 13 points of lumbering experience and 13 points of character experience. I can reach level 3 by chopping down 9 more trees. Go on, get to work! I said to myself loudly, and swung the axe again with full of fighting spirit. In the grove, my logging work is in full swing. Every 10 minutes, a big tree fell down. Time flies and several hours pass. Boom! With the last tree falling, I finally reached level 2. Congratulations, your level has been raised and you have gained 2 free attributes. The system's prompt made me stop what I was doing. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and smiled. Finally upgraded, let me increase the attributes first. This time, I did not hesitate and added 1 point to strength, 2 points to constitution, and 1 point to agility to the 4 attribute points respectively. After the upgrade, I felt full of strength and my physical fitness was significantly improved. Check your own information: name, Sima, race, human, level 2 experience, 113/1000, age, 19, gender, male, strength, 2, constitution, 3, agility, 2, spirit, 4, backpack, 20 slots, home, level 1, Shiran, level 1, life skills, logging, level 2. Seeing my attributes, I couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. My backpack expanded by 10 slots, and the attribute point bonus made me far superior to ordinary people in strength and physique. Now I am full of strength. I continued to cut wood and harvested 500 units of wood. I looked up at the sky and saw that it would be dark in a few hours. Keep going! Cut another 500 units of wood. Without any hesitation, I decided to continue working towards the next goal. After some effort, we finally collected 1,000 units of wood by the evening. Phew, I'm so tired. I returned home carrying the heavy wood. I sat on the ground to rest for a while, opened the shirang, and stored the wood in the warehouse at home. Let's make a weapon first. I had already made the next plan in my mind. I opened the weapon manufacturing and found the initial weapon option: poor quality wooden bow, consumes 20 units of wood, with 100 wooden arrows. Poor quality wooden crossbow, consumes 20 units of wood, equipped with 100 wooden arrows. Poor quality spear, consumes 20 units of wood. Ordinary bone bow, consumes 40 units of wood, 1 point of spiritual energy, equipped with 100 bone arrows. I thought about it, and finally chose the ordinary bone bow. Although it consumes a little spiritual energy, the durability of the wooden bow is too poor to be worth mentioning. Buzz, the soil vibrated and the light flickered. With a series of runes flashing, the bone bow finally appeared in my hand. Very good, the next step is hunting. I excitedly picked up the bone bow, put on the quiver, and set out on the journey again. Dongshan, beside a small river. I lay quietly in the grass and have been here for half an hour. By the river in front of me, an elk was drinking water. Its hair was slightly yellow, its body was covered with spots, and it had a pair of huge antlers, much larger than the deer on earth. When it drank water, its eyes flickered with vigilance, as if it was always ready to escape from potential threats. The target was confirmed, and I quietly climbed out of the bushes, holding the bone bow tightly in my hand, and staring at the elk. I closed my eyes, and my mind instantly recalled the past memories. In an instant, my eyes suddenly opened, like 2 sharp blades, and my whole temperament changed instantly, as if I had become a different person. The bow and arrow were pulled open, and the action was so skillful as if it had been practiced countless times, and the arrow locked onto the target. Swoosh! The arrow flew through the air and hit the elk's neck almost instantly. It let out a painful wail, struggled violently, and finally fell to the ground. It was not dead yet, and it ran forward twitching for more than 10 meters before it fell heavily. I took my time watching the prey fall. I quickly pulled out my axe, took a few steps forward, and smashed the elk's head with the axe, killing it instantly. The life of the fawn ended just like that. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the art of archery, and you will be rewarded with plus 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been raised and you have gained 2 free attributes. As the first skill you have learned, you will be rewarded with an archery level of plus 10. The system's notification tone finally sounded, bringing with it a pleasant vibration. I was ecstatic. Sure enough, with the experience of my previous life, I not only understood the art of archery, but also directly upgraded it to level 10. At the same time, my experience points and free attributes also increased. I smiled and assigned the attribute points without hesitation. 1 point for strength, 1 point for agility. Once everything was balanced, I checked my status. Name, Sima, race, human, level 3 experience, 1213/5000, age, 19, gender, male, strength, 3, constitution, 3, agility, 3, spirit, 4, backpack, 20 slots, home, level 1, Shiran, level 1, life skills, logging, level 2, combat skills, archery, level 10. I nodded with satisfaction and closed the status panel. Now my strength has greatly increased, my muscles are more symmetrical, and I am full of power. Put it in the backpack. I put the elk carcass in my backpack to make room for more hunting. Glancing around, I recalled some memories from my past life and determined which places might be hiding dangerous beasts, and which places were safe hunting grounds. Not far away is the elk habitat, where there are large herds of elk, and it is not difficult to hunt them. My plan is to store enough meat to avoid starvation, and at the same time look for treasure chests in the wilderness, which often contain many precious items. If I'm lucky, I may even get powerful weapons and equipment. In my previous life, there seemed to be 2 treasure chests at the foot of the mountain. I wonder if they still exist now. Thinking of this, I held the bone bough tightly and walked in that direction. According to my memory, I soon arrived at that place, a stone forest with a small valley hidden inside. I walked carefully through the stone forest and sure enough, I saw 2 treasure chests, a wooden treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. There are several types of treasure chests in the mountain and sea realm. Wooden treasure chests are the most common, bronze treasure chests are slightly higher, and silver treasure chests and gold treasure chests require keys to open. Keys are obtained randomly, so what can be opened is also full of variables. I walked to the first treasure chest and pulled it gently. The wooden treasure chest opened, and the flashing light made my heart move. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of rough leather armor. Leather armor. Just in time, I put it on and felt safer. Then, I took out the second item from the treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a rough mace. The mace, although crude, is still an effective weapon. I picked it up and continued to examine the third item. Congratulations, you have obtained a copy of Beast Hide Fragment. I was a little surprised that this was actually a fragment of animal skin. What was recorded on it? Perhaps some kind of news, perhaps skills, or even some useful secrets. Animal hide fragments, records an unfinished potion formula. Collecting the complete fragments will give you a complete potion formula. This made my eyes light up. Medicine, especially medicine that can enhance physical fitness and recovery ability, is extremely precious in the mountain and sea world and has extremely high value. Put it away. I put away the animal skin scroll and walked towards the second treasure chest. This was a bronze treasure chest, so it must contain a lot of rewards. Click! The treasure chest opened, and a green light flashed. I saw an ancient bronze knife. I picked it up and saw that it was heavy. The scabbard was engraved with ancient patterns and emitted a cold light. Good sword! A gleam of light flashed in Sumu's eyes, and I thought to myself that maybe I should practice again the sword skills I learned in the past and understand the true power of this sword. But let's go back first. Putting the ancient bronze knife on my back, I held the bone bow tightly, quickly left the stone forest, and continued hunting. Time is running out, the sun is about to set, and the mountain and sea world in the dark night is full of dangers. Without the protection of home, it is almost impossible to survive at night. I saw a group of elk grazing leisurely on the grass. I approached quietly, aimed at one of the large elk, and quickly pulled the bow. Swish! The arrow flew through the air and hit the target. The elk screamed and fell to the ground. The other elks fled in all directions and disappeared from sight in an instant. Alas, I'm still a step too late. Although there was not much prey, at least there was still some gain. I sighed, put the prey into my backpack, and started my journey home. In the evening, I returned to my homeland, and I felt relieved. After all, as long as I was back here, I would be safe, and I would be protected for at least the next 3 days. Let's build a camp first, I said to myself, opened the shirang, and started building. Under the Level 1 Camp option, I confirmed and selected Create. Buzz, shirang lit up, and in an instant, a ball of light enveloped the entire home. In the hut, there were several bonfires and a neatly built grill. Shirang's creation is truly miraculous. I couldn't help but sigh, and then began to process the elk's body. In order to make the operation more convenient, I made a bone knife. With the help of Shirang, I unlocked the cooking skill, spending 10 points of spiritual energy. This skill is very practical. Not only can it improve cooking efficiency, but also make the food taste better. After everything was ready, I started the cleaning work. After half an hour of wielding the bone knife, the elk carcass was almost done. 300 kilograms of meat, internal organs and bones were neatly put in place, and the deer skin was processed into 2 fur coats. The meat on the fire began to sizzle, but without the ingredients, the taste was somewhat lacking. I could only wait to collect some ingredients in the future. Sitting by the fire, I checked the condition of my home and thought about upgrading, so I clicked the Upgrade button without hesitation. Ding! Home successfully upgraded to Level 2, gaining 100 experience points. Unlock the Fence function. Seeing these tips, I can't wait to open the Fence option. Fences are built with wood. Each fence is 2 meters high and 2 meters long, and consumes 20 wood units. In order to ensure the safety of my home, I plan to fence it. Build a fence. I didn't hesitate and used the shirang to build it. 4 fences were quickly built, successfully blocking the front and back cave areas. The fence is done. I breathed a sigh of relief and then thought about the protective measures for the night. It's very dangerous at night, we have to be prepared for self-defense. I started preparing fire wooden arrows. Each fire wooden arrow requires 50 pieces of wood, and I plan to make 100 at a time. Then I set up a small camp outside the thatched hut, lit more campfires, and filled it with torches to illuminate the surroundings. The camp became bright and safe. Back to the shirang interface, I found an option for a damaged siege crossbow. A powerful siege crossbow only costs 200 units of wood. After thinking for a moment, I gritted my teeth and decided to build one. Buzz, runes were flying, and a huge city-breaking crossbow appeared in front of them. The huge arrow emitted a cold light and was wrapped in oilcloth. As long as it was ignited, it could fire flaming arrows. I set up the city-breaking crossbow and aimed it in the direction of the guardrail. If I heard any movement, I would shoot an arrow at it immediately. Done! Everything is arranged and I can finally enjoy the barbecue with peace of mind. While eating barbecue, I accidentally opened the regional channel, and immediately a large amount of information emerged. Little cat. Shit, I almost got eaten by a monster today. Luckily I ran fast. Lawless. Brothers, who's next to me? I just built a thatched hut and I'm looking for a team to join. I am not a good person. I am so hungry, can someone give me something to eat? I only drank water all day and my stomach is growling. I guess I have diarrhea. I am seeking a partner. I am looking for you all. I don't even have water to drink. There is desert all around me. God, please give me a way to survive. Paying a large sum of money to have a child. Please give me food and water. I haven't eaten anything today. I'm starving, sob. I couldn't help laughing when I read these messages. Especially the news about paying a large sum of money to have a child. It's so interesting that a big man would use this name to ask for food. These people eventually learn to hide their true identities and use aliases. I myself have never shown my face in order to grow and develop quietly. The smartest choice is to quietly peek at the screen and grow up in a low-key manner. And pretending to be cool? There is no such thing, and I will never do it in this life. I easily looked through the information of other people and found that most people had built their own small homes, a few had found some food, but many people were in danger, and some had even died. Population of East District, 4,531 people, down from 5,000 to over 4,000. Obviously, a lot of people died during this period. After all, the mountain and sea realm is full of dangers and dangers may occur at any time. Those who can survive and live well are the real strong ones. I'm invincible, you guys can do whatever you want. Haha, I killed a big bird, I can eat as much as I want today, probably enough for several days. Smiling. Big brother, please give me some food. I'm 18 years old, slim, fair-skinned and beautiful. I continued to eat the barbecue happily, then opened the trading platform to see if I could earn some spiritual energy. I put up 10 pieces of barbecue and set the price at 10 spiritual energy points. After a while, a message came from the platform, and the transaction attracted great attention. Someone is selling barbecue. This guy is so generous. Who is this and how much is it for? Players from the East District flocked to the trading platform, and the only seller was me. Roasted venison, 1 pound per set, transaction price, 10 points of spiritual energy. Many people were stunned when they saw this message. Spending a large sum of money to have a child. What is this? What is spiritual energy? Lawless. You are stupid. Spiritual energy is the thing in your homeland, the spiritual energy in the Shirong. Smiling. So that's it, it's actually spiritual energy. Who's willing to exchange it? I smiled slightly, thinking to myself, if someone buys it, then I will make a lot of money. After all, spiritual energy is a valuable resource used to create things, learn skills, and improve Shirong. Soon, the transaction was successful, and I received 100 points of spiritual energy. After deducting 10 points of handling fee, I obtained 90 points of spiritual energy. Did it really sell? I was stunned for a moment, feeling surprised. I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. Shiran, Level 1, Spirit, 98 points/100, automatically increases by 1 point every hour, can be upgraded when the spirit is full. I couldn't wait to check the status of Shirang, my heartbeat quickened. I had spent 20 points of spiritual energy, but today I earned back 90 points, plus the 8 points that were automatically increased, and I was only 2 points away from upgrading. Keep up the good work. I couldn't help but feel excited about my luck, and without hesitation, I hung up 10 sets of barbecue again. In less than 10 seconds, ding! Congratulations, you have successfully sold 10 sets of barbecue. After deducting the 10% handling fee, you have obtained 90 spiritual energy points. When the news came out, I couldn't help but clench my fists, my heart filled with excitement. Unexpectedly, someone would actually be willing to use spiritual energy to buy meat. You know, spiritual energy is an extremely precious resource. 1 pound of meat actually requires 10 points of spiritual energy, which is simply a luxury. What's more, in the previous life, I have never heard of anyone using spiritual energy to buy meat. Spiritual energy is generally used to trade precious items such as exotic beasts or exotic beast eggs. Another profit. I was in a good mood, thinking about hanging up more barbecues next. I still have 300 kilograms of elk meat on hand. I just sold 20 kilograms. I will sell another 80 kilograms next, and the remaining 200 kilograms can be kept for backup. At this time, the trading channel in the East District was already boiling. Everyone was discussing who Aoki was and why there was so much meat for sale. Some people were jealous, some were envious, and everyone was talking about it. However, I paid no attention to these voices and focused on my goal. Keeping a low profile is the way to win. Paying a large sum of money to have a child. Oh, little brother, sell me a piece of meat, and I will give you 2 pieces of meat. Lawless. The one above, you've come to the wrong set. Excuse me, who is Aoki? Please guide me, great master. I'm invincible, you guys are welcome. Brothers, my coordinates are 123° 156 southeast, who's nearby and want to form a team? Smiling. Brother Qingmu, can you help me? I haven't eaten for a whole day. I'm not a good person, Cut it out. It's just a few pieces of meat. What's so great about that? You even use spiritual energy to buy it. The person who bought it is really stupid. The chat channel in the East District was bustling with activity, and everyone was arguing. But I remained indifferent. If I could sell it, I would make money. If I had enough spiritual energy, my upgrade speed would be greatly accelerated, and I could also widen the gap with other players. I continued to busy myself with the grill, thinking that I would put more up for sale later. Just then, I received a private message. I was stunned for a moment. Who would send me a private message? Curious, I clicked on the message. Linaka. Hello Qingmu, my name is Linaka. Do you have any barbecue over there? I want to trade with you. I was a little hesitant when I saw this message. This girl named Linaka did not hide her real name. It seemed that she was not someone I knew in my previous life. I immediately sent a message back. What do you want to exchange? After that, I continued to grill the meat, not taking it too seriously. After all, what good things can there be now? Spiritual energy is the only valuable thing. However, in a thatched house in the southwest corner of the East District, Linaka was sitting upright, wearing animal skin clothes and an animal skin skirt, staring at the information on the screen. When she saw my reply, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she looked down at the 2 exotic beast eggs placed beside her. Her heart beat faster. Yes, those were 2 alien beast eggs. She touched the eggshell gently, hesitating whether to exchange it. Although she had hardly found any food today and only picked up some wild fruits in the wild, she still hoped to exchange these exotic eggs for some real food. I'll exchange 1 egg for 20 kilograms of barbecue. Linaka sent the message quickly. When I saw this, my eyes widened instantly and I felt mixed emotions. Exotic beast eggs? How is this possible? In this world, exotic beast eggs are extremely rare items, and it is almost unheard of that anyone can obtain one. In this world, there are few ways to obtain alien beast eggs. One is to enter the dangerous alien beast nest, which is very likely to kill you. The other is to use special capture equipment to transform the alien beast into eggs. Both methods are extremely dangerous. An exotic beast egg. I couldn't help but get excited, with greed in my eyes. 20 kilograms of meat for an exotic beast egg? This deal is really lucrative. I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. After all, this might be a scam. Do you really have an alien beast egg? I asked in typing. After a while, the other party sent a friend request. I hesitated for a moment, and decided to add him as a friend first. In case he turns out to be a scammer, I can block him at any time. The friend request was approved, and sure enough, the other party's name was Linaka, without any alias. So your real name is Sima? She sent a message. I smiled slightly, didn't respond, and asked directly. Where are the eggs you mentioned? You're not lying to me, are you? Trade! Linaka sent a trade request in a straightforward manner. An alien beast egg immediately appeared on the screen. It was dark green in color, and covered with spots. I locked my eyes on it, and my heart was filled with excitement. Yes, this was indeed an egg of a strange beast. I recognized it. It was the egg of a strange beast from the mountains and seized the alligator. You want to exchange it for barbecue, but 20 kilograms is too much. I replied to her immediately. Exchanging 20 kilograms of meat for 1 egg is such a waste. How long can 1 egg last? I asked nonchalantly. Linaka was silent for a moment, then sent a message. 15 Gene, 1 egg. I shook my head. No, I can give you at most 10 kilograms. After some debate, we finally reached an agreement to exchange 10 kilograms of barbecue for an exotic beast egg. Deal! The prompt sound of successful transaction sounded. I looked at the dark green exotic beast egg in my hand, and my excitement was beyond words. This is the egg of the exotic beast from the mountains, and seized the alligator. I whispered to myself, confirming its preciousness. This egg can not only hatch pets, but can even be used to evolve them. I plan to devour it and strengthen my own strength. Thinking of this, I opened Shirang without hesitation and clicked. Creation Evolution. Evolved by devouring a beast egg consumes 100 points of spiritual energy. Swallow! Seeing this, I clicked swallow without hesitation. Suddenly, the Shirung shook, and light enveloped me and the monster egg. Buzz! In the hut, light shone everywhere. My figure was looming, and the crocodile egg in my hand gradually turned into energy and merged into my body. Air currents surrounded me, carrying a mysterious power. Ding! Swallowed successfully, all attributes +1, obtain crocodile blood, can evolve into crocodile mouth. Do you want to evolve? First swallowing evolution, gain 500 experience. A prompt sounded. I suddenly woke up, and my whole body felt warm as if spring had come. That power filled my whole body, as if every cell in my body was cheering. Tisk TSK, I made a lot of money. I couldn't help but sigh. 10 kilograms of barbecue in exchange for 4 attribute improvements. The whole person's aura is different. This is the power of evolution. Evolve? The prompt pops up again. No, not evolving. I refused without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Evolving into a crocodile mouth? Wouldn't that mean I'd become half human, half monster, totally unhuman? Evolving into a monster or something, I don't need it. I just want strength, and to maintain my human form. After stretching my muscles, I felt happy and relaxed all over. I opened the private channel and sent a message to Linaka. This egg tastes good and is very fragrant. If you have a similar one, you can trade it. After sending it, I leaned against the wall contentedly and waited for a response. Linaka was eating barbecue when she received the news. She looked at the last remaining alien egg beside her, pondered for a while, and finally decided to keep it. I continued to work, roasting 10 sets of meat and hanging them up again. As expected, the meat was quickly sold out. I devoured the 100 spiritual energy points consumed during the evolution, and earned back 90 points through the barbecue. With the remaining 179 points, I was finally able to level up. Upgrade Shirong. I chose to upgrade without hesitation. Buzz! Shirong lit up with rays of light again, and dense mysterious runes danced in the air, and the light spread. The upgrade is complete, and the light fades away. Shirong, Level 2, Spiritual Energy, 79 points / 1000, increases by 2 points per hour. After the upgrade, I was somewhat relieved to see the spiritual energy of Shirong increase. It increased by 2 points per hour, which was much faster than most people. Next, I continued to grill the meat, enjoying the delicious food while thinking about my next plan. The exotic beast egg that Lin Miaoka brought me brought back many memories, especially one of them the memory of the fierce beast habitat in Dongshan. There is a treasure trove of beast eggs there. It is rumored that there are more powerful beast eggs there. After swallowing them, one can evolve far beyond the crocodile. The evolution from swallowing beast eggs is not endless. The effect will decrease if you swallow too many. If you want to increase your strength more significantly, you must continue to challenge stronger beasts. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. I have already made up my mind, and the plan for tonight is clear. Wait. Night fell quietly and everything was dark. Roar! In the dark night, the roar of beasts could be heard from afar from time to time, shaking the mountains and wilderness. My expression turned serious. I turned off the East District channel, held the bone bow in my hand, and locked my eyes on the darkness outside. The night in the Shanhai world is the most dangerous, because there is a terrifying creature that only appears in the dark. Woo-woo, there was a sound of cold wind coming from outside the cave, and the cold wind made the torches sway and flicker. A chilly breath blew in my face, and the biting cold made my hair stand on end. I gripped the bone bow tightly, stood behind the city-breaking crossbow, and stared outside the wooden wall. In the darkness, strange blue lights flashed, and a cold breath came towards me. A blue image floated in the air, flying towards the fire. The blue figure seemed unreal, but the air became colder as it got closer. Fuyo! A word flashed through my mind. I knew what it was. It was a strange creature that only moved in the dark. Fuyo. Here it comes! I felt a bone-chilling breath rising into my heart, as if my whole body was surrounded by cold air. The next moment, clusters of blue light floated in from outside the wooden wall. More than 20 light sources appeared and disappeared, like a group of ghosts floating outside the wooden wall. I immediately lit a rocket, drew my bow and prepared to fight. Swish! The rocket shot out and hit a floating ghost. The huge impact force broke through the wooden wall and nailed it to the rock. An arrow hit the wooden wall and shattered it. I quickly bent my bow and drew my arrow, then lit another rocket and aimed it at Fuyo floating outside. Puff! The rocket pierced Fuyo's body, making a sizzling sound, and it actually started to smoke. Fuyo are afraid of fire. They will be hurt as long as the flame touches them. That's why I prepared these rockets and wooden arrows long ago. Woo woo woo! Outside, the floating ghosts gradually gathered, more and more, and rushed towards me. I remained extremely calm and shot arrow after arrow accurately. Whoosh, 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 every arrow was flaming and hit the target. Each Fuyo had at least one burning arrow stuck in its body, making a sizzling sound and carrying a strong burnt smell. While shooting arrows, I slowly retreated, gradually returning to the hut. There are more and more floating ghosts outside, at least 30 of them. I had no choice but to fight and retreat at the same time. Finally, I stood at the door of the hut and continued to shoot arrows rapidly. Hiss! Finally, a floating ghost was burned to ashes. The remaining Fuyu also fell down one after another. One by one, as time went on, they were shot by rockets and reduced to ashes. In just half an hour, I killed more than 30 Fuyo one by one. Ding! Destroy 33 Fuyus and gain 2,500 experience points. When the system prompt came, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I looked around. There were ashes scattered on the ground and sparks still dancing in the air, emitting a strange light. That was the soul fire, the only precious item left behind by Fuyu after his death. I quickly collected 11 blue ghost fires. Not every floating ghost will drop ghost fire, but these ghost fires can be used to refine medicine. At this moment, a blue shadow quietly appeared in the darkness. I turned around suddenly, gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, and my blood boiled. Clang! The blade was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Chapter 7: Sword Drawing Technique, Sword Intention. Puff! The blade swept across, instantly killing a blue floating ghost. It roared and its body turned into a wisp of green smoke. Only a faint blue soul fire is left. Call! Sumu collapsed, feeling weak all over. He felt as if all his energy had been drained away, his whole body felt limp, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bite! Kill Fuyo and gain 100 experience points. Congratulations, you have mastered the extraordinary level of sword drawing technique, and you will be rewarded with 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have comprehended the sword intent, reward 5,000 experience points, spirit plus 5. 3 prompts sounded in succession. Sumu propped himself up, enduring the fatigue and splitting pain in his head. He quickly collected the last few soul fires and ran back to the hut. Bang! As soon as he came back, he fell to the ground. His face was pale and he was sweating coldly, as if he had been hollowed out. Just now, he was suddenly attacked by a floating ghost. His crisis instinct made him draw his sword and use the sword drawing technique he learned in his previous life. As a result, with one swing of the knife, all the energy and spirit were drained out of the person. Because he had reached the realm of sword drawing skills from his previous life, he directly comprehended the extraordinary level of sword drawing skills and even realized the meaning of the sword. Only then did he kill Fuyu with one strike. But this also drained away my energy, and I almost fainted. Fortunately, I gained 7,100 experience points and 5 points of mental attribute. The aching head was finally soothed by a stream of cool energy. After resting for 10 minutes, Sumu slowly stood up. The boat almost capsized, Sumu said with lingering fear. It is true that people should not be too proud of themselves, otherwise they will capsize in the ditch. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Bite. Level up, gain 2 free attributes. Seeing this, Sumu directly added 1 point of strength and 1 point of constitution to his attributes. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 4 experience, 11413/50,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Strength, 5. Constitution, 5. Agility, 4. Spirit, 10. Backpack, 40 slots. Home, level 2. Shiran, Level 2, 98 points of spiritual energy / 1000 points. Life skills, logging, Level 2, cooking, Level 1. Combat skills, archery, Level 10, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. After another upgrade, Suma's strength increased greatly. The energy just consumed has also recovered to its peak and is even stronger than before. And because of the 10 points of mental attributes, his brain became exceptionally clear and calm, and his thinking even became several times faster than before. I feel that my entire spiritual will has been sublimated and transformed. If he performs the sword drawing technique again, his energy won't be sucked out directly like it happened just now. This is the result of the strengthening and transformation of spiritual will. Sword drawing skills, extraordinary level, comprehended the meaning of the sword. Sumu's face was filled with an excited smile. Sure enough, some of the things I learned in my previous life can still be understood by myself now. Of course, this is limited to combat skills. Some life skills cannot be comprehended. You must consume spiritual energy from Shirang to learn. Seeing that I still had 98 points of spiritual energy, I thought about it and decided to learn a few other life skills. Open Shirang and select spiritual creation and life skills. Learn the 3 skills, gathering techniques, mining techniques, and alchemy techniques first. Bite. Consumed 30 points of spiritual energy. The Shirang emitted rays of light that sank into Sumu's brows. Soon I mastered 3 life skills. They are gathering skills, mining skills, and alchemy skills. The others will be put aside for now as they have not been used yet. Why learn life skills? For example, you can cut down trees and get wood even if you don't have the skill of lumberjack. But you can only get 10 units of wood by cutting down a tree, but if you master the art of lumberjack you can double the amount of wood you get. This is the difference between having skills and not having them. Go to sleep first, and we'll talk about everything tomorrow. Sumu yawned and prepared to rest. I've consumed too much energy just now. Although I've recovered, I'm still a little tired. I need a good night's rest. During the 3-day novice protection period in the thatched hut, there is naturally no need to worry about any danger breaking in. Suma lay in the thatched hut and gradually fell asleep. This night, many people were destined to be unable to sleep. But Sumu slept soundly. A night passed. The next day, early morning, Sumu woke up slowly, feeling full of energy and vitality, as if he had endless strength. This is the embodiment of getting enough rest. It's daybreak. As soon as Sumu woke up, he turned on the East District channel directly. East District, 4,210 people. Seeing the current number of people in the East District, it is much smaller than before. Needless to say, a lot of people died last night. Sumu shook his head and didn't care about the dead people. There are dangers everywhere in the mountain and sea world, and you can die at any time. So it is normal that many people died last night. Those who did not have the shelter of a thatched hut, or those who were brave enough to wander outside would definitely die. Smiling. Oh my God, last night was so scary. The wind was howling outside. There must be a ghost. I'm invincible, do whatever you want. Yes, I saw it too, and I even hacked a ghost to death, and was almost torn to pieces. I want to go home. Brothers and sisters, did you sleep well last night? I was almost raped by a ghost last night, but it was not a female ghost. Watching everyone in the East District chat channel telling about what happened last night in a few words. Some died, some survived the night. Of course, you'll be fine as long as you stay indoors. Sumu took a look and turned it off without paying any attention. He ate a piece of barbecue and prepared to go out hunting, and by the way, see if he could come across a treasure chest or something, or even if he was lucky, he could pick up an exotic beast egg. Looking at the city-breaking spear stuck in the rock in front of him, Sumu went up to pull it out, put it in his backpack, then put on the bronze knife, picked up the bone bow and went out. Coming down from the boulder, he headed towards a certain direction in the Eastern District. I'm going to hunt some meat today, and collect some herbs and ingredients. You also have to look for treasure chests, and try to get exotic beast eggs. He remembered that there was a plain dozens of miles ahead where a powerful and ferocious beast lived. Soon Sumu arrived outside a forest. It should be here. Sumu looked at the forest and confirmed again. There are a lot of herbs and various original seasonings here. Sure enough, not long after entering Senli, I saw a special plant. I walked up to take a look and saw red peppers hanging on it. Yes, an original chili pepper. Collection technique! Sumu went up and started collecting directly. Ding, collection successful, obtained hot pepper plus 30. Gathering skill experience plus 1, character experience plus 2. After 3 consecutive collections, 80 hot peppers were obtained. The original pepper simply disappeared. If there were no harvesting techniques, and they were simply pulled up by the roots, there would only be a dozen peppers on top, and the harvest would naturally be incomparable. Having found an ingredient, Sumu continued his search. Soon, several other ingredients were found, such as 5 spice grass, cumin, fennel, star anise, and other herbs. We also unexpectedly discovered a blood orchid, an orchid that was completely blood-colored. During the process, he also cut down some large trees in the woods and cut a road to the other side of the woods. We worked for a whole hour and finally walked out of the woods. Sumu collected a lot of medicinal herbs and ingredients, and also obtained 2,000 units of wood. This time it was a small game. And right in front of him was a small plain. There, a group of exotic beasts from the mountains and seas were playing and playing. Ancient giant pig! Sumu lay in the grass, staring with burning eyes at the creatures chasing and running wildly on the plain ahead. A group of ancient giant pigs. Just as he was about to start hunting. In the bushes nearby, a huge insect was staring at him. Chapter 8, Giant Ancient Pig. In the bushes. A dark green mantis was staring at Sumu, who was lying there with its 2 huge eyes. It is a strange insect from the mountains and seas, a mantis, with a 2-meter-tall body and 2 huge sickles that are shining with cold light and covered with spikes. Once you are hooked, you will be disabled if not dead. This mantis is a strange insect found in the mountains and seas. Not only is it extremely powerful, it also has a shell all over its body that is extremely hard and can be said to be invulnerable to swords and guns. At this moment, Sumu vaguely sensed a sense of danger around him. His heart trembled, and he glanced at both sides quietly. When he saw the bushes on the left, his eyes narrowed and he saw the mantis. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mantis attacked like lightning. Sumu's expression changed slightly, and without time to think, he rolled over to avoid it. With a bang, a mark was scratched on the ground. When I stood up and looked, I saw the mantis spreading its 2 huge sickle arms and flying towards me. Clang! In a flash, Sumu drew his sword and swung it. There was a clanging sound, and the blade passed by, splashing sparks. Sumu took advantage of the situation and flew backwards, creating some distance between them. The 2 men confronted each other at the edge of the jungle. It turned out to be a mantis. It attacked me by surprise. Sumu snorted coldly and stared at the mantis in front of him with a stern look. He glanced around and saw that there was only one, so he felt relieved when he saw that there were no others. If there are several of them, it will be very troublesome, because the speed, strength, and combat effectiveness of mantises are extremely strong. That 2-meter-tall body looks like a work of God, and he must be a guy who knows martial arts. Do you know praying mantis boxing? The mantis raised its body, its 2 large sickles swayed slightly, and its body swayed rhythmically from side to side, preparing to attack. Sumu held the bronze knife in his hand, his spirit and energy reached the peak, and he was alert to the other party. Buzz! Suddenly, both moved at the same time. Sumu swung his knife. With a clang, sparks flew. The 2 collided again, and the sickle-like claws scratched Sumu's face, almost cutting his neck. Fortunately, Sumu dodged the attack by crouching down, and then slashed the mantis's belly with his knife. But it was blocked by the opponent's sickle claw. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 fought back and forth several times, but in the end neither could defeat the other. The mantis's power is overwhelming, and its speed is as fast as lightning. Ordinary people have no way to dodge its attacks. Not to mention the powerful force, if Sumu's current strength was not good enough, he would have been defeated directly. Crash! Sumu flew back and suddenly sheathed his sword. He was ready to go, like a fire bomb, his blood boiling and his strength concentrated in his arms. Sword drawing technique. Clang! In a split second, Sumu used the sword drawing technique and suddenly drew his sword. With a swish, the blade flashed across. The mantis sensed the danger and held a pair of sickles horizontally to block in front of it. But unfortunately, he was unable to stop Sumu's sword drawing technique. With a puff sound, the mantis's arms fell down, and its body was cut in half by the blade. The powerful blade carved a mark on the ground and finally stopped after cutting through a large tree several meters away. After a while of fighting, Sumu finally used his sword drawing technique to kill the mantis in one blow. Huh! Sumu breathed a sigh of relief after winning. This time, there is no danger of exhausting your energy when performing the sword drawing technique. However, with his current mental strength, he can only perform it about 3 times before it is exhausted. After killing the mantis, Sumu went forward to check the corpse. When he tapped lightly on Daolung's huge sickle claw, making a metallic knocking sound. This thing is very hard and sharp. You can take it back and make it into a sickle. It is extremely sharp and very useful. He collected the body as well. At least there was some meat left, which he could roast and eat when he got home. There are mantises here. Who knows, there might be their eggs nearby. Sumu was thoughtful. Thinking of this, I immediately started checking in the woods. Soon, he saw a gray cocoon with a diameter of 1 meter on a withered tree. This thing should be the mantis egg. There is a cocoon on the outside and the mantis egg inside. As one of the strange insects in the mountains and seas, the eggs of mantis are also of extremely high value. Sumu looked around the cocoon and estimated that there should be 2 alien insect eggs inside. Swish! He simply chopped it off and put it in his backpack to take back. Devouring 2 alien insect eggs should result in a significant evolution. This trip was quite rewarding. I came across some good stuff not long after I came out, and I gained a lot. Out of the woods again. Sumu squatted in the grass and looked towards the plain ahead. Huff, huff! On the plains, a group of huge strange beasts were looking for food. That's the ancient giant pig. It looks like a wild boar, with a pitch-black body and hair like steel needles. It is 3 meters tall and extremely huge, with a ferocious head and a huge mouth with 2 sharp fangs. It's frightening at first sight. The ancient giant pig is one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas, and is extremely ferocious and dangerous. Moreover, they travel in large groups, and even some ferocious beasts are frightened wherever they go. Sumu put away the bronze knife, picked up the bone bow and put on the bone arrow. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and engage in close combat with a group of ancient giant pigs. That's something only fools would do. Unless your strength reaches a certain level, otherwise you'd be courting death. At present, Sumu cannot fight a group of ancient giant pigs head-on, and can only shoot them from a long distance. After a careful observation, there are at least 100 ancient giant pigs in front of us, which is a huge group. One of them was lying in the middle, with an extremely terrifying physique and 2 huge fangs that were half a meter long, which was chilling at first sight. That is the leader of the ancient giant pigs, the most powerful one. Soon, he aimed at a lone ancient giant pig. This ancient giant pig is huge in size and is much larger than the average ancient giant pig. It left the group and came to the outermost part alone, just close to Suma. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I knew it was here. Sumu immediately drew his bow and the bone arrow locked onto the lone ancient giant pig. Whoosh! As soon as he let go, the bone arrow flew through the air and instantly hit the neck of the ancient giant pig. There was a puff sound and blood splattered. View! The ancient giant pig wailed, alarming the other ancient giant pigs. All the ancient giant pigs stopped and looked over here. However, he saw that the giant ancient pig was shot in the neck, but it did not die. Instead, it rushed towards Sumu with great ferocity. Sumu was not surprised but happy, as he came at the right time. Boom! The ancient giant pig rushed over madly, raising dust and flying weeds all over the sky along the way. That momentum is frightening. Whoosh! Another arrow shot out and hit him right in the eye. Ah! The ancient giant pig screamed miserably, and blood gushed out of its eyes. Its remaining eye turned red as it launched a final charge towards its enemy, Suma. The ferocious ancient giant pig showed no fear, but rushed forward madly. But when it rushed to a distance in front of it, its speed slowed down. Obviously it did not have enough energy left. Clang! Su Mu drew out the bronze knife, took a step forward and chopped it down with the knife. With a snap, the giant ancient pig's head was split open, blood gushed out, and it finally struggled and fell on the grass. A 500-pound giant ancient pig was killed in this way. The other giant ancient pigs discovered Su Mu and immediately rushed over with grunts. Especially the leader of the largest ancient giant pigs, who led the charge, and hundreds of ancient giant pigs rumbled towards here. That scene made Su Mu tremble in his heart. He quickly put away the corpse of the ancient giant pig, turned around and jumped, then rushed into the jungle and disappeared. Only a group of ancient giant pigs were left, grunting angrily and roaring, shaking the mountains and forests. Su Mu had already escaped after his successful hunt. Chapter 9, Picking up a piece of Shirong. Over the forest. A man rushed out in a panic. Pa pa pa! Su Mu spat out a mouthful of dust and leaves, his face full of gloom. I was just chased by a group of giant ancient pigs. It was so exciting. I almost got my butt kicked by a pig. He looked behind him with lingering fear and finally got rid of the group of crazy ancient giant pigs. Unexpectedly, just killing one would attract a large group of people to chase after him. Especially the 5-meter-tall ancient giant pig. As the leader of the tribe, it is powerful and has amazing speed, just like a tank crushing all the way. Fortunately, Suma ran faster and escaped with the help of the jungle. You dare to chase me? I'll kill you next time. Su Mu became furious and decided to get revenge later. I won't stop until I have wiped out the entire herd of ancient giant pigs and taken them back to be preserved and eaten. Forget it, let's find other prey. He shook his head and looked around to get his bearings. Next, go look for other prey and see if there are any treasure chests. I was running for my life in the jungle before and didn't pay attention to whether I met him or not. Su Mu stood there, looked around, and touched his chin. I remember that there seemed to be several strange beasts in that direction, and they seemed to be horned rhinoceroses. Thinking of this, Su Mu's eyes lit up. Horned sea is one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas. He remembered that a few horned rhinoceros had appeared somewhere in the East District. The habitat of the horned rhinoceros population is not in the eastern area, so horned rhinoceros are rarely seen here. But he remembered that he seemed to have seen a few horned rhinoceros that were excluded in his previous life. After thinking about it, Su Mu walked in that direction. You have to be careful and vigilant along the way, otherwise some strange insects from the mountains and seas will suddenly appear, and some extremely poisonous insects will also appear, which will be troublesome. Over a call. Sima climbed up a stone mountain. As soon as I came up, I didn't see any trace of the horned rhinoceros, but I found a small thatched cottage. Ha! Su Mu's eyes lit up and he stared straight at a thatched cottage behind a huge rock at the foot of the mountain. Yes, it's a hut. You can tell at first glance that someone has built a home here, and the thatched hut stands out very clearly. I wonder if this person is dead? Su Mu said to himself. If the owner of the hut is not dead, no one else can enter. You can't enter someone else's home unless you get the owner's consent. If you die, you don't have to worry about this. Besides, after death, your home will disappear after 12 hours. During this period of time, there is a chance to obtain the treasures in the hut. He looked at the hut at the foot of the mountain, wondering whether the man was dead or not. I looked for a while but didn't see anyone, and I looked around but couldn't find anyone. Su Mu recalled that he had never seen this thatched cottage here in his previous life. In other words, this person died in the previous life. Go and have a look. Su Mu was moved and decided to leave here and go down the mountain. He wanted to go and see if the owner of the hut was dead. It would be easy if he died. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of the hut. Looking at the thatched hut with its door closed, there was no movement inside and no sign of anyone being there. And in front of the hut you found a large pool of blood, with some dried blood spots scattered everywhere, as if something had happened. It should have happened last night. Su Mu checked and found some minced meat and broken bones scattered on the ground. Needless to say, Someone must have been torn to pieces and eaten by the ferocious beast. Dead? Sumu's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. He immediately walked forward and gently pushed the door of the thatched hut. Gah! The door of the thatched hut was pushed open. If the person is not dead, it will definitely not be able to be pushed away, and will be bounced away by the light of the novice protection period. If there is no answer now, it means the owner of this house died last night. With a hint of excitement, Sumo walked into the hut. At a glance, I saw that the spring in the middle of the hut had dried up. A mysterious object was floating above the spring, like a ball of flame. It is the fertile soil and the fire of civilization. This thing, if others were alive, they would never be able to obtain it. But if the owner dies, then there is a chance to get it. It's just that it's rare to see it. After all, people disappear 12 hours after death. Sumu stepped forward and raised his hand to touch the ball of Shirong. Bite. Found ownerless soil, do you want to collect it? A reminder came. Sumu grinned, he became rich. Unexpectedly, I accidentally picked up a piece of soil left behind by someone after his death. In just 12 hours everything here will be gone. Fortunately, I happened to pass by and saw it, otherwise it would have been gone by the time came. Collect. Without any further ado, Sumu began to collect this piece of ownerless soil. There is no need to explain the use of Shirong. The ownerless soil obtained from others plays an important role. That is, you can use it to open up another home base, which is equivalent to a branch base. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the level 1 unowned soil, and the reward is 2,000 experience points. Following a prompt. There was a mysterious flame in Sumu's hand, Shirong. After the Shirong was taken away, the surrounding huts and everything immediately turned into light and disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Hey, big money! Sumu looked at the ball of fertile soil in his hand with great interest. Take it back and create a second home. Everyone knows the principle that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It would be safer if you could have one more home. After putting the ball of fertile soil into his backpack, Sumu continued on his way. Unfortunately, the East District is too large with a radius of 100,000 miles. It will take a while to find the location of other people, Sumu said regretfully as he walked. If you can come across the thatched huts where the dead people are, you will have a chance to take away the ownerless soil. But this is not realistic, the East District is too big. A mere 5,000 people were scattered everywhere, too far apart, and their exact locations were unclear. What's more, this is the world of mountains and seas, full of dangers. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible for you to travel around in this world. Even though Sumu has some strength now, he still doesn't dare to go too far, let alone enter some dangerous areas. Once you encounter a ferocious beast, a strange beast, or even a giant beast that you cannot defeat, you're doomed. It should be not far ahead. After passing through this mountainous area, Sumu stood on a huge rock and looked ahead. He came to this area according to his memory. Several exotic beasts from the mountains and seas have appeared here, and it is very likely that there are exotic beast eggs. After all, he once heard that someone had obtained the egg of a horned rhinoceros from the East District, and later hatched a pet horned rhinoceros as a mount. In the end, it seemed like it encountered a ferocious century-old beast and was eaten. Hold head high. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a strange roar of an animal in the front. It sounded like the mooing of a cow or the clarion call of a goose, very harsh. Sumu's expression changed and he quietly moved over. He hid behind a huge rock and looked at a pile of rocks in front of him. What I saw were 2 huge monsters walking back and forth beside the pile of rocks. It has a huge body covered with yellow scales and looks like a rhinoceros. It has a huge head and a thick and sharp horn. Sumu's eyes lit up. Yes, it was the strange beast from the mountains and sees the horned rhinoceros. The horned sea looks like a rhinoceros, has a violent temper and is full of aggression. He was surprised to find that the 2 horned rhinoceros were a male and a female. The female was smaller in size, while the male was huge, and its huge horn was particularly scary. They seemed ready to go out. Sumu's eyes swept across the pile of rocks, and suddenly he noticed something strange. There seemed to be 2 round objects on the pile of rocks, which did not look like stones. Monster eggs? He was delighted, as he had indeed found the strange beast egg. Chapter 10: Meeting a Fellow Egg Thief. Hold head high. In front, two horned rhinoceros were communicating. Soon, the largest horned rhinoceros turned and left. Only a female horned rhinoceros was left, apparently guarding the two eggs. Seeing this, Sumu was a little disappointed. I thought the two horned rhinos would go out together, but I didn't expect one to be left behind. He looked at the thick scales on the horned rhinoceros body and its huge horns, which should not be underestimated once they erupted. One-on-one, no fear. Well, let's kill this horned rhinoceros. Sumu made a decision, quietly grasped the bone bow, and prepared for a sneak attack. But at this moment, there was some movement around. Rustle. Not far away, there was a rustling sound in the grass. Not only did Sumu notice something unusual, but even the remaining horned rhinoceros also sensed that danger was approaching. It suddenly stood up, growling angrily, as if warning a hidden enemy. Ha! Sumu looked in surprise and saw a head quietly poking out from the bushes. After a closer look, wow, it turned out to be an oviraptorosaur? Oviraptorosaur? He was quite surprised that he would run into someone in the same field as him. Trying to steal eggs, he met an oviraptor. This thing is a famous thief among the strange beasts in the mountain and sea world, specializing in stealing eggs. The oviraptorosaur was an ostrich-sized creature that was extremely agile, had sharp claws, and a long tail that was so tough that it could break a tree as thick as a bull. Moreover, oviraptorosaurs were extremely fast and notoriously cunning. Although it is only 2 meters long and 3 meters high, its fast speed is an advantage. Compared with the huge body of the horned rhinoceros, it is not worth mentioning at all. But the horned rhinoceros was extremely nervous. He stood in front of the pile of rocks and growled to warn the oviraptor. Ga. The oviraptor opened its mouth and shouted a few times, as if conveying a message. Soon, several oviraptorosaurs appeared from all directions. A total of 3 oviraptorosaurs appeared in front of him, and Sumu had to hide. He watched the scene in front of him with great interest, and let the oviraptor attract the attention of the horned rhinoceros while he quietly stole the eggs. He had a feeling that he was very bad. The 3 oviraptorosaurs quietly surrounded it, which immediately made the horned rhinoceros angry. Hold head high! The horned rhinoceros stomped on the ground angrily, making a thudding sound. Unfortunately, the oviraptor ignored it and moved closer. Seeing the enemy approaching, Jiaoxi became angry and suddenly charged forward. Boom! The horned rhinoceros rushed forward, but was unfortunately dodged by the oviraptor. It was unable to brake in time and crashed headfirst into the rock, like a tank charging, with a deafening sound. The entire stone was broken into pieces, and the powerful force was shocking. Sumu couldn't help swallowing. If they fight head-on, he will definitely not be able to win. But his purpose was to steal the eggs, not the horned rhinoceros itself. Now there are 3 oviraptorosaurs distracting the horned rhinoceros. Sumu quietly crawled over and went around the pile of rocks. I climbed up the pile of rocks from the back and saw 2 eggs lying quietly on it. The whole body is dark yellow, covered with scales and mysterious patterns. They are the 2 eggs of the horned rhinoceros. Hee hee. Sumu smiled and went up to put it directly into his backpack. Swish! The 2 strange beast eggs disappeared. Sumu finished his mission and stepped down directly, wanting to leave quietly. Unfortunately, he was targeted. Gah! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the bushes in front, running towards us as fast as lightning. Sumu was startled and instinctively rolled to avoid the black shadow. When I stood up and looked, I found that it was an oviraptorosaur that attacked me. Dared to attack me? Sumu was annoyed. Everyone was trying to steal eggs, but you were trying to launch a sneak attack. Quack! The oviraptor roared loudly, alarming the other oviraptor dragons. They all looked over and discovered Sumu. Jiaoxi also noticed Sumu, and then saw that his egg was gone. Seeing that the egg was missing, Jiaoxi suddenly became furious. Hold head high! It roared angrily and rushed towards Sumu frantically. Fuck! Sumu cursed inwardly, turned around and ran. But at this moment, the oviraptor swooped over and blocked him again. "You're looking for death." Sumu was furious and drew his sword. Puff! A figure flashed by, the oviraptor's neck was cut off, and its head flew up and fell to the ground. As luck would have it, he was trampled into a pulp by the rushing horned rhinoceros. Sumu ran away without slowing down and escaped from the rocky forest. From behind, a mad horned rhinoceros was chasing. On each side, an oviraptor was catching up quickly, but the third one disappeared. Sumu didn't pay any attention for a moment, and just kept running forward. Collapse! Sumu, who was running, suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a puff, the oviraptorosaur on the left was shot. The bone arrow pierced its chest. It fell to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. The oviraptorosaur on the right saw this, and was so scared that it turned around and ran away. "You run fast!" Sumu snorted, but did not slow down. But the mad horned rhinoceros had already caught up with them. "You can't run away, the only way is to kill it." Although he was reluctant, in order to survive, Sumu had to draw his sword, turn around, and swing the bronze sword to chop it down directly. When there was a loud bang and sparks flew. Sumu only felt a powerful impact, and he and his knife were knocked more than 10 meters away. What a powerful force! He looked at the horned rhinoceros in horror. The force of the impact was too terrifying. If it weren't for the leverage, I might not have been able to stop it, and would have been seriously injured. "Hold head high!" The horned rhinoceros roared and continued to charge forward. Sumu sheathed the sword, gathered his aura, and injected powerful strength into the sword. Clang! Just as Jiaozi rushed forward, Sumu suddenly drew his sword. I saw a flash of cold light passing by, and with a puff of blood, there was a splash of blood. The powerful body of Jiaozi fell down with a loud bang, and the powerful inertia caused it to draw a huge gully all the way until it stopped at Suma's feet. Looking at Jiaozi again, there was a knife scar on his head. He was killed by one blow. Just now, Sumu had to use the sword-drawing technique to kill the mad horned rhinoceros. "Call!" Sumu breathed a sigh of relief after successfully killing Jiaozi. Looking at the dead horned rhinoceros, he shook his head. "Collect the bodies of the horned rhinoceros and the oviraptor, and then quickly leave the scene." Because the smell of blood would attract other powerful beasts, they had to evacuate quickly. "Anyway, I have already got what I wanted, and I also successfully killed a horned rhinoceros, which should be at least a few 100 pounds of meat. This trip was very rewarding." "Knock off!" Sumu happily prepared to go back. But just halfway through, I saw a treasure chest on the road. "Silver treasure chest?" Sumu's eyes lit up, and he stared at the river in front of him. There was a silver treasure chest there with a silver key stuck in it, but it was not opened. But there were some bloodstains scattered around the treasure chest, which made him seem a little alert. "There are traces of blood, indicating what just happened here. Look at the messy footsteps by the river, someone has been here. Could it be that someone came to open a treasure chest not long ago, and was attacked by some strange beast?" Sumu was extremely vigilant, and did not dare to be careless. He first looked around and found that the open space could not hide any wild animals or people. Then the only danger is in the river. The river water was murky and it was hard to see what was in it. But there is danger in the river for sure. "Do you want this treasure chest?" Sumu was a little hesitant, wondering whether to take the risk. After all, treasure chests are rare to come across. But there are unknown dangers hidden in the river. Just look at the bloodstains scattered around the treasure chest, and you will know that it is not simple. After thinking about it, Sumu took out a bloody oviraptor head from his backpack. Crash! He threw it into the river. A smell of blood spread. The river water immediately began to churn, as if something was surging in it. Sumu's expression was startled. There was indeed a problem. Chapter 11: Thrilling Purple Weapons. Crash! The river water was rolling, and there was a huge black shadow in it. As expected, my guess was right. There was a big creature hiding in the river. How to get the treasure chest? Sumu thought about it and came up with an idea. He took out the headless body of the oviraptor from his backpack and gave it a try. Abandon an oviraptor corpse to attract things in the water. Then take the opportunity to grab the treasure chest. That's it. After making a plan, Sumu slowly approached, dragging the body of the oviraptor. Stop at a distance of 8 meters from the treasure chest. He took a deep breath, threw the body into the river. Bang! The river water splashed, startling something underwater. And the next second, Sumu accelerated and ran away. Bami flashed by, picked up the treasure chest with both hands, turned around and jumped away. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds and is completed in one go. Just when Sumu successfully got the treasure chest and managed to escape from the river water exploded. A huge black shadow pounced over. The huge mouth opened, but unfortunately it caught nothing. Sumu successfully escaped with the treasure chest and left behind the things on the riverbank. He looked back and saw a huge creature opening its mouth and pouncing on the place where he had just been, but it bit nothing. Scarlet? Sumu was surprised. So this is it. This is one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas. It is a strange underwater beast, huge in size, with 4 claws like a giant salamander, a red head and a slippery gray body. The most terrifying thing is its huge mouth, which is full of countless sharp teeth. It can crush your bones with one bite. Quack! It screamed a few times, and its voice was as creepy as that of a baby. Finally, having failed to catch its prey, it retreated back into the river indignantly. This thing is an amphibious creature, a strange beast that can survive both in water and on land. Fortunately, I ran fast. This thing can spit out venom. Once you are contaminated by the venom, your whole body will become numb immediately, and you will be knocked out. Moreover, Sumu discovered that there was not just one but many in the river. He didn't know exactly how many there were, but he didn't dare to confront these things rashly at the moment. After getting the treasure chest, Sumu sat happily on a huge rock to rest. The next step is to open the treasure chest. This is a silver treasure chest. You are lucky to come across it. There was also a silver key inserted on it. It must be the person who wanted to open it before, but unfortunately he was ambushed and killed by the snake in the river. Sumu got the benefit for free. Click! With a slight twist, the treasure chest opened. A ball of silver light flashed, blinding my eyes. Sumu narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2 things lying quietly in the treasure chest. A golden object was picked up and inside was a key. Golden key. Congratulations, you have obtained a golden key. Sumu looked at the key in surprise. The golden key is the key to open the golden treasure chest, keep it first. After putting away the golden key, Sumu looked at the second thing. Congratulations, you have obtained the exquisite purple weapon, the horizontal sword soul breaker. Ha! Sumu exclaimed in surprise, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I saw an extra weapon in his hand. It is a knife, a horizontal knife, a Tang Dynasty-style horizontal knife. And it is a high-quality purple weapon. Weapons are divided into ordinary white, blue, purple, gold, and more advanced ones. I didn't expect to get a purple quality sword when I opened the box. It's a top-notch one at that. It's really a windfall. The scabbard is exquisite, of fine texture and beautiful workmanship, which makes people fall in love with it at first sight. Clang! The blade was unsheathed, and a ray of cold light hit my face, with a bone-chilling coldness. Sumu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the precious sword in his hand excitedly. It is much more powerful than the bronze knife. The bronze knife is nothing in front of it. It can even be cut off with a light stroke. Hey, bronze knife can retire now. Sumu happily sheathed the sword and put it on his back. As for the bronze knife, it was banished to the cold palace, which was considered to have completed its mission. After that, it will be put on the trading platform to find a good buyer. Today's harvest was really good. Sumu was in a good mood. He looked at the disappearing silver treasure chest, then got up and left. The person who wanted to open the treasure chest should be dead. As he walked, Sumu stopped. He thought of a question. That person is dead, but does his home still exist? It is estimated that he died no more than 12 hours ago, so he should still be alive. I just don't know where it is. However, Sumu felt that it should be in the nearby area and not too far away. In this case, shouldn't we go look for it? Maybe we can find it. It's another piece of ownerless soil. Thinking of this, Sumu made a decision immediately. Look for it. It's still early and there are still a few hours before dark. There should be enough time to search and return to your home before dark. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. It took more than an hour to search for a long time. He even encountered some powerful monsters several times and almost died, but he couldn't find the dead guy's home. You didn't find it? On the stone in front, Sumu looked around with a depressed look on his face. I searched for more than an hour, but I didn't find it. Could it be that the guy's home is gone? Or was it snatched away by someone else? Forget it, I won't look for it anymore. Sumu simply gave up. He shook his head, turned and walked towards the direction of his home. The journey from home is quite far and it takes at least an hour and a half to get home. Furthermore, no danger or trouble should occur during this period. Boom! As I was walking, the ground suddenly shook. Sumu looked surprised and a shocking guess flashed through his mind. An earthquake? Definitely not. Obviously some kind of giant beast has appeared. Boom, boom. The ground was shaking more and more violently, as if a terrifying giant was walking around. Sumu suppressed his inner doubt, and judged that the sound must have come from the mountain ahead. Thinking of this, she immediately climbed up the stone mountain in front of her quickly. After a lot of effort, I finally climbed to the top of the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, Sumu looked into the distance. What he saw made him gasp. I saw a huge monster walking on the other side of the stone mountain. That huge body seemed to be made up of countless huge rocks. It was 100 meters high, and looked like a walking mountain. Rock giant? Sumu exclaimed. He stared at the huge creature with burning eyes, which turned out to be a rock giant. This is a powerful alien creature in the world of mountains and seas. Its body is made of rock. Not only is its body huge, but it is also extremely powerful and invulnerable to swords and guns. It is simply a mobile fortress. Every step it took caused the earth to shake and scared away all kinds of creatures around it. This rock giant is also called a mountain giant. It is so huge that it is almost invincible. Anyway, only those 1,000-year-old beasts can compete with it. The century-old beast is just a little brother in front of it. Why is there a rock giant here? A question popped up in Sumu's mind. There shouldn't be such mountain giants in the East District. I have never seen it in my previous life, let alone heard of it. Boom, boom. The mountain-like giant walked towards the distance with a tremor in his step, and soon disappeared in the vast fog of the mountains and forests. Sumu withdrew his gaze. He did not stop and rushed back to his home as fast as possible. Go home quickly, it's too dangerous outside. Chapter 12 Taking Stock of Harvest. An hour later, Sumu returned to his homeland. Sitting on the boulder, watching the sun gradually set in the sky, I felt relieved. Let's count the goods first. He returned to the hut, sat by the fire, and began to count the day's harvest. First of all, we got more than 2,000 units of wood, various herbal ingredients, and some medicinal materials, such as blood orchid, etc. After sorting the things one by one, they were put into the warehouse at home. There is a small wooden box in the corner of the thatched house, which is the warehouse. It has 50 spaces and can hold a lot of things. Today we hunted down a giant ancient pig, weighing at least 400 to 500 kilograms. They also killed a horned rhinoceros, which also weighed at least 500 kilograms. In total, it is estimated that 1,000 kilograms of meat were harvested. A mantis corpse and its cocoon, which contained 2 alien insect eggs. Together with the 2 horned rhinoceros eggs, they are truly exotic beast eggs. A golden key, carry it with you. The most important gain is the purple quality weapon on his body, the horizontal sword soul-splitting. The greatest treasure among them, of course, belongs to that piece of ownerless soil. This thing is the best harvest. First, integrate the shirang into the house. Sumu muttered to himself and placed the piece of ownerless shirang he had obtained on top of his own shirang. Buzz! The Shirong all shook, and a ball of light burst out and instantly engulfed the Shirong and Sumu's hand. In an instant, the Shirong was swallowed up and became one with it. After fusing with a portion of Shirong, Sumu's original Shirong became larger. Bite. Fuse with ownerless soil, level +1, gain 5,000 experience. A reminder sounded. Sumu grinned and was happy. Not only did he upgrade his own Shirong to a higher level, but he also gained 5,000 personal experience points. Shiran, level 3, 206 points of spiritual energy / 2,000 points, increasing by 3 points of spiritual energy per hour. Seeing the level of Shirong, I found that it had indeed been upgraded to a higher level. It was now increasing 3 points of spiritual energy per hour, which was a lot faster. Well, the next step is to deal with the alien beast eggs. Sumu was very excited and started to take out 2 exotic beast eggs from his backpack. These are 2 eggs of the horned rhinoceros. Then he took out the mantis cocoon and checked it, and sure enough, he found 2 alien insect eggs hidden inside. Without hesitation, he held the 2 strange beast eggs together and prepared to devour them. Open the Shirong and devour the strange beast eggs. You can only devour 2 exotic beast eggs at a time, each time giving you 100 points of spiritual energy. Buzz! A ball of light emerged and wrapped up Sumu and the 2 strange beast eggs. Dense rays of light intertwined, and the strange beast eggs melted one by one and flowed into his body. Bite. Swallowed successfully, all attributes +2, experience +1,000, obtained the blood of the horned rhinoceros, can evolve the horn of the horned rhinoceros. Do you want to evolve? Looking at the prompts, Sumu felt warm all over, and an energy flowed into his body, constantly improving all aspects of his physical quality. No, it won't evolve. I deny the evolution of my bloodline, but I don't want to turn into a monster and grow a horn. Just think about it. Adding 2 points to all attributes is a huge improvement. There are still 106 spiritual energy points. Continue to devour the alien insect eggs. Sumu muttered to himself, without stopping, but continued to devour. Another 100 points of spiritual energy were consumed, and the cocoon was immediately covered by light. Soon, the light faded. Bite. Successful swallowing, agility attribute +2, experience +1,000, obtained the blood of the alien mantis, can evolve into a pair of sharp sickle arms. Do you want to evolve? No evolution. Sumu vetoed bloodline evolution. If his hands were transformed into the shape of a mantis, he would shudder at the mere thought of himself wielding a pair of scythes and killing people. It's better to remain human. In previous lives, countless people evolved the bloodlines of various exotic beasts in order to become stronger, which led to their own constant alienation, making them half-human, half-beast and extremely ugly. Sumu absolutely did not want to become half-human, half-beast. However, the mantis's alien insect eggs only gained 2 points of agility attributes, and no other increases were made. Then he checked his messages. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 4 experience, 22313/50,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Strength, 7. Constitution, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 12. Backpack, 40 slots. Home, level 2. Shiran, level 3, Aura 196 points / 2,000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 1, alchemy, level 1. Combat skills, archery, level 10, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. Looking at the changes in my information, my strength has increased a lot. Currently, Sumu's strength and physique both have reached 7 points, which is equivalent to the strength and physique of 7 ordinary people, with a little more agility. The highest attribute is still the mental attribute. After 10 points, the mental power becomes a little different. It seemed as if a qualitative change had gradually begun, and it became more obvious after he comprehended the meaning of the sword. It's almost done. Once the 3-day novice protection period is over, we can move in. Sumu looked at the Shirong in front of him and planned silently in his heart. Only after the novice protection period is over can you move to a new home. The Shiran of Sima can be differentiated into another part to be built as a branch base. The two are connected. With a branch base, you can teleport between the two places at will, which is a good ability. If he were to upgrade to level 5, he would be able to practice a secret technique from the Shiran, and would be able to return to his home instantly no matter how far he went. It's like teleporting. Now I'm at level 4, and I only need one level left to start studying. But when I looked at the experience points, I was still about 28,000 to 30,000. There was no way but to accumulate them slowly. Deal with the bodies of the ancient giant pig and the horned rhinoceros first. Next, Sumu began to deal with the corpses of the strange beasts. Dissection, classification, and storage. After a busy hour, an hour passed quickly. Finally it was done. We got 1,000 kilograms of exotic beast meat. It was full and we no longer had to worry about going hungry. Sumu happily ate barbecue while taking the exam. During this time, I went out for a while and fetched some water from the river. I took a shower by the way and felt refreshed. Sitting by the fire, Sumu ate barbecue while checking the East District channel. Many people are talking about their experiences and encounters. I'm invincible, do whatever you want. Damn, I was so unlucky today. I actually ran into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a prehistoric creature. I almost became a snack. Smiling. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I just ran into a mad tiger. Its teeth were terrifying. Fortunately, I ran fast and hid in a hut. Smiling. Dead, it's still out there. Sumu checked other people's information and situations with great interest. He had no intention of going up to chat, so what was there to talk about? Generally, experts seldom chat and gossip here. In fact, only a small number of people are hanging around here every day. However, Sumu checked the number of people in the East District, 4,100. It seems that a lot of people died today. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, a message suddenly caught his attention. Paying a large sum of money to have a child. Brothers, help me. Someone come and save me. I have been captured by a group of primitive cannibals. Paying a large sum of money to have a child. It's all over, I'm locked in a cage, who can save me? Seeing this message, Sumu was thoughtful. Could the cannibals this guy is talking about be the headhunters in the mountain and sea realm? Only headhunters would capture humans and eat them. Sumu shook his head, closed the message and ignored him. Does it have anything to do with him whether someone lives or dies? Bite. Just after closing the regional channel, a private message suddenly came in. When Sumu opened it, he was stunned. Chapter 13 Lin Miaoka asks for help. Lin Miaoka. Aoki, save me. A private message made Sumu stunned. Because this is a private message from Lin Miaoka. The key point is, she actually sent a message for help? Sumu was speechless. It's no use sending you a message for help, I'm not with you. Besides, no one knows where you are, let alone what danger the other party is facing. Save the yarn. Sumu replied with a message casually. It's up to you. I can't save you. He closed the message right after sending it. This woman is out of her mind. I'm fine here, what's the point of running to save you? Bite. The news rang out. Lin Miaoka. Please, I beg you, I only know you, and you have been captured by a group of cannibals and locked in a cage. Just now, another person was roasted and eaten by them. Please save me. Seeing this message, Sumu shook his head. He was captured by a one-man cannibal, and there was no hope of rescue. I can't save you. You're too far away. He sent the closing message and ignored it. Bite. A message has been sent. Lin Miaoka. Brother Qingmu, please help me. I stole a purple egg today and fell from a high place and was caught by these savages. If you rescue me, I will give you the purple egg. Sumu, who had not paid attention to it, suddenly paused, his eyes fixed on the purple egg mentioned in the message. He thought about it and sent the message uncertainly. You just said purple eggs, are you sure you got a purple egg? Lin Miaoka. Yes, it is a purple egg with golden patterns on the surface that look like dragon scales. Brother Qingmu, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Sumu fell silent after reading it. He naturally knew what the purple egg was. That is a purple quality exotic beast egg. Exotic beast eggs are also divided into different qualities, from the ordinary blue exotic beast eggs, which are generally dark green or light blue, to the more advanced exotic beast eggs, which have a hint of purple light, or even gold. The golden color represents a higher level exotic beast egg. This kind of purple exotic beast egg is usually only laid by exotic beasts that are over 100 years old. Doesn't this mean that Linaka actually obtained a 100-year-old exotic beast egg? Hiss, is this woman so lucky? Sumu took a deep breath and felt a little shocked. I had exchanged an exotic beast egg from her before, but I didn't expect that such a short time had passed and I got another exotic beast egg in the blink of an eye. The key is still a strange beast egg that is more than 100 years old. No, you have to get it. Sumu couldn't sit still anymore. An exotic beast egg that was more than 100 years old was absolutely priceless. It is difficult to obtain at present. It was not clear how the woman got it, but Sumu was determined to get it. Where are you? Tell me the situation in detail. Sumu sent a message. Soon, Lin Miaoka replied. Brother Qingmu, I will send you the location. Bite. Lin Miaoka. Right here, there is a small valley. I checked the distance from you. It is 20 kilometers away. There are dozens of cannibals here. Just now, a person who was captured like me was roasted, and they are sharing the food. Ugh. Ugh. Qing, Brother Qingmu, please save me, woo-woo. Sumu ignored her pleas. He was thinking whether this could be done. A purple century-old exotic beast egg must be captured. He looked at some of the intelligence information that Lin Miaoka had told him, about dozens of cannibals. In fact, Sumu knew very well that the so-called cannibals she was talking about were an indigenous race in the mountain and sea realm, called the headhunters. The headhunters are extremely ferocious and cruel, and they like to collect the heads of living creatures. People caught by headhunters basically have no chance of survival. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Miaoka would definitely die. But Sumu took a fancy to the purple monster egg in her hand. In fact, there is another point. Even a distance of 20 kilometers cannot stop Sumu's determination. He knew clearly that the headhunters usually had sacred objects to worship. If we destroy the headhunting tribe, we can also obtain the sacred objects enshrined there. I just don't know what kind of holy object it is. Do you want to do this deal? Sumu's eyes flickered and he seemed a little hesitant. There are dozens or possibly even more headhunters, and no one can predict what dangers they will encounter while crossing a distance of 20 kilometers. Besides, it will be dark in 2 hours. Go there now and don't even think about coming back here tonight. The situation is full of unknowns. Whether you should go and save people or not, just take the purple egg. But compared to Lin Miaoka, it is impossible for him to take it out first. But before going over, you must make sure that she has the purple monster egg on her body. I'm not sure if you really have a purple alien egg. Sumu sent a message directly. Bite. Lin Miaoka replied and sent a photo of herself. Look at this photo, it was taken on a cliff. You can take snapshots using the chat function. Sure enough, Lin Miaoka was holding a purple exotic beast egg in her hand, with golden patterns on the surface. Wow, this egg is half her height. He had a strange look on his face, wondering if the girl fell down because she was trying to show off by taking photos. Maybe he guessed right. Per kid, I let you show off, now you feel better, right? Hey. Sumu chuckled and confirmed the purple egg. Yes, he could tell at a glance that it was definitely a 100-year-old exotic beast egg. He had to take it. Just wait, I'll come and rescue you. Sumu sent a message and immediately prepared to set off. Time waits for no one, we must rescue her as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be killed by the headhunters, which would be a great loss. After everything was ready, Sima jumped down from a boulder dozens of meters high, holding the bone bow in his hand. Boom! A hole was blown out on the ground, and Sumu jumped down without any damage given his current physical condition. Sumu picked it up nimbly, identified Lin Miaoka's location, took a step forward, and ran towards that direction with all his strength. With a whoosh, the man rushed out more than 10 meters away and disappeared in the vast wasteland in a blink of an eye. Along the way, Sumu sped past, his speed reaching its extreme limit. It runs as fast as a cheetah. His agility attribute of 8 points allowed him to run at a speed of 45 kilometers per hour. I estimate that we will reach our destination in half an hour. On the other side, Linaka breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the news that Sumu was sure to come to the rescue. She was locked in a wooden cage, her feet were bloody, her calves were broken, and she was badly injured. All around, there was a group of primitive people, most of whom looked weird, wearing animal bone masks and with strange symbols painted all over their bodies. They are the headhunters. I saw a group of headhunters eating barbecue around a fire. Linaka couldn't help vomiting when she saw the barbecue. Because it was a person who was roasted. Ugh! She couldn't stop dry heaving. She didn't know the man, she just knew that he was captured like her. Come quickly! Linaka prayed silently in her heart. In her backpack, there was indeed a purple exotic beast egg with golden threads. She did not deceive Sumu. In order to survive, she had to give it out as a reward. After all, we only have one life. I just hope Sumu can come in time to rescue her. Chapter 14, Killing at Night. Time passes by every second. In the cage, Linaka's face gradually turned pale due to excessive blood loss. She lay powerless in the cage, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes, and her mood gradually became anxious. An hour has passed, why hasn't Sumu come yet? Could it be that he deceived her, and did not come to rescue her? As she thought about it, Linaka became somewhat depressed and desperate. Am I really going to die here? She was filled with grief and anger, and tears flowed down her face. At this moment, she felt regretful in her heart. You shouldn't show off by taking photos. As the sun sets, night gradually falls. But Sumu was still nowhere to be seen, so he had to send a message to him. Sadly, there was no response. The headhunters over there have eaten their fill, and several of them are patrolling the camp. Some of the other headhunters went into the wooden house to rest. Among them was a headhunter covered with skulls and bones, who looked like a wizard. It walked towards Linaka's wooden cage, checked it out, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that looked terrifying. Linaka was frightened and her face turned even paler. Gurgle! The headhunter wizard spoke a bunch of bird language. Suddenly, several headhunters came up and dragged Linaka out. She screamed in despair. At this time, outside the call, a figure quietly lay behind a rock and quietly poked his head out to observe this side. This person is Sumu. After an hours-long journey, we finally arrived here. During the journey, they encountered many strange beasts, and even met a powerful and ferocious beast hunting at dusk, and they were almost discovered. Fortunately, after many setbacks, I finally arrived. They are indeed the headhunters. Sumu hid behind a rock and observed carefully. In the valley ahead stood a wooden wall. There are also 2 headhunters wearing animal bone masks, holding spears and carrying bows and arrows, guarding the fence. Inside is a headhunter's camp. He estimated that it should be a small camp with at most 100 headhunters. But more than 100 headhunters are also dangerous. The strength of these headhunters should not be underestimated. Not only are they extremely strong, they are also good at using poison. Once you are hit by a poison arrow, you will fall down within 3 seconds. There are 2 headhunters guarding the gate. If you want to go in and rescue people, you must get rid of these 2 gatekeepers. Then you can sneak in. Of course, it would be foolish to attack rashly. Sumu thought about it and decided to wait a moment. It would be better to act after dark. Quietly kill the 2 headhunters guarding and then go to rescue people. It would be best if we could assassinate these headhunters silently. However, as a powerful indigenous race in the mountain and sea realm, the headhunters themselves have advanced hunting skills. Once we alarm them, it will be difficult to deal with. Sumu waited quietly without replying to Linaka's message. Night gradually fell and it was dark. At this time, torches were lit in the headhunters' camp. There were several torches stuck on the wall, illuminating the darkness. 2 headhunter guards were standing on top, looking out of the camp vigilantly to prevent attacks from wild beasts. After waiting for a long time, Sumu finally sneaked in under the cover of night. It stopped 30 meters away from the camp gate. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 sharp arrows shot out from the darkness and instantly pierced the throats of the 2 headhunters. Hee hee. The two headhunter guards held their necks, grabbing the bone arrows stuck in their throats, making hoarse sounds, blood gushing out, and finally they slowly fell down. Destroyed the two guards. In the darkness, Sumu quickly slipped out and quietly entered the camp gate. Without the guards, it was easy for him to sneak in. He hid in the dark, quietly observing the entire camp. A plow fire was burning in the darkness, and a large group of headhunters were dancing around it. It's just like a shaman performance. Using the firelight to observe the entire camp, there were wooden houses built with animal skin tents, with various skulls hanging on them. There are skulls of wild animals, various creatures, and even human skulls hung on the doors and windows. There were also several huge biological heads with wooden stakes inserted on top, and their hollow eyes exuded a chilling aura. Soon he discovered a large number of headhunters gathered in an open space behind the camp. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. Sacrifice. Sumu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately realized that this was some kind of sacrificial ritual of the headhunters. Sure enough, he saw a rock altar with a woman tied on it. It was Linaka. Linaka, who was hanging on a wooden stake, had a pale face, disheveled hair, and blood dripping from her feet onto the altar. She was a little desperate. I was actually used as a sacrifice. The headhunters who were conducting the ceremony did not notice at all that a human figure had sneaked into the camp under the cover of night. In the darkness, Sumu was like a ghost, holding a sharp bone knife in his hand. Puff! He covered the mouth of a headhunter on the periphery, and quickly slashed his neck with the bone knife. He struggled a few times and finally lost his voice. Assassination! Sumu was quietly assassinating the headhunters here. It is a good time to assassinate them when no one is paying attention or vigilance while they are performing the ceremony. Puff! Another knife pierced through the back of a headhunter's head, piercing through the mouth. Sumu quietly dragged the corpse away and continued to hunt the next one. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen headhunters on the periphery were assassinated, and not a single one of them noticed anything unusual. They knelt there one by one, muttering some spell. However, they don't know that there is a god of death behind them who is reaping their lives one by one. Wow! A headhunter had his mouth covered by a hand, his eyes wide open. He wanted to scream, but a sharp bone knife pierced his throat, blood splattering. As luck would have it, it sprayed right on the head of a headhunter in front. It looked back in confusion. It was this glance that made its eyes widen. Sumu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Wow! Sure enough, the headhunter roared in fear. Countless headhunters at the scene looked over at the same time. Sumu could only push away the headhunter who was still alive and suddenly drew his sword and swung it. With a puff, blood gushed out and a hideous head flew into the air. The headhunter who made the noise had his head chopped off. Boom! It was not until this moment that dozens or hundreds of headhunters around woke up together. Someone actually sneaked into the camp and killed more than a dozen tribesmen silently. Unforgivable. Quack, quack! Roar! A group of headhunters rushed forward angrily, picking up bone spears. Sumu took a look, then drew his sword and slashed at him. Clang, clang. Puff, puff, puff. The knife flashed, and heads flew down one after another. After being discovered, Sumu no longer hid, and burst out with all his strength, instantly killing several headhunters. Then he pounced and slashed with the sword, heads flew up and blood gushed out. He killed with every step, and every blow of his sword was fatal, just like a god of death wandering in the darkness, staging a massacre. Wherever he went, there were heads rolling and wailing everywhere. The noise woke up the drowsy Linaka. She opened her eyes with great effort, and immediately showed an expression of excitement and surprise. Here he comes, he is really here. Looking at Sumu holding a sword in one hand and killing people indiscriminately, he looked invincible. She was excited, knowing she was saved. Quack! Suddenly, a sturdy headhunter roared. The surrounding headhunters all dispersed. Sumu's eyes narrowed as he saw the headhunter leader slowly approaching, holding a bloody giant axe in his hand, his whole body filled with murderous aura and oppression. The leader of the headhunters appeared. Chapter 15, Killing Mutation. Boom! A huge bloody axe fell to the ground, creating a hole and splashing dirt. Sumu's eyes narrowed and he stared vigilantly at the headhunter leader in front of him. It is 3 meters tall, with skulls hanging all over its body. In its hand is a huge axe made of bones, with a bloody edge. It's really scary at first sight. It's a strong enemy. There were strange lines and scars on its dark green skin, and it was wearing a hideous mask of animal bones, like a ferocious beast, exuding a murderous aura. Sumu's expression was stern. He sheathed the sword. His aura was constantly gathering. The hand holding the handle was trembling slightly and rhythmically. All the strength of the body is gathered at one point, and the spirit, energy and energy are highly condensed. This is the gathering strength for the sword-drawing technique. At this moment, Sumu's heart was extremely calm, his mind was empty, without a trace of distracting thoughts. Buzz! An invisible aura permeated his entire body. The ground beneath his feet cracked open with crackling sounds, and pieces of gravel were carried into the air by the aura. This scene shocked Linaka on the altar, and the headhunters around her all took a step back instinctively. They felt a strong threat emanating from Sumu. Roar! The headhunter leader sensed something was wrong, and suddenly roared, swinging his giant axe and chopped down directly. An axe chopped down, and the air made a humming sound. The violent breath blew in his face, making the animal skin on Sumu's body rustle. Clang! There was a sound of a sword ringing, and Sumu drew his sword and flashed. Everyone only felt a flash of light, and the headhunter leader stood there frozen, still holding the giant axe high. But Sumu had already appeared behind him, still drawing his sword. Behind him, the headhunter leader was shaking, and the mask on his forehead snapped in two, revealing his ferocious face. His mouth full of sharp teeth opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, he was unable to say it in the end. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, blood gushed out, and his head rolled down. Boom! The huge corpse fell to the ground, splashing up clouds of dust. There was dead silence at the scene, and all the headhunters were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. Their own leader was killed instantly. One cut of the knife and the head is gone. Sumu used the sword-drawing technique to kill the headhunter leader in seconds. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The sword-drawing technique he had just performed was the most powerful move he could perform at the moment, and it gathered all his strength and energy. It is normal to kill someone with one blow. However, the energy consumed by this is extremely huge, and it will be exhausted after one use. After all, if you want to kill the headhunter leader in one move, you must go all out. Woola! A headhunter roared in fear. Then the dazed headhunters came to their senses one after another, and rushed forward angrily waving their spears. Kill! Sumu shouted loudly and rushed into the crowd with a knife. In an instant blood splattered and the head rolled off. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. The scene was in chaos, with screams and roars mixed together. Hundreds of headhunters fell one after another under Sumu's fierce killing. Linaka's eyes widened as she stared blankly at the carnage in front of her. Sumu is invincible with his sword, and no one can stop him. Basically, he killed one person with one strike, and no one could stop his attack. Whenever the blade passes by, a head will be chopped off. Puff! 10 minutes later, the last headhunter was killed. The only one left alive on the scene was a headhunter wizard on the altar. Its body trembled and it retreated slightly, as if it knew that Sumu was here to save the woman. Suddenly it picked up a sharp bone spur and stabbed it into Linaka's heart on the altar. Linaka's eyes widened with a look of despair. I'm dying. I'm dying. Woo! At this extremely critical moment, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Then a huge spear pierced the wizard's body. The powerful force and inertia carried him flying and stuck into the opposite stone wall. A spear pierced through and hung on the stone wall. Ah! The wizard howled in pain and struggled continuously. Unfortunately, he was unable to break free and eventually lost his breath. Bite. Kill 115 headhunters and gain plus 33,000 experience points. Level up, gain 2 free attributes, unlock home teleportation skills. The system prompted, but Sumu did not rush to look at it, but walked over. Lin Yaoka was stunned, watching Sumu approaching step by step. It was he who threw the huge spear and killed the wizard at the critical moment. Saved her at the critical moment. Thanks. She opened her mouth weakly and said thank you. As soon as Sumu came up, he said, "Don't thank me yet, give me the things, or I will turn around and leave." Lin Yaoka was stunned and became dumbfounded on the spot. There are people like this. She was a little amused and confused, wondering if he was a straight man. "It's in my backpack. Here you go." But Lin Yaoka still took out a purple monster egg from her backpack. The moment he saw the strange beast egg, Sumyuban's expression finally changed. He grinned and was extremely happy. It was worth the trip. A purple egg of a strange beast, with traces of scales all over its body and a few golden stripes. It was indeed 100-year-old exotic beast egg. Without any further ado, he directly put away the century-old beast egg. "Okay, my mission is accomplished." After Sumu finished speaking, he turned around and ignored Lin Yaoka, who was lying on the altar. She was dumbfounded. "Are you leaving now?" Hey, She was so angry that she almost fainted. Because of the injury and excessive blood loss, he felt dizzy and weak and couldn't get up at all. If Sumu left, wouldn't she be dead? "You haven't saved me yet." Lin Yaoka was so angry that her eyes rolled back. Sumu stopped and looked back at her. "Forget it, for the sake of that purple beast egg." As he said this, he turned back and helped Lin Yaoka up from the altar. Then he walked towards the headhunter wizard stuck in the wall. The spear was pulled off and the body was thrown on the ground. Sumu searched it and found some bottles and jars. After some examination, some healing medicine was found. That's right, the wizard has some medicines on him, some poisonous and some healing. He picked out a bottle of black healing medicine, came to Lin Yaoka and handed it to her. "This is a healing ointment made by a headhunter wizard. It is very effective." After saying that, he threw it to her and ignored it. This made Lin Yaoka open her mouth to say something, but she was choked. She was so angry. "But I didn't have the energy to worry about these things, at least I was saved. Apply the black ointment on the wound and the bleeding will stop quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, the wound will heal tomorrow." At this time, Sumu was looking for something behind the altar. He was looking for the place where the headhunters offered sacrifices. There was a cave behind the altar. When I entered the cave, I saw a skull platform inside. There is something enshrined on it. Looking closely, it was a piece of bone jade. Sumu went up and picked it up to take a look. Bite. A secret bone was found, which records an ancient secret of the mountains and seas. A secret bone records a secret. Sumu seemed to be thinking about something and didn't rush to check. He first put away the secret bone, looked around and found nothing else before retreating. "It's a pity, it's just a small camp of headhunters, there's nothing good there." Walking out of the cave, Sumu shook his head with some regret. Looking at the dark night outside, "I can't go back tonight. Brother Suma, thank you for saving me." As soon as I came out, I saw Lin Yaoka limping towards me with a grateful look on her face. "No need to thank me, just take what you need." Sumu waved his hand indifferently. Boom! Just as he was about to speak, the ground suddenly shook for no apparent reason. The expressions of the two men changed slightly, and Sumu's face became serious, and he felt something was wrong. "What's going on?" Lin Yaoka was confused and wondered if there was an earthquake. "Not good!" Sumu let out a low cry, and without saying a word, he pulled Lin Yaoka off the altar and ran forward. As soon as the two left, the altar collapsed. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar of a beast came from underground. The sound shook the whole camp and it was shaking. Chapter 16, Sacrifice to the Gods, a shocking moment. Boom! The camp shook, and the two men staggered this way and that. "What's going on?" Lin Yaoka was completely panicked. She hugged Sumu's arm tightly, and was almost shaken to death. Fortunately, Sumu stood firmly on the ground, his eyes fixed on the collapsed altar in front of him. His face looked a little grim, and he suddenly remembered what he had overlooked. "Damn it!" Sumu cursed inwardly, thinking that he was too careless. He actually overlooked the fact that the headhunters had the custom of sacrificing and offering sacrifices to evil creatures. The indigenous people in the mountain and sea world, including the headhunters, worshipped some cruel and terrifying things as gods. Commonly known as offering sacrifice to gods. There is actually a sacrificial deity in the headhunting camp before us. This caught Sumu off guard. Of course he knew that the headhunters practiced worshipping gods. But that only exists in some large camps, or even some large headhunting primitive tribes. The camp in front of us can only be considered a small camp. I never thought that there was such a thing as worshipping gods. It's a big trouble. Sumu was a little nervous. Generally speaking, the gods who are offered sacrifices are all extremely cruel and powerful. In my previous life, I had encountered primitive indigenous people worshipping gods several times. Those scenes are still vivid in my mind and I am still frightened. What's going on? Linaka was extremely panicked. Sumu looked serious as he stared at the collapsed altar, with black mist surging below. Something terrible is coming out from below. Something's coming out, Sumu said with a sullen face. I've lost a lot this time. It was a wrong decision to come and rescue you. Upon hearing this, Linaka became a little flustered. What happened? She was almost crying. Sumu shook his head and said solemnly, Under the altar is a sacrificial deity worshipped by the headhunters. You can just regard him as a super fierce guy. What should I do then? She was at a loss. Sumu stared at the rolling black fog, and the vibrations underground became more and more intense. Roar! Another roar came from the black fog. A terrible aura came from under the collapsed altar, causing Sumu's face to change. Judging from this aura, the power of the terrifying sacrificial god underground is far beyond his previous estimation. Fuck, why is there such a level of worship here? Sumu was shocked and felt a little panicked. This aura is definitely comparable to the deterrent power of a 1,000-year-old beast. They couldn't even defeat a threat like a 100-year-old beast, let alone a terrifying sacrificial deity that was comparable to a 1,000-year-old beast. Damn it! Snap! A huge crack appeared in the ground, and black fog gushed out. Sumu pulled Linaka back again and again, and both of them showed a hint of horror on their faces. No, we must find a way to escape. His brain raced, trying to think of a way to escape. But running like this is useless. Once the sacrificial spirit is awakened, there is no way to escape the sacrificial spirit's pursuit. That's right. His eyes lit up and he suddenly thought of something. Sumu remembered that he seemed to have upgraded just now. That's right, I killed more than 100 headhunters and gained more than 30,000 experience points, which was just enough to level up. He quickly opened his attributes, first adding a little strength and a little physique, and then using both free attributes. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 5 experience, 55313/100,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Strength, 8. Constitution, 8. Agility, 8. Spirit, 12. Backpack, 50 slots. Home, level 2. Shiran, level 3, Aura 196 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 1, alchemy, level 1, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, archery, level 10, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. This time, it really has been upgraded. Level 5 is a small improvement and a watershed. Because at level 5, the character can gain a skill. Teleportation. A skill that can teleport directly back home. But there is a big drawback, which is the 10-second delay. It is useless once interrupted, and it is also very dangerous as you cannot move during the transmission. But the current situation requires it. Hold me. Sumu didn't have time to explain and just hugged the frightened Linaka. Teleport! He immediately performed the teleportation spell. Buzz! In an instant, a beam of light fell and enveloped the two of them. Linaka was completely confused and hadn't come to her senses yet. Roar! Underground, the roar was like thunder, shaking the whole area. There was a violent tremor and black fog rose into the sky. A terrifying giant hand stretched out from the ground, followed by a huge head slowly rising from the ground. Seeing this scene, Linaka was so frightened that her eyes widened, her whole body trembled, and her heart was filled with endless fear. Sumu's pupils shrank. It was indeed a ferocious creature. The huge, pitch-black creature, like a demon that had escaped from its cage, was emitting thick black aura from its entire body. It slapped the two of them with one hand. "Hurry up!" Sumu shouted anxiously in his heart. Looking at the big hand rumbling down, both of them felt their hearts in their throats. He counted anxiously in his heart, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the last second arrived, there was a flash of light. In a flash, Sumu and Linaka both disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying big hand slapped down hard, and a huge pit was blasted out on the ground, with smoke and dust rolling everywhere. Just a little bit, and Sumu would have died here. Fortunately, it was successfully teleported and disappeared at the last moment. Boom! Black gas rolled in, and a huge monster crawled out from the ground, stood there and roared towards the sky. The huge body, which was 50 meters tall, was emitting billowing black air, and a pair of scarlet eyes roared as they looked at the disappearing light. In the dark night, a demon-like ferocious creature roared angrily, scaring countless wild beasts and strange animals to flee in all directions. The other side. In Suma's homeland. A beam of light fell, and circles of light appeared on the Shirong. Swish! The next moment, two blurry figures appeared in the light. The two people were Sumu and Linaka. At this moment, Linaka was so frightened that she almost went into shock and her eyes were blurry. When she came to her senses, she found that the two had actually escaped from that place. She looked around blankly, only to find that she had come to a thatched hut. Linaka was stunned. "Where is this?" She looked around blankly and saw Sumu beside her with a confused look on his face. "I still don't understand what's going on. I was just facing a ferocious and terrifying deity. But in the blink of an eye I'm here? Ha, finally safe." Sumu wiped a cold sweat off his forehead, still feeling frightened. He sat by the fire, saying nothing, trying to calm the throbbing in his heart. It was truly thrilling just now, and the moment at the end was so terrifying that I almost couldn't come back. Fortunately, I gained experience points by killing more than 100 headhunters, which gave me a chance to escape. Fortunately, I just unlocked the teleportation spell at level 5, otherwise I would have really died there. "Is this your house?" At this time, Linaka reacted and looked at Sumu with shock on her face. She couldn't figure out how the other party did it, teleported back directly? "It's safe now, don't bother me if there's nothing wrong." After Sumu finished speaking, he glanced at her and ignored her, then went back to sleep on the straw mat. This made Linaka a little surprised. "You're sleeping now? What should I do?" She was a little confused and couldn't help feeling scared. Would he do anything bad at night? If I did, how could I resist? In this way, the night passed quietly. Chapter 17 Bloodline Firebat. A night passed. Early in the morning, Suma woke up from his sleep. After a night's rest, I feel refreshed. Stretched. He glanced at the corner of the hut, where Linaka was curled up and sleeping soundly. "Hey, wake up." Sumu walked up and kicked him. "What? I haven't gotten enough sleep," Linaka muttered, still dreaming. Sumu was so angry that he kicked again. "Get up, it's dawn, go back to your home quickly." "Wow." Linaka, who was originally asleep, immediately jumped up and looked at him warily with dark circles under her eyes. She covered her chest and said nervously, "You don't come over." Sumu was speechless. He opened the door, grabbed the woman and threw her out. "Get out of here now." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Outside the hut, Linaka was confused and stared blankly at the closed thatched hut. She checked her body and her face changed. "It's okay, nothing happened last night." Sumu didn't touch her at all, but he was relieved. But then he got so angry that he was thrown out. I have never been treated like this before. It was so embarrassing to be thrown out by a man. Don't you know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Linaka turned around angrily and was stunned. It turned out that she was standing on a huge rock tens of meters high. This is where Suma built his home. From here, you can see the surrounding area at a glance. There are many trees on the vast grassland, sparsely distributed, and can be seen clearly at a glance. At this time, in the thatched cottage, after driving out the troublesome woman Linaka, Sumu came to Shirang and clicked on the Shirang interface. TSK, let me see this purple beast egg. He excitedly took out the strange beast egg that was glowing purple from his backpack. There are traces of golden stripes on it, and the surface is covered with dragon scale-like patterns, giving it a mysterious feel. Bite. 300 years beast egg, can be hatched, can be devoured. Looking at the information obtained from the Shirang test, Suma became excited. It was indeed a 100-year-old exotic beast egg, and it was also a 300-year-old exotic beast egg. It is unclear how the woman got it, and what kind of strange beast the egg is. There is no specific information displayed above, and the result can only be known after consuming spiritual energy for identification or hatching. But the spiritual energy is so scarce and I don't want to waste it. Sumu began to think in his mind whether to keep it to hatch as a pet, or to directly swallow it to strengthen his body and strength. After a little thought, I made a decision. Of course, you should strengthen your own strength first. Only when you are strong enough can you capture more powerful beasts. We may be able to find better exotic animals as pets in the future, so there is no rush. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Looking at the spiritual energy accumulated in Shirang, after one night, 108 points of spiritual energy had accumulated, which was just enough for one devour. Swallow! Without hesitation, he chose to devour and evolve first. Buzz! The next moment, the Shirang glowed, wrapping Sumu and the strange beast egg. Crash! Rays of purple light coiled around his body, and strands of mysterious energy flowed into his body. The golden century-old beast egg dissolved and turned into purple liquid that merged into the body, beginning to devour and evolve. Bite! Swallowed successfully, all attributes +10, obtained firebat bloodline, can evolve into firebat wings. Do you want to evolve? A full 10 points in all attributes, a huge increase in strength. Sumu only felt his whole body swelling up, with the surge of tremendous energy surging in his body. The sudden increase in strength brought a bloating pain, as if it was about to explode. But fortunately, this feeling soon disappeared. Firebat? Sumu seemed to understand something. It turned out to be a firebat's egg, a 100-year-old firebat. It also obtains the blood of the firebat, and can evolve into the wings of the firebat. When he saw this, his eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean he can fly? Although he has evolved a pair of firebat wings, which are somewhat ugly and make him look like either human nor ghost, at least it can protect his own life. With firebat wings you can fly. Then your migration plan can be realized ahead of schedule. Once the novice period is over, you can migrate directly and settle down on the floating island in the sky. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Evolution! Sumu waited over and decided to evolve with gritted teeth. Boom! As soon as I made the choice, I felt an unbearable pain as if my body was exploding. Waves of piercing pain came from my back, as if something was trying to grow out. With a zila sound, a pair of fiery red wings grew behind him. It was a pair of red bat wings, 2 meters long when spread out, extremely huge, with balls of orange-red flames burning on them. It looks extremely domineering. You know what, it doesn't actually look ugly with a pair of wings. Although I don't like it very much, I can remove it if I don't need it anymore. Sumu felt relieved when he thought of this. Call! With a thought, the 2 bat wings flapped gently, and the whole person floated up involuntarily. Sumu felt that flying was something he was born with. He could control the pair of bat wings behind him with ease and comfort, as if it were an instinct. Good! He was so excited that he could fly. This way you can better ensure your own safety, and fly away directly when you encounter danger. Moreover, he estimated that the flying speed was not slow, so at least he had a trump card. Check the information page. Sumu opened his message to check. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 5 experience, 55313/100,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, firebat, wings. Strength, 18. Constitution, 18. Agility, 18. Spirit, 22. Backpack, 40 slots. Home, level 2. Shiran, level 3, Spirit 6 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 1, alchemy, level 1, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, archery, level 10, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. Sima grinned. My feeling after reading it is just one word. Powerful. Strength, physique, agility, a total of 18 points, representing a huge breakthrough. The strength has been improved to a higher level, especially the spirit, which has reached 22 points, ushering in a qualitative breakthrough. Su Mu even felt that he could release his mental power. He tried silently, expanding his thoughts, and soon he could see the situation outside the hut. Ah! At this moment, a scream rang out, waking him up. Su Mu's face changed slightly, he folded his wings and quickly walked out of the hut. When I came out, I didn't see that woman Linaka. When I went out, I found that she had gone down from here and was washing her face by the river. But she ran into trouble and was attacked by a strange beast. I was just washing my face, but by chance I ran into a strange beast coming over to drink water. The strange beast attacked her as soon as it saw her. This stupid woman! Su Mu looked at Linaka, who was lying limp on the ground, and shook his head slightly. He saw at a glance that it was a strange beast that looked like a leopard. Swine! One of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas, it looks like a leopard, has tiger stripes all over its body, and has a lion-like head. With a mouth full of fangs, it pounced towards Linaka. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a bone arrow came flying through the air. With a puff sound, the pig's body trembled, a bone arrow was stuck in its neck, and blood kept flowing out. The huge body pressed directly on Linaka, and she died after struggling for a few times. Linaka, who had managed to escape with her life, turned pale with fear and was so frightened that she dared not even breathe. She was pinned down and couldn't get up. What a hassle! Su Mu jumped down with an impatient look on his face, came to the river, and picked up the pig's body. Why don't you leave? He asked in a bad tone. After saying this, he carried the pig's body away, completely ignoring the troublesome woman. Thanks. Linaka climbed up tremblingly, her face pale, and whispered thank you to Su Mu from behind. Su Mu paused, then carried the corpse of the strange beast back without looking back. This saved her life again. Chapter 18. Are there any strange beast eggs? On the boulder. Sima sat by the fire in front of the hut, and dealt with the pig's body. The animals are gutted, dissected and sorted neatly. There was meat roasting on the fire, sizzling with oil. Linaka on the side seemed to be hesitant to speak. Why don't you leave? Su Mu was a little helpless. This woman was too troublesome. If you don't leave yet, you shouldn't have saved her. If it weren't for the egg of 100-year-old exotic beast, he might not even bother to care about it. Can I stay here? Linaka hesitated and asked in a low voice. She looked at Su Mu with some trepidation, always feeling that this young man was full of mystery. Not only is he very powerful, he also seems to know a lot of things. As a woman, I was inexplicably transported to this world, and I was already terrified. A person is the most afraid. Now seeing Su Mu, he naturally wanted to stay. One reason was that he saved his life. Although this was a transaction, she was indeed saved just now. I don't know why, but I feel safe with him. No. Unfortunately, Su Mu refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding? Following him is just a burden. If there is no benefit or value, we will ignore it. Go quickly and go back to your home. Su Mu drove people away inhumanely. Linaka was disappointed and a little angry. Doesn't he have any compassion at all? I am a beauty after all. If Su Mu knew what she was thinking, he would definitely look down on her. Can beauty be eaten as food? There are many beautiful women in this world. And she is 100 times more beautiful than her, believe it or not? In the world of mountains and seas, there are many non-human races, many of which are beautiful and powerful. Mermaid, do you know about Dragon Girl? Get out now! Sumu waved his hands impatiently, not wanting to pay any attention to her at all. If I had known, I would have teleported back last night and left her there. But I accepted the reward, so I was sure to save the person. After all, as a man, you have to keep your word. Now the two owe each other nothing. Hurry and go, Sumu said finally and then ignored her. Busy with his own business. He is too busy to pay attention to her. The previously eliminated bronze knives were directly listed on the trading platform. The mace that was hung up last time has been sold and 10 points of spiritual energy were obtained. This time, when the bronze knife was hung up, it was directly marked with 30 points of spiritual energy, no more, no less. Someone should be able to afford it, right? Then, some more meat was put up for sale at the same price as before. 30 groups were hung up. Sumu was busy with his own affairs. On the other side, Linaka felt a little disappointed as she saw him ignoring her. But in the end he said nothing and turned away. She understood that Sumu would never take him in. Moreover, the other party's words and actions were full of vigilance, and he was very wary of her. She finally left, heading towards her home. It is at least 20 kilometers away from here. If you walk there without any accidents, it may take most of the day to complete the journey. If she had met with an accident, she would probably have died. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Sumu. But not long after she left, she came back. Sumu looked at Linaka, who was walking back in front of him, and was speechless. Why are you back again? He was a little distressed and had a headache. Women are indeed troublesome things. They only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Aye, Linaka stuttered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, This world is too dangerous. It's more than 20 kilometers away from my home. I want you to help me and send me back. Sumu was stunned, staring at the woman. This is a bit too much. Don't get me wrong, I'll pay you. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Linaka quickly explained. I still have an alien beast egg in my backpack. I will give it to you as long as you send me back to my homeland. As she spoke, she took out an exotic beast egg with a dark green eggshell. At first glance, it is the same as the first one traded before. Alligator eggs. Oh? This was a surprise to Sumu. He looked Linaka up and down. This woman actually had an exotic beast egg hidden. How did she get so many exotic beast eggs? Did she lay them herself? Linaka felt uncomfortable with his look. I can tell you another piece of news. She hesitated and gritted her teeth before telling him an unexpected piece of news. The purple alien beast egg I got, I know it's still there. Her words caught Sumu's attention. Really? Sumu's eyes lit up and he immediately walked forward. Yes, really. Linaka had no choice but to reveal this information. In order to let Sumu escort her back, she had to tell this secret. In fact, the strange beast egg she got was not the only one. There were other strange beast eggs. This aroused Sumu's interest. Wow, this woman's luck is so damn good. Very good, give me the alien beast egg on you, and take me to the place where you got the purple alien beast egg before. I promise to take you back. Sumu thought about it, and took the job. There are exotic beast eggs here, don't miss them. No, you have to take me back first, and then I can give it to you when we get there. As she spoke, she nervously put away the crocodile eggs and took a step back cautiously. Sumu shook his head and said firmly, Pay first, then I will send you back, otherwise no deal. If you don't agree, leave on your own. After saying that, he sat down and ate the barbecue without being in a hurry at all. Linaka's expression changed, she looked a little angry and a little worried. But then she thought about it, and realized that he had saved her last night, and saved another life this morning, so he wouldn't lie to her. At least if it was a bad guy, he would have stripped her naked and eaten her in the thatched hut last night. Okay, I'll give it to you. After figuring it out, Linaka took out the strange beast egg and handed it to Sumu. That's right. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and put away the strange beast egg. Sit down, eat something and get ready to go. He warmly invited the other person to sit down, and was completely different from before. This made Linaka a little stunned. How could there be such a big difference between the same person before and after? For Sumu, interests are the most important thing. With benefits, attitudes will naturally be different. I'm not familiar with you, you're not anyone to me, and you don't want to sleep with me, so why should I try to please you? Thanks. Linaka sat down and whispered thank you before starting to eat the barbecue. While eating, he secretly looked at Sumu with a strange look in his eyes. Sumu didn't care. After eating and drinking, it was time to work. Let's go. After making all the preparations, Sumu took her out. Send her back first, and then go find the place where she got the 100-year-old beast egg before. If there really are other firebat eggs, we'll make a fortune. Along the way, Linaka was full of curiosity about this man. What kind of person is he? Why do I always feel that he is so familiar with this place, as if he knows everything? We all came in together, why are you so outstanding? Hurry up. As he walked, Sumu turned back and yelled with some dissatisfaction. This woman walks too slowly. Linaka felt a little aggrieved after hearing this. Her foot was injured and it was still very painful. Every step she took was very painful. She had not recovered much of her strength yet, so she walked slowly. But she still gritted her teeth and refused to ask Sumu for help along the way, fearing that she would be despised. My feet hurt, she whispered in defense. What a hassle. Sumu slapped his forehead and cursed inwardly. Come on up, I'll carry you. He immediately stepped forward, turned around, and squatted, motioning for her to come up. This scene made Linaka stunned, and she couldn't believe it. The cold and straight man Sumu actually carried her on his back. Did the sun rise from the west? Hurry up, stop dawdling. Sumu's impatient shout woke her up. Oh! Linaka quickly climbed up and hugged his neck. But before he could react, he saw Sumu kick his feet and run away. Chapter 19 Golden Treasure Chest. Eastern District. In the southern wilderness. A young man was running with a girl on his back. The speed was like that of a swift cheetah, leaping several meters in one step and almost flying. Whoosh! Listening to the sound of the wind coming from her ears, Lin Miao Miao's heart rose to her throat. Sumu ran so fast that the wind blew so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. In order to obtain the exotic beast egg, Sumu really tried his best. The speed was astonishing, like lightning. In fact, it's a good thing that Sumu hasn't yet spread out the wings that evolved from the firebat bloodline he obtained. Otherwise it would fly straight into the sky. After all, you need to hide some things, you can't expose everything. He is not familiar with Linaka, so why not prepare some? This world is too dangerous, and human hearts are even more dangerous. If it weren't for the sake of profit, Sumu felt that he would not believe in or be willing to contact other people. Because you never know when someone is going to stab you in the back. I've seen too much in my previous life. In order to fight for exotic beasts and resources, those who looked like humans showed their ferocious fangs. Kill without blinking an eye. Therefore, after being reborn, Sumu clearly warned himself not to do anything that has no benefit. At this time, an elk was eating tender grass not far away. Suddenly, a figure came running towards them. It rushed past the elk, scaring the elk so much that it ran away. After running for 20 minutes, Sumu suddenly stopped. Is it here? Sumu stood on the call and asked. Behind her, Linaka, who had her eyes closed, opened them after hearing this. When I looked up, I was stunned. So fast? She had 1,000 questions in her mind. Did you come back here not long ago? Hey, answer the call, is this the place? Sumu looked back when he saw nothing. Their noses just happened to touch, and it seemed that their mouths kissed, and they immediately stared at each other. Linaka screamed in fright, and fell off his back. What the hell are you yelling about? You've made my ears deaf. Sumu tickled his ears and scolded with some dissatisfaction. Linaka finally came to her senses and felt a little embarrassed. But when she thought about how she seemed to have been kissed just now, her face turned red. But Sumu was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He curled his lips and thought, it was just a kiss, it wouldn't make her pregnant, why make a fuss? Is your home here? Sumu asked, pointing ahead. Lin Miaoka calmed down her fluctuating emotions and stood up to look. In front of us, on a rocky mountain, there was a big pink tree rooted on the top of the mountain, and a thatched house was built on it. Wow, you really know how to choose a place. Yes, that is my home. Lin Miaoka said excitedly, I'm finally back. Come on, take me to see it. Sumu was in a good mood. The two of them immediately went down the valley and climbed up the rocky mountain in front of them. Not long after, Sumu was the first to reach the top of the mountain and stood in front of the big tree. This big tree is very strange. It is pink all over. The leaves are all light pink, and it exudes a strange fragrance. Smelling this fragrance makes people feel clear-headed. Sumu knew that this was a plant unique to the mountain and sea world. Red mist tree. Its leaves will emit wisps of pink mist, which gather together and look like a mass of mist from a distance. So it is called the red mist tree. You really know how to pick a place. Sumu glanced at her and smiled. Lin Miaoka lowered her head embarrassedly. She whispered, I think it's safer in the tree, and this tree is beautiful, so… Would you like to come in and take a look? She extended an invitation. Unfortunately, Sumu shook his head and said, No need. What's so good about a thatched house? My mission is completed. Now it's your turn to take me to see the place you mentioned. He directly brought up the previous agreement. Lin Miaoka's eyes flickered, and she felt a little lost. Well, it's a thatched hut. Everyone's house is the same. What's so good about it? She forced a smile and said, Well, thank you for escorting me back. I'll take you there right away. Hurry up. Sumu couldn't wait and urged. Lin Miaoka was helpless, as she had never met such a man before. So boring. Don't I have any charm at all? Sumu didn't care about all this, he was only thinking about the strange beast eggs. With complicated thoughts in her mind, Lin Miaoka led him all the way towards the stone mountain ahead. There are rocky mountains everywhere. As far as the eye can see, there are mountains everywhere. How far is it? 10 minutes later, Sumu became a little impatient. Could it be that this woman cheated on him? Lin Miaoka smiled bitterly and said, It's still 10 minutes away. Look at the stone peak over there. It's right there. Following her guidance, Sumu indeed saw a huge stone peak. He was lost in thought, and a question came to his mind. There shouldn't be fire bats in the East District. Fire bats should exist on the volcanic island in the southern area. Why would there be fire bats here? It doesn't make sense. But I can't care about that now, what I saw with the fire bat eggs is real. This proves that Lin Miaoka did indeed find the century-old fire bat eggs here. Another 10 minutes of trekking passed. Finally arrived at the place Lin Miaoka mentioned. At the foot of the stone peak, Sumu looked at the tall and steep stone peak in front of him with a look of doubt. Are you sure you got the beast egg from there? He looked at her with suspicion. Lin Miaoka said affirmatively. I didn't lie to you, it's right up there, I climbed up from here. Seeing Sumu's suspicious look, she quickly explained. Don't underestimate me, I used to climb mountains and collect herbs. Wait here, I'll go up and take a look. He couldn't wait and wanted to go up and take a look. Whether it was true or not, maybe she was deceiving herself. After saying that, Sumu walked directly to the back of Shifeng and stopped where Lin Miaoka couldn't see him. Bang! There was a shock behind him, and suddenly two huge wings spread out, the fiery red bat wings shook, and the whole person leaped up and flew onto the stone peak. That's right, Sumu flew directly up. As soon as he flew up, he saw that there was indeed a cave in the middle of the stone peak. The cave was very large, and he accelerated and flew up immediately. Landing in front of the cave, Sumu folded his wings. Is it in there? Looking at the cave in front of him, Sumu was doubtful again. But since I'm already here, I might as well go in and see what's going on. Entering through the entrance, the cave is not very deep, there is only a spacious cave. As soon as I came in, I saw a huge nest. But the nest was empty, there was nothing inside. Where are the eggs? Sumu was a little annoyed because there was not a single egg in the nest. However, although there were no eggs, an unexpected thing was found. Treasure chest. That's right, there is a golden treasure chest in the nest. Golden treasure chest. Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't find any exotic beast eggs, but I saw a golden treasure chest. It's a small consolation. After all, he happened to have a golden key on him. Damn it, after we open the treasure chest, I will go down and teach this woman a lesson for daring to lie to me. Sumu walked over cursing. He came to the treasure chest and took out the golden key. Snap! The key was inserted and turned, and the treasure chest opened with a click. When the treasure chest was opened, a dazzling golden light filled the air, blinding Sumu's titanium eyes. Chapter 20 Getting Rich. The cave was filled with golden light. Sumu's eyes narrowed. There were 3 things in the box, wrapped in a ball of golden light. He picked up one of them first. Bite. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Stone +3. After hearing the prompt, he looked at the 3 shiny things in his hands with shining eyes. Sumu grinned happily. Spiritual stone? He was indeed very happy. The golden treasure chest did not disappoint him. 3 spirit stones. This is a good thing. Linshur, as the name suggests, is a gem that contains spiritual energy. It contains powerful spiritual energy that can be injected into the soil. 1 spirit stone contains at least 1,000 points of spiritual energy. 3 spirit stones are equivalent to 3,000 points of spiritual energy. This harvest is really good. Sumu chuckled and put away the 3 spirit stones. Just for this, I made money today. Then he picked up the second ball of light. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of animal hide fragment. It is a fragment of animal skin. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then he opened the animal skin scroll to check, and was surprised to find that it was the same one he had obtained before. I took them out of my backpack and compared them, and they matched. The 2 fragments were pieced together completely, and the contents recorded on them were also complete. Quenching fluid? Sumu's eyes lit up. Good baby, it's finally complete. Tempering fluid is a medicine that can temper the body, enhance physique and strength. Once it is refined, you can use it to enhance your strength, so it is naturally a good thing. Good, another win. Sumu happily put it away and went back to collect herbs to make medicine. The last item has the brightest golden light. Pick it up and take a look. Bite. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden weapon Dragon Blood Bow. This is a bow, blood red all over, crystal clear, as if it was carved from blood jade. Dragon Blood Bow, golden weapon? Sumu's eyes widened and his breathing became a little rapid. I never expected that I would get a golden weapon when I opened the golden treasure chest for the first time. Dragon Blood Bow, a gold quality weapon, 1 level higher than purple. This is a treasure, a divine tool, priceless. With this Dragon Blood Bow, Sumu's archery skills and strength will definitely see a huge improvement. Haha, this trip was not in vain. Sumu laughed excitedly. It smells so good. He played with the Dragon Blood Bow with joy, feeling a warm energy flowing through the bow, and it felt extraordinary holding it in his hand. With a gentle pull, red energy will flow immediately. Once the arrow is shot, its power will definitely increase several times. After playing with it for a while, Sumu put away the Dragon Blood Bow. He walked around the cave contentedly, and left after finding nothing. He jumped down from above and landed steadily on the ground. Linaka walked up quickly. How is it, did you find it? She asked with some anticipation. Sumu looked at her expressionlessly, and said angrily, You lied to me. There are no alien beast eggs in the cave above. Impossible. She quickly rejected it, and didn't believe the result. Linaka repeatedly confirmed. There is an egg on top. I remember it very clearly. There is no mistake. If you say no, then no. Sumu glared at her in dissatisfaction, feeling that he had been deceived. Fortunately, although there were no exotic beast eggs inside, there was a golden treasure chest, and 3 good things were obtained. Otherwise, this trip would be a big loss. That's impossible. I clearly saw a beast egg on it. That doesn't make sense, Linaka said to herself with a look of disbelief. She remembered clearly that there were indeed 2 strange beast eggs in the cave. She only took one at the time, and there was one left. I seriously doubt if you took them all. Sumu stared into her eyes and spoke word by word. Linaka looked at him innocently, wanting to say something but unable to. Yes, since you saw 2 strange beast eggs at that time, why didn't you take them all? What was the point of keeping one? Sumu's suspicion was justified. Whether you take it or not, you owe me a purple beast egg. He insisted that the other party had deceived him. Then he owed himself a purple monster egg. This made Linaka feel miserable, and she had a bitter face, regretting that she should not have told the news. Now, Suma said it was not there, and she also said she owed a purple monster egg. Okay, my mission is complete, time to go. Sumu waved his hand and prepared to leave. Linaka watched him leave in silence without saying anything. I just feel miserable and depressed. This incident made me feel very unhappy. There was clearly an exotic beast egg on it, so why did Sumu say there was no egg? Could it be that he took it away and said he didn't have it in order to make me owe him an alien beast egg? No matter what she thought, Sumu left happily. Although he didn't get the 100-year-old beast egg, he did get a golden weapon and 3 spirit stones, so it was obviously a good deal. Never mind her, go home. Sumu hummed a little tune and left the rocky mountain. As for what happens to this woman Linaka in the future, it has nothing to do with him. Damn man, none of them are good. Linaka stood on the cliff, looking at the trees disappearing into the distance, feeling indignant. Humph, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. She snorted, stamped her feet, and went back to her home. Just wait, I will definitely stick to you in the future, live in your house, spend your money, eat your food. She walked into the hut cursing all the way and slammed the door shut. As for Sumu, shortly after leaving, he spread his wings, jumped up and flew into the air. It feels so good to soar in the air. Although a pair of firebat wings is a bit ugly, at least it can fly, right? As soon as the 3-day protection period is over, they will move immediately to heaven. While thinking about it, Sumu flew home happily. He could have teleported back directly, but Sumu wanted to fly in the air and check things out, and he hadn't hunted yet today. At least hunt some prey and store food. Soon after, he flew to a plain. Looking down from the sky, there was a group of creatures running happily on the plain. After a closer look, oh wow, it's an old acquaintance. Sumu grinned. Aren't those the group of ancient giant pigs that had chased him before? That's right, the plain below was where he had been before, and where he had hunted an ancient giant pig. Later, he was chased and crushed by a group of giant ancient pigs, looking very miserable. When he saw him again, Sumu's eyes were full of ferocity. It's time to take revenge. Today is a good day to kill these arrogant ancient giant pigs one by one. Hee, I made you chase me before, and today is a good time to kill you. Sumu chuckled and took out the golden weapon he had just obtained, the dragon blood bow. He was in the air, drawing his bow and aiming his arrow at the ancient giant boar below. Call out. As soon as he let go, the bone arrow immediately flew away into the air. With a whoosh sound, it instantly shot through the head of an ancient giant pig, which fell to the ground on the grass with a gasp. Kill with one arrow. The power of the dragon blood bow is indeed extraordinary. Sumu laughed evilly, drew his bow and arrow again, and started a massacre without any suspense. Chapter 21: The Pig Slaughterer. On a small plain, a group of ancient giant pigs fled in panic. From time to time, a bone arrow would shoot down, piercing the neck of an ancient giant pig, which would run a few steps and then fall down with a bang. The other ancient giant pigs became even more panicked. Huff, huff! There were shrill screams coming from below. In the air, Sumu held the dragon blood bow and shot arrow after arrow to kill the ancient giant pig below. Dozens of them were killed in just a few minutes. The originally huge herd of ancient giant pigs was suddenly reduced by half. The remaining half fled in panic. Unfortunately, he was shot one after another by Sumu in the air and died a miserable death. Let you guys hunt me down before. Sumu sneered and kept shooting sharp arrows, taking the lives of the ancient giant pigs one after another. One was in the air and the other was on the ground, and there was no way for them to resist. The poor pigs were soon shot to death one by Sumu. More than 100 ancient giant pigs were all killed. Only the ancient giant pig leader was left, emitting a deafening roar. It ran wildly and roared angrily, and even jumped into the air trying to attack Sumu. Unfortunately, it was useless and could only fall down again and again. Then Sumu pierced his body with arrows one after another, and his body was dyed red with blood. Its huge body, up to 5 meters high, was like a dark house, rumbling across the grassland, jumping again and again but unable to hit Sumu. Boom! Falling to the ground again, the ancient giant pig leader gasped for breath and struggled but couldn't get up. Its body was covered with bone arrows, so densely packed together that it was frightening just to look at them. But even so, the ancient giant pig leader still did not die. It is difficult to kill it because of its thick skin and flesh. Even with 2 bone arrows stuck in its head, it still stubbornly refuses to fall down. Sumuda showed a look of surprise. I have to say that this ancient giant pig leader is still very powerful. Unfortunately, he could not escape the fate of being shot by Sumu. Ah, roar! The ancient giant boar leader let out a final roar, and the roar shook the mountains and forests. It fell down tremblingly, and created a pit with a loud bang. After a long time, the ancient giant pig lost its breath. Bite. Successfully killed 125 ancient giant pigs and gained 12,500 experience points. Successfully killed the leader-level ancient giant pig and gained 5,000 experience points. Sumu looked at the fallen ancient giant pig leader and did not rush down. Instead, he continued to draw his bow and shot a few bone arrows. Seeing that there was no movement, he slowly fell down. Looking at the dead ancient giant pig leader, his eyes widened and he died with his eyes open. You were asked to chase me before, but now you're dead, right? Sumu shook his head regretfully. This hypocritical look almost made the ancient giant pig leader so angry that he came back to life. A group of ancient giant pigs was killed by Sumu. More than 100 ancient giant pigs became extinct. Looking at the corpses of ancient giant pigs all over the ground, Sumu suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart. I am now a big pig butcher. More than 100 ancient giant pigs, this is the sign of making a fortune. Collect the spoils and call it a day. Sumu happily began to clean up the corpses of the ancient giant pigs. There were more than 100 of them, enough to eat for a long time. You don't have to go hunting today, you can do other things. For example, collecting resources, cutting wood, mining, picking herbs, etc. can all be put on the agenda. After finishing packing, Sumu flapped his wings and flew quickly towards home. It wasn't long before he returned to the boulder where his home was. When he came back, he didn't rush back, but went to the river. Of course, we have to deal with the corpses of those ancient giant pigs here. Peel the skin, remove the internal organs, clean and put away. It took me more than 2 hours to complete the work and get everything cleaned up. Looking at the pile of internal organs piled up by the river, Sumu had an immature plan in his mind. Can we gain greater benefits by utilizing the internal organs of these ancient giant pigs? Forget it, we'll talk about it later. After thinking about it, I don't have time to do these now, so I can only put them away for now. Turned back home and entered the hut. Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today's task was completed ahead of schedule and exceeded the target, with considerable gains. Devouring the alligator eggs first. He took out the crocodile egg that Linaka had given him before, ready to swallow it and evolve. But before that, a spirit stone should be melted into the soil to replenish the spiritual energy. Keep the remaining 2 for now, as spirit stones are hard currency. Bite. Spirit plus 1,200. A reminder came. Sumu's eyes lit up. He actually obtained 1,200 points of spiritual energy, which was 200 more than expected. Swallow. He clicked on the shirong, consumed 100 points of spiritual energy, and immediately began to devour it. Buzz. A ray of light enveloped it, and the strange beast egg dissolved and quickly flowed into the body. The swallowing was completed quickly. Ding, swallowing succeeded, all attributes +1, obtained crocodile blood, can evolve crocodile mouth. Do you want to evolve? No! Without any hesitation, he directly rejected evolution. What do you want to have a crocodile mouth? Sumu felt that all aspects of his physical condition had improved and he felt refreshed. He directly clicked on the Shirong creation function, selected a pickaxe, and made one and put it into his backpack. After tonight, we can move tomorrow morning. Looking at the protection time, there is not much left. Now he no longer needs the protection of a novice, and can move as soon as the protection ends. This is also one of the reasons why Suma is reluctant to upgrade the level of his home. First accumulate resources such as wood, stone, and ore, and then upgrade them with all your strength after moving. After finishing the preparations, Suma took out a piece of barbecue and started eating. I casually opened the chat area of the East District. At first glance, there were many new people there. Some of the people who were active before are missing. For example, the one who paid a huge sum of money to have a child has obviously died. That guy said before that he was captured by primitive people. I guess he is now a pile of skeletons. Death is normal in this world, and people die almost every day. Those who were unlucky were trampled to death by giant beasts, or swallowed by ferocious beasts. Even worse, they were caught by primitive headhunters and roasted for food. He found the pages boring and opened the trading platform. When I opened it, wow, there were quite a lot of things. It seems that many people have adapted to the current life. I even started to get on the right track and figured out how to survive. Some people have gotten a lot of opportunities and gained a lot of good things. For example, some people get a lot of treasures from opening treasure chests, and they put them up for sale. I don't know if it was because Sumu used spiritual energy to pay for things when he hung them up before, but now other people also need spiritual energy to hang things up. This made Sumu feel a little embarrassed and speechless. Did I make a mistake unintentionally? There are all kinds of things hanging on it. Some people hung a bouquet of flowers, while others, even more speechless, actually hung a stone. Oh shit! Are these people the devil? But some people were more normal, hanging some meat, wild fruits, etc., and some hung some weapons and equipment. The bronze knife that was put up for sale before was also sold, earning 30 points of spiritual energy. Ha! While browsing, Sumu suddenly saw something hanging there. An egg. Oh my god, is there anyone selling exotic beast eggs? Sumu's eyes lit up. Exotic beast eggs are a hot commodity. Generally speaking, people don't have enough of them to use themselves, so few people would put them up for sale. Of course, few people know the true value of the alien beast eggs now. So it's normal for someone to sell it. Check out the price, £200 raw meat? Sumu narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He had plenty of raw meat, having just killed more than 100 giant ancient pigs. Just 200 kilograms, it's just the weight of a pig. A pig for an exotic beast egg. And this is not an ordinary exotic beast egg, it is a purple quality exotic beast egg. 100-year-old beast egg. Changed. Sumu clicked on the transaction without any hesitation and put a 200-pound giant ancient pig on it. Swish. The transaction was completed and the purple monster egg was obtained. Looking at the strange beast egg with a hazy purple light in his hand, Sumu grinned. Make a lot of money! Chapter 22, Transformation and Growth. South District. Not far from a pond, there stands a thatched cottage. Around the hut, there was a large group of ferocious wolves. This is a pack of dire wolves. They were strong and ferocious, and they were surrounding the hut in groups. Some dire wolves attacked the hut, but were unfortunately repelled. But the group of dire wolves did not give up. Instead, they surrounded the hut and surrounded it. At this time, inside the hut, a beautiful woman was sitting calmly inside. This is her hut. Surrounded by wolves outside, he's dead. But she was very calm, as if she was waiting for something. Soon, the woman's eyes lit up. She just waved her hand, and a huge corpse appeared in front of her, an ancient giant pig. And it was a skinned giant ancient pig, weighing a full 200 kilograms. It turned out that she exchanged a purple exotic beast egg for 200 kilograms of raw meat. The purpose is to deal with the group of dire wolves surrounding the hut outside. Finally, there is a solution. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. She stared at the skinned corpse of the ancient giant pig with a cold light in her eyes. Soon she brought out a large pile of herbs, various plants, and even some white substances wrapped in something. She put the things away carefully, mixed various medicinal materials, and then used a bone knife to cut pieces of raw meat, smearing them with the strange mixed substance. After making all the preparations, she took the divided meat and quietly walked to the door of the hut. Looking outside through the gap, the wolves were still there. She suddenly opened the door, threw the prepared raw meat out, and then closed the door. Ouch! The wolf pack was in an uproar, and each wolf pounced forward. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and was bounced away by an invisible light curtain above the hut. This is the novice protection period. Inside the room, the woman calmly observed the situation outside. The wolves started to stir at first, and soon a dire wolf came forward to check the meat thrown on the ground. Many dire wolves drooled and approached quietly. Roar! At this moment, a low growl came from the wolf pack. All the dire wolves retreated. I saw an extremely strong dire wolf slowly walking towards me. It was as huge and burly as a buffalo, with a ferocious look and hideous fangs. It's frightening at first sight. This is the Wolf King. It was very smart. It walked around the pile of raw meat but didn't eat it. He just glanced at the hut, then backed away with a growl. As soon as the Wolf King left, the other dire wolves rushed over and bit the raw meat. The scene was just like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. A large group of dire wolves scrambled for the raw meat, tearing it apart and swallowing it in bites. Soon, most of the giant pig's body was eaten up. Oh! The wolves, having eaten their fill, are resting. Suddenly a painful wail sounded among the wolves, and all the dire wolves looked over. I saw a dire wolf suddenly foaming at the mouth and twitching all over for some reason. It lay there stiffly on the ground with its limbs twitching. Ouch! The wolves were a little panicked. Soon, one thing after another happened, and the dire wolves fell one after another as if in a chain reaction. All had the same symptoms: foaming at the mouth, bleeding from the ears and nose, convulsions and stiffness all over the body, and eventually death. The wolf pack was completely panicked. As the Wolf King, it understood that there was a problem with its own pack. Meat, there is a problem. Ouch! The Wolf King roared angrily, and the remaining scattered dire wolves in the pack became somewhat panicked. Because the only ones who didn't eat the meat were a dozen or so wolves around the Wolf King, the others ate it all and died. Roar! The Wolf King let out a series of low roars towards the hut. Finally, it quickly retreated with the remaining wolves. In the blink of an eye, the group of dire wolves disappeared completely. Only dead dire wolves were left on the ground. Each of them died in a very miserable way, having been poisoned to death. It turns out that women should not be messed with. She poisoned a group of wolves to death. This woman is so cruel. After a long time, the woman in the hut noticed that there was no movement outside and quietly opened the door of the hut. After making sure there were no dire wolves outside, he finally walked out. Looking at the corpses of the dire wolves lying on the ground, a sneer appeared on her lips. I told you to chase me. If you want to eat me, I'll poison you bastards to death. She made a poo sound and took out a bone spear in her hand and called out the names of the wolves one by one, piercing their bodies one by one to prevent those that were not yet dead. What a cruel woman. If Sumu saw this scene, he would definitely exclaim that women are so scary. On the other hand, Sumu was unaware that his ancient giant pig had poisoned a group of dire wolves. He got a purple exotic beast egg and was very happy at home. Hey, someone is actually selling purple monster eggs. In the thatched hut, Sumu excitedly stroked a purple exotic beast egg in his hand. The surface is rough and covered with various patterns, which is extremely mysterious. This egg is indeed a 100-year-old exotic beast egg. But it was a little weaker than the previous one. It was just an egg laid by a strange beast that had just turned 100 years old. Although it has just turned 100 years old, it is already very good. Swallow. Without hesitation, he clicked on the shirang and began to devour it. Buzz. The shirang trembled slightly and was enveloped by light. Soon, Sumu was strengthened again by the 100-year-old beast egg. He swallowed another 100-year-old exotic beast egg, which brought him huge benefits. Bite. Swallowed successfully, all attributes +9, obtained the blood of the century-old beast crocodile, can evolve into a crocodile tail. Do you want to evolve? After hearing the prompt, Sumu quickly rejected the bloodline evolution. Are you kidding? What's the point of growing a crocodile tail? However, obtaining +9 in all attributes is a huge transformation and improvement. Boom! As a powerful force emerged and merged into his body, Sumu felt as if his body was about to explode. His body and strength underwent a huge transformation, a qualitative change. Air currents swirled around his body, making crackling sounds of electricity, as if lightning was wrapping around Sumu's body, which looked scary. His aura changes greatly, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. An invisible will envelop the hut, then spread out, sweeping across an area of 100 meters. Within this range, leaves, gravel, dead branches and rotten leaves floated up one by one, as if they were controlled and bound by some invisible force. Crash! Suddenly, the momentum disappeared, everything fell to the ground, and returned to calm. Crunch! The door of the hut opened, and Sumu strode out. His entire temperament changed drastically, like a sword drawn from its sheath, his edge fully exposed, his sharp eyes as cold as a knife's blade, piercing the bone. This is a transformation of strength, an essential change and improvement. Sumu is now much stronger than his previous self, and the two are not on the same level. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 5 experience, 72313/100,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, firebat, wings. Strength, 28. Constitution, 28. Agility, 28. Spirit, 32. Backpack, 50 slots. Home, level 2. Shiran, level 3, spiritual energy 1056 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 1, alchemy, level 1, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, archery, level 11, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. Except for the mental attribute which reached 32 points, the remaining attributes were all 28 points, just 2 points away from reaching 30 points. After looking at his own strength data information, Sumu nodded with satisfaction. This transformation has been tremendous. It's time to go out and collect materials. Looking at the sky, Sumu decided to go out and collect materials. Wood, stone, ore, medicinal materials, etc. are all needed. Without the shortage of food, the next thing is to stockpile various materials and supplies. Carrying all the tools and weapons, Sumu embarked on a new journey. Chapter 23, Behemoth Dang Kong. Far away, in the forest, a big tree fell down with a loud bang, raising a large cloud of dust. Bite. Wood +30. Experience +20. Under the tree, Sumu was resting with his axe on his shoulder. This was the 100th tree he had cut down today. Thanks to the logging technique, he could harvest an average of 70 units of wood from each tree, and a total of 7,000 units of wood. He planned to stop after chopping down 10,000 units and collect other materials. I'm only 20,000 experience points away from leveling up. Sumu checked his personal experience and found that he was only 20,000 away from upgrading. He looked at the dense jungle around him, picked up the logging axe and continued working. Boom, boom. The sound of logging was heard in the forest. Sumu wielded his axe to cut down trees one by one. Boom! Soon, another big tree fell. Soon after, another large tree was cut down and the timber was harvested. With the woodcutting skills, you don't have to do the tidying up yourself, it's like a game. The world of mountains and seas is full of mysteries. When you think this is a game, you are not far from death. Anyway, Sumu didn't figure out the secrets of this world in his previous life, so no one knows. He is not interested in the secrets of the world. He just wants to become stronger and survive, and live a comfortable life. Boom! The forest shook, and large trees were cut down one after another. Soon after, Sumo stopped logging because he had collected enough wood for 10,000 units. For now, there is enough wood to upgrade your home. For the time being, let's collect other materials and some herbs growing in the forest. Then go to the stone mountain to dig stones. Boom! Sumo, who was walking in the forest and collecting medicinal herbs, suddenly stopped. I just clearly felt a vibration. There is movement in the forest. Suddenly, bursts of beast roars were heard in the forest. It was as if something terrible was roaring, causing panic among countless animals in the forest. Sumo looked surprised and immediately jumped onto the top of a big tree to check the situation. This is amazing to see. In the center of the forest, smoke and dust were rolling. There were huge trees falling down with a loud noise, broken by something. Looking closely, I could vaguely see some large creature walking deep in the forest. What is that? Sumo looked serious and observed carefully. Soon, a huge back was seen looming in the jungle, moving through the jungle, breaking down many large trees and causing a huge noise. He guessed that it was some kind of giant beast from the mountains or seas. It is not clear what kind of giant beast it is, how powerful it is, and whether there is a chance to hunt it. The giant beast is full of treasures. The giant beasts of the mountains and seas are not so easy to hunt. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to hunt such a giant beast. Even in the later stages, humans have to rely on cultivating exotic pet beasts to barely challenge it. Boom, boom! The forests were shaking, and there were huge creatures walking around. Sumo ran quickly, leaped away, and headed towards the depths of the forest on the treetops. He wanted to see what giant creature was in action. Soon, he was standing on top of an oversized tree and saw the giant being. Hiss! When Sumo saw the big guy making a noise deep in the forest, he couldn't help but take a breath. In the middle of the forest, among the fallen trees, stood a giant. Its body is 20 meters long and 8 meters tall, and its entire body is covered with green mane that looks like strands of energy, flashing a terrifying cold light. The huge head looks like a wild boar, with 4 huge and sharp fangs, 2 of which are like swords on the upper and lower parts, which is terrifying to look at. This is the giant beast of mountains and seas Dang Kong. Sumo's eyes were burning as he stared at the giant beast. Unexpectedly, I met a giant beast named Dang Kong who was out hunting here. You have to know that this thing is very ferocious. It can face the head-on challenge of the primitive Tyrannosaurus rex, which shows how fierce it is. This Dang Kong is a giant beast that is at least 500 years old. Sumo made a judgment. The huge beast in front of him was at least 500 years old. He is currently unable to contend with this giant beast, let alone hunt it. So after seeing this, Sumo could only sigh and feel extremely disappointed. With his current strength, he is simply not capable of defeating Dang Kong, the giant beast that has entered the 500-year-old realm. He is unable to injure the other party. The skin is too thick, the defense is too strong, and the strength is terrifying. If it was a behemoth only in the 100-year-old realm, Sumo would have the courage to challenge it, but not now. After thinking about it, I finally gave up this tempting idea reluctantly. After all, challenging a behemoth is very dangerous. Without sufficient strength and confidence, you cannot rashly provoke these giant beasts of the mountains and seas. Otherwise, you may end up being killed instead of hunting them. Sumo retreated quietly, not daring to disturb the giant beast Dang Kong. This thing has a very bad temper. Once you make it angry, it will fight to the death, and you can't run away. Unless you die or kill it. Quietly retreating, Sumo continued to search for various herbs in the forest. Along the way, he discovered many medicinal herbs. Like a parasitic grass, it lives on trees. Various medicinal herbs such as blood orchid, dragon bone grass, tobacco grass, dragon beard root, etc. are easy to find. Bite. Congratulations, your gathering skill has been upgraded, and you have obtained plus 10 dragon bone grass seeds. A prompt came and Sumo was stunned. I checked immediately and found that the gathering skill had been upgraded to level 3 without realizing it, and I also collected dragon bone grass seeds. With seeds, you can open up a medicinal field at home and grow herbs yourself. In the future, when you plant more medicinal herbs, you won't have to go out to collect them. Good. Sumu smiled and continued looking for herbs. As I walked, I found a small tree growing next to a dead tree in front of me. There are a few red fruits hanging on it. Huh! Sumu exclaimed in surprise and immediately went forward to check. Red tassel fruit? He was stunned, a little surprised. How come there are red tassel fruits here? Sumu looked at the exotic fruit in front of him with surprise. It was a good thing. The red tassel fruit is a rare spiritual fruit in the mountain and sea world. It is of the elixir level and contains powerful medicinal power. It can be used to refine quenching fluid and is the main medicine. I just happened to have obtained the formula for the body quenching liquid but hadn't found all the herbs yet. Now that I saw the red tassel fruit, I have a solution. No need to say, just collect it directly. Bite. Obtain red tassel fruit plus 10. Sure enough, the gathering technique is the key. There are only 9 fruits hanging on a red tassel fruit tree. But with the gathering technique, you can double the collection amount, so you don't have to worry about not having enough. After some collection, 50 red tassel fruits were obtained, which were enough to refine 50 portions of quenching liquid. After completing the collection, Sumu continued to look for herbs happily. Today, I must collect all the medicinal materials for the body quenching liquid and go back to refine the body quenching liquid. Before dark, Sumu walked out of the forest. He walked through most of the forest and finally found all the herbs he needed. As night is about to fall, it's time to go back. Today is another harvest day. After tonight, we can move tomorrow. Just thinking about it made me feel even happier. I walked briskly and soon returned home. However, as soon as he got home, Sumu received a private text message before he had time to drink a sip of water. Bite. When I opened it, I saw that it was indeed sent by Linaka. However, what surprised Sumu was a friend request. Who added him as a friend? Chapter 24 Bad News. Linaka. Brother Sumu, do you have time to go hunting with me? I found a large exotic beast. Killing one will be enough for me to eat for a month. I saw the message sent by Linaka. Sumu was speechless, shook his head and turned it off. I didn't even bother to reply to the message. If you kill one, you will have enough meat to eat for a month. Your house will be full of meat and your warehouse will be full, unless you upgrade your home and build a large warehouse. Otherwise, there is no need to crack the meat for storage. Besides, after tonight, we can move out early tomorrow morning, so I don't bother to pay attention to this woman. But another piece of news caught his attention. It's a friend request. Yuziki, request to add a friend. Looking at this prompt, Sumu's mind moved. Yuziki. Southern District? Sumu was a little surprised. After thinking about it, I decided to refuse and ignored it. But just after I rejected him, the other party sent me another friend request. Sumu took a look and saw a message attached. Add a friend, I want to buy raw meat. When Sumu saw this additional message, his eyes lit up. There was business coming to him. Then he added the other person as a friend. How much do you want to buy and what do you want to exchange it for? Sumu sent a message. Bite. Yuziki. I put an egg on the trading platform and exchanged it for 200 kilograms of raw meat from you. Can I now exchange 300 kilograms of meat for that egg? When Sumu saw this message, he was stunned. It turns out that the purple monster egg was hung there by her. But when I saw the news, I got furious. Get lost, I ate your eggs. Sumu replied with a message and deleted the friend directly. In the South District, Yuziki's face in the thatched cottage suddenly turned pale. Asshole, you actually blocked me? She was a little angry. I had originally wanted to exchange it for the purple monster egg, as I always felt that the monster egg would be of great use. But now it seems that she was overthinking it. How could Sumu return it to her? He had already swallowed it up. This woman actually wanted to change it back after the transaction was completed. She tried to add him as a friend again, but was ruthlessly rejected by Sumu. I was so angry that I suddenly thought of something. Yuziki's eyes rolled and he added another message. I still have an alien egg, do you want it? On the other side, Sumu was already annoyed enough that he was about to close the friend adding function. But when he saw the message, he paused. He thought about it for a while, wondering if this woman from the South District was fooling him. But when he thought about the purple monster egg that the other party had sold before, he couldn't help but be tempted. After thinking about it, I finally decided to add the other person. Will you sell it? Sumu sent a message directly. After receiving the news, Yuzuki was so angry that he trembled all over. You're the one selling it. She was so angry that she started cursing, and was irritated by Sumu's words. Then she calmed down and sent a message. Tell me how to hatch these exotic beast eggs, and I can give you one for free. Sumu, who received the message, looked at it thoughtfully, weighing the value and benefits involved. After thinking for a while, he sent a message back. Give me the alien egg first, then I will tell you. Asshole! Yuzuki gritted his teeth, somewhat angry. However, Sumu ignored her directly and told her to either give him the monster egg first or block him. Seeing this made her even angrier. I stole these eggs with great difficulty and risked my life, so why are you giving them away for free? Thinking about it, she said indignantly. I just don't believe it. I will figure it out even if you don't tell me. It's just hatching eggs. I can do that too. Then she found some straw and built a nest, took out a purple monster egg from her backpack and placed it on top. In the end, he made an astonishing move. He hugged the monster egg and actually hatched the egg himself? If Sumu saw this scene, he would definitely be stunned. This woman is so fierce. Hatching eggs yourself? What the hell? Cut! Seeing that the other party did not reply to the message, Sumu simply ignored it. Treat like a crazy guy, women are trouble. Sumu naturally knew how to hatch eggs. If you want to hatch exotic beast eggs, the first thing is to build a hatching nest. Then put the strange beast egg on it, and finally use spiritual energy to hatch it, which will consume spiritual energy. So hatching alien beast eggs is not that simple. The strange beasts hatched in this way are 100% loyal to their masters and will never betray them. But to build a hatching nest, you need a level 5 home. People who don't understand will definitely take a lot of detours, but Sumu is not so generous as to tell others. There's no benefit, why should I tell you? Bite. Another message came and Sumu was annoyed. However, upon checking, it turned out that the message was not from Yuzuki, but from a girl called Linaka. Linaka. Brother Sumu, I found a strange beast's nest, which seems to be a large beast's nest. There may be strange beast eggs in it. Do you want to explore it together? Look at this message invitation. Sumu slapped his forehead speechlessly. Is this woman obsessed with him? No time, go by yourself. He replied directly with a message and then added another one. By the way, if you find a beast egg, remember to return me a purple beast egg. Over there, Linaka, who was lying on the valley floor, received the news. When I opened it, I was so angry that my face turned green. Is this guy gay and doesn't like women? I'm so mad I won't message you again. Linaka closed the message angrily, and secretly vowed to ignore him. Boom. Just as I was thinking about it, the ground suddenly shook. She was immediately awakened, looked up, and was stunned. Linaka opened her mouth wide, her eyes round, and had a dazed expression as if she had seen something terrible. On the other side of the mountain, a huge monster was walking slowly. Every step was a tremor, as if there was an earthquake. She saw a ferocious creature, whose huge body was as big as a mountain, and she almost fainted from fright. Oh my God! After a long time, Linaka let out a low cry of fear. Isn't that huge creature on the other side of the mountain the ferocious creature that emerged from the ground in the headhunting tribe before? A body as big as a hill, with black air coming out of it, was walking towards her step by step like a demon crawling out of hell. This scene frightened her so much that her face turned pale. She quickly sent a message. Brother Sumu, help, the monster is coming. On the other side, Sumu was happily counting the goods received. I received her message but just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. But soon, Linaka sent another message with a photo attached. Bite. Sumu opened the message impatiently. His eyes widened when he saw this and he stood up suddenly. Fuck, troll? How did this thing appear? His eyes were fixed on the huge creature in the photo, which was a troll. But it was covered in black air, like a demon walking on the earth, shaking the earth with every step, and countless creatures fled for their lives wherever it went. Isn't this the deity that the headhunters used to worship? A terrifying troll. It's troublesome. Sumu's face looked a little solemn. Because this thing holds grudges, it has killed hundreds of headhunters and has the scent of the headhunters on its body. It is even possible that the headhunter wizard temporarily cursed it. As a result, the troll, the evil creature that was used as a sacrificial offering, would keep tracking the enemy's scent and hunting him down. Judging from the situation, this thing seems to have found Linaka, and will find him next. Run quickly. Sumu sent a message to the other party. But I haven't seen a response for a long time. I wonder if he was beaten to death by that troll? Brother Sima, it seems to be heading towards your house. Suddenly a message came, which made Sumu feel a chill in his brain. Fuck! Sumu was shocked. Sure enough, they were coming towards his house. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't sit still anymore. Once that thing comes over, even if you hide in a hut, you will die immediately once the protection period is over. No, we must find a way to lure this thing away, or even get rid of it. Otherwise it will be an endless hunt. Chapter 25, Troll Hunt. Boom, boom, boom! The earth trembled and the mountains and forests shook. In the distance, a huge monster was walking towards them quickly step by step. Wherever it went, no creature dared to approach it. Instead, even some powerful beasts were frightened by the evil aura and fled in all directions. This troll was rushing towards Suma's home, taking dozens of meters in one step. From a distance, it looks like a demon crawling out of hell. It was covered in black mist, and its eyes were glowing red. Through the black mist, one could see its ferocious head filled with murderous intent. He is full of rage and is intimidating. Hiss! On the boulder, Sumu looked at the approaching terrifying troll in horror, and a chill ran down his spine. It's really here. This thing actually chased me. Roar! Suddenly, the troll looked up, his scarlet eyes revealed a cruel light, and he opened his mouth and roared at Sumu. We can't stay here anymore. Sumu's face was solemn, and he felt that he couldn't do it. And they cannot stay here, otherwise their home will be demolished once the protection period is over. Once it is dismantled and the Shirong is destroyed, it will be the end of us. Whoosh! He leaped into the air, the wings of the firebat behind him flapped gently, and the whole person flew up. The troll seemed to be mad and was rushing towards Suma with a roar. Boom! The earth roared and the mountains and forests were crushed. The troll locked onto Sima, suddenly jumped up, and punched directly at the person in the sky. With a bang, the sky seemed to be hammered to pieces. The rolling black gas scared Sumu. He flapped his wings and dodged it. But a big mountain at the back suffered directly. It was hit by the black air and shattered into pieces in an instant. Fuck, so fierce? Sumu was shocked and immediately realized that the strength of the troll in front of him was beyond his expectations. This is something that ordinary people cannot contend with. It definitely has the terrifying power of a 1,000-year-old beast. A giant demon with the strength equivalent to that of a giant beast that has practiced for 1,000 years is truly terrifying. Whoosh! Sumu didn't say anything and flew away at full speed. He must escape, and more importantly, he must lead this terrifying troll away, or even find a way to deal with it. Otherwise he will never have peace. Roar! The troll roared and chased after him. It took a step, and with each step it shook the mountains and forests, shaking them again and again. The two were one in front and one behind, one flying in the sky and the other chasing on the ground, and their speed was not slow at all. Even the trolls behind were getting faster and faster, crossing hundreds of meters in one step. Sometimes they even jumped up and hit Sumu heavily in the sky. Boom, boom! The forest was in turmoil, and all the trees, forests, and rocks encountered along the way were trampled into pieces by the trolls without exception. Nothing can stop this terrifying troll. It had identified Suma and would not stop until it killed him. This was the final curse from the headhunting wizard, causing the priest to hunt down Sumu directly, resulting in a fight to the death. The current situation is very troublesome. If we are not careful, Sumu might confess. He dodged quickly as he flew. Even when it flew to a height of 1,000 meters, the terrifying trolls below were still chasing it. It can't jump up, and it can't fly. This made Sumu feel relieved. But he couldn't fly higher at the moment, because there were strange and terrifying strong winds in the sky, and it would be easy to get caught in it and torn into pieces. If you don't have enough strength to fly up there, you're seeking death. As a last resort, Sumu could only continue to escape. As he was flying, suddenly, he saw a forest in front of him. Isn't this the forest where I cut down trees and collected medicinal herbs before? Then he thought of something and his eyes lit up. Isn't there a giant beast in the forest that is at least 500 years old, Dang Kong? Perhaps the bad water can be diverted eastwards? Sumu did it as soon as he thought of it. He dived rapidly into the forest. The trolls behind were chasing all the way, trampling the mountains and forests, causing the earth to shake. The entire forest exploded, and countless creatures fled in terror. Including some large wild beasts and exotic animals, they fled from the forest and dared not stay in the forest. I was completely frightened by the trolls' momentum. However, there is still a giant beast in the forest that has not escaped. That is Dang Kong. It sensed the danger, and its thick scales and steel needle-like mane stood up, and its eyes were fixed on the source of the vibration in the forest. There the crisis approaches. Roar! Dang Kong suddenly let out a terrifying roar. The mountains and forests shook, and the trees rustled in the wind. Dang Kong is full of vigor and ferocity. Sumu saw that his eyes were bright and his aura was strong, which was even better, and he was not afraid, which was even better. As expected, he is worthy of being called Dang Kong. He will never back down despite his hot temper. Boom! Over there, the trolls were chasing after them, rampaging all the way. It leaped over and with a loud bang, crushed the trees and rocks within a radius of dozens of meters. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting was horrifying. As soon as it appeared, it immediately caused Dang Kong to roar in anger. Looking at the troll that broke into his territory, Dang Kong was not afraid at all. Instead, he burst out with his own powerful strength and charged towards the troll. Roar! The two huge monsters stared at each other. The troll looked at Dang Kong, who was rushing towards him, and slapped him in anger. Boom! A palm hit Dang Kong's forehead, and his head exploded on the spot, breaking into pieces like a watermelon. Sumu saw this scene clearly, and a chill ran down his spine, from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Powerful! So brutal. Dang Kong, who had been practicing for 500 years, was slapped to death. Would you believe it if I told you? Anyway, Sumu didn't believe it before, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he realized how terrifying this troll was. Fuck, you're not going to let me live! Sumu let out a strange cry, flapped his wings, flew into the sky, and escaped. The troll also chased all the way, leaving behind only a mess in the forest and a 500-year-old giant beast named Dang Kong that had lost its head. Poor Dang Kong, he was knocked down by a slap before he could even show his power and got a box lunch. As Sima flew all the way, what he kept thinking about was Dang Kong's body. This thing is full of treasures. Even though I'm being hunted, I'm still thinking about it. After thinking about it, Sumu turned around, made a circle, and flew back quickly towards Dang Kong's body in the forest. This guy wants money more than life. He actually went back all the way just for Dang Kong's body. Whoosh! In the sky, Sumu swooped down directly in front of Dang Kong's body, put it into his backpack with a wave of his hand, turned around, jumped into the air, and flew away. The whole process took less than a second, and Dang Kong's body was packed up and taken away in the blink of an eye. This is another prophet. Roar! The trolls at the back were extremely violent. Their roars were heard in all directions, shaking the mountains and fields. Countless creatures were frightened and fled in all directions. The scene was so thrilling that even birds and animals were flying and jumping in chaos along the way. While running away, Sumu was thinking about countermeasures. There is no way to keep running away like this. Sooner or later, you will be caught up and killed. We must find a way. Sumu thought quickly, wondering if there was any way or anything that could stop or even kill the mad evil god behind him. As he thought about it, Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. A smirk appeared on his face. It seemed that he had thought of a way to deal with the violent troll behind him. Come and chase me, big fool! Sumu stopped, and suddenly bent his bow and shot an arrow at the troll chasing him from behind in a provocative manner. Ding! The bone arrow was directly shaken into powder. Roar! The troll's eyes turned bloodshot. He roared, pulled up a big tree, and flew into the air, swinging the tree towards him fiercely. Sumu was so scared that he turned around and ran, continuing to fly. One chasing and the other fleeing, the two gradually disappeared into the vast mountains and forests in the distance. Chapter 26: Battle of Giants. Somewhere in the East End. On the mountain, Zhao Wudi was happily carrying an elk on his back and walking home. I had a good harvest today and I'm in a good mood. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. Zhao Wudi was stunned for a moment, then stopped in confusion, feeling a little flustered as he felt the ground shaking. An earthquake? He was a little skeptical. But the next moment, a scene that stunned him appeared. I heard a roar coming from the distant forest. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster came rushing over, knocking down trees and smashing huge rocks wherever it went. That huge body emitting black air was like a demon from hell, captivating everyone. Zhao Wudi was stunned. Hiss, what the hell? He screamed in horror and shuddered with fear. I saw that huge demon god was chasing someone. When I looked up, I saw someone in the sky. A winged man flew by quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The trolls behind were chasing him madly and desperately. Coincidentally, the direction the troll was running in was exactly where his home was. No, no, no! Zhao Wudi screamed in horror. The troll stepped down and hit a hut. Miraculously, the hut lit up with a light and was not crushed. But it was trampled directly into the ground by the troll. Seeing this, Zhao Wudi was stunned. He stared blankly at the troll disappearing in the distance, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. My house! Zhao Wudi screamed and ran quickly to his home. A large footprint appeared at the original location of the hut, several meters deep. Below, a thatched hut stood there alone. It wasn't damaged, but the hut was right inside a deep pit. Oh shit! Zhao Wudi was so angry that he was shaking all over and wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of sin has this happened? My home has been trampled into the ground. I'm invincible, do whatever you want. Oh my god, I just saw a fierce demon that was dozens of meters tall. I was almost trampled to death. My house was trampled into the ground. The East District channel suddenly became lively and excited. Many people saw the troll from afar, chasing something. No one knew what the troll was chasing. They only vaguely saw a figure flying in the sky with bat-like wings. There is only one person who knows some accurate information. That was Linaka. Only she knew who the troll was chasing. His brother Sumu can actually fly. Linaka was stunned. Her eyes twinkled and out of curiosity she sent a message. Unfortunately, there was no response. Sumu had no time to respond to her, as he was being chased by the troll. He flew in one direction with a purpose. He would shoot an arrow from time to time to provoke and anger the troll, causing it to go mad and chase after him in a rage. The purpose is to attract the trolls to a place. He knew there was a giant there. It's just right to use the strength of the giants to fight against the trolls and see who is more powerful. Ahead, there is a bare rocky mountain with ups and downs, peaks and ridges, all of which are steep stone peaks. There is a giant hidden here. Rock giant. Also called mountain giant. That's right, it was the mountain giant that Sumu had encountered before. Boom, boom! At this time, the mountains and forests were shaking. The troll chased us all the way, completely disregarding any concern. This is the power of the curse. The troll will not stop until it kills the little thing in front of it. As the vibration sounds spread into the forest ahead. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from countless stone mountains. The roar shook the mountains and forests, revealing a strong sense of anger and warning. As soon as the roar came out, the troll stopped immediately. Its scarlet eyes looked into the deepest part of the stone mountain, as if there was something that made it afraid. Whoosh! But at this moment, a bone arrow shot from the sky, containing powerful force, and flew straight towards the troll's eyes. With a ding sound, the troll easily dodged outside. But the power contained in that arrow made it feel extremely painful, and it roared in anger. Boom! The troll continued to chase regardless. Sumu grinned with a look of triumph, then turned around and flew deep into the stone forest. As soon as I came in, I saw a giant slowly standing up. His huge rock body was shaking and emitting a terrifying intimidation. The mountain giant was awakened. It was very angry and roared to the sky as soon as it stood up. Call out! At this moment, a bone arrow broke through the air and instantly pierced the mountain giant's eye. Unfortunately, it was unable to break through the defense as it was blocked by the thick rock layer, but it did blast a gap. Roar! The mountain giant suddenly became furious and roared. It looked up and its first sight was fixed upon the troll running towards it, filled with rage. If you directly treat the troll as an enemy, there will naturally be no peace if you intrude into its territory. A deadly battle is inevitable. Dong dong. The mountain giant pounded the ground, causing a violent vibration, then suddenly picked up a huge rock and threw it hard at the charging troll. Looking at the huge rock breaking through the air, the troll rushed over and swung his arm and hammered it. With a loud bang, the boulder shattered. The troll roared and rushed over to kill them. It ignored the mountain giant, but Sima flew behind the mountain giant, stood in the air and looked at the troll with interest. Roar! The mountain giant was angry and felt deeply provoked. He immediately swung his huge fist and attacked directly. The two giants collided fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The two terrifying giants fought fiercely with each other. You punched me and I hit you with my palm, and there were horrible and violent explosions. That powerful force is fierce and invincible. Whether it is a mountain giant or a troll, they are all extremely powerful beings. As soon as the fight started, both of them were really angry. The troll that was originally chasing Sima simply forgot about it and started fighting with the mountain giant. There is no way. We can't leave without killing the mountain giant. Moreover, the mountain giants are quite powerful, so naturally the trolls have to go all out. Boom! 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 The battle between giants was earth-shattering. The scene was earth-shattering, with landslides and landmines. Sumu was stunned by the scene. It was the first time I saw giants fighting. A forest giant, with terrifying power in every move, hit the troll, causing unbearable pain. The troll was equally powerful, with black energy rolling all over his body. Every punch and palm strike from him caused the rocks on the mountain giant's body to crack and shatter to the ground. The two roared and fought, and the scene was extremely exciting. In the sky, Sumu watched with great interest, admiring this epic battle. Fight, come on! Ham it hard! Yes, that's right, just hit it like this and beat the troll down. Sumu shouted excitedly. He even cheered for the mountain giants and shot arrows from time to disrupt the trolls. This made the troll furious, appearing even more ferocious and brutal. He actually suppressed the mountain giant for a while. This scared Sima so much that he dared not provoke the troll again. The two giants were fighting fiercely, and the fight was so fierce that it shook the earth and mountains as they rushed out of the forest. Gradually, both were scarred. The troll in particular was shot in the eye by Sima's sneak attack and was finally suppressed by the mountain giant, leaving his body covered with wounds. Victory is in sight. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Chapter 27 Thrilling Counterattack. Hiss! A huge arm of rock was torn off. The troll roared to the sky with great ferocity, and knocked the mountain giant who had lost his arm to the ground with one punch. For a moment, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Sumu was stunned. Victory was in sight, and the troll was about to be defeated. But unexpectedly, the plot took a turn, and the mountain giant had his arm torn off by the troll, leaving him seriously injured. Roar! The mountain giant roared and struggled to get up. But the next second the troll leapt into the air and stomped heavily on the giant's chest, crushing the entire thing under his feet. Boom, boom! The troll waved his arms wildly, punching the mountain giant's head one after another. This fierce attack left the mountain giant without any power to resist. His head was smashed and rubble flew all over the sky. Fuck, he actually killed me. Sumu took a breath of cold air. The trolls are too strong and ferocious. It's terrifying to see that the powerful mountain giants are not strong enough to fight. The giant was pinned to the ground and beaten by the troll, with no power to fight back. Sumu was so frightened that he no longer cared about watching the show. If this continues, the mountain giant will be dead. Then we will have to face the pursuit of the trolls. No, the troll must be dealt with here. He knew in his heart that he had to take the opportunity to get rid of the troll, otherwise there would be nothing else that could fight against the troll before him. Even the most powerful mountain giant discovered in the East District is no match for it. Not to mention anything else, unless you find another 1,000-year-old beast, it will be impossible to defeat the troll. Let's fight. Sumu gritted his teeth, bent his bow and drew his arrow, all his strength burning and boiling at this moment. Inside the body, wisps of invisible will diffused and gathered, condensing into the arrow body. It was mental strength, and more importantly, a manifestation of will, which vaguely condensed into a 3-inch arrow-like light, fluctuating unsteadily. A will locked onto the troll. The troll, sensing the crisis, suddenly stopped, looked up abruptly, and stared at Sumu with a pair of scarlet and cruel eyes, revealing bloodthirsty murderous intent. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a ferocious roar that shook the mountains and forests. Call out! Sumu let go and shot an arrow. The arrow flew through the air and went straight into the troll's eyes. Looking at the arrow coming through the air, the troll instinctively wanted to avoid it. But at this moment, the mountain giant who was beaten hard suddenly stretched out his last hand and hugged the troll tightly, making it unable to move. Puff! The arrow flashed, pierced through the troll's eye, and penetrated the ground through its skull. Ah! The troll howled in pain. Having his eye shot by an arrow, the troll became even more violent and angry in pain. It swung its fist fiercely and smashed the mountain giant beneath it. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of blows in a row caused the mountain giant's rock head to explode. He instantly lost his breath, and his huge body fell to the ground with a bang, dying completely. Looking at the dead mountain giant, Sumu's heart sank. Can it be just for a little while at most? Sumu was very upset that he was killed by a blow to the head. Roar! The troll roared, and with one eye injured, it looked even more ferocious and brutal. It stepped on the corpse of a mountain giant and roared in the forest. At this moment, the troll was extremely ferocious and frightening everyone in all directions. In the air, Sumu drew the bow again, and a powerful mental force was injected into the arrow. Kill! Sumu shouted and let go instantly. The sharp arrow came through the air and pierced the troll's other eye like lightning. The arrow was so fast that the troll had no time to react or dodge, and its only remaining eye was blinded. The troll became blind. Ah! Boom, boom! The blind troll roared angrily and punched the people around him violently. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and rubble flew into the air. Bite! Congratulations on your breakthrough in archery and your mastery of the secret technique of archery. Please name it. Congratulations, you have mastered the secret technique, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 experience points. A reminder came. It's called the soul-breaking arrow. Sumufa's mind came to his mind and he blurted it out. Naming successful. At this moment, Sumu felt that his comprehension and understanding of archery had reached a new level, and he comprehended a new meaning of arrows. The same principle as the sword intention is an application of spiritual will. Buzz! Sumu drew the bow again, the arrow flickered, and a powerful will locked onto the troll. Kill! With a loud shout, the sharp arrow pierced the air, tearing through the hole in the troll's heart, bringing up a cloud of blood. Ah! The troll howled in pain and let out bursts of angry roars. It pulled up a huge tree root and swung it around, causing huge rocks to roll and the mountains and forests to shake. But he couldn't see Sumu, so naturally he couldn't hurt him. Seeing that the troll who was shot through the heart by an arrow was still not dead, Sumu couldn't help but take a breath. This guy is so tenacious. Roar! With a roar, the troll suddenly stopped. I saw black gas billowing out of it, forming a pitch-black barrier. Bite! Sumu shot another arrow, but it was blocked by the black barrier and even shattered into powder. Seeing this, Sumu's heart sank slightly. This is not a good situation. The trolls are too difficult to kill and too powerful. As a last resort, he slowly fell from the air and took back the dragon blood bow. He was seen standing in front of the troll, holding a broadsword in his hand, his aura rising and condensing, and his will emanating. Crash! A gust of sand swept in, and all the dead branches, rotten leaves, and densely packed gravel within 100 meters radius floated up one by one. Sumu's momentum had accumulated to its peak, and there was a strong sense of sword intent. Roar! The troll smelled Sumu's breath, and suddenly rushed up with a roar, swinging his huge fist and hitting him hard. If you are hit by this move, you will definitely die. But Sumu stood there motionless, and his entire aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. The originally powerful aura disappeared, just like an ordinary person, or even a piece of stone, without any aura. Kill! Suddenly there was a loud shout, shaking the mountains and forests. With a clang sound, Sumu drew his sword from its sheath. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword, with man and sword becoming one, transforming into a blade of light that pierced through the troll's body. Phew! With a slash of the knife, the troll's body froze there as if it was frozen. The huge body trembled slightly, the scarlet eyes gradually dimmed, and suddenly a crack appeared between the eyebrows, and blood gushed out. Boom! The next moment, the troll fell down. The billowing smoke and dust rose up, creating a huge pit. The troll just fell here, without a breath. There was only a knife scar between its eyebrows and continuous bleeding, proving that it had just been killed instantly by a single blow. On the opposite side, Sumu still maintained the posture of drawing his sword, with blood constantly oozing out of his mouth, nose, ears, and even all the pores on his body, dyeing his entire body red. The previous knife attack gathered all of Sumu's strength, including his energy and spirit, which all burst out without reservation at that moment. Even after an explosion that exceeded his limit, he suffered extremely severe backlash, as if he had been hollowed out. Fortunately, the troll was successfully killed. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Sumu staggered to his knees on the ground, gasping for breath. It was really thrilling just now. I almost got blown into a bloody mist. Bite! Congratulations on successfully killing the 900 years old troll, and gaining plus 200,000 experience. This is your first time hunting a 900 years old creature, and you will be rewarded with a Millennium Blind Box, which doubles your experience, and gives you plus 200,000 experience. Congratulations, your level has been increased by 2 levels. The reminder sounded, but Sumu had no time to respond. Fortunately, the benefits of upgrading are significant, so I started by adding all 4 free attributes I gained. Strength, physique, agility, and spirit each increased a little. A wave of energy spread out, and the serious injuries were slightly healed. Sumu dragged his tired body to the troll's corpse, looked at the troll disappearing, leaving only a strange box, and put it into his backpack. Then he walked to the body of the dead mountain giant. Sure enough, the dead mountain giant had turned into a pile of stone mountains, leaving only a pile of rocks. After death, the mountain giant left nothing behind. Sumu was helpless and was about to leave. Suddenly I found a collapsed cave in front of me. There seems to be something inside. Sumu thought about it, and wondered if it was something guarded by the mountain giant. Then he limped towards the collapsed cave. Chapter 28 Stone Embryo, Blind Box. The collapsed cave has a large space inside. As soon as he came in, Sumu saw a ball of light. When I walked over to take a look, I found that it was a stone nest. Standing in the stone nest was a huge egg, grayish-white in color and covered with mysterious patterns. This is... Sumu walked forward in surprise. Bite! A 1,000-year-old stone fetus was discovered. A prompt sounded, and Sumu's eyes lit up. A stone fetus. It was actually a stone fetus. And it is a 1,000-year-old stone fetus. The so-called stone fetus is like the egg of a strange beast. It is a stone egg, so it is called a stone fetus. The stone fetus in front of me is 1 meter high, with flickering light inside, as if it is nurturing some living creature. Sumu's face was filled with an excited smile. Because he knew the existence of the stone fetus, which was exactly what the mountain giant was guarding. The stone embryo is a treasure that can hatch powerful rock giants. Moreover, it is a 1,000-year-old stone fetus, so it can naturally hatch a powerful 1,000-year-old stone spirit. However, the stone fetus contains powerful energy and can be hatched. It can also be swallowed and evolve like the eggs of strange beasts. That's why Sumu was so excited. This is a 1,000-year-old stone fetus, the same as a 1,000-year-old monster egg. Wow, I never heard of a 1,000-year-old stone fetus here in my previous life. Sumu's eyes sparkled, and he was secretly surprised and puzzled, recalling the memories of his past life. Unfortunately, no information exists about any 1,000-year-old stone fetus. In other words, there was no information about the existence of this 1,000-year-old stone fetus in the previous life, and perhaps no one discovered it. Or maybe someone got it but kept it secret and used it secretly. In short, mountain giants were hunted by humans in their previous lives. Sumu was not sure who killed him. At that time, he was not very strong and was at the bottom of the list. I only heard that someone hunted the mountain giants, but I don't know the details. Yes. Sumu rubbed his hands and walked forward to touch the stone platform. Swish. The next moment, the stone tire was directly put into the backpack. This trip was a joy. Not only did he resolve the threat of the trolls, but he also obtained a 1,000-year-old stone fetus, making a huge profit. Although the process was dangerous and thrilling, the final resolution was satisfactory. After taking the stone fetus, Suma left the cave. The sky gradually darkened and night was approaching. Go back first. Looking at the mess outside, Sumu directly started the teleportation. Buzz. Points of light rose up, and soon, Sumu turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. Teleportation. 10 seconds later, he was instantly back to his home. Crash. Home, a flash of light. Suma appeared in his own hut and stood in front of Shirong. Looking at his own little hut, Suma finally relaxed. The desperate fight just now had exhausted all his energy. If he hadn't killed the troll in the end and gained a huge amount of experience, and leveled up twice, he might not have been able to get up. Sitting next to Shirong, Suma rested while roasting the fire. Some wood was added inside, and then a mysterious box was taken out. This is the reward for killing the troll, a 1,000-year blind box. He naturally knew what the so-called Millennium Blind Box was. As the name suggests, what comes out of a blind box depends on luck. I opened blind boxes several times in my previous life, but unfortunately I didn't get anything good. Now that I have obtained a Millennium Blind Box, I am naturally looking forward to seeing what can be found inside. If you are lucky, you may even be able to directly open a 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg. You can also get advanced equipment, it all depends on your luck. Let's see what we can get out. Sumu rubbed his hands and nervously opened the blind box. Bite. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Stone plus 10. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of dragon scale. As a ray of light emerged, a prompt came. The blind box in Sumu's hand disappeared, and was replaced by 2 things. One of them was 10 spirit stones, which was a profit. But the second thing was unexpected and disappointing. A scale. The scales are the size of a palm, crystal white all over, sparkling with a mysterious luster, and have energy flowing on them, mysterious and unpredictable. Dragon scales? Sumu was stunned and a little disappointed. Why not an exotic beast egg? What he desires most now is to obtain an exotic beast egg. The right way is to devour and evolve to improve your own strength. It's actually material. I'm depressed. Looking at the dragon scale in his hand, Sumu felt a little depressed and unhappy. I was unlucky and didn't get the 1,000-year-old beast egg. What a pity. If you want to get a blind box, you must hunt behemoths or some powerful creatures. Hunting a 100-year-old beast has a chance to get a 100-year blind box, and killing a 1,000-year-old beast can get a 1,000-year blind box. Unfortunately, my luck was a bit bad. Forget it, at least I got a 1,000-year-old stone fetus. Sumu shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Don't be too greedy." After putting away the dragon scales, Sumu ate some barbecue and prepared to rest. Tonight is the last night, and tomorrow is when the protection period expires. He checked the East Side channel while taking a break. The East District channel is very lively right now. Everyone was talking about the troll and who the man with wings was. Watching them talking, Sumu just smiled and didn't care. Not to mention participating in it. Mature people generally don't chat or gossip, as it only wastes time and has no meaning. Apart from trading, there is no need to chat with people for anything else. Sumu has no relatives or friends, and he doesn't want to expose himself, so he quietly becomes a handsome man. When you have nothing to do, take a peek at the screen to see what other people are chatting about, and occasionally browse the trading platform to see if there are any opportunities to get a bargain. Or it would be great to put some things up there to sell. Anyway, one person quietly becomes stronger and surpasses everyone else. Bite. Linaka. Brother Sumu, are you okay? Linaka. Brother Sumu, is that person flying in the sky you? I opened the friend information and saw a long string of messages from Linaka. Sumuchai took a look at it, shook his head and ignored it. I just replied with a message to let him know that I was fine, and then closed the channel. 10 spiritual stones, plus the 2 spiritual stones left, a total of 12 spiritual stones. Sumu looked at the 12 spirit stones he had obtained and decided to use some of them to upgrade the Shirong first. After all, it would be better to keep the spirit stones even if you don't upgrade them. First fuse the 2 spirit stones. As he said this, he threw the 2 remaining spirit stones into the Shirong. Bite. Absorb a spirit stone and gain 1200 spiritual energy points. Absorb a spirit stone and gain 1500 spiritual energy points. Very good, Sumu smiled. The 2 spirit stones can obtain a total of 2700 points of spiritual energy, which is just enough to upgrade the Shirong. Upgrade Shirong. He clicked on Shirong, which currently had 3756 spiritual energy points. Each level up consumed 2000 spiritual energy points, so he immediately chose to upgrade. Bite. Shirong has been successfully upgraded, currently at level 4. After upgrading to the next level, the speed of accumulating spiritual energy in Shirong increased a little, to 4 points per hour. Well, it's time to devour the 1000-year-old stone fetus and evolve myself to increase my strength. Sumu's face became serious, and he decided to swallow the stone fetus first. For this thing, if you have to choose between hatching and devouring, I still think it is more beneficial to devour and strengthen myself. After all, after encountering the troll, Sumu felt that his strength was not strong enough. Being strong yourself is the most important thing. No matter how strong a pet is, it is still a pet. As long as you are strong enough, why worry about not having a powerful pet? Swallow! He took out the 1000-year-old stone fetus and placed it in front of him, then clicked, swallow, consuming 1000 points of spiritual energy. Buzz! The Shirong emitted a strong light, enveloping him and the 1000-year-old stone fetus. A new round of devouring evolution has begun. Chapter 29 Evolution Stone Spirit Armor. Buzz! There was light everywhere in the hut. Sumu was wrapped in balls of light, with arcs of electricity coiling all over his body. As the 1000-year-old stone embryo turned into a stream of energy and merged into the body, it instantly spread to every part of the body. Bite. Successfully swallowed the Millennium Stone embryo, all attributes plus 70. Obtained the 1000-year-old stone spirit bloodline, can evolve into stone spirit armor. Do you want to evolve? After hearing the prompt, Sumu felt his whole body filled with violent power, and was about to burst. All of his attributes suddenly increased by 70 points, making him swell up as if inflated. My whole body was in pain, my brain was buzzing as if it was about to explode, and the pain was unbearable. Sumu couldn't help but let out a scream, and blood suddenly oozed out of all the pores all over his body. The scene was extremely horrifying, the muscles even cracked and blood kept flowing out. The pain brought by evolution is extremely great, and there is also another kind of blood force in the body, which naturally creates a conflict. A fierce conflict awakened within the body, with the firebat bloodline and the stone spirit bloodline competing against each other. But the firebat bloodline can only be obtained by firebats that are 300 years old. However, the stone spirit bloodline is different. The bloodline swallowed by the 1,000-year-old stone spirit is extremely powerful and directly crushes the firebat bloodline. If Sumu hadn't resisted desperately and even suppressed the stone spirit bloodline, the firebat bloodline might have been crushed into ashes. Then I wouldn't be able to fly. Even if you are swallowed, you have to wait until you complete the next plan. Stop it! Sumu roared, his aura surged, his body was covered in blood, and arcs of electricity coiled around him. He looked like a terrifying monster. Finally, he completed his promotion and transformation successfully. After his strength increased greatly, his mental state changed qualitatively, and his brain seemed to have expanded dozens of times. Consciousness, thinking, and spirit have all been greatly sublimated. At this moment, within a radius of 1,000 meters, countless dead branches, rotten leaves, and even gravel floated up one by one, controlled by an invisible force. Boom! Suddenly, the momentum dissipated, and leaves and gravel all over the sky flew out through the air with a rustling sound. Everything calmed down. In the thatched cottage, Sumu's aura was surging, and his brain and mental power were extremely active, almost boiling, which was scary. This is the change brought about by the sudden qualitative change of mental power. The powerful mental power forms a magnetic field. Oh, this feeling is wonderful. Sumu silently felt the changes in his body, and the improvement after evolution was amazing. This time the improvement is even more terrifying. The 1,000-year-old stone fetus is indeed extraordinary. Or the benefits of swallowing and strengthening yourself are greater. If you want to train a pet, you have to train it from scratch. It would be more efficient and convenient to just devour and strengthen yourself. Open your own information. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 7 experience, 102313/500,000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, Millennium Stone Spirit Armor, Firebat, Wings. Strength, 99. Constitution, 99. Agility, 99. Spirit, 103. Backpack, 70 slots. Home, Level 2. Shiran, Level 4, Spiritual Energy 756 points/2000 points. Life Skills, Logging, Level 2, Cooking, Level 2, Gathering, Level 2, Mining, Level 1, Alchemy, Level 1, Teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat Skills, Soul Breaking Arrow, Level 15, Sword Drawing, Superb Level Sword Intention. Looking at the changes in his strength, Sumu felt indescribable excitement. All attributes increased by 70 points at once. The overall strength, power, physique, and agility have all reached 99 points, and it is just a matter of achieving a qualitative change and entering another level. When one reaches this level, it is a sign of transcendence from mortals, and is equivalent to the strength of a 100-year-old behemoth. In other words, Sumu now possesses the powerful combat power of a century-old beast. The first thing to break through the mortal level is mental strength. After breaking through 103 points, everything has become different. Buzz. As Sumu thought about it, the firewood in the fire next to him flew up one by one, floating in the air with burning flames. This is mind manipulation of things. Sumu grinned. This is a good thing. As long as your mental strength is strong enough, not only will your own strength be stronger, but your combat skills will also be more powerful. Now when you perform the sword drawing technique, the power of the sword will increase exponentially, and the consumption will be less. More importantly, Sumu can now control things with his mental power, control weapons to kill enemies, and even fly to travel. Sumu opened the door and came outside. I saw an invisible aura enveloping my body. With a thought, I slowly rose into the air, 3 feet above the ground. This is flying without the help of firebat wings. Sumu actually did it with his powerful mental strength. Buzz. As his mental power spread, the surrounding gravel flew up and quickly danced around his body, making a crackling sound. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim, "Oh shit!" Ha! Sumu laughed excitedly. Then the whole person slowly rose into the sky, and he was still trembling as it was his first time flying in this way. But he soon became familiar with it, and flew to a height of 100 meters. This is the limit. And the flying speed is actually not fast, much slower than the firebat's wings. That's because his mental power is not strong enough. Sumu feels that if it were about twice as strong, it should be able to match the flying speed brought by the firebat's wings. Call! He dodged and fell back to the ground. Sumu let out a breath, feeling very exhausted. After all, it is very heavy, so it is much smoother to control other lighter objects. Maybe if I get a flying sword in the future, I can fly in the sky with it, and kill enemies with it. Now I am no longer afraid of ordinary 100-year-old beasts, and I can hunt them down. Sumu pondered his own strength. Planning the next step, first moving, then looking for 100-year-old beasts to hunt, it would be best to capture them and get 100-year-old beast eggs. This way you can become stronger faster, and capture more advanced monsters. It's getting dark. Sumu looked at the sky. The sun sets and night falls. He did not return to the hut, but sat in front of the campfire outside the camp, with the city-breaking crossbow mounted on the spear, the soul-splitting sword hanging on his waist, and the dragon blood bow in his hand. While eating meat, waiting for darkness to fall. The last night for novices will be a crisis test. It was also a small opportunity. Because on the last night, a large group of powerful ghosts will attack the hut. If the hut's defense layer cannot withstand the attack before dawn, the people inside will be brutally slaughtered. The only solution is to drive it away or kill it. In the previous life, many people died on the last night. In the previous life, more than 1,000 people died in the East District in just one night. More than 1,000 people died. Sumu had a complicated expression, wondering whether he should remind others. After thinking about it, he finally sent a message anonymously. The news that a major crisis might occur tonight was sent up, and even the corresponding measures were sent in detail to the East District channel. As for whether anyone believes it or not, that's none of his business. They have done what they are supposed to do, but people don't believe them and then they die, then they can only blame themselves. Come on! Sumu closed and opened his eyes, and his whole temperament changed drastically, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Roar! The darkness was deep, and outside, the roars of beasts shook the mountains and forests. Woohoo! Soon, a cold wind blew. Waves of hoarse humming sounds came from the darkness, like the cry of wronged ghosts. Faintly, one could see strange blue shadows gathering towards Sumu. Densely packed and countless. This one look makes one's scalp tingle. Ga! A thin layer of stone armor appeared on Sumu's body, crystal clear, like a set of exquisite armor carved out of jade, extremely beautiful. It is the stone spirit armor. He suddenly bent his bow and drew his arrows, 9 sharp arrows at a time, their sharp edges flickering, aiming at the countless strange blue shadows floating outside. The wooden arrow that was ignited with fire suddenly released itself, and it pierced through the dark night sky with a whoosh. A great war has begun. Chapter 30, Flying Arrows. Puff! Flames streaked across the sky, piercing through one floating creature after another. The burning wooden arrow instantly pierced through his body, emitting crackling black smoke. Faintly, bursts of miserable wails could be heard. Some Fuyo were pierced and burned by sharp arrows, and finally turned into ashes. Whoosh! At this moment, several burning arrows broke through the air, their sharp edges flickering, containing an extreme will. That was the soul-breaking arrow. The powerful and concentrated arrow intent directly and effectively killed Fuyo. With a puff sound, Fuyo's body was pierced, and a big hole was directly melted away, which was eventually quickly corroded and turned into a pile of ashes. Wow! All around, a terrible humming sound came from the darkness. Densely packed floating ghosts surged in, endless like the tide. Sumu remained calm and kept bending his bow and shooting arrows. Sharp arrows flew through the air and killed one Fuyo after another. In the air, as the ghosts continued to dissipate, wisps of blue flames were left floating there, flashing a faint blue light. With the soul-breaking arrow, for a moment, not even a single floating ghost could break in. They were all shot dead by Sumu with one arrow, without any suspense. With my current strength, I am no longer afraid of Fuyo's siege. It is very easy to shoot and kill a Fuyo. Just one arrow is enough. However, there were too many floating ghosts around, swarming up in dense numbers and unable to be killed. It was about to be submerged. Sumu's arrow shooting speed couldn't keep up, so he couldn't kill all the enemies. Finally, he simply put away the dragon blood bow, and with a wave of his hands, countless sharp arrows floated up behind him and ignited on the fire. Whoosh! 2 sharp arrows broke through the air and pierced through the 2 flying Fuyo, burning them to ashes on the spot. Sumu was standing there, surrounded by countless burning arrows, like a fire tornado, particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Countless ghosts were afraid to move forward, fearing the fire. But with a roar from the depths of the darkness, Fuyu suddenly pounced on him like a madman. Countless floating ghosts slammed into him fiercely. Boom! As a result, they were strangled one by countless flying and circling flaming arrows and turned into ashes. Sumu walked out step by step, and hundreds of burning wooden arrows around him turned into a fire tornado that firmly guarded the surroundings. All the Fuyo who pounced on them were crushed into powder without exception. Under the control of powerful mental power, hundreds of flying arrows formed a terrifying flaming arrow formation, strangling each floating ghost. Ouch! Suddenly, a floating ghost rushed in and pounced on Sumu with its fangs and claws bared. That pale and green expression seemed to be excited. Unfortunately, the next moment a sharp arrow pierced his head and burned him to ashes. Snort! While Sumu was controlling the dense flying arrows to shoot the surrounding Fuyo, he held the hilt of the sword and a powerful sword intent emanated from it. Boom! Soon, the arrow exploded and shattered, disappearing completely. The next second, a large number of floating ghosts rushed over. Clang! Along with the sound of a sword, countless sharp sword auras emerged and cut through the void. The bodies of the floating creatures suddenly disintegrated and turned into ashes. A large amount of sword energy swept across the 8 directions, killing one group after another. None of the floating ghosts could get close to Sumu, or even touch his body, as they were all shredded by the sharp sword energy surrounding them. The terrifying sword intent turned into wisps of cold sword energy, killing everything. The qualitative change in strength brought about an improvement in combat power, and it was effortless for Sumu to kill Fuyu. In the end, no one knows how many Fuyo died. Fuyu outside finally retreated. The dense crowd retreated like the tide and disappeared completely. But Sumu did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he gathered his aura and transformed his sword intent into a force that flowed into the blade, ready to go. Call! In the darkness, a biting cold wind blew. A cold wind blew in my face. Swish! Suddenly, a terrifying black shadow pounced towards Sumu, about to pierce his head. At the critical moment, Sumu drew his sword and slashed. There was a crisp sound and something was torn apart. Ah! A scream was heard, and Sumu narrowed his eyes, only to find that the black shadow that had just pounced on him was actually a pitch-black human figure. It looks very much like a person, but it is definitely not a person. Instead, it is a floating human figure that can transform into a human form and even has a strong intelligence. Once possessed, the other party may devour its soul and take over its body. This is no joke. In previous lives, many people were possessed by this terrifying ghost on this night, which then slowly devoured their souls and wills and eventually took over their bodies. No one knows where these ghosts come from, but everyone knows how terrifying they are. At night, countless ghosts float and dangle in the mountains and seas, looking for prey and killing weak creatures, including humans and other creatures. In short, there is very little biological activity in the dark. They are all these strange floating ghosts with unknown origins. Roar! The humanoid Fuyo was injured, and he roared angrily with his mouth wide open, his pair of terrifying eyes glowing with a blue light. Sumu knew that this was an angry emotion. Kill! Without any hesitation, they will kill you while you are sick. He took a step forward and swung his sword. Clang! The knife flashed across his body, and the human-shaped Fuyo screamed in agony. Half of his body was unfolded, split into 2 halves and stuck together. Looking at its shrill screams, Sumu not only showed no mercy, but swung his knife even faster. With a muffled puff sound, the blade chopped off the human-shaped floating ghost. A soul fire fluttered, emitting purple light. There was no other floating ghost around except for the gusts of cold wind. Perhaps he was afraid of being killed by Sumu and dared not come near here. Only a bunch of soul fires were left floating in the air, emitting a cold aura. Finally, it's done. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief and could sleep well tonight. He carefully and vigilantly collected the soul fires floating around. Without even having time to count them, he just collected them all at once. Finally, he retreated back into the hut, rather than stay outside to avoid trouble. Bite. Kill 256 Fuyus and gain 250,000 experience points. A prompt came, letting Sumu understand how many Fuyu he had just killed. There are 256 in total, and I gained 250,000 experience points, which can be said to be a big profit. Adding the remaining experience points from before, the total is a little over 350,000, but there is still a long way to go to upgrade. It will take 500,000 to upgrade to the next level. Don't worry, there are still plenty of opportunities. I did manage to collect 113 soul fires, all of which were ordinary stuff. The only thing you get is a purple soul fire, which is a top-notch product. This thing, combined with various herbs, can be used to refine powerful potions that increase mental strength. At present, he has almost collected all kinds of medicinal herbs, and all he needs to do is make a medicine cauldron to boil the medicine after moving. Sleep. Sumu lay directly on the straw mat and began to sleep. Soon he fell asleep. Tonight, it was safe for him. But for others it was destined to be a sleepless night. I don't know how many people were torn to pieces and devoured by Fuyo in the darkness, letting out miserable wails. In the East District alone, hundreds of people died tragically in the darkness. It was because Sumu issued reminders and some coping methods that many people survived. Many people spent the night in anxiety. But Sumu had a sweet dream. Chapter 31, Leaving the Novice and Setting Sail. A night passed. Early morning. The sun is shining. Bite. The novice protection period ends. Congratulations, you have passed the novice period and become a true adventurer in the mountain and sea world. Congratulations on leaving the novice period, and I will give you a novice blind box as a reward. Please start your journey to the mountains and seas, and wish you good luck. While sleeping, Sumu heard a mysterious signal and woke up immediately. When I got up, I saw that it was already daybreak. Moreover, the novice protection period has officially expired. There will be no newbie protection from now on, and you will have to face the dangers on your own. Life or death depends on yourself. Finally, we can move. Instead of panicking, Sumu looked relieved and excited. I have finally made it through the novice period and can now move to a new home. Once the novice protection is over, there is a chance to move. If you want to continue moving in the future, you will have to pay a huge price and damage the foundation of the Shirong before you can move. Now is the best time to move. Once you decide to move, you probably won't be moving for a long time. Receive! Sumu stretched out his hand and placed it on the Shirong, muttering something silently in his heart. The soil in his own home suddenly emitted a strong light, covering the entire thatched cottage. In an instant, everything gathered together and disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a ball of mysterious soil in Sumu's hand. He grinned and put the soil into his backpack. It's time to go. Sumu walked outside, looked around, and sighed softly. After all, he had been here for 3 days, so he was more or less reluctant to leave. But the next moment, a pair of fiery red bat wings spread out behind Sumu, and with a slight shake, the whole person flew into the sky. Ha! He laughed heartily, finally being able to enjoy the vast sea where fish can leap and the high sky where I can fly. While in the air, Sumu flapped his wings continuously to speed up and flew towards the vague islands in the distant sky. That's a floating island. The floating islands are suspended above the mountains and the sea, looking fantastic. This kind of floating island is the location that Sumu wants to choose as his home. Whoosh! He suddenly accelerated, and his whole body turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the distant sky. Not long after Suma left, a man came to his former home. "Where are the people? Why is he gone?" Linaka stared blankly at the cave in front of her. There was nothing there. The Suma disappeared, along with the hut. Her heart sank and she quickly opened her friend's account to check. She was finally relieved to see that Sumu was still there. "I thought he was dead. But I felt a little lost because Suma left. Needless to say, it's definitely moving." The reason why Linaka came here was because she packed up her thatched cottage and planned to move here to be a neighbor of Suma. When I got here, I saw that the person was gone. As soon as Sumu left, she didn't know where he was. After thinking about it, she decided to send a message to Sumu, asking him where he was. Ding, you have a friend message. On the other side, Sumu, who was flying in the sky, received a message. When I opened it, I saw that it was indeed sent by Linaka. Linaka. "Brother Sumu, where are you? I'm at your house and can't find you." After reading the message, Sumu was speechless. That girl actually ran to his previous home. "I'm busy now," he replied and ignored it. As for telling her where she is, I'm too lazy to say it because women seem like trouble. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword. On the other side, after receiving Sumu's response, Lin Yauka's expectant eyes suddenly dimmed. She looked at the vast mountains and sea around her and felt confused for a moment. I don't know where my loved ones are and there are dangers everywhere. Living alone in such a dangerous world of mountains and seas, I am very scared and terrified. She finally met a man who made her heart beat fast, who even gave her a great sense of security and saved her twice. What are you waiting for if you don't seize the opportunity with a man like this? Unfortunately, Sumu was like a piece of wood. He didn't understand romance and didn't want to pay any attention to her. There is only a slight possibility unless there is profit to be made. Thinking of Sumu's various performances, Lin Miaoka's eyes gradually brightened. She thought of a great idea. Hee, don't you love alien beast eggs? After Lin Miaoka finished speaking, she took out an egg from her backpack. This is the egg she got when she opened the novice blind box this morning. The eggshell is dark purple and covered with mysterious patterns. I don't believe you won't be tempted. She smiled slyly and sent another message. Then he waited quietly, humming a song from time to time. Sure enough, not long after, a figure flashed across the sky and fell rapidly. Bang! With a dull thud, Sumu fell to the ground from the air. His eyes were fixed on Lin Miaoka, who was smiling smugly in front of him, holding a small, delicate egg in her hand. Strange beast eggs. And it was a dark purple alien beast egg. Needless to say, Sumu was heartbroken the moment he received the news. He flew back straight away, cursing himself inwardly for being so useless. Just getting rid of it with just an egg? Brother Sumu, take me with you. I'll give you this egg as a reward. Lin Miaoka pleaded solemnly. She stared at Sumu with fixed eyes. The man in front of her was extremely powerful, and was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light that made it impossible to see through. He seemed to know everything. How did he get that pair of bat-like fiery red wings? Question marks popped up one after another, making Lin Miaoka feel itchy. She wished she could strip the man in front of her naked and see him through. Girl, this is a dangerous idea. Damn it, I've been ordered around by a woman time and time again. Sumu felt extremely unhappy. He was almost there, but the woman tempted him with a purple monster egg. I had no choice but to fly back without any effort. He even secretly hated himself for having such poor self-control. Could he have been bribed like this? Are you sure you want to move with me? Sumu looked at her seriously. In fact, he was extremely reluctant in his heart, but when he looked at the dark purple alien beast egg, the mysterious stripes on it appeared even brighter. This egg is definitely not simple. He guessed that it was obtained by opening the novice blind box, and felt a little envious. Sumu just couldn't figure out why this woman had such a connection with the strange beast egg. He also has a novice blind box in his hand, but he hasn't had time to open it yet and wants to wait until he moves. Yes, I want to follow you. It's safer. Lin Miaoka nodded in acknowledgement and expressed her true thoughts. She really wanted to stay with Sumu so that they could look after each other. For this purpose, he even took out the exotic beast egg he had just obtained from the blind box, just to make Sumu tempted enough to agree. At this moment, Sumu was indeed moved. He looked conflicted, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, I have fallen. Oh, it smells so good. After getting the exotic beast egg, Sumu grinned excitedly. Let's go. After collecting the strange beast egg, Sumu grabbed Linaka and flapped his wings to fly high into the sky. Flying towards the vast ocean in the East District with a person. That was the location Sumu chose for his new home, and the floating islands of all sizes were his destination. However, this time I brought a burden with me. Chapter 32, Floating Island, New Home. East Side, Bay. In the sky, Sumu was flying over with Linaka in his arms. As he was flying, he suddenly stopped. Oh, that's not right. Sumu floated steadily in the air, and suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? Linaka was a little nervous. Her face turned pale from the high-speed flight. But she saw Sumu looking at her with strange eyes, which made her feel creepy. I remember now. You seem to owe me a purple alien egg. When these words came out, Linaka was stunned. Are you serious? She was confused. In this way, the beast egg you just gave me can be regarded as your repayment of the debt, so we are even. Sumu looked at her and talked to himself, completely ignoring Linaka's dazed look. In that case, you can't follow me. Yeah, that's good, go and have fun by yourself. After saying that, Sumu shook Linaka and threw her out. Her head was dizzy and her scalp was numb. This was in the air, and she was thrown away. Ah! A piercing scream pierced the clouds. Linaka was so frightened that she screamed continuously, fell rapidly in the air, and danced around until she almost fainted. She yelled, Sima, I hate you, I hate you. Ah, help! Linaka was so frightened that she screamed and closed her eyes. As a result, his body paused and he hugged him instinctively. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Sumu. She looked down in shock, just 10 meters away from falling and dying. Wow! At this moment, Linaka was so scared that she burst into tears. Sumu curled his lips in embarrassment. He wanted to say that it was just an instinctive reaction and he didn't pay attention in the air. But he really remembered that Linaka owed him an exotic beast egg. Hey, stop crying. If you keep crying, I'll let you go. Seeing her crying loudly, Sumu scolded her in pain. Sure enough, it calmed down immediately. She looked at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes. Her expression was full of resentment, just like a little shrew. How could anyone be like that? As agreed, you have to pay me back for what you owe me. Sumu warned seriously. Linaka didn't want to talk anymore. She felt really disheartened facing this man. The sister really couldn't be provoked, so she just lay down. Do whatever you want. I'll owe it to you first. She rolled her eyes and said weakly. Sumu shrugged and said with a smile, Well, I'll let you owe it to me. Remember to pay me back. After saying that, he took Linaka and flew forward. Below is a vast ocean, deep and bottomless. Looking down from a high altitude, you can vaguely see a large black shadow wandering under the deep sea. It is unclear what kind of giant creature is hidden below. This? When Sumu flew her to the front and saw the floating islands of various sizes, Linaka was stunned. She stared blankly at everything in front of her. The floating island seemed so dreamy and unreal. Whoosh! Sumu accelerated and landed on one of the small islands. The entire island is covered with lush vegetation and various exotic flowers and plants, making it look like a fairy island on Earth. So beautiful. You can just make your home here. After Sumu finished speaking, he put her down, but she held on tightly and refused to let go. No, I'll be wherever you are. She was stubborn and refused to let go, fearing that Sumu would just leave. I still owe you an alien beast egg. How can I survive if you leave me here like this? Linaka looked at him with a wronged expression. Suben said with a stern face. You can go down easily here, but if it's the higher island ahead, you can't go down at all, do you understand? I can't possibly carry you around as a burden. After saying that, he pushed the woman away ruthlessly. Look, this island is great. It's not far from the land. You can collect vines here to make a vine ladder and put it down. Then you can go up and down smoothly. Sumu explained and instructed her one by one. Linaka resisted at first, but as she listened, it seemed to be the case. After all, she can't fly and this place is very close to the land. Settling down here is safe. You don't have to worry about attacks from ferocious beasts or giant beasts on land, nor do you have to worry about attacks from other wild beasts. Moreover, from here, more than 10 meters above the ground, you can make a vine ladder and lower it down. It's not true. After being fooled by Sumu, she believed it. Okay, then I'll make my home here. Can you give me some advice on other things? She agreed hesitantly, but asked for help. Sumu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll send you some stuff later. If you take note of it, you'll be able to master the essentials of survival. After saying this, without waiting for her to reply, he leaped up and flew away. Only Lin Nyauka was left on the floating island, staring blankly at him flying away. Tisk, it's so easy to fool. Sumu laughed secretly as he flew. In fact, I just don't want to be followed by a burden, so leaving her here is already good enough. Not long after, Sima flew to a height of 1,000 meters, where there was a huge floating island. It is the largest floating island in this area, rich in resources, with a lake in the center and a high mountain in the back. There was a silver-white waterfall hanging above, with water rushing down, and the clear mountain spring came from somewhere, and Sima couldn't figure it out. Anyway, it's like a paradise. Settle down here, it's safe, stable, and no one will compete with you. The entire island is at least equivalent to the size of a city in Beijing, Shanghai or Guangzhou, which is enough for you to do whatever you want. Very good, that's it. Sumu inspected the area and was relieved when he didn't find any threats. Another advantage of settling down here is that it is convenient for fishing. That's right, the endless deep sea below is a great fishing ground. The most important point is that there are mermaids in this area. If you are lucky enough to catch a mermaid, you will be rich. We found a stone peak in the center of the island, right at the top of the waterfall, where there happened to be a spring with water constantly bubbling out. Landing on it, Sima took out the shirong from his backpack and placed it on the spring. Buzz! As soon as the shirong fell, a brilliant light immediately enveloped the spring on the entire mountain. In the blink of an eye, a spring carrying the shirong was formed. The original spring was integrated into it, and the water flowing down emitted a faint spiritual energy, as if it was nourished by the spiritual energy. This situation made Sima very satisfied. With the fertile soil to nourish the spring, it could be transformed into a spiritual spring. Planting various medicinal herbs and spiritual objects could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Start building and upgrade your home. Next, Sima began to continuously upgrade his home and expand his home construction. Byte. Home upgrade successful. Home upgrade successful. A series of prompts came. From now on, Sima no longer has to live in the hut. Having abandoned the hut, he began to construct his own home. Starting from the foundation, stone materials are used to build the foundation. One base after another rises from the ground, relying on the mountains and blending into them, making them indestructible. The shirong continuously emitted rays of light, covering the entire mountain. A brand new home upgrade and renovation has begun. After planning for a long time, I can finally show my skills freely. Chapter 33: A set of flying swords. Floating island. In the center, on top of the stone peak, a building stood there, rooted on the stone peak. Along the stone peaks and waterfalls, pavilions and towers were built all the way, as if a palace complex was carved out on the cliffs. Rays of light spread out, covering the entire mountain. There, a mysterious power was pervasive, and buildings and platforms were quietly emerging and taking shape one by one. At the highest point is an ancient building, like an ancient palace, standing proudly on the mountain. Surrounded by attics connected by stone stairs, it forms a huge building complex relying on the mountains and waterfalls. From a distance, it looks like a masterpiece of nature. 2 words: perfect. This is Sima's new home. Officially settled. Byte. Congratulations, your home has been successfully upgraded and is currently at level 10. A reminder came. Sumu looked at his masterpiece which he had spent half a day creating, his face full of pride. This will be my new home in the mountains and seas in the future. Home, level 10, upgrade requires 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks. Resources, wood plus 30, stone plus 20, iron or plus 0, copper or plus 0, silver or plus 0. Built-in, main hall 1, medicine building, pavilions 18, attics 20. Land none? Looking at the information about his new home, Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, there is not enough material. The main hall is divided into bedrooms, side halls, main halls, and a swimming pool at the back. Below are pavilions and attics, all built on the stone cliffs and extending continuously down along the waterfall. In the center is a waterfall cascading down, and on each pavilion and attic there is a strange tree rooted in the cliff, with red, blue, and purple flowers colorful and gorgeous. Down from the attic is a medicine building. There was only a copper furnace inside, which was the medicine furnace. With it, I can make and prepare medicines here with peace of mind. First, get some body-hardening medicine. Sumu walked to the copper furnace and pressed it lightly, and a set of data immediately appeared on the copper furnace. Click on alchemy and start opening the copper furnace. He took out various herbs from his backpack, all of which were materials for making body-quenching medicine. According to the method recorded on the animal skin, they put the ingredients into the copper furnace one by one according to the proportions, put spring water into the furnace, and started to boil the medicine. Buzz! A flame burned fiercely under the copper furnace. With Sumu sitting next to him, he began to concentrate on boiling the medicine. The whole process is actually very simple. Once you have learned alchemy, have a copper furnace, and have the materials, you don't have to worry about anything else. As long as you master the method, you can make medicine. Everyone can master it easily, it depends on whether you can master more advanced and profound techniques. Soon after, the medicine furnace shook and light emerged. Bite. The medicine was successfully refined, and the body tempering medicine plus 10 was obtained. Congratulations, you have gained plus 20 alchemy experience, and plus 20 character experience. Alchemy can be upgraded. As long as you persevere, you can still upgrade and become stronger even if you don't go out hunting. But it's just too boring. Sumu opened the copper furnace and took out 10 successfully refined body tempering medicines. After observing it carefully, he nodded with satisfaction, and it was indeed successful. Give it a try. This medicine is black in color, like a lump of mud, but it exudes a hint of herbal fragrance, which is very tempting. After taking one, I felt a warm energy spreading into my body. All the limbs and bones are nourished by energy and are constantly strengthened. This is the body tempering medicine, which can strengthen the body and increase strength. Ding, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. A reminder came. Sumu felt that his strength had increased a lot. Strength and physique directly broke through 100 points, breaking free from the shackles and entering a higher level. He has truly stepped into a level where he has the strength to contend with century-old beasts. Very good. Very good. Sumu nodded with satisfaction. The remaining 9 doses of medicine had no effect. If his strength has not yet broken through 100 points, he can continue to take it a few more times, but the effect will disappear. But now that the shackles have been broken, taking it again has no effect. Unless there is a more powerful potion, the body tempering medicine in front of him is of no use at all. Sumu decided to sell the remaining 9 portions of body tempering medicine. Or you can exchange it for some good things, such as exotic beast eggs. At present, the exotic beast eggs should still be able to bring him improvements, but ordinary exotic beast eggs may have basically no effect. If you want to upgrade, you must devour the eggs of century-old exotic beasts to gain evolutionary upgrade. He happened to have a purple monster egg in his hand that he got from Linaka. A fist-sized alien beast egg, dark purple in color, covered with various strange patterns. Taking out the strange beast egg, Sumu looked at it carefully for a while. Then he opened the Shirang and spent 100 points of spiritual energy to check the specific data of this strange beast egg. Bite. 500 years demonic butterfly, can hatch, can devour. When Sumu saw this message, his eyes lit up. 500 years old strange beast, the demon butterfly. This is a special kind of strange beast that possesses hallucinogenic abilities and can directly make people fall into an illusion and unable to extricate themselves. But Sumu doesn't like this thing. I was thinking about whether I should just swallow it to increase my strength. Leave it there for now. He thought about it and put it away first. Then he took out a box, which was the novice blind box. Sumu looked at the novice blind box in his hand, thinking that the little girl Linaka could even open a 500-year-old demon butterfly egg. My luck can't be bad, right? But it's disgusting to think that I opened an ordinary exotic beast egg in my previous life. This time, could it be just ordinary stuff? Open. He gritted his teeth and opened the novice blind box directly. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the purple flying sword shattered star, 9 swords, ... The reminder sounded and the light faded. Sumu stared blankly at the sword lights in his hand, and upon closer inspection, he found that it was actually a set of flying swords. There were exactly 9 flying swords, all made of purple gold, like a small sword, emitting a hazy purple light, looking very sharp. Flying sword? His eyes were bright and a feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. I didn't expect to get a set of purple flying swords. Chant. As soon as he thought about it, 9 sword lights flashed by, surrounding his body and spinning rapidly, drawing brilliant arcs. 9 flying swords were circling around Sumu, shuttling back and forth like nimble little fish, which was a delight to the eyes. Possessing powerful mental power and a set of flying swords, it is a perfect match. I played with flying swords in my previous life, but unfortunately I wasn't proficient in it, so I'm not very good at it. But now it's different. With such strong mental power, I naturally can't miss it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sword lights flashed across the sky, and the air made a sizzling sound. The whole set of flying swords consists of exactly 9 swords, which are carved from purple jade and are crystal clear. Each one looks like a product of nature's magic. Whoosh. The next moment, Sumu flapped his wings and flew out of the hall and appeared in the air. Sword lights were flying around him, as if he was about to transform into a stunning sword. His whole body was wrapped in sword lights, and he was flying rapidly into the air. This flying sword is as fast as lightning and is impossible to defend against. Boom! Sumu just waved his finger, and purple sword beams flashed across. A huge rock in front of him exploded and turned into rubble that scattered all over the sky. The power of the attack is so terrifying. Another means. Sumu was amazed and immediately returned to learn swordsmanship from Shirang. Next, we need to go out and collect various materials. After thinking about it, Sumu flapped his wings and controlled the flying sword to rush out of the mountain and fly towards the land. Chapter 34, Going Up the Mountain to Mine. Coast, on a floating island. Linaka is decorating her home. She chose to build her home next to a pink exotic tree. A 2-story wooden house with a yard. The pink tree is right in the yard and is quite exquisite. After finishing her work at her home, she prepared to leave, collect resources, and hunt some animals. But as soon as I thought about going out, I ran into trouble. Because there was no time to weave the vine ladder. Whoosh! Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly there was a sound of breaking air above my head. When I looked up, my eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Sima, wait for me! She shouted quickly. In the air, Sumu, who was flying over, heard it. He stopped and flew down in front of her. What's up? Sumu looked at her and asked. Lin Nyauka was a little embarrassed and whispered, Brother Sumu, can you take me out? I want to collect some resources. By the way, can you tell me how you got this ability to fly? She asked expectantly. Unfortunately, Sumu didn't want to say it at all. You can ask me to tell you if you want. Sumu's eyes rolled and he thought of something. In fact, she will figure it out quickly if you don't tell her, so it's better to just click on it in exchange for some benefits. But I have one condition. He put forward his conditions. You said I will definitely promise you if I can do it. Linaka asked expectantly. I really want to know where Sumu got his wings. He actually has a pair of bat wings, which is incredible. And she hadn't noticed the exquisite flying swords floating behind Sumu. Well, if you can collect 100,000 units of wood for me, I will tell you this method. If you can help me mine 100,000 units of stone, I will reward you with a good thing that can improve your strength. Sumu thought about it and stated his request. Get resources? Linaka was stunned after hearing this. 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone. This is a death sentence. Her face immediately fell, and she said exaggeratedly, Brother Suma, I am just a weak woman. You asked me to cut so much wood and dig so many stones. Why, if you don't want to, forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Sumu said this and turned to leave. Etc. Linaka quickly stopped him and said bitterly, I didn't say I didn't agree. Okay, I'll try my best to get it for you. Well, I'll take you out. Sumu's expression changed immediately, and he smiled and pulled her out. He quickly flew across the sky with Linaka and soon arrived above a stone mountain. Looking at the huge stone mountain below, there are endless bare stone mountains in front. Don't underestimate it, this is a treasure trove. Because various minerals are stored here, such as jade, or various jades can be collected. There are also some metal minerals, but they are very fast discovering mineral veins. Moreover, there is a huge jungle under this jade mountain, which is a great place to view timber, and has rich resources. Okay, here it is. Sumu put her down and pointed to the jungle at the foot of the mountain and said, You can cut wood over there. I will tell you more when you collect 100,000 units of wood. As for the things you want to improve your strength, exchange them for 100,000 units of stone. After saying that, Sumu left her alone and went up the mountain. Only Linaka was left standing there alone, looking helpless and desolate. I didn't expect that a beautiful woman like me would be treated as a laborer by Suma. It's either logging or digging stones, it's so abominable. She waved her fist symbolically, made a face, and then walked towards the jungle angrily. On the mountain, Suma walked and checked the trading platform. He needed to purchase some supplies from there. After all, he had been digging alone for too long. Well, let's order 10 sets of raw meat in exchange for 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone. Sumu calculated and started posting information seeking to purchase resources. After working out the exchange rules, I just posted it and left it alone. Anyway, as long as someone exchanges it, it will go directly into their backpack. Quick and convenient. How about buying some more exotic beast eggs? Sumu's eyes turned and he immediately sent another message seeking to buy. On the trading platform, 1 blue beast egg can be exchanged for 10 sets of meat, and 1 purple beast egg can be exchanged for 100 sets of raw meat. 1 group means 1 pound of meat, so it is definitely a big profit. As for the golden beast egg, he just offered 1,000 sets of meat in exchange for 1. He never thought that anyone would get the golden beast egg. There's no loss if you just leave it hanging. Hey, it's almost done. Sumu happily closed the platform. However, they didn't know that these 2 purchase information caused a sensation. The 4 major regions, namely the East District, South District, West District, and North District, were all in an uproar, and people were constantly discussing this matter on the channel. Especially in the East District, it's very lively. Smiling. How black-hearted! Aoki is so black-hearted, he is simply a profiteer. I'm invincible, you guys can do whatever you want. Damn it, which unscrupulous businessman is actually exploiting the working people? Who is stupid enough to change? Basically, many people are dissatisfied with this guy Sumu. So heartless. I even feel that no one would change it. Only a fool would do so. But they don't know that not everyone can successfully hunt wild animals to obtain meat. There are many people who can eat grass roots, wild fruits, wild grasses, etc. They are so timid that they don't even dare to hunt animals. This has resulted in many people not being able to eat enough. Now some people are looking to buy wood, stone, and exotic animal eggs. All of them can be exchanged for meat. Isn't that a good thing? In the eyes of some people, it's just cutting down trees and digging stones, which is extremely easy. It is naturally a good thing to be able to get meat food in exchange for a little work. Sumu ignored everyone's discussion. At this moment, he was halfway up the mountain and found a mining site. Start! Sumu took out a pickaxe and wielded it with great interest to mine. Clang, clang. The rocks clanged as the pickaxe dug deeper. Mud splashed and gravel scattered. Soon, a piece of special ore rolled down. Bite. Congratulations, you have obtained Jade +1. A reminder came. Sumu picked it up and saw that it was actually a piece of green jade. Unexpectedly, I dug up green jade, a kind of jade mine, on the first try. Continue. After a good start, Sumu was deeply encouraged and continued to wield the pickaxe to start mining. The digging took more than an hour. Bite. Iron ore +3. Copper ore +2. Sapphire +1. Sumu works diligently at mining, just like a hard-working little bee. During this period, a total of 10 jades, 180 iron ores, and 111 copper ores were dug up, which was a pretty good harvest. This special mineral is difficult to mine and requires patience. You also need to have strong physical strength and endurance, otherwise you will run out of energy after a few diggings. Bite. Another pickaxe dug in and more goods were found. Congratulations, you have obtained Jade +10. When the prompt came, Sumu's eyes lit up. Hey, I actually got 10 green jades? He was very surprised that the amount dug out this time was doubled. Together with the green jade dug before, there are a total of 20 units of green jade, which is just enough to make a jade bed. Keep digging and try to find more ore today. Next, Sumu continued to concentrate on mining and ignored other things. Now his only focus is mining, and more mining. He basically forced himself to become a miner. Time passes by little. The sun gradually set. Chapter 35 Regions of the World. All day. All the Samas are mining in the mines. I gained a lot in the whole day. After digging for a day, Sumu sat on a huge rock to rest. He is counting today's harvest. Jade 120, iron ore 1300, copper ore 1500, silver ore 30, a little less. Sumu muttered as he did it gently. The ore is too difficult to mine. Still not satisfied with the quantity. Bite. You have resource emails waiting to be received. Just as I was thinking about it, a message suddenly came. Sumu was shocked and immediately opened the trading platform. Sure enough, some people made transactions, and quite a lot of them. Open the email and take a look. Congratulations, you have obtained 58,000 wood and 45,000 stone. Seeing this, Sumu grinned. I almost laughed out loud. It turns out that doing business is faster, and there is no need to dig it yourself. It's a good idea. Sumu laughed. He just spent some flesh and got a lot of resources in return. Not bad, this method really works. It's a pity that no one wants to exchange it for exotic beast eggs. It seems that they still feel that the meat is a little less. After thinking about it, Sumu quietly modified the exchange rules. 30 sets of meat for a blue monster egg. 100 sets of meat for a purple monster egg. It only takes a few operations to complete, and all that's left is to wait and see if anyone changes. But maybe not, maybe there will be, who knows? Sumu smiled and closed the East District channel. Bite. Open the World channel. Open the World trading platform. Suddenly, 2 message alerts sounded, causing a huge response. Sumu's eyes lit up. World channel? It just so happens that a large amount of raw meat is directly listed on the World trading platform, and various resources are also exchanged. There are also people who want to exchange exotic animal eggs, and they post their purchase information one by one. After doing all this, Sumu silently opened the World channel. Universe Invincibility. I was chased by a dinosaur today, and I finally killed it by stabbing its heart with a spear. Dinosaurs are all too weak. Caesar 13. Fuck, this is so unlucky. I'm about to collapse. What the hell is this world? Sia. Oh god, I'm starving, who can help me? Kideo Ilong. Baga, this world is too cruel. It's either wild men or giant beasts. Many of my friends have been eaten alive. Checking the situation on the World Channel, Sumu smiled. In the world of mountains and seas, the strong survive and the weak die. No one knows how big the world is. Sumu only knew a few things, such as that he was now on a huge island land called an isolated island. Others include Ark, Scorched Earth, Ruins, Great Wilderness, Purgatory, Fairyland, Abyss, Black Sea, Star Tomb, and God Tower. Several other continents belong to the mountain and sea realm. There are a large number of giant beasts and strange beasts here, and all kinds of crises are everywhere. The isolated island where he was located was divided into several major regions, such as the east, south, west, and north, and its area was equivalent to that of the state of U. By opening the World Channel, you can check the situation in each major area. For example, the total population of the isolated island is the smallest among all continents, at just over 40 million. More than 40 million people gather in various corners of the isolated island to survive, and the population here is relatively small. For example, the Ark continent has a total population of 58 million. Scorched Earth, 80 million people. Ruins, 90 million people. The Great Wilderness is even more terrifying, 130 million people. There are also other continents such as Purgatory, Fairyland, Abyss, Black Sea, Star Tomb, God Tower, etc., which are distributed with a large number of human adventurers. In short, the mountain and sea world is too big. The isolated island is at the bottom of the list in terms of strength. Sumu thought silently. Next, I will make my own plans, improve my strength, capture exotic beasts, train pets, and determine the detailed plan goals one by one. If you want to stand out in the vast mountains and seas, you must have strong enough strength. More importantly, you need to create a powerful clan union to serve yourself, so that you can accumulate resources and treasures for yourself more quickly and improve your strength. Help! Brother Su, help me! As I was thinking, I suddenly heard cries for help coming from the bottom of the mountain. Sumu woke up immediately and stood up. Looking from the top of the mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a petite figure was running up the mountain in a panic. Behind her, a large group of wild beasts were chasing her. Lin Miaoka was very unlucky today. She was cutting wood in the woods when suddenly a large group of wolves appeared. Yes, a group of strong, fierce, and cunning wolves. And they are not just an ordinary pack of wolves, but a group of exotic beasts from the mountain and sea world, the thorny wolves. They have strong bodies, thorn-like spikes on their backs, sharp fangs, and are very powerful when fighting in groups. Ouch! In the jungle, a loud wolf howl echoed throughout the mountains. The wolves rushed up like crazy, chasing Lin Miaoka. This made Sumu speechless. How come you attracted a group of thorn wolves just because you were cutting wood? Just as she was about to be caught up, a thorn wolf pounced on her. Call out! Suddenly, a sword light cut through the air. With a whoosh sound, the arrow pierced through the thorn wolf's head, and it fell down instantly, dying on the spot. Flash sale! Lin Miaoka ran up in shock. From behind, thorn wolves kept rushing up and surrounded the top of the mountain. Seeing this, Sumu jumped down and blocked the wolves. Chant! There was only the sound of a sword chanting, followed by the sound of sword beams flashing across the sky, piercing through one thorn wolf after another. Sumu stood there, surrounded by purple sword beams. They were flying swords. A set of flying swords whistled and pierced through the heads of the thorn wolves one by one, killing them instantly on the spot. In a blink of an eye, dozens of thorn wolves were killed. The wolves at the foot of the mountain sensed something unusual and dangerous. A particularly huge wolf king suddenly growled, and the wolves retreated. They realized that Sumu was not easy to deal with and was very dangerous, so they naturally retreated. Only dozens of thorn wolf carcasses were left, indicating that a massacre had just taken place. It was a one-sided massacre by Sumu, and no thorn wolf could pounce on it. Call out! 9 sword shadows flew back and circled around Sumu, emitting the sound of swords, which was frightening. Lin Miaoka was stunned and looked at him stupidly. How much wood did you cut? Sumu turned around and asked. Lin Miaoka finally came to her senses and whispered, I just collected 50,000 units of wood today, which is less than 100,000. Forget it, give it to me first, and I'll make up the rest tomorrow. Sumu didn't hesitate, but took 50,000 units of wood from her. It's so nice to work part-time, without having to hustle yourself at all. Sure enough, forming a clan is imperative. Let's go back first. I'll tell you something slowly. After Sumu finished speaking, he collected the bodies of the thorn wolves, then picked her up and flew high into the sky with his wings. He explained some things to Linaka while flying. You said that wings are an ability gained by devouring alien beast eggs? Linaka was stunned. She asked foolishly, Aren't the eggs of alien beasts meant to be eaten? Sumu rolled his eyes and said, You are stupid. Monster eggs can be hatched to be pets, and can also be devoured to evolve and gain some abilities of monster blood. Linaka was stunned. Her understanding was overturned. In fact, once you come to the world of mountains and seas, all your understandings will be overturned. Through Sumu's narration, she gradually understood and mastered the things and secrets that she didn't understand before. Okay, I'll take you home. Soon, Sumu took her back to the first floating island and put her down. Brother Suma, Linaka opened her mouth to say something. I'm busy, don't bother me. But Sumu didn't have time to pay attention to her, he just jumped up and flew away. Only Linaka was left standing there. I just wanted to say that I just found a nest of eggs in the jungle, so forget it if you don't want it. She muttered to herself and turned back to her home. Sumu had no idea that he had missed out on 100 million. If she had known, she would definitely beat her chest and rush back, but unfortunately, he had no intention of paying attention to her and missed her. In the wooden house, Linaka took out 2 exotic beast eggs and unexpectedly got 2 more exotic beast eggs. This woman has a connection with eggs, it's unbelievable. Chapter 36 Purple Fishing Tackle. Home. In the main hall, Sima stood in front of Shirong. He clicked on the Shirong creation interface. Jade bed, consumes 20 jades and 10 spiritual energy points. Select OK and start creating. Buzz. Rays of light appeared in the Shirong. Soon, an exquisite jade bed appeared in the bedroom, with delicate patterns carved on it and a set of exquisite animal skin sheets. Finally, I have a place to sleep. Sumu looked at the jade bed in front of him and was very satisfied. Well, it's time to build a warehouse. He was thinking about building a warehouse to store the supplies next. Soon, a large warehouse appeared in the hall. There are 500 grids of storage space inside, which is enough for current use. Sort the various materials you get and put them into the warehouse one by one. Shirong is only level 4. It needs to be upgraded to level 10 before the energy shield can be activated. Sumu silently checked the information of Shirong. Only when it is upgraded to level 10, Shirong will unlock a function, the protective shield. An energy shield can protect your home from being breached. However, the protective shield requires spiritual energy to support it. In order to open the protective shield, you must have sufficient spiritual energy reserves. There is no rush now. There is a shortage of spiritual energy, and I only have 10 spirit stones left as backup. The purpose is to improve one's own strength. After all, devouring the eggs of strange beasts requires the consumption of spiritual energy. Especially for some high-level exotic beasts, it takes more spiritual energy to devour one. Fortunately, Sumu's current strength is comparable to that of a century-old beast, and he has some ability to protect himself. As long as you follow the procedures step by step, you will be able to reach a higher level sooner or later. It's time to create a refining furnace, a processing workshop, and a smelting room. Sumu made plans and arrangements one after another. First, it's time to slowly build something. For example, the refining furnace is placed next to the medicine refining furnace, and a processing workshop and a smelting room are also built. A processing workshop specializing in processing wood and various other tools. The smelting room is naturally used to smelt metals, refine pure metals, and prepare for the creation of equipment, etc. Buzz. Inside the hall, rays of light were emitted from the Shirong. Soon 2 new buildings rose from the ground. After finishing all this, Sima came to the processing workshop. There is a wood processing machine here, on which some materials can be processed and then other tools can be created. When you open it, various tools are displayed. Among them, Sima took a fancy to a tool. Fishing tackle. That's right, it's a fishing tool. The initial fishing gear was very simple, just a bamboo pole, but it was useless and basically broke after 2 uses. What he wanted was high-strength fishing gear, at least purple-quality fishing gear, so that he could catch powerful fish and even rare marine life. For example, Mermaid. Purple fishing tackle consumes 100 fine wood, 100 fine iron blocks, and 100 fine copper blocks. Looking at the purple fishing tackle above, what is needed is fine wood, iron blocks, and copper blocks, each of which is about 100 units. However, high-quality wood requires wood processing. 10 units of wood can be processed into 1 unit of high-quality wood, which is exactly 10 to 1. No nonsense, just start processing, and a full 1,000 pieces of wood will be processed into 100 pieces of high-quality wood. Then he came to the smelting room and started smelting fine iron blocks, fine copper blocks, etc. in the smelting furnace. Finally, I gathered enough materials and made a purple fishing rod. It finally worked. Sumu looked at the fishing gear in his hand and sighed, "It's not easy." In fact, it is very simple to say that you don't have to do it yourself. With fishing gear, you can go fishing at sea. However, fishing requires skills and bait. With regular bait, you can use raw meat to catch fish in the sea, and you can even catch big ones. As long as you have the strength to pull it up, otherwise you may be pulled into the sea to feed the fish. However, Sumu's target is not just the fish in the sea, his bigger target is the merman. If you want to catch this kind of mermaid, you need special bait to have a chance. And the bait needs some herbs to be prepared. Oh, what a hassle! Sumu scratched his head, feeling very troubled. Fortunately, various materials can be purchased on the World Trading Platform. It seems that there is no way to fish for mermaids at the moment. Be busy for a while, then focus on improving your strength and capturing powerful beasts. Let's get some pets first. Sumu thought for a long time and decided to train 2 pets first. Mount, yes, it is necessary. Having a good mount is extremely necessary. Battle pets are even more necessary and are an indispensable part. Otherwise it would be difficult to walk in the mountains and seas, as a person's strength is limited after all. Having a good helper, a good pet is extremely important and crucial. How about hatching the demon butterfly? Sumu was thinking whether to hatch the demon butterfly. But the demon butterfly is only a 500-year-old beast, and its growth is very limited. It can only grow to 500 years at most. If it wants to continue to grow, it must spend a huge amount of energy and resources to find a large number of pet eggs for it to devour and evolve. This is a very troublesome evolutionary path. It's a pity that he doesn't like stone spirits, otherwise he would have hatched them directly before. But after thinking about it, one's own strength is the most important. Demon butterfly, just swallow it. Sumu made a decision and immediately prepared to devour the egg of the 500-year-old demon butterfly. And at this moment, a message came from the friend system. Bite. You have a friend message. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then opened it and took a look. Linaka. Brother Sumu, help me, there are many ghosts outside my house, help me. After reading this message, Sumu was speechless. He looked outside and saw that it was indeed dark, so it was normal for Fuyo to appear. But why is this woman so troublesome? Women are such a hassle. Sumu slapped his forehead. This woman is so annoying. Let her be torn into pieces and eaten by Fuyo directly, so that she won't be annoying every day. But when she thought about it carefully, she still owed herself an alien beast egg. Perhaps it would be nice to have a laborer to help her collect resources. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately turned around and left the hall. Whoosh! He flapped his wings into the air and dived towards the island where Linaka's home was. The distance of several thousand meters was quickly covered. As soon as I got there, I saw blue floating ghosts gathering together quickly. Some flew towards him, but unfortunately they were pierced by the flying swords and turned into ashes. With the purple flying sword, there is no need to use fire to kill these floating ghosts. Whoosh whoosh. Sumu came down with his flying sword, and the sword lights flying in the sky pierced through the fuyas, killing them on the spot. Along the way, all the floating ghosts were slaughtered. When he arrived outside Linaka's home, he was suddenly speechless. Because Lin Yaoka's home was demolished, Fuyo directly destroyed the home and turned it into ruins, leaving only Lin Yaoka shivering with the torch in her hand. Crash! Rays of purple sword light flashed across, piercing through a large area of darkness. The Fuyo here were all killed by Sumu directly controlling the flying sword, leaving no one alive. After clearing away the floating ghost, it slowly fell down. Looking at Lin Yaoka, whose face was pale and trembling in front of him, Sumu felt an urge to curse. This silly girl actually had her house destroyed by a group of ghosts. She just watched Fuyo attack the house and then it was destroyed. How stupid is that? Your home is gone. Sumu held it in for a long time before blurting out something. Wow! Lin Yaoka burst into tears of grievance, and hugged Sumu, and cried loudly. I was scared to death. Without the protection of novices, people are extremely vulnerable. There are many people like Lin Yaoka, and a large number of people die almost every day. Okay, pack up your shiran and follow me. Sumura said with pain. He doesn't know how to comfort people at all. Especially women, it's so annoying. Oh. Lin Yaoka obediently followed the instructions, collected her own shirang, and followed Sumu back to his home. Behind him, Lin Yaoka secretly glanced at Sumu's back. A smile of success appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she quickly returned to her pitiful look. Miserable. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Chapter 37, Mountain and Sea Contract. Floating Island. Shirfeng, in the main hall. Sumu took Lin Yaoka back home. As soon as he came back, he looked at the woman in front of him, who was looking at him pitifully. I'm giving you two choices now. Sumu thought about it and said seriously. Lin Yaoka's heart trembled and she blinked at him. I only heard Sumu say, First, I will choose a place for you to settle down. I choose two. Lin Yaoka interrupted before he could finish. Sumu was speechless. I haven't finished yet. Do you know what the second option is? What is it? She asked. He shook his head helplessly and said solemnly. The second is that you are dependent on me, exist as my subordinate, help me collect resources, and I will guide you to become stronger. How about it? Think about it carefully. After saying that, he was ready to turn and leave. Don't think about it. Lin Yaoka quickly spoke up, and she said, I choose the second one and become your vassal subordinate. Have you decided? Sumu looked at her in surprise. What was going on in this woman's mind? They are actually willing to be someone else's subordinate. They are exploited labor. I've thought about it. She replied affirmatively. Sumu looked at her deeply, nodded, and said, Well, since you have made your choice, I hope you won't regret it, because there is no regret medicine. No regrets, she said with a smile on her face. This is really speechless. Even Sumu can't do anything about it. Tell me, who would want to be someone else's subordinate and be exploited? I guess he's having a brain seizure. Never mind, just agree to it. In that case, then you sign this mountain and sea contract. As he spoke, Sumu created a contract from shirang. A piece of ancient animal skin was handed to her. Lin Yaoka took it and looked at it carefully. The content of the above contract is that Lin Yaoka voluntarily becomes Sumu's subordinate and must not do anything that harms each other. They must not harm each other. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by the will of the mountains and seas. Of course, Sumu basically had no restrictions. His main purpose was to restrain Lin Yaoka from doing anything that would be harmful to herself. Just sign it after you read it, and if you have no problem with it. Sumu was the first to drop a drop of blood on it. Seeing this, Lin Yaoka bit her finger and let a drop of blood drip out. Buzz! The contract shook, emitting a dim blood light. Soon it turned into ashes and disappeared, and the contract was completed. Okay, give me the shirang. After saying this, he stretched out his hand to ask for the shirang. Lin Yaoka didn't say anything and handed the shirang in her backpack to Suma. After getting the shirang, Suma threw it directly into his own shirang and merged into it. Crash! The shirang glowed again, absorbing Lin Yaoka's shirang, and then gained an additional attribute. A subordinate branch. From now on, Lin Nyauka can live freely in Suma's home and become a subordinate vassal. She no longer has her own home, this is her and Suma's home. Soon, under Sumu's operation, a side hall appeared next to the main hall. That was where Lin Nyauka lived. That's your room. From now on, you will be responsible for collecting resources, and I will be responsible for helping you become stronger. Sumu began to talk about his next plan. Because Lin Nyauka's Shirong has been integrated into Suma's Shirong, she can have partial control over the buildings. The only palace she could freely control the construction of was her own. It belonged to her, and she could freely arrange how it was built. Go and rest. Sumu waved his hand and asked her to go and rest. This woman is so bold that she dares to rely on him like this. Little did she know that everything in her future belonged to Sumu, and she couldn't even betray him. The poor kid became a long-term laborer in the Sima. That brother Sima! Lin Nyauka stood there and shouted. Is there anything else? Sumu looked back in confusion. I found 2 exotic beast eggs today, you see. As she spoke, she suddenly took out 2 exotic beast eggs. This action stunned Sumu. He stared blankly at the girl in front of him, each holding an exotic beast egg in her hand. The key point is, what's so special is that they are actually 2 purple alien beast eggs. Oh shit! 1,000 fucking horses were galloping through his mind, and he was full of question marks. What the hell is this woman? I actually got 2 exotic beast eggs again. Where are you from? He was a little confused. It seems like she is cutting down trees today? Lin Nyauka explained in a low voice. I was cutting wood today, and suddenly I saw a nest in the grass. I dug it open and saw 2 exotic beast eggs hidden inside. So I took it away, and then I ran into a pack of wolves. This explanation left Sumu speechless. Sumu was speechless at this moment. He stared at Lin Nyauka blankly, feeling absurd. How many exotic beast eggs has she obtained since she met him? This made him feel ashamed. It was other people's luck, and then it was your own luck, which made him feel a little unbalanced. I even doubt who is the one who traveled through time and was reborn. Brother Sima, thank you for helping me a lot and saving me many times. These 2 eggs are for you. As she spoke, Lin Nyauka handed 2 exotic beast eggs to Sumu. Looking at the 2 exotic beast eggs in his hands, to be honest, Sumu felt very complicated. He looked at Lin Nyauka in front of him with strange eyes. What a treasure girl. You wait. After saying this, Sumu came to Shirong with 2 exotic beast eggs. It cost 200 points of spiritual energy, and I came out determined. Century ankylosaur can be hatched and eaten. It turned out to be 200-year-old ankylosaur eggs. But my god, you are so lucky, aren't you? Sumu often encountered strange beast eggs, which made him doubt his bad luck. Looking at the well-behaved Lin Nyauka beside him, she was looking at him without blinking, full of expectation. This is a 100-year-old ankylosaur egg. Sumu didn't hide it. Since she was dependent on him, he explained it to her in detail. It can be hatched, or it can be swallowed and evolved, he said, observing her expression. Then he said, there are 2 types of devouring evolution. One is to let your pet devour and evolve, and the other is to devour yourself to strengthen your strength. Devouring evolution? Lin Nyauka's eyes lit up and she finally understood. She looked at Sumu and asked, Brother Su, did your wings evolve from swallowing alien beast eggs? Yes, it's the 300-year-old firebat egg you gave me last time. After swallowing it, your bloodline will evolve and you will gain firebat wings. Sumu explained. Lin Nyauka suddenly understood everything. Do you want to evolve and fly? Sumu's mind moved and he suddenly asked. After all, since he's dependent on me, I can't let him take me out every day. I wonder, Brother Su, do you have any ideas? Lin Nyauka was excited and naturally ecstatic to be able to fly. Sure enough, following this man is the best choice. There is no need to study how to become stronger or how to survive. Here, this egg is for you to devour. Sumu said this and handed her the egg of the 500-year-old demon butterfly. That was the exotic beast egg she had opened before, and now Sumu returned it to her. Because after swallowing the demon butterfly monster egg, one can obtain the demon butterfly's bloodline, and there is a 50 chance of obtaining the demon butterfly's hallucinogenic ability and mastering illusion. There is also a 50 chance of obtaining butterfly wings, which allow you to fly. Thank you, Brother Su. Linaka thanked him softly, and with excitement took the 500-year-old beast egg in front of the Shirang and began to devour and evolve it. What was consumed, of course, was the spiritual energy she had accumulated. Buzz! A ray of light shot out, covering her and the monster egg. Soon it was submerged in the light. During the first evolution, Linaka seemed very nervous. A minute later, the light faded. I saw a young girl floating in the air with a pair of colorful butterfly wings gently fluttering behind her, looking extremely beautiful. She was like a flower fairy. Her whole person seemed to have been reborn. Even Sumu was stunned. Wow, I can fly! As soon as Linaka woke up, she cheered excitedly. She flapped her wings and flew around in the hall, and finally hugged Sumu and kissed him hard. Damn it, let go of that man and come at me! Chapter 38. The Hunting Gun. Early morning. Sumu came out of the bedroom refreshed. Behind him, Linaka walked out with her head down and her face flushed. A man and a woman were alone in a room last night. Well, after all, they are all young people full of vigor, and it is normal to be a little impulsive. Brother Su, are you still going to collect resources today? Linaka's playful questions and answers. After one night, their relationship quickly heated up. Go cut some wood, dig some stones, and collect some herbs. Sumu thought about it and made arrangements. By the way, this is for you. Eat it to increase your strength. After saying that, he handed her 5 body-tempering pills. Linaka didn't ask anything and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, a powerful energy spread throughout the body, and strength and physique increased by 5 points respectively, which was considered a significant increase in strength. Together with the evolutionary attributes gained from the 500-year-old demon butterfly egg she devoured last night, each added about 10 points, so dealing with ordinary monsters was no longer a problem. Also, you should first learn spearmanship, swordsmanship, archery, and life skills. Sumu taught her some things one by one. Linaka learned all of them obediently. She has only one advantage: she is obedient. This made Sumu very satisfied. After all, he didn't want to support a woman who sang to him all day long. Being obedient and worry-free makes me more satisfied, and I am more willing to teach her to become stronger and share my worries. When you encounter danger while collecting resources, run away. Remember to make good use of the 10-second teleportation spell. Sumu told her everything, and she wrote it down obediently. It was as if he had become a different person, gentle as water, and there was absolutely no fault to be found. Brother Su, I'll go then. She walked up to Sumu and kissed him before leaving leisurely. The butterfly flapped its beautiful wings and flew away, happy like an elf. He also waved his fists from time to time, as if celebrating something. Sumu shook his head, wondering if he was being impulsive. Damn it, he has no self-control at all. Just a woman was enough to win him over? Devour 2 alien beast eggs first. Sumu opened the Shirang and began to devour the 2 ankylosaur eggs. Fortunately, my physique is strong enough, otherwise I might have collapsed from exhaustion last night. Women are crazy. Buzz! A ray of light enveloped them, and the 2 strange beast eggs were swallowed at the same time. Bite! Swallowed successfully, all attributes +10, obtained the blood of the ankylosaur, can evolve into ankylosaur tail. Do you want to evolve? No! Sumu rejected it directly. The tail of ankylosaur is like a mallet, what a joke. It seems that swallowing ordinary beast eggs basically cannot gain evolutionary attributes. Even the attributes obtained from 100-year-old beast eggs have become less. Sumu thought about it and sighed. The road to becoming stronger is long and arduous. Devouring 200-year-old ankylosaur eggs only brings +10 points to all attributes, which means that one egg can only gain 5 points. It may even become less and less, and finally have almost no effect. This is certain. The stronger you are, the more powerful you must be. If you want to become stronger, you must devour more powerful beast eggs to gain improvement. It's time to go. Sumu said to himself that it was time for him to set off. He will not go to collect resources today. With the little woman Linaka collecting resources, he doesn't need to go there in person. What he had to do was to find some powerful exotic beasts and hunt them to see if he could capture them. Before you go, make a capture weapon. Beast hunting gun, a weapon that can capture exotic beasts. It can capture exotic beasts and even return them to their original state and transform them into their original embryos. This thing requires 100 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of metal, and 100 pieces of spiritual energy to make, and it was finally made. It's like a retro crossbow that uses a special projectile, specially used to capture exotic animals. Moreover, making animal-catching bullets consumes spiritual energy. 1 point of spiritual energy is used for 1 bullet. 500 bullets are made directly, which is basically enough for now. After getting ready, Sima checked everything and officially set off. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and flew out of the floating island. Along the way, Sima was determining his location and unlocked the map function from Shirong. Open it, and you will see some explored areas, and the remaining dark areas are all unexplored. That's Bashan. According to my memory, there are century-old giant beasts there. Some people even found 1,000-year-old beast eggs there. Su Mu silently searched for and analyzed the map, recalling his memories. Thus, a place was locked on Bashan. It is a mountainous area with towering mountains all around. The highest peak is several thousand meters high, with cold winds and covered in ice and snow. But it is quite far away, on the edge of the East District, close to where the South District is. It would be nice to take a trip to the South District. After thinking about it, Su Mu flapped his wings to speed up and flew quickly through the air. Cry! About half an hour later. Suddenly, Su Mu heard a cry coming from afar. If you listen carefully, it sounds like the cry of some bird, like an eagle. He stopped immediately and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, I saw a huge black dot hovering in the air above the distant mountains. A flying beast? Su Mu was surprised. It was the first time he saw a flying monster. It looks like some kind of eagle-like beast. Akabane eagle? When I got closer, I found that it was a red-feathered eagle. It is very large, with a wingspan of 5 meters, and is considered to be relatively strong among ordinary exotic beasts. After all, it is an aerial bird of prey. However, this red-feathered eagle seemed to be chased by something. Su Mu observed for a while and finally found the problem. On another mountain peak, a larger and more ferocious bird took off into the air and swooped down towards the red-feathered eagle. So it's a gudiao? Su Mu suddenly realized that it was a gudiao. Gudiao, one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas. It has an eagle-like body, but with a single horn. It is huge, has a wingspan of 10 meters, and is as fast as lightning. With 1 pounce, the red-feathered eagle's entire claw pierced through its body, killing it instantly. Hunting in the air is also very exciting. Watching the gudiao flying away with the corpse of the red-feathered eagle, Su Mu flicked his fingers lightly, and a flying sword flew out from behind him and caught up with the gudiao like lightning. Cry! The gudiao sensed the danger, flapped its wings and rolled faster, trying to avoid it. Unfortunately, it's too late. Puff! A purple sword beam pierced through its body, causing blood to spurt out on the spot, and it tumbled down from the air. With a bang, the gudiao fell to the ground and flapped its wings trying to fly. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged by the flying sword and couldn't fly at all. Su Mu accelerated and flew down. He looked at the struggling gudiao, took out the hunting gun he had just made, and shot at the seriously injured gudiao. Bang! A trap bullet hit the gudiao. Cry! The gudiao struggled hard. But his body was wrapped in a strange light, and it quickly began to shrink and was finally absorbed into the ball of light. See the gudiao being captured. Su Mu went forward to check and was greatly disappointed. The gudiao was not transformed into a yuantai, that is, an alien beast egg. It was just sealed in a small ball of light, temporarily sealed inside. What a pity! Su Mu also shook his head. After all, the chance of catching an alien beast and turning it into a primordial fetus is very small. It is possible that out of 10 you catch, not one can turn into a primordial fetus and become an alien beast egg. After collecting the captured gudiao, Sumu continued on his way. Another half an hour passed, and we finally arrived near Beishan. At a glance, you can see mountains towering into the clouds. There were faint roars of wild beasts coming from the front, shaking the whole area. Needless to say, there are a large number of exotic beasts from the mountains and seas hidden here. There are even some giant beasts. Hey, there's someone there? At this moment, Sumu noticed that there was someone at the foot of the mountain. He was surprised that someone actually came to Beishan. After thinking for a while, Sumu landed quietly, folded his wings and followed quietly. Chapter 39, 30 Years of Professional Egg Stealing. At the foot of the mountain, in the bushes, 3 figures were sneaking around, hiding carefully. Brother Gray, is there one? One of them asked in a low voice. Among the 3, there was a middle-aged man and 2 young men following him. The middle-aged man is the eldest brother among the 3, with 2 younger brothers who look like young men. Don't worry. The middle-aged man looked confident, patted his chest, and said, Brother, I have been a professional bird egg collector for 30 years. I will definitely not be wrong. The man's name is Chingui, and he is about 40 years old. He has a unique skill, which is taking bird eggs. That's right, Chingui has decades of rich experience, and can tell at a glance where there are bird nests, bird eggs, etc. Today he formed a team to look for bird eggs. Only 2 young men responded and came here after agreeing on a location. Brother Gray, where do you think the bird's nest is? I haven't seen a single feather in the entire journey. Another young man said impatiently. I heard that someone hatched a beast egg and got a beast pet. That pet is really powerful. It can fight wild boars and even tigers and leopards. The 2 young men became more and more angry as they talked. There is no way. Once the monster eggs are hatched, someone will always try to figure it out. In secret, Sumu listened to the conversation between the 3 people, thoughtfully. In fact, it is normal, there are many smart people. The true function and value of the alien beast eggs were quickly figured out, and someone successfully hatched them. This greatly stimulated the others, and everyone wanted to obtain the exotic beast egg. The 3 people in front of us are just a small part of them. Rest assured. Chingui pointed to the cliff in front of him with confidence and said, Did you see it? Based on my many years of experience, there must be a bird's nest on this cliff. How did you know that? A young man said in disbelief. But Chingui led 2 people and quietly moved over, pointing at the feces that fell on the stone wall. Look, this is bird droppings, which fell from above. There must be a huge bird's nest on the cliff. Chingui took it very seriously. Even Sumu, who was hiding in the dark, was surprised. Sure enough, there was bird droppings all the way down the cliff, and a large amount of bird droppings was piled up below. Needless to say, there are bird nests on top of the cliffs. Interesting. Sumu smiled, this guy is really capable. It turns out that we should not underestimate the people in the world. Chingui, he must be quite capable to be able to find this place easily. And seeing how confident he looked, he concluded that there was a bird's nest on the cliff. Also, I checked it out the day before yesterday, and I found that there are often huge birds of prey coming in and out of the cliffs. That ferocious bird has a wingspan of 20 meters and is extremely huge. You should all be aware of how terrifying and powerful it is, right? Chingui said seriously. Hiss! The 2 young brothers gasped. What on earth is this ferocious bird with a wingspan of 20 meters? The world is full of crises, with giant beasts running rampant, and you can encounter some huge creatures at any time. Is there really a bird's nest? Sumu seemed to realize something, and left quietly. He circled around and flew up from the other side of the cliff. He wanted to see if there really was a bird's nest up there, and if there were really bird eggs in it as Chingui said. If so, then this trip was fruitful. Needless to say, a ferocious bird with a wingspan of 20 meters must be a ferocious beast that is over 100 years old. Call! Flying all the way up cliffs hundreds of meters high. Sumu's eyes focused and he really saw a bird's nest built on the cliff. The huge bird's nest, constructed with countless black wooden branches, is firmly attached to the rocks of the cliff. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but fly over. The entire bird's nest is 30 meters in diameter, which is shocking to look at. There are also a large number of biological skeletons scattered inside the bird's nest. In the middle, there is a lot of animal hair, and a few eggs are lying quietly inside. I counted them and found there were 5 eggs in total. The most important thing is that these 5 eggs all emit a faint purple light, and they are purple monster eggs. It is definitely a 100-year-old monster egg. 500-year-old exotic beast eggs, I got them. Sumu laughed excitedly and looked at the 5 exotic beast eggs in front of him. Without any further ado, he went up and stuffed them directly into his backpack, leaving not a single one behind. At this time, Chungui at the foot of the mountain began to climb up step by step using rock climbing tools. Sumu looked down from here and saw Chungui climbing up little by little with a very strange look on his face. If he climbs up and sees the empty bird's nest, what will his expression be? Hey, sorry, you guys can only eat northwest wind. He smiled, turned around, jumped out of the bird's nest, and left quickly. It is impossible for him to stay after getting the benefits. Who knows how powerful the owner of the bird's nest, that ferocious bird, is? Sumu is confident that he can fight against ordinary 100-year-old beasts, but he does not have that confidence against powerful 100-year-old beasts, such as those that are more than 500 years old. 5 purple beast eggs are enough. People can't be too greedy. Not long after Sumu left, Chungui, who had climbed up, excitedly flipped into the bird's nest. As soon as he came up, he was stunned. The whole person stood in the bird's nest in a daze. Where are the eggs? Chungui was confused, with a lot of question marks in his mind. Where are my eggs? He roared in anger, shaking with rage. Then I searched around the bird's nest and found traces of human footprints. Looking closely, I saw that someone had got there first. Who stole my eggs? Chungui yelled in grief. He was so angry that his liver ached, and he almost fainted. After working for most of the day, I didn't get anything. Cry! At this moment, a shocking cry was heard from afar. Chungui woke up with a start, and his face changed drastically. Oh no, the ferocious bird is back! He was so scared that he quickly slid down the rope and fled with his men in panic. The 2 young men were excited and nervous, not knowing at all that Chungui didn't have any eggs and had encountered a ferocious bird. The 3 poor people set out on the road to escape. On the other side, Sumu flew to the top of the mountain. Whoosh! He flapped his wings and landed halfway up the mountain. Here, he discovered some precious medicinal herbs. Green Bodhi fruit? Sumu's eyes lit up as he looked at a small green tree rooted on the cliff wall. There are green fruits hanging on it. It is the green Bodhi fruit. This is a precious herb with great effects. It can be used to make medicine, and is also the main ingredient for preparing the bait that mermaids like. Bite. Obtain green Bodhi fruit plus 10. Sumu began to collect, performing the collecting technique over and over again. Soon, dozens of green Bodhi fruits fell into the backpack, and the green Bodhi fruit tree disappeared. There are many precious herbs here. Let's check them out while we collect them first. After saying that, Sumu began to circle over the Bashan mountain, looking for precious herbs one by one to collect. After a carpet search, they dug across more than a dozen mountains and eventually plundered all kinds of medicinal herbs currently growing here. Among them are green Bodhi fruit, dragon beard root, and precious snow Ganoderma. All the surrounding mountains have been collected. Only the main peak, which is several thousand meters high, is left, covered with snow and ice and filled with cold air. Whoosh! Sumu flew up and landed on the glacier-covered mountain. As soon as I got up, I felt a biting cold. Wow! The cold wind was howling on the snowy peaks. Not to mention strange beasts, not even a single animal was seen. Sumu felt that he would most likely not be able to find the 1,000-year-old beast today. Boom! Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly a roar was heard from the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The sudden change made Sumu a little stunned, and then he thought of something. Are there any strange beasts that are going through the tribulation? Sumu let out a low cry and couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Chapter 40. Strange beasts survive the tribulation. Thunderclouds rolled above the snow-capped peaks. Arcs of electricity flashed above, and streaks of electric current as thick as arms streaked across the clouds, which was extremely terrifying. You can feel the power of thunder and lightning from afar, which makes your hair stand on end. Hiss! Sumu took a breath of cold air. Unexpectedly, there are strange beasts undergoing tribulation here. The so-called tribulation is when a strange beast reaches a certain level. For example, a 100-year-old beast, once it has cultivated to the limit of 900 years, needs to pass the tribulation to become a 1,000-year-old beast. If you can make it through, you will become a real 1,000-year-old behemoth. If you can't, you will be reduced to ashes. Or there may be a powerful alien beast that, at the moment of failing in its tribulation, will give birth to a new fetus and start over as a primordial fetus. Exotic beast tribulation. I don't know what level of exotic beast tribulation it is. Sumu talked to himself and moved away from the snow peak area. He doesn't want to be struck by lightning. Judging from the size of the thunderclouds in the sky, it was estimated that a 100-year-old giant beast should be trying to break through the thunder catastrophe brought about by 1,000 years. It is also called the Millennium Tribulation. The 1,000-year calamity of the alien beast is the first calamity, and the beginning of climbing to a higher level. The evolution of all strange beasts in the mountain and sea realm requires going through the baptism of the strange beast calamity before they can complete the transformation. Devouring and evolving, transcending catastrophe once every 1,000 years. Becoming a 1,000-year-old behemoth is a huge transformation and breakthrough, with higher potential and strength. Sumu was full of anticipation and was very excited watching the scene of the tribulation in front of him. I wonder what strange beasts are hiding on the snowy peaks. He wanted to see if this strange beast could successfully survive the tribulation. After all, it was not easy to survive a 1,000-year tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunder. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and a bolt of azure blue lightning struck down. There was a loud bang, the snow-capped peaks shook, and countless pieces of ice and snow were shaken down. The snow and ice rolled down from the sky, forming an avalanche. A terrible disaster occurred. Fortunately, Sumu was flying in midair, far above another mountain. He looked at the rolling thunderclouds above the main peak, and a bolt of lightning struck the main peak. There was a flash of lightning. A handsome and strange beast rushed out from the ice and snow. Ouch! The strange beast roared. It turned out to be an ice fox. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he looked at the ice fox with burning eyes. The 9 tails swayed slightly and flew into the air, accompanied by snow falling all over the sky. The ice fox is an alien species from the mountains and seas, with powerful bloodline abilities. It is born with the power of ice. Wherever it goes, the cold air sweeps across. It is a unique beast. It turned out to be a 100-year-old ice fox that had grown to its full potential, just one step away from transforming into a 1,000-year-old ice fox. Sumu suddenly realized, and as he looked at the ice fox heading towards the lightning, he understood. Snap! Another bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the ice fox's body. The ice fox flicked its tail, and endless cold air gathered and turned into an ice crystal shield to block the thunder. Unfortunately, the thunder hit the ice shield and instantly penetrated through the ice crystals and hit its body. Ah! The ice fox screamed. Every strand of his icy hair was burnt black. The power of thunder and lightning is no joke. Even the powerful ice fox couldn't handle it. Thunderbolt! It wasn't over yet. Another bolt of lightning struck. The blazing white electric light struck the ice fox, bursting into endless lightning. Boom! Thunder roared and the mountains and forests shook. The nearby creatures were frightened and fled, and no one dared to stay in Bashan. The threat of the strange beast calamity scared away the strange beasts and creatures within hundreds of miles. Boom, boom, boom! At this time, several bolts of thunder struck from the sky, and the entire world was illuminated by the thunder. Endless lightning raged, and a large part of the snow-capped peak was flattened by the thunder. Snow and ice rolled down from the sky, and the rumbling sound formed an avalanche. Sumu's blood boiled with excitement, and he stared at the ice fox intently. Under the bombardment of lightning, its icy hair was constantly burnt black and covered with scars. But it still strikes the lightning unyieldingly, constantly enduring the baptism of thunder. This is a difficult transformation. If you pass it, you will have a smooth road ahead. If you fail, you will be reduced to ashes. Perhaps it is possible to condense the primordial fetus and start over, but few exotic beasts can succeed, and all of them are reduced to ashes. Ouch! The ice fox roared and waved its 9 tails. Ice crystals swept across the sky and turned into countless ice spikes that crashed into the falling lightning. With a loud bang, the ice crystals shattered. The lightning struck the ice fox again, and the body was covered in blood. The originally extremely handsome ice fox suddenly turned charred, with smoke coming out of its tail and arcs of electricity flashing all over its body. Failed. Sumu sighed slightly, realizing that the ice fox was about to fail in its tribulation. I thought I could successfully overcome the tribulation, but unfortunately, I failed in the end. Oh, woo-woo! The ice fox let out a mournful cry to the sky. The voice was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness, and those who heard it were moved. Sumu looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. The strange beast's tribulation was so tragic. Either succeed or die. Or you can transform into a primordial fetus and start over. Call! Suddenly, the ice fox exerted its last bit of strength, endless cold air gathered, and the power of ice and frost continued to condense. Sumu understood that the ice fox was obviously going to make one last stand. Ouch! With a roar from the ice fox, it leaped into the sky with endless icy power and slammed into the thundercloud. Thunderbolt! The calamity clouds rolled, endless thunder and lightning gathered into one, and finally a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down. It was red thunder from the sky, like a punishment from heaven that struck the ice fox hard. Thunder and lightning struck, the ice and frost shattered, and the ice fox's body was blasted down from the sky and fell heavily under the thick glacier. The huge vibration caused the snow peak to shake for a long time before it subsided. Snow and ice were flying all over the sky, and the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated. Everything returned to calm. But a large part of the snow-capped peak was cut off. As for the ice fox, its life or death is unknown after being knocked down. Sumu sighed in his heart, guessing that the ice fox must have failed in its tribulation. Whoosh! He took advantage of the thundercloud disappearing and flapped his wings to fly over. I want to see if the ice fox has been reduced to ashes. As soon as I arrived on the top of the snow peak, I could still feel a trace of terrifying electric current in the air around me, and my whole body felt numb. You can imagine how terrifying it is to face a thunder tribulation head-on. Sumu turned around and finally found the ice cave created by the ice fox when it was knocked down. He flew down the ice cave, and as soon as he entered, he felt endless cold air coming at him. It was bone-chilling. Hiss, it's so cold! Sumuda shuddered. He held the hilt of the sword, his whole body exuding a hint of sword intent, and he walked into the ice cave step by step after being fully prepared. When we reached the deepest part of the ice cave, we unexpectedly found an egg wrapped in ice crystals. That's right, an ice egg. Huh! Sumu exclaimed in surprise and was overjoyed. He looked at the ice egg in front of him, which still had a trace of electric current on it. It proved that this was the ice fox that had just survived the tribulation, but it seemed to have failed, and at the last moment it turned into a primordial fetus to save itself. This means that if it fails, it can only start over. It actually turned into a primordial fetus. That's great. Sumu stepped forward and carefully observed the egg wrapped in ice crystals at this moment. The whole body is as smooth and delicate as ice jade, with winding lines of lightning on it, which is mysterious. Wrong. After some observation, Sumu realized something was wrong. If it fails to transform into a primordial fetus, its aura will definitely be weak. But the ice egg in front of him had an extremely powerful aura, and it even gave him a terrifying pressure, as if he was facing a 1,000-year-old beast. Could it be that it survived the 1,000-year catastrophe, but had to form a cocoon to recover due to excessive consumption? Sumu had a bold guess. The ice fox, forming a cocoon and transforming into a fetus, is starting from the beginning. But its growth limit has changed. It has obviously passed the tribulation successfully. However, it needs to start over again, and then it can grow all the way to a 1,000-year-old beast, and no longer need to pass the tribulation. It transformed into a 1,000-year-old fetus, which had the potential to be a 1,000-year-old exotic beast as soon as it was born. Yes. Sumu's eyes lit up as he looked at the ice egg in front of him with excitement. Without saying a word, he went straight up to break the ice and put the ice eggs inside into his backpack. I made a lot of money on this trip. Chapter 41 Hatching, Millennium Ice Fox. Floating Island. Home is beside the peaceful land. Buzz. A ray of light suddenly appeared, and then a person appeared. Sumu was teleported directly back home. After getting an ice egg, I naturally have to rush back. Identification. The first thing I did when I came back was to identify this icy jade-like strange beast egg. Bite. Millennium Ice Fox, can be hatched and eaten. Sumu was excited when he saw the identified information. As expected, he succeeded in overcoming the tribulation and finally turned into a primordial fetus, becoming a 1,000-year-old ice fox egg. Sumu looked at the ice fox egg in front of him and began to think about what to do next. Is it hatching or devouring? If swallowed, there is a high chance of obtaining the icy power of the ice fox bloodline, but there is also the possibility of evolving into 9 foxtails. It's a matter of probability. Sumu thought about it and decided to hatch it as his first pet. Build an incubator first. Sumu did it right away and started to open the Chiron creation page. Build the incubation room and prepare to hatch this 1,000-year-old ice fox. However, hatching a 1,000-year-old beast requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy, and Sumu has already prepared for this. There are still 10 spirit stones left, just consume 1 spirit stone directly. Bite. Gain 1,600 points of spiritual energy. Not bad, this time I obtained 1,600 points of spiritual energy, plus the remaining from before and the spiritual energy I accumulated, a total of 2,416 points of spiritual energy. Buzz. Soon after, the incubator was completed. Sumu immediately took the ice egg to the incubation room. This is a wooden house with only one thing in it, a hatching nest. Putting the ice egg in it, Sumu dripped a drop of blood into it. Incubation! Following the confirmation, a beam of light immediately lit up in the hatchery. I saw a trace of cold air surging out of the ice egg, and ice crystals fell down. The temperature was getting lower and lower, and the surface of the ice egg was covered with various lightning patterns. Strands of electric current flickered and finally completely merged into the ice egg. This means that the Millennium Ice Fox has officially completed its transformation and evolution. Time passes by little. The ice egg was wrapped in a ball of light, and Sumu's drop of blood merged into the ice egg. Buzz. The next moment, the ice egg shook slightly, and cracks appeared on it. Not long after, the ice egg shattered and a dazzling light emerged. Immediately afterwards, a strong cold air swept over, and Sumu felt a biting cold. Ouch! A burst of chirping was heard, and Sumu's eyes lit up. I saw a shadow flying out of the eggshell and jumping into my arms. When I looked down, it was the ice fox. The tiny ice fox, just born, has its fur sparkling with ice crystals, shining brightly, and bits of ice chips constantly falling from its body. It was freezing cold, but Sumu didn't feel a bit cold when he held it. The ice fox's pair of deep blue eyes were staring at him without blinking, and a hint of tenderness flashed in its lively eyes. Sumu felt that he had a mysterious connection with the ice fox. He realized that he had his first pet, a 1,000-year-old ice fox. From now on, should I call you Shushua or Xiaobing? Sumu touched the ice fox's head and felt a cool touch. The fur was smooth and felt very comfortable. The ice fox let out a low cry and squinted its eyes comfortably. It has 9 tails that dance gently like ice crystals. Wisps of cold air linger around, and frost begins to fall in the air. Let's call you Shishue. Sumu thought about it and chose a name. It barked but didn't object. Shishue, who was just born, is a 1,000-year-old strange beast, but her strength is actually not very strong. It needs to replenish more energy, such as devouring other exotic beasts or yuan-tai to enhance its strength in order to quickly reach the strength level of a 1,000-year-old exotic beast. Oh right, the 5 purple beast eggs I obtained earlier. Remembering something, Sumu immediately took out the 5 exotic beast eggs he had obtained from the bird's nest on the cliff. As soon as it was taken out, the ice fox, which had been squinting, immediately opened its eyes and showed an excited expression. Woo woo! It barked twice excitedly and kept licking Sumu's cheek, as if trying to please its owner. Sumu smiled slightly, pointed at the 5 beast eggs and said, "You can eat too, and I need to eat the rest myself." Woo! The ice fox shouted excitedly, and immediately pounced over. Buzz! The ice fox was seen emitting a frosty force all over its body, which quickly wrapped around the 2 exotic beast eggs. Soon, as the power of ice and frost eroded them, the 2 strange beast eggs gradually turned into a stream of pure energy and poured into the ice fox's body. After swallowing 2 purple monster eggs, the ice fox was filled with powerful chills and an ice blue light flashed continuously. Rays of cold air wrapped around its body, causing it to transform and change, and its strength was greatly enhanced. Sumu estimated that his strength was at least equivalent to that of a 500-year-old alien beast, and he could defeat it in a single battle against a 500-year-old alien beast. This is the powerful potential of the 1,000-year-old beast. Woo woo! The ice fox barked excitedly a few times, jumped up, and actually ran in the air. The 9 ice foxes swung their tails, spreading cold air all over the sky and freezing the surroundings. It flew around Sumu, then landed in his arms, kissing his cheeks repeatedly. This made Sumu very helpless. This ice fox was too clingy. Okay, go play by yourself first. Sumu put it down and prepared to devour the remaining 3 alien beast eggs. No matter what, one's strength must continue to improve and become stronger in order to survive better. It does not require spiritual energy to devour an alien beast, but Sumu must rely on Shirang to devour an alien beast egg. So he consumed 100 points of spiritual energy and swallowed 2 purple monster eggs at once. Buzz! Light poured out from the Shirang, covering Sumu and the 2 strange beast eggs. At this time, the ice fox tilted its head, and its eyes were looking at Sumu, flashing with a hint of smart light, as if it was thinking about something like a person. Soon, Sumu completed the swallowing. Bite. Swallowed successfully, all attributes +8. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the 300-year-old beast, the divine eagle. You can evolve a pair of eagle claws. Do you want to evolve? After hearing the prompt, Sumu was speechless. No, it won't evolve. Condor bloodline eagle claws? Don't even think about it, having a pair of eagle claws is too ugly. But getting 8 points in all attributes is not bad. After looking at the last egg of the divine eagle, Sumu thought about it and decided not to swallow it. Leave one for Len Nyauka to devour and strengthen herself so that she can better serve herself. After all, if you want to motivate others, you have to give them some benefits, and leave some soup for them to drink. Next, make some medicine. Sumu touched his chin and made a decision after thinking. Now that I'm back, I'll process the collected herbs and make a batch of medicine. For example, body tempering medicine and another kind of medicine can also be prepared. Sumu brought the ice fox to the pharmacy and stood in front of the medicine furnace. Start preparing to make medicine. The first is the body tempering medicine. Although this thing had no effect on him, he can sell it. After Sumu sorted out the herbs and distributed them, he began to formally refine the medicine. Buzz! The medicine furnace lit up and a raging fire burned. Chapter 42, Upgrade, Soul Enriching Pill. An hour passed. In the pharmacy, the medicine furnace is still burning. Sumu has already refined 30 portions of body tempering medicine and 50 portions of healing medicine. Now he is refining another medicine. Strictly speaking, it is a kind of bait. A bait favored by mermaids. Bite. Congratulations, you have successfully refined it, and gained 10,000 experience points. Obtain Mermaid Bait plus 20. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, and you have gained 2 free attributes. Several reminders sounded in succession. Sumu opened the medicine furnace, and took out the successfully refined bait inside. There are 20 portions in total, and you can go fishing once in each portion. Good. Sumu looked at the prepared bait with a smile on his face. In 20 minutes you can fish 20 times. I guess if you are lucky you can catch a mermaid. After refining medicine for an hour, I finally accumulated enough experience, and my level was raised. At one point to the 2 attributes, agility and spirit. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 8 experience, 313/800, 000. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, firebat, wings, millennium stone spirit armor. Strength, 118. Physique, 118. Agility, 118. Spirit, 122. Backpack, 80 slots. Home, level 10. Shiran, level 4, spiritual energy 1316 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 5, alchemy, level 5, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, soul-breaking arrow, level 15, sword drawing, superb level sword intention. Watching the changes in your strength data, Sumu felt satisfied. The next step is to refine another medicine. He took out the other herbs and materials, preparing to refine the last medicine. First, more than 100 strands of soul fire were taken out. He was going to make a medicine that could enhance mental strength. Soul enhancing pill. This thing's main ingredient, soul fire, can only be obtained by hunting Fuyo. Combined with various other herbs and materials, it is used to refine the soul enhancing pill. Buzz. The medicine furnace was burning red. Sumu threw in various herbs and materials in order, and finally added the soul fire. The configuration process is very complicated, but it is easy to make with the medicine furnace equipped for automatic refining. Not long after, the first batch of soul-nourishing pill was successfully refined. Bite. Congratulations, you have successfully refined the medicine, gained 1000 experience points, soul-enriching pill +1. After receiving the prompt, Sumu opened the medicine furnace and took out the Yunling pill. A kind of elixir that is crystal clear all over, wrapped in azure light, giving people a faint cold feeling. After observing for a while, Sumu nodded with satisfaction. Next, continue to refine the soul-enriching pill. After the first time, everything went much more smoothly afterwards. Soon, one soul-enriching pill after another came out of the oven. When all the materials were used up, Sumu had refined a total of 150 soul-nourishing pills, gaining 150,000 personal experience points. His alchemy experience level was raised to level 6 at the moment. Finally, it's done. Sumu looked at the soul-enriching pill that he had refined, his eyes shining. 150 soul-enhancing pills can enhance your mental strength. Of course, there is no limit to the improvement, and if you eat too much, it will have no effect. Take 10 first. As he said that, Sumu stuffed 10 soul-enriching pills directly into his mouth and swallowed them. A cool energy was injected into the body and merged into the brain. Sumu felt his brain was empty, cool and comfortable. I felt my mental strength boiling, improving slightly and gaining strength bit by bit. Bite. Take the soul-enriching pill, mental strength +10 points. When the prompt came, Sumu felt a shock and got a great improvement. 10 pills at a time, adding 10 points of mental power. It's a huge improvement. Continue. Sumu did not stop, but continued to swallow the soul-enhancing pill. One after another, he swallowed 10 Yunling pills again, but soon, the last 2 Yunling pills had no effect at all. The second time I swallowed it, I only gained 8 points of mental power. After swallowing 20 soul-nourishing pills, his mental strength only increased by 18 points in total, which was already the limit. He could no longer continue to swallow soul-nourishing pills to gain improvement. Unfortunately, the effect is gone. Sumu had a look of regret on his face. There were more than 100 of them. If he could continue to devour and improve them, his mental power would surely undergo another transformation and upgrade soon. At that time, the strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Unfortunately, it is simply impossible and the medicine is no longer effective. However, Sumu took out a purple soul-enhancing pill. This is the only soul-nourishing pill refined with purple soul fire, and it has a more powerful medicinal effect. Bite. Swallow the finest soul-enhancing pill, mental strength +2. I felt my spirits tremble and I got a slight boost. I added 2 points, either more nor less, which is a consolation. A total of 20 points of mental power have been increased, and the current mental attribute has reached 142 points, which is the highest one at present. Sumu closed his eyes silently and felt the increase of his mental strength. A thought spread out and quickly covered an area of 2,000 meters and reached its limit. It is easier to control the flying sword, and the whole person can even fly freely without the help of wings, but the speed is still a little slow. It is estimated that if the mental strength can be further enhanced, there will be a huge breakthrough and improvement after the second transformation. The road is still long, take your time. Sumu muttered to himself and prepared to put away the soul-enriching pill. Wow! At this time, the ice fox flew up, fawning on his face and licking his cheek from time to time. You want to eat? Sumu looked at the ice fox in surprise. He didn't expect that it wanted to eat the soul-enhancing pill? Woo! Ice fox nodded immediately. It stared at the soul-enriching pill in Sumu's hand with longing, which was extremely tempting. After thinking about it, Sumu took out 5 pills and threw them to it, then took out 5 body-tempering pills and threw them to it for it to eat. With a gulp, the ice fox swallowed 5 soul-nourishing pills and 5 body-tempering pills in one gulp. Then waves of blue icy mist emerged from its body, enveloping it, as if it was undergoing a transformation and improvement. Pets can also eat pills to improve themselves, but of course there are limitations. If they eat too much, there will be no effect. Crash! As a chill spread, the ice fox completed digestion and successfully absorbed the medicinal power, gaining a significant boost. Overall, it feels like the coldness is stronger and the power is more powerful. There was even more spiritual energy in his eyes, as if he had become more spiritual. After all, the soul-enhancing pill was a pill that enhanced mental strength. Not bad. Sumu touched its head. Then the world trading platform was opened. He sold some of the body-hardening and healing medicines he had made, in exchange for various resources and even exotic beast eggs. He needs a large number of exotic beast eggs to train his pet and push its talent potential to the peak, so that it will grow even stronger in the future. It's time to go fishing. Sumu looked excited and prepared to go out fishing. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the Shirong. Ha! When he saw this ray of light, Sumu immediately realized that it was teleportation. Sure enough, the next moment, the light disappeared and a figure appeared before his eyes. This person is Linaka. However, her condition seemed a little bad. She was covered with scars, her arms seemed to be broken, and she was covered in blood. What's going on? Sumu's face changed slightly, and he immediately rushed forward and hugged her. Seeing Sumu, Linaka breathed a sigh of relief, tilted her head and fainted. What happened? Sumu's face looked grim, and he immediately took out the healing medicine and fed it directly to her. The injured and unconscious Linaka was then placed on the bed to rest. Looking at the unconscious person, Sumu's face was gloomy. What happened to her, and why did she escape back seriously injured? Chapter 43. Being seriously injured while stealing eggs. A few minutes later, Linaka woke up. As soon as she woke up and saw Sumu, she relaxed completely. What's going on? Sumu helped her sit up and asked with a serious face. Linaka smiled bitterly. I almost couldn't come back. I thought I would never see you again. Aren't you going to collect resources? Did you encounter a powerful monster? Sumu asked, his brows furrowed. Linaka took a breath before continuing. Yes, I was mining stones, but I accidentally discovered the headhunter tribe. Headhunters? Sumu's face changed slightly. He asked, Did you go and mess with those headhunters? Yeah. She nodded slightly, a little embarrassed. You like exotic beast eggs, right? I saw a few headhunters holding an exotic beast egg. I wanted to steal it back for you, so I followed quietly. She paused for a moment, then continued. Later, I followed them to the headhunter tribe. They carried the strange beast egg into a cave, which contained an altar. The egg is placed on the altar. I see that the egg has a golden glow on its surface and is covered with mysterious stripes. It must be a very rare egg. I want to steal it back and give it to you. Linaka paused before saying. I sneaked into the cave and wanted to steal the eggs, but when I walked up to the altar, for some reason, a terrifying roar came from deep in the cave. I saw a giant python with a head as big as a house, a body covered with spines and 2 red horns. I escaped and tried to fly away, but a wizard from the headhunting tribe used a spell to injure me. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise I would have died there. She still looks frightened when she talks about this. It was a dangerous situation at that time, and I almost lost my life. Now I can be considered to have survived a disaster. After hearing this, Sumu was speechless. He was a little amused and helpless. How could this woman be so fierce that she actually went to the headhunters to cause trouble? Have you forgotten that you were captured as a sacrifice before? What do you think? Sumu looked at her speechlessly. Linaka lowered her head and whispered, I just wanted to help you steal an alien egg. I didn't know there was a terrifying python among the headhunters. I didn't know that the wizards of the headhunting tribe could actually cast spells. When she remembered this, her face turned pale, she was frightened. Sumu slapped his forehead. Really, he didn't know what to say. Well, you're lucky to be able to survive. He scolded her in a somewhat blaming tone. Don't be reckless next time. This world is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will die. Don't be reckless in the future, understand? Suban lectured with a stern face. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll remember that. Lin Miaoka nodded obediently. Seeing how well behaved she was, Sumu couldn't continue to blame her. After all, she also wanted to steal an egg and bring it back for him, and it was also for his sake. But he encountered danger and failed to steal the eggs. He came back with injuries all over his body and almost died. Remember, headhunters are very dangerous, especially some powerful headhunter tribes. Sumu began to warn her about something. For example, the headhunters. There are some larger headhunter tribes with powerful wizards. Some wizards possess powerful spells and witchcraft, which are very dangerous if you mess with them. Especially the headhunters generally have worship services to gods. Just like what Lin Miaoka said about the giant python she encountered, it was the sacrificial object of the headhunting tribe. Oh, right. Lin Miaoka recalled something and said, I remember there was an altar in the cave with something on it. Is it a sacred object of the headhunters? She mentioned a piece of news, which caught Sumu's attention. Did you see it clearly? Sumu asked hurriedly. She nodded affirmatively. Absolutely, it looks like a piece of golden bone, with a torn leather scroll underneath. Lin Miaoka said as she recalled. When Sumu heard this, he had a guess in his mind. It must be a sacred object worshipped by the headhunters. I have obtained the sacred objects of the headhunters before. Later, I learned from Lin Miaoka that the headhunting tribe was much larger than the previous one. And there are more headhunters. She saw at least several hundred of them, and there might be even more. A tribe of several hundred or even thousands of headhunters is already considered a medium-sized headhunting tribe. I just don't know how powerful the giant snake worshipped by the headhunters is. Does it have the strength of a 1,000-year-old beast? After all, the troll he encountered before killed a 500-year-old beast with one punch, and also killed the mountain giant. Don't even mention how terrifying that strength is. This matter needs long-term consideration, and for now we should not offend these headhunters. However, Sima has made up his mind to kill the headhunting tribe. But it's not just for the sacred object of the headhunters, but also for the golden beast egg that Lin Miaoka saw, which is definitely a 1,000-year-old beast egg. More importantly, by destroying the headhunting tribe, you can obtain something important. That is what is needed to establish a clan, the clan secret scroll. Only with the clan secret scroll can one create a clan in the mountain and sea world, thereby attracting some natives to form a clan tribe. This is what Sumu wants most. But it is not an easy task to wipe out a medium-sized headhunting tribe. By the way, these pills are for you, as well as this exotic beast egg. Sumu remembered something and took out some pills and a divine eagle egg. 10 body-tempering pills and 20 soul-nourishing pills were given to Lin Miaoka. Only when she becomes stronger can she serve me better. After all, she is someone with whom I have had physical contact. Thank you. Lin Miaoka took it happily. Sumu smiled and said, If you really want to thank me, then thank me properly tonight. After hearing this, Lin Miaoka's face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Ha! Sumu laughed a few times and said, You should have a good rest for a day. Don't go out today. If you have nothing to do, practice some of the skills you have mastered. Yes, I understand. Lin Miaoka nodded obediently. If you have nothing to do, come and watch me fishing. After finishing his explanation, Sumu got up and left. When Lin Miaoka heard about going fishing, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately swallowed all the pills and then devoured the strange beast egg. I just felt a warm energy flowing through my body, and a cool energy entering my brain. Soon she felt that her strength had greatly improved, not only her power, but also her physique, which had been greatly improved under the enhancement of the body-tempering pill. The biggest gain is the improvement brought by the soul-enriching pill, which is the improvement of mental strength. She clearly felt her mental power undergoing a transformation, and had a wonderful feeling. No wonder Sumu is so powerful, that's why. She finally understood. Brother Su, wait for me. After completing the breakthrough, Lin Miaoka immediately spread her butterfly wings and chased after him. She wanted to go see Sima fishing. Hurry up, don't dawdle, it's almost dark. Sumu's voice came from the front. Here I come! After she finished speaking, she quickly accelerated and flew away. The two of them flew out of the floating island one after the other. Finally, Sumu chose a stone peak rising from the sea and fell down. There are a lot of mountains and cliffs here, and below is the bottomless sea. As soon as Sumu arrived, he immediately took out his fishing gear, first hung a piece of fresh raw meat on it, and then threw it into the sea. He is serious about fishing. Chapter 44: Monster Fish in the Mountains and Seas. Under the stone cliff. The blue sea is rough. Sumu sat there fishing, and Lin Miaoka sat beside him watching with great interest. Brother Su, where did you get the fishing rod? She looked at the fishing rod in Sumu's hand curiously, on which there was a faint purple light flowing. Sumu replied casually. It's made in the homeland. It can be made in the processing workshop. If you want to play with it, just make one yourself. Really? I'll make one later, she said excitedly after listening. Swish. At this moment, the float under the water suddenly sank. Sumu's eyes narrowed and a fish took the bait. The next second, I felt my hand sink and the fishing rod immediately bent. A strong pulling force made Sumu realize that a fish had taken the bait. Rise! He gripped the fishing rod and pulled hard, and immediately felt a strong pulling force. The fish in the water is very powerful and is definitely a big one. Wow, I'm hooked! When Lin Miaoka saw it, she jumped up excitedly and danced, as if she was happier than she was fishing. It was really speechless. Sumiok had no time to pay attention to her, as he was reeling in the line with all his strength. Soon, waves began to surge in the water. Sumu just pulled hard and swung it. Crash! The waves splashed, and a big fish was pulled up directly and thrown onto the shore. Looking closely, it turned out to be a golden fish. It looked like a carp, and it was very beautiful with its golden body. Fish? Sumu was surprised to find that it was actually a minnow. Fish, shaped like a carp, is golden all over, but it has two chicken claw-like claws under its belly, which looks very strange. This fish contains rich spiritual energy. Eating it can enhance the body and strengthen the body. It is a rare fish. This fish weighs at least 10 kilograms, which is pretty good. Ouch! As he was speaking, suddenly a white shadow flashed by, and a cold air blew. Lin Miaoka was surprised to find that an ice fox suddenly jumped out, grabbed the fish and swallowed it in one gulp. Ah! She exclaimed and was about to take action. But he was stopped by Sumu. What are you doing? Sumu asked speechlessly. Lin Miaoka pointed at the ice fox and said, It stole your fish. Where did this fox come from? Sumu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, This is my pet, an ice fox named Shishue. Your pet? You have a pet? She was amazed after hearing this. Looking at the ice fox, its fur was shining like ice crystals, and its 9 tails were shaking slightly, emitting bursts of cold air. It looks so beautiful that you will fall in love with it at first sight. So beautiful! She exclaimed in admiration and wanted to touch it. Unfortunately, the ice fox grinned and roared, then quickly flew into Sumu's arms. You can't touch other people's pets. Sumu smiled and explained. Linaka said with envy. It's so beautiful, I want one too. I'll catch one for you next time I see one. He said it casually, not taking it too seriously. If you encounter one, it's not impossible to catch one. So beautiful, I want to hug you. Linaka's eyes were sparkling as she stared at the ice fox without blinking. Unfortunately, the ice fox ignored her. We are one family, don't be afraid. Sumu gently stroked the ice fox, said a word of comfort, and began to explain. Bingu tilted his head and looked at Linaka, and finally nodded as if he understood. This made Linaka like him even more. I want to go fishing too. She also wanted to fish, so she spread her butterfly wings and flew back directly. Sumu saw her rushing back and shook his head, not caring. Put down the ice fox and then continued to hang the bait and fish. Whoosh! After throwing away the bait, Sumu continued to sit on the stone. The ice fox sat obediently aside, staring at the sea intently, eyes full of anticipation. The fish I just ate was delicious. You can't eat anything you want later, okay? Sumu had to warn it. I wasn't paying attention just now and let the ice fox eat it. We can't let it do whatever it wants this time. We have to catch some to take home and raise. Woo-woo! The ice fox whined a few times in grievance. But he still obediently followed Sumu's arrangements and sat aside watching quietly. Whoosh! Not long after, another fish took the bait. This time Sumu felt the fishing rod sink quickly and the pulling force was huge. And it had a stronger pulling force than the previous one, obviously a larger fish. Boom! The water surface was churning, creating huge waves. Sumu's eyes lit up and he saw a long, white, shining shadow. Rise! He quickly reeled in the fishing line and pulled it as he went along. Finally, he pulled it closer and saw a 5-meter-long fish. This fish looks like a long silver knife, and it looks very beautiful with its shiny body. Fish? Sumu suddenly realized that it was a bream, a kind of fish that is like a knife, also called knife fish. Crash! With a strong swing, he pulled up a 5-meter-long flounder, which fell to the ground and was still jumping and twisting hard. However, Sumu put it directly into his backpack and put it aside for the time being. Continue. After hanging the bait, throw it out and start fishing. Next, Sumu fell into several other types of fish. There are all kinds of strange fish in the mountains and seas, such as the black carp, the black carp, the black ray, the golden fish, etc. They are colorful and look very beautiful. They vary in size, some are big, some are small, and their shapes look very strange. Especially the manta ray, which is shaped like a carp, with a fish body but bird wings, a white head and a red beak, and green stripes on its body. Half an hour later, Linaka arrived. She made a set of fishing gear and came excitedly to fish. Brother Su, give me some bait, she said excitedly. Sumu shook his head without saying anything and put some cut raw meat on the ground. So you use raw meat to fish? She said with sudden enlightenment. What do you think? Sumu shook his head in amusement. Most fish in the sea are carnivorous. Especially for strange fish in mountains and seas, eating meat is the norm and it is nothing strange. A fish has taken the bait. Not long after, another fish took the bait at Suma's side. The float suddenly sank and disappeared. Whoosh! Sumu swung it hard and felt a powerful force coming, and the pulling force continued to increase. It's a big fish. Feeling the huge pulling force, Sumu judged that it was a big fish. Woohoo! The fishing rod bent straight up and made a whistling sound in the wind. Rise! Sumu pulled with all his strength and reeled in the line quickly. Once a fish is caught with this type of fishing gear, it is difficult to escape, unless you are not strong enough to pull it up, in which case you may be dragged under. But Sumu's power is so great that it is not a problem at all. Soon, the fish was pulled to the surface. After taking a closer look, Sumu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Oh, what a beautiful fish! Lin Miaoka's eyes lit up and she asked in surprise, "Brother Su, what kind of fish is this? It's so beautiful. It actually has so many wings." She was very curious and felt that the world was so wonderful. "This is a 11 fish, a kind of strange fish from the mountains and seas. The magpie fish looks like a magpie, is 2 meters long, has 10 wings, and all its scales are concentrated on the top of its feathers. It is extremely strong. Moreover, it is extremely fast in the sea and can even fly directly close to the sea surface." Crash! With Sumu's strong effort, he threw the 2-meter-long minnow onto the shore. The ice fox's eyes lit up, and it almost couldn't help but pounce on it and eat it. Sumu took off the fishing hook and put it away. "This fish is very beautiful. Ah, Brother Su, help!" At this moment, Lin Miaoka's exclamation rang out. Sumu's heart tightened, he looked up and was immediately shocked. Lin Miaoka was seen holding the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and her body was being dragged directly towards the sea by a huge force. "Fuck!" Sumu was quick-witted and dodged, rushing over and hugging her. But the two were still dragged directly into the sea by the powerful force. Chapter 45, Tiger Dragon. "Ah!" Lin Miaoka screamed. Sumu felt like his ears were going deaf. "Stop yelling, idiot!" he cursed. Lin Miaoka immediately shut up and held the fishing rod tightly. Sumu held her in his arms and they were dragged together, but they did not fall into the sea. Because he spread his wings. Sumu looked at her speechlessly and angrily scolded. "You are stupid, you can't spread your wings and fly, you want to swim in the sea?" Lin Miaoka was stunned, and her face turned red. She remembered that she could spread her wings like a butterfly and fly. "But I forgot about it in my panic and was almost dragged into the sea." Fortunately, Sumu was quick enough to hug her and fly up, so both of them did not fall into the sea. But the pulling force of the fish below was too great, and the two were dragged in the air little by little closer to the sea surface. Wow! The two of them held the fishing rods, spread their wings, and flew together. However, the two of them were unable to hold the fishing rod and were instead dragged into the sea little by little. "What kind of fish is it?" Lin Miaoka was a little panicked. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to pull it up. However, Sumu knew that his strength in the air was not enough to pull the fish. After all, the flying power of wings is limited, and people cannot exert their strength in the air. As a last resort, Sumu used his mental power. Powerful mental power surged out, wrapping up the two of them and flying upwards together. "Let go of the line first and return to the ground." Sumu watched as the line kept pulling away, and had no choice but to let out the long line and then return to the ground. After a struggle, he finally returned to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Sumu felt a sense of security. Once it lands, the next step will be easy. "You back off." Sumu pushed her away and wrestled with the fish in the sea alone. "Call." The fishing rod bent and the line was pulled, making a sharp whistling sound. "See how strong you are." Sumu snorted coldly and stepped his feet into the rock, firmly fixed like nails. Then he began to use both hands to pull the fishing rod while reeling in the line, determined to pull the fish from the sea onto the shore. "Wow!" The ice fox excitedly rolled up and down, turned a few times, and scattered ice crystals. Its eyes were fixed on the sea surface, and below it could vaguely see a huge black shadow rolling and struggling rapidly. "How much meat did you put in there?" At this time, Sumu reacted and asked. Lin Miaoka was stunned for a moment, then said, "I put in 10 kilograms of meat, but only one big piece." Sumu was speechless. 10 pounds at a time, you tiger woman, do you want to catch sharks?" He originally just wanted to catch some small and medium-sized fish, but he didn't expect this woman to come up and throw 10 pounds of meat into the water. Sure enough, a big guy came. What Sumu was worried about was that he would catch some super big fish and not be able to catch them, so he didn't plan to catch any big fish. Quack quack. The fishing rod was bent and creaked, as if it would break at any time. But Sumu was not worried at all. As long as the beast was not over 300 years old, it would definitely not be pulled apart. The man and the fish wrestled here, testing each other's endurance. It took a full half-hour before they gradually showed some improvement. Su-mu felt the pulling force gradually weakening and immediately realized that he could reel the line back in. Soon, a huge black shadow gradually emerged from the sea. Linaka stared with wide eyes, and was stunned when the black shadow emerged from the sea. What is this?" she asked dully. Su-mu was also stunned, looking at the fish being pulled out of the sea in surprise. "Let's just say it's fish." "Wow!" the big fish shouted. "The sound is as clear and pleasant as the sound of mandarin ducks." "Tiger dragon?" Su-mu's eyes widened. He never expected that this tiger woman Linaka would actually catch a tiger dragon. "Wow, it's a tiger dragon. This thing is one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas, with a fish body and a snake tail, and it sounds like a mandarin duck. Fortunately, this tiger dragon doesn't seem to be very powerful. It is only a 100-year-old tiger dragon, so it can still achieve this level. If it were some truly powerful tiger dragons, there would be no way to pull it up. Even the fishing rod and fishing line were broken. 100-year-old tiger dragon." Su-mu looked at Linaka and felt a little emotional. This woman, how come she is so lucky? As soon as the tiger dragon came, it took the bait. However, with the tiger dragon, the fish below will not come. Because once the century-old tiger dragon arrives, it will definitely scare away other fish. Fishing is limited to this point today, unless you go fishing somewhere else. But catching a 100-year-old tiger dragon is also a huge harvest. "Rise!" Su-mu took advantage of the tiger dragon's exhaustion and dragged it up. After it was dragged ashore intact, it was discovered that the tiger dragon was 10 meters long, with a huge fish body and a long snake tail, just like a dragon. "Let's go, call it a day and go home," Su-mu said with some excitement. Linaka was even more excited because she was the one who caught this thing. After packing up their things and taking the tiger dragon with them, Su-mu and Linaka returned home. As soon as he came back, Su-mu threw the tiger dragon to the ground and took out a hunting gun. "Brother Su, what are you doing?" Linaka looked confused. Su-mu explained, "This is a hunting gun. It can be used to catch strange beasts. Of course, you have to exhaust its strength first, or injure it severely before you can catch it." Bang! After saying that, he fired a shot. A strange energy bullet hit the tiger dragon, and suddenly a flash of light quickly wrapped around the tiger dragon's body and gradually shrank. This magical scene left Linaka completely stunned. "It turns out you can play like this? Incredible, so magical." Crash! The light converged, and the tiger dragon was directly shrunk into a ball of light and fell to the ground. Su-mu's eyes lit up, and he looked at the ball of light excitedly, which actually turned into a fetus. That's right, it's an original fetus. The tiger dragon was transformed into a primordial fetus and became an alien beast egg. "Oh my god!" Linaka was dumbfounded, her eyes widened. She stared blankly at the disappearing tiger dragon, and it actually turned into an egg? "Are you kidding? Can a living thing directly turn into an egg?" She really wanted to say that this was not common sense, and was unscientific. "Su-mu-wan, you are not scientific, this is how the world is. You're lucky." He picked up the strange beast egg that was glowing purple, feeling somewhat excited. The first underwater monster egg appeared. If one could devour the tiger dragon and gain some bloodline abilities, such as the ability to survive freely underwater, then that would be a huge win. This is not just talk, it is really possible to devour tiger dragons and other marine aquatic creatures and beasts to obtain their bloodline abilities. At that time, you can fly freely in the water without any worries. "I'll devour this thing first." Su-mu thought for a while and said to Linaka. "Okay, take it." Linaka nodded blankly, feeling the shock was quite great. "What I saw today shattered my entire worldview, and I'm still in shock. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. After all, this is not the Earth, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Anyway, it's good to see it more often." Su-mu brought the tiger dragon's embryo to the Shiran and began to devour it directly. He wanted to see what kind of bloodline evolution ability he could obtain. Buzz! The light bloomed, covering Su-mu and the tiger dragon embryo. The tiger dragon's embryo gradually disappeared in the light. Chapter 46. Devouring Failure. Bite. Swallowing failed. A light flashed, and a prompt sounded. Sumu woke up and was stunned for a moment. Failed. It actually failed. He felt a sense of loss in his heart, but he quickly recovered. Failure is normal. After all, there is a chance of failure in swallowing. Although it was very small, failure was failure. There was nothing much to say. It was just a waste of a tiger dragon embryo that was obtained with great difficulty. The poor tiger dragon was caught because of its greed, and not only did it turn into a yuan-tai, but it also failed in swallowing and turned into ashes and disappeared. What's wrong? Linaka looked at his expression and asked worriedly. Sumu shook his head and laughed. Nothing, the swallowing failed. Fail? She was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward to comfort him. It's okay to fail once, we can just catch a few more. Sumu was speechless. Do you think you can catch as many fish as you want? Forget it, let's expand our home today. He didn't dwell on the issue. But I'm preparing to expand my home. You go over there and build your own house, you can build it however you want. After saying that, he ignored Linaka and opened the world trading platform to see how many materials he had purchased. Bite. As soon as I opened the platform, several emails popped up. Sumu opened them one by one. You have 150,000 units of wood and 130,000 units of stone to be collected. Do you want to collect them? You have 1,000 units of copper ore and 1,000 units of iron ore waiting to be collected. Do you want to collect them? Both emails contain purchased materials. Sumu took it without any further ado and immediately obtained the materials he had purchased previously. All the meat that had been hung up previously was consumed, and it was immediately replaced with a large amount of raw meat from ancient giant pigs, and the list of materials for purchase continued. You have 200 parasitic herbs, 150 blood orchids, 120 dragon bone grass, 90 Ganoderma lucidum, and 250 red tassel fruit waiting to be collected. Do you want to collect them? The third email was about various herbs. He collected all the items directly and got a large amount of medicinal herbs. Sure enough, a direct acquisition transaction is faster. I don't know how long it will take to obtain these things if I go collecting them myself. It's time to upgrade the home. Sumu looked at the amount of resources he had, plus the various materials that Linaka had collected before. The amount of wood has reached 210,000, the amount of stone 200,000 units, and there are plenty of other types of ore materials, so they can be upgraded to the next level. Bite. Homeland has been upgraded successfully, currently at level 11. Just upgrade to the next level, and then you can continue to build more and expand the scope of your home. First, Suma found a huge pool of water under the cliff within the scope of his home, and transformed it into a fish pond. Buzz. A large amount of materials was consumed, and soon a burst of light emerged from the shirong. Soon after, the pool under the waterfall began to light up. In the blink of an eye, walls appeared around the pool, and the pool turned into a beautiful fish pond with lotus flowers growing in it. There is a circle of guardrails around it, with a stone-paved floor and a stone bridge in the middle, connecting the entire pond. In the middle, there is a pavilion with a stone table and stone benches on it. Looking from above, Sumu nodded with satisfaction. But that's not all, he built a ladder directly on the cliff, extending it to the bottom, connecting them perfectly. After doing all this, he threw all the fish caught in the backpack into the renovated pond. Plop, plop. Dozens of strange fish of all kinds fell into the pond and immediately swam happily. The clear spring water allows you to clearly see the countless colorful pebbles at the bottom of the pond, and the strange fish swimming happily. Good. Sumu was very satisfied with the transformation. On the other side, Linaka was decorating her own house, adding a 2-story attic with a pink exterior, next to the main hall of Suma. After a lot of hard work, the two of them finally expanded their home again and built a lot of things, making the overall home look even more magnificent. Things that are impossible to do in reality can be easily done here. As long as there are enough materials, shirong can be made for you. Even if the level of your future home is high enough, you can unlock more things, such as various temples, heavenly palaces, and you can even build a heavenly palace. After being busy for most of the day, the sun is about to set. Prepare something to eat. Sumu thought about it and directly made a pot with copper and iron. Make soup for a few days. After all, there are still a lot of animal bones on the body. It is great to add some herbs to make a pot of soup. In front of the cliff, in a pavilion, Sumu built a fire and an iron pot and started to make soup. Brother Su. At this time, Linaka also came. She sat aside, watching the bones boiling in the pot, her eyes shining. Bone soup, delicious. Sit down, cut some meat slices and prepare to brush the meat slices. Sumu gave an order and then started tinkering with it himself. Linaka immediately took out the boning knife and started slicing the meat. Sitting in the pavilion, the two of them ate bone soup and shabu-shabu meat slices. This life was really enjoyable. Sitting in front of the cliff, watching the sunset, eating shabu-shabu meat slices, and drinking animal bone soup, it is so relaxing. If it weren't for the occasional roar of beasts coming from afar, I would have thought this was a paradise on earth. Brother Su, what are we going to do tomorrow? After eating and drinking, Linaka sat next to Sumu and asked softly. In fact, she was thinking in her heart how nice it would be if time could stop forever. How nice it would be if she could sit with Sumu every day and eat, sleep, and play happily. Gather some more resources, and once you level up, you can open up farmland and plant all kinds of things. Sumu thought about it and said it out loud. It turns out that he plans to farm. It's a pity that there is no wine. If we grow various fruits and collect them to make wine, or even find some primitive grains to plant, we can eat rice and even make wine. He began to silently plan his next step. Stay at home, collect resources and improve your strength. There are also many things to do, such as farming, reclaiming wasteland, catching exotic animals, brewing wine, etc. Even establishing a clan tribe and expanding his power were all part of his plan. Wow! On the side, the ice fox sat in front of the fire and yawned. After eating and drinking, it was time to go to sleep. Sumu looked at the sky full of stars. They were extremely bright, and completely different from what he saw on Earth. There was even a large aurora across the sky, which was extremely beautiful. It's so beautiful. Linaka stared at the magnificent night sky with infatuated eyes and thought of a lot of things at once. Brother Su, I want to leave tomorrow to visit my relatives. She suddenly spoke out her decision. Sumu was stunned for a moment, but nodded. Go, be careful, I hope you can find your relatives soon. After saying that, he lay on the wooden board, staring at the aurora in the sky in a daze. Relatives, he has none at all. To be honest, I envy her a little bit, after all, she still has family. He is a lonely man, no one loves him, no one can love him, he can only love himself. Brother Su, I want to bring my sister over here, is that possible? Linaka hesitated for a long time before asking in a low voice. Your sister? It's up to you. You can bring her over. Sumu was stunned for a moment, and responded casually. Brother Su, where are your family members? She suddenly asked. Unfortunately, Sumu remained silent and did not answer. He just stared at Yi Guang without saying a word. She suddenly understood something and gently hugged the man. The two looked into each other's eyes and slowly kissed each other. At this moment, silence is better than words. Chapter 47, Our Continent. Early morning. Sumu walked out of the bedroom refreshed. Wearing a pair of animal skin shorts, he walked all the way to a stone platform. Below is the huge pool of water under the waterfall, now a fish pond. Sumu just stretched and then jumped up. Plop! Water splashed everywhere, and the huge impact force made the fish in the pond run around in panic. After taking a bath in the water, Sumu caught a bream with his bare hands and touched its 10 wings, which he found very interesting. I played with it for a bit, and then put it back into the pool. The gull sank to the bottom of the pond as if it was escaping for its life and dared not come out. Boom! The next moment, an ice fox jumped down, splashing water, but was frozen into icicles by a cold air and scattered. Sumu grabbed it and scolded with a smile. Chioshire, put away your coldness, be careful not to freeze the fish to death. In fact, it did it on purpose because it wanted to eat the fish in the pond. Woo woo! The little guy cried out twice in displeasure before being pulled up by Sumu. Otherwise, all the fish in the pond would probably be eaten by it. Boom! At this moment, a person jumped down from the sky, creating a huge wave of water. Sumu took a closer look and immediately laughed. The one who jumped down was the little girl Linaka, who also jumped down, her whole body wet, and she spit out a mouthful of water as soon as her head emerged. Brother Su, good morning. She smiled sweetly. But when I thought of last night, my face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. After showering, go upstairs to have breakfast, and then set off. Sumu swam over, hugged her gently and said something in her ear. Okay, got it. She responded and then sank into the pool. Sumu went ashore alone, carrying the ice fox. He leaped back into the pavilion, sat by the fire, warmed himself, dried his leather pants, and made some soup. After all, I was too tired last night and needed to replenish my body. Not long after, Linaka came back. She was as beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Just turned 18, she was tall and slender, with fair skin and beautiful looks, especially her long legs. Sumu couldn't help but take a few more glances. By the way, I haven't asked where your sister is yet, he asked casually while drinking soup and eating meat. Linaka drank her soup and replied, I heard her say it's in the Ark continent. Is it far away? What the hell? Sumu was stunned. Ark continent. Oh shit, where did he go? Naturally, he knew the Ark continent best. I had been there in a previous life and hunted several prehistoric dinosaurs, especially Tyrannosaurus, and killed several of them. However, the Ark continent is quite far from the isolated island. It is separated by more than 10,000 kilometers of ocean. Oh my god! Linaka's sister is in the Ark continent, which makes things difficult. Flying from here, there is boundless ocean all the way. And you may encounter storms, or even encounter terrible beasts in the sea, giant beasts in the sky, and other dangers. It is not possible to fly to Ark continent by yourself. The only way is to find a teleportation array on each continent. That's right, it's the teleportation array. Each continent has a teleportation array. Once you find it, you can use the teleportation array to adventure on other continents. But the key issue is that there are dangers around the teleportation array. For example, there are giant beasts guarding, powerful exotic beasts, ferocious creatures, or even some primitive tribes, headhunters, etc. It's troublesome. Sumu frowned. Linaka said with worry on her face. Brother Su, is it too far to get there? It's far for sure. You know this is an isolated island. The distance from here to the Ark continent is more than 10,000 kilometers. It's unrealistic to fly over there directly by relying on your own strength like this. Sumu shook his head and said. Linaka lowered her head in disappointment when she heard this and whispered. Then I'll tell my sister first that I can't go find her now. I thought I could take my sister in once I found her, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing her lost look, Sumu felt a little sorry and comforted her. Don't worry, we can definitely go to the Ark continent, but the two of us don't have the strength to go there at the moment. However, if we find the only remaining teleportation array on the isolated island, we can go to the Ark continent. He expressed his own understanding and methods. Really? Linaka looked up at him in surprise. Sumu nodded. That's right, but now we have to improve our strength first, because as far as I know, there are at least 3,000-year-old beasts guarding the teleportation array on the isolated island. 3 strange beasts that are more than 1,000 years old? Linaka felt desperate after hearing this. But he quickly regained his confidence. Sumu was right. He should improve his own strength first. There is another way, which is to upgrade your home to level 15, so that you can enable teleportation between your friends' homes. Tell your sister that she can't go there yet. Tell her to improve her strength and protect herself, and upgrade the level of her home as soon as possible. Sumu warned her one by one. On the Ark, the chance of finding alien beast eggs is a little higher. It's simple, because dinosaurs were very good at laying eggs. Ordinary dinosaur eggs are ordinary exotic beast eggs. If it is a stronger dinosaur, such as Tyrannosaurus, it is at least 100 years old, and the eggs it lays are naturally 100-year-old eggs. Survival in the Ark is also dangerous, but the opportunities are equally great. Okay, I'll tell her right away. Linaka immediately opened the chat channel. Find the sister you just added. Seeing that she was chatting, Sumu did not disturb her, but thought about what to do today since he could not go. Catch exotic animals, take eggs, fish, gather, or go hunting? He accidentally glanced at the ice fox lying nearby and his eyes lit up. The ice fox is a 1,000-year-old exotic beast. If I train it well now, it will be able to reach the strength level of a 1,000-year-old beast. With my own ever-increasing strength, it won't be a problem for me to successfully break through the 1,000-year-old beast guards and find the teleportation array. Oh, he remembered that he had captured a Gudiao before, but had not had time to deal with it. It would be a good opportunity to take it out and let the ice fox devour it to improve itself. Shio, come here, this is for you to eat. Sumu took out a ball of light with a smile, inside which was a goo eagle. The ice fox opened his eyes and immediately became excited. Woo-woo! It hummed a few times, opened its mouth and swallowed the Gudiao in one gulp. Buzz! The next moment, the ice fox was covered in light, which was a normal manifestation of devouring evolution. Sumu watched quietly. A Gudiao could not actually bring much improvement to the ice fox, but a little bit adds up to a lot. Soon the ice fox finished swallowing the joke, and its strength did increase a little bit. Seeing this, Sumu understood what his next plan was. Cultivate the ice fox and improve your own strength at the same time. Brother Su, my sister wants to add you as a friend. At this time, Linaka ended the chat and talked about this. Okay, let her add it. Sumu didn't care and agreed casually. After all, she is her sister, and can be considered as her sister-in-law, right? Bite. You have a friend request. A prompt sounded, and Sumu opened it to take a look. It was added by a girl named Lin Miao. You can tell without asking that she is her sister. Just added her as a friend. Lin Miao. Are you my brother-in-law? As soon as I added him, he sent me a message. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. This name sounded strange. But it's also normal. His sister has become his woman, so why not call him brother-in-law? That's right, I'm your brother-in-law, meow meow, what's going on over there? Sumu sent a message to ask about the situation over there. It would be good to give her some advice or two. Soon, Lin Meow Meow sent him a message that stunned him. Chapter 48 Fire Dragon Egg? Lin Meow Meow. Brother-in-law, I got a red dragon egg the day before yesterday, but I can't bake it or break it. What should I do? Open the message and take a look. Puff. Sumu spat out a mouthful of soup. Brother Su, what's wrong with you? Lin Miaoka was startled and hurried forward to ask. Ahem. Sumu coughed a few times and said, I'm fine, I just choked. After saying that, he looked at the message sent by Lin Meow Meow, his sister-in-law. Confirmed again, yes. A dragon egg? Damn it, I actually got a dragon egg. Sumu looked at Lin Miaoka with a strange expression. This girl could also get a lot of good exotic beast eggs. Even her sister was able to get dragon eggs that couldn't be baked or broken. Isn't that a dragon egg? Send me a photo. Sumu calmed down and sent a message. Soon, the other party sent a picture. When I opened it, I saw a picture of a girl who looked exactly like Lin Miaoka. She was holding a bright red egg and making a scissors hand gesture. Sumu was stunned. He looked at Lin Miaoka, then looked at the photo, and almost thought they were the same person. Twin? Your sister is your twin? He asked uncertainly. Lin Miaoka nodded, blinked and said, Yes, brother Su, don't you know? Sumu was speechless. I just found out that you have a sister. How could anyone know that? It's all right. He slapped his forehead, feeling that Lin Miaoka was a little insensitive. How could he know that when she hadn't even told him? However, he did not dwell on this, but instead focused his attention on the fiery red dragon egg. That's right, it's a dragon egg. The surface seems to be covered with red dragon scales, and there is a faint glow of hot light flashing on it. No wonder it can't be cooked, baked, or cracked. It would be strange if it could be broken. This is a fire dragon egg. The fire dragon is a powerful creature on the Ark continent, superior to the dinosaurs, and is a true dragon-like creature. It can be said that every fire dragon has the strength of a 1,000-year-old beast, and the weakest fire dragon is a 1,000-year-old beast. Oh my god, these two sisters are so lucky! Sumu was secretly amazed. The elder sister was like this, and the younger sister was also like this. He is indeed a European emperor, there is no doubt about it. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. An idea popped into my mind. I wanted this fire dragon egg. But I gave up after thinking about it. I can't ask for things from someone's sister-in-law just when I met her. This is a fire dragon egg, a 1,000-year-old beast. You can hatch a baby fire dragon, or you can devour it to strengthen yourself and gain the blood of a fire dragon. Sumu sent a message. Then he thought for a moment and sent another message. Of course, if you are lucky, you can obtain the blood of the fire dragon and master the ability to manipulate fire, or you can obtain the wings of the fire dragon and evolve into a pair of dragon wings. I suggest that you prioritize evolving yourself and gaining greater strength so that you can survive better. As soon as the message was sent, there was silence over there for a long time. At this time, the Ark continent was more than 10,000 kilometers away. In the valley, a stone house was built against the stone wall. Lin Miao Miao was sitting in the room, staring at the fire dragon egg in front of her in a daze, with a gleam in her eyes. She was a little shocked when she received the message from Sumu. 1,000-year-old strange beast, the fire dragon egg. Then she followed Sumu's instructions, clicked on the Shirung nearby, and indeed found an option for devouring evolution. If no one reminded me, it might take me a long time to realize it. After all, it is too secretive and ordinary people can't really find it. Can it really devour evolution? Lin Miao Miao thought blankly, wondering whether to hatch a baby fire dragon or just swallow it to evolve herself. Well, my brother-in-law said that I should prioritize evolving myself. She thought of Sumu's proposal and this brother-in-law who suddenly appeared. I was very resistant at first, thinking that my sister must have been coerced. But now it seems that this brother-in-law is not a bad person. After thinking about it, she immediately chose to evolve herself. Buzz! The Shirung glowed, wrapping her in the fire dragon egg, and began its first evolution. As for where this dragon egg came from, needless to say, it must have been stolen. Rays of fiery red light enveloped her, and her whole body gradually floated up. If Sumu were here, he would be stunned and even shout, "Fuck!" Because after Lin Miao Miao swallowed it, she actually gained two bloodline abilities. One is the evolution of dragon wings, growing a pair of huge red dragon wings. The second one actually obtained the blood ability of the fire dragon. His body was wrapped in flames and burning fiercely, looking extremely terrifying. The chance of obtaining two bloodline abilities at once is extremely low, almost 1 in 1,000. But she never thought that she would get it. He is indeed a European emperor. How could someone who can obtain a fire dragon egg have bad luck? Crash! The flames died down, Lin Miao Miao woke up, and she felt different. She stared blankly at the pair of huge dragon wings growing out of her back, her whole body covered in flames, with a shocked expression on her face. It was true, Sumu didn't lie to her. Not only did all attributes increase, but he also gained the bloodline abilities of 2 fire dragons. At this moment, she transformed into a little master. I can fly now, and I can control fire? Lin Miao Miao flew around excitedly, and almost broke the roof. The temperature in the room rose rapidly, but he quickly controlled it down, retracted the flames, and revealed his perfect body. The animal skin clothes on his body were burned. Her face turned red and she quickly got a new set of animal skin wraps, animal skin pants and skirt, and put them on. Then, she remembered that she had not replied to her brother-in-law's message. I immediately sent a message excitedly. On the other side, Sumu received the reply and opened it. Lin Miao Miao. Thank you, brother-in-law, it really can be swallowed and evolved. I have swallowed it, and I can fly. Seeing this, Sumu smiled. This gave the sister-in-law, whom he had never met before, some capital to protect herself in the Ark continent. Afterwards, he passed on to her some of his survival experiences. It can be regarded as improving her survival ability, and even instructing her on how to become stronger. After some instruction, the two quickly became familiar with each other. After finishing the conversation, Sumu stood up and prepared to go out. "Let's go, it's time to go out hunting and look for exotic beast eggs." After Sumu finished speaking, he took Linaka's hand, and the two of them spread their wings and flew out. We flew all the way and finally arrived on land. "By the way, didn't you say earlier that you discovered the lair of a large monster?" He remembered that Linaka had said before that they had discovered the nest of a large beast, which might contain strange beast eggs. I had invited him to explore with me before, but later I didn't take it seriously and didn't pay any attention to it. "Yes, Brother Su, I'll take you there right away." Linaka became excited when she heard this and immediately led the way. The two flew in another direction. According to memory, Linaka took Sumu and flew over a huge stone forest. As soon as he arrived, Sumu saw a huge beast deep in the stone forest. "Shield bull?" Sumu was surprised to reveal the identity of the giant beast. 100-year-old shield bull. Chapter 49, Infiltrating the Headhunters. In the stone forest, a huge shield bull was digging up the soil. Shield bull, one of the strange beasts in the mountains and seas. It looks very much like a hippopotamus, with thick armor covering its body and a huge head shield with 2 horns on it. Under it, there is a large group of small shield cattle. It turned out to be a litter of cubs. "It seems that those alien beast eggs have hatched." Sumu sighed when he saw it. "There is a shield bull here, and the litter of cubs has obviously just hatched. That would be of no value. Although you can take it back and raise it, the shield bull you raise is of little value. You can kill it for its meat or let your pet devour it. The greatest value is the exotic beast egg, and the value of the hatched cubs is greatly reduced." "What a pity!" Linaka shook her head regretfully. "If I had come a day or 2 earlier, I might have been able to get a nest of eggs, at least 5 eggs. Nothing to be sorry about." Sumu shook his head and had no intention of hunting the shield bull. It is troublesome to hunt and raise a litter of cubs, so it is better to leave them alone. Wait a few months until it lays another clutch of eggs, and then you can come back and see if you can get the eggs. As for capturing it and raising it in captivity, that is impossible because an adult exotic beast is difficult to tame, let alone one with a litter of cubs. There are at least 2 adult shield bulls here. Let's go and look somewhere else." After saying this, Sumu turned and left. Linaka followed, and the two of them left quickly. In the stone forest, the shield bull had no idea that it had just walked through the gates of hell. If its clutch of eggs fails to hatch, it may be hunted, or even its eggs may be taken away and looted. Luckily, it hatched early. Heaven. While flying, Sumu was thinking about where to go and checking the map. "By the way, where are the headhunters you met before?" He remembered this and asked immediately. Linaka immediately pointed in a direction. "In that direction, Brother Su, should we go and take a look?" "Yes, let's go and have a look." Sumu did not hesitate. "First, go to that headhunter tribe to check some information and see how many headhunters there are in that tribe. You can first gather some intelligence and prepare for the subsequent attack on the headhunting tribe. Or see if you can sneak in quietly and steal eggs, holy objects, etc. All of these are possible." The two were extremely fast. An hour later, finally arrived at the place where Linaka had been in danger before. As soon as he arrived, Sumu saw that there was indeed a tribe of headhunters in the valley ahead. There is a small forest in the valley. The headhunters set up their camp inside, and the valley mouth was the only entrance and exit. There is a huge temple with a mountain gate. It's difficult to get in. There are more than a dozen headhunters guarding the door at all times. But it is not a problem for Sumu and the other man, after all, they can fly. So he went around the headhunters and quietly looked down from the mountain to observe the situation in the valley. Sumu observed carefully and obtained some accurate information. This headhunting tribe has at least thousands of members and is a medium-sized tribe. It's a good thing you escaped before, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable, Sumu observed and said softly. Linaka was also still frightened as she looked at the headhunters in the valley below. The tribe of more than 1,000 people was very powerful. Moreover, the strength of the headhunters should not be underestimated. Their fighting power is not weak. In addition, the headhunters have a leader and a wizard, and the two are the most powerful headhunters. Combined with the sacrificial offerings to the gods in the tribe, it would be even more terrifying. It's difficult. Sumu sighed. Looking at the headhunters in the valley, there were more than a dozen patrol teams. Each patrol team has a dozen headhunters, and the rest are busy with other things. Some were out hunting, and others were making a fire and barbecuing. At the deepest part of the valley there are two huge animal skin tents. One of them is the leader of the headhunter tribe, and the other is probably where a headhunter wizard lives. There's the cave. Linaka pointed to the end of the valley. Sure enough, there was a huge cave there. It must be the sacred place of the headhunters, where they worshipped gods and offered sacred objects. I don't know if Linaka had alarmed them before, but now there are more than a dozen headhunters guarding in front of the cave. It's almost impossible to sneak in quietly. There will be no chance to enter unless these dozen headhunters are dealt with quietly. But if you go in, you might directly encounter the deity inside, the giant snake. Sumu was not sure about the specific strength of the giant snake, but it was definitely not weaker than a 1,000-year-old beast, and it might even be a 1,000-year-old beast itself. How could the gods worshipped by ordinary headhunters be weak? After checking for half an hour, I couldn't find any flaws. There was no chance to sneak in, so I had to give up. Let's go, come back later. Sumu felt a little disappointed. He thought there would be a chance, but it seems he took it for granted. It is not clear whether the 1,000-year-old beast egg that Linaka saw before is still there, or whether it was swallowed by the giant snake used for the sacrifice. Etc. Suddenly, Linaka pulled Sumu. She pointed to the valley below and said, "What are they doing? Are they going to fight?" Sumu stopped and looked in surprise. Sure enough, I saw the headhunters in the valley gathering together, picking up their weapons, bows and arrows, etc., as if something had happened. Seeing this, he immediately stopped, watched, and waited carefully. Not long after, Sima and his companion saw two headhunters walking out of the largest tent in the valley. These two are the leader and wizard of the headhunters. What are they doing? Sumu was also confused. However, judging from the situation, the leader of the headhunters has gathered a large number of headhunters and seems to be giving them a lecture. Then, the headhunter leader and the wizard, along with most of the headhunters, left the tribe in a mighty procession. This scene caught Sumu's attention, and his eyes lit up. The opportunity has come. Most of the headhunters are out, so this is a great opportunity to sneak in. No matter what this group of headhunters are going to do, it is a great opportunity for Sima. He watched with his own eyes as the headhunter leader and the wizard led their men out, and only felt relieved after they had walked a long way. I was afraid that they were deliberately trying to lure him out, but I didn't think that would be the case. You watch here, I'll sneak in quietly. If you have any questions, send me a message in time. Sumu thought about it and made a decision immediately. Break into the forbidden area of the headhunters and see if you can steal the 1,000-year-old beast egg and the sacred object. Okay, be careful. Linaka nodded obediently, and did not forget to give some instructions. Sumu didn't say much and flew down from the top of the mountain quietly. He slowly entered the valley and sneaked towards the forbidden cave of the headhunters. When they got closer, flying swords quietly appeared behind Sumu. Call out. The next second, 9 flying swords whizzed towards the dozen or so headhunters guarding the gate like lightning. One of the headhunters on guard noticed something was wrong and opened his mouth to shout. As a result, a flying sword pierced through his mouth and skull, killing him instantly. Puff, puff, puff. With a flash of sword light, the 9 flying swords pierced through one guard after another, completed the hunting mission silently, and flew back. It's done! Sumu was secretly delighted, and quickly rushed into the forbidden area of the headhunters and stepped into the cave. Chapter 50, Stealing the Holy Relic, the Millennium Snake. In the cave, the fire flickered. There were skeleton torches hanging on the walls on both sides. As Sumu came in, he felt a cold breath coming towards him. It was eerie, with bone fragments scattered everywhere. Some were the skeletons of giant beasts, scattered in a pile, with an unpleasant stench. In the huge cave, there is an altar made of skull bones. Sumu saw an egg on the altar at a glance. The whole body is covered with golden lines, exuding a mysterious luster. There really is a strange beast egg, and it is very likely a 1,000-year-old strange beast egg. Sumu was excited and quietly floated up to the altar. Without any nonsense or delay, he directly put the strange beast egg into his backpack. Then he turned his head and looked to the other side, and there was an altar there just as Linaka said. On top of a huge rock, there was a huge bone, on which something was enshrined. To be precise, there are two things, a piece of golden tortoise shell and a piece of animal skin underneath. Needless to say, the thing in front of us is the sacred object worshipped by the headhunters. Sumu quietly approached, reached out and grabbed the golden oracle bone, and put it into his pocket along with the leather scroll without even looking at it. Done! After putting away his things, Sumu was excited. Now that we have obtained the exotic beast eggs and the holy objects, we can retreat. Boom! At this moment, there was a vibration in the cave. The entire cave was shaking, as if something terrible was about to come out of it. Not good! Sumu's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. He stared into the depths of the cave, where a cold and murderous aura was blowing towards him. The headhunter's sacrificial deity is about to come out. Sure enough, it was alarmed, probably because it took the strange beast egg from the altar. Run! Sumu turned around without thinking and flew out of the cave. This is no joke. Who knows how powerful the thing behind is? Run away first to show your respect. Hiss! A terrifying roar came from the cave, shaking the mountains and fields like a dragon's roar. Sumui ran out wildly. As soon as it came out, it flapped its wings and flew into the air. At this moment, a huge monster rushed out of the cave, rumbling and shaking all around. The whole valley was shaking because of this. Ah! A roar sounded like thunder. Sumu's heart was pounding and he looked down. I saw a huge snake rushing out of the cave. Its huge body and head as big as a house were raised up and it roared towards the sky. The moment he saw the giant snake, Sumu couldn't help but take a breath. Oh shit! What a big snake! Its body is like a train, and its exact length is unknown. But look at that back, there is a row of fish-like things growing on it, its head is covered with barbs, and it has two huge horns. Looking closely, there were actually two tumors growing on the abdomen, as if it was about to grow claws like a dragon, and a pair of eyes with a violent red glow, which was frightening. 1,000-year-old snake? Sumu exclaimed. It was indeed a 1,000-year-old giant snake. There was no doubt about its might. Wisps of black mist could be seen surrounding it, as if clouds were rising. This is a sign of transformation into a dragon. The 1,000-year-old python in front of us is about to transform into a dragon. No wonder the headhunters found a 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg. It was most likely swallowed by this 1,000-year-old python, and then evolved into a dragon. Go! Sumu shouted loudly and flapped his wings to fly out of the valley. His voice startled Linaka, who immediately flapped her wings like a demon butterfly and flew high into the sky. The two men looked at the valley below in horror. The giant snake was roaring, and its roar shook all directions, and the mountains and forests were shaking. This momentum is so terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, the python bent its body and shot out like a spring, opening its mouth to swallow Sumu and Linaka in the air. The two people who saw this scene were shocked and flapped their wings and flew out. But the Keba snake actually flew up and chased after the two of them. Sumu's face looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that this python could actually fly. No wonder, it is about to transform into a 1,000-year-old dragon. At that time, its strength will change dramatically. The first change will be flying in the clouds. The flying of a dragon is the most basic element. Now it looks like this 1,000-year-old python is about to transform into a dragon, but unfortunately Sumu has taken away its 1,000-year-old beast egg, which is the food for its evolution. Of course I couldn't let him go, so I chased after him like crazy. Go! Sumu flicked his finger, and 9 flying swords whizzed away and hit the Basashi. Only crisp sounds of tinkling were heard, but it couldn't break the defense of the python. The scales on its body are so hard that they are comparable to the scales of a dragon. It's troublesome. Sumu's face was solemn. He was in a very bad mood as he looked at the python that was still chasing him with the black fog. He had overlooked the fact that the python could fly, so it was sheer luck that Lin Miao was able to escape before. Maybe the python didn't want to leave the cave, or there might be other reasons. Anyway, now that Sumu took away the 1,000-year-old beast egg, it attracted the Bahen to chase him directly. Boom! The Basashi took off, surrounded by black mist, and it was as terrifying as a dragon soaring into the sky. You go first. Sumu saw that the situation was not right and immediately separated and fled. As expected, Bash chased him relentlessly, completely ignoring Lin Miaoka and allowing her to escape. Looking at Sumu who was being hunted, Lin Miaoka was filled with worry. She was anxious but helpless. After all, she was not strong enough to escape with Sumu. Following him would only be a burden, so it would be better to go back and wait. On the other side, Suma and the Basher were flying quickly towards the sea. He knew very well that he had to get rid of the python behind him, otherwise he might not be able to escape the 1,000-year-old python's crazy pursuit. Hiss! Behind him, the python opened its mouth and roared. I saw it chasing after me quickly, gathering strength as if something was brewing in its mouth. Sumu, who was flying at a fast speed, felt a sense of danger looming behind him. He turned around and saw the python opening its mouth and spitting out something horrible at him. Dragon breath? Sumu was startled and suddenly climbed up quickly to avoid it. And that breath of dragon swept away and landed on the forest ahead. Boom! The dragon's breath raged, destroying a large area of forest ahead. It even has a strong corrosive property and contains terrible toxins such as fire poison. This python is really fierce. Sumu was a little anxious. His flying sword couldn't break the opponent's defense and couldn't cause any harm. If you want to kill it, you must have enough strength. If he stopped, he would probably face a brutal attack from the python. The attack from this 1,000-year-old beast was no joke. What to do? Sumu felt a little anxious. At this moment, the speed of the python slowed down, and it seemed to have dropped significantly. Sumu happened to catch this scene and his eyes lit up. It turns out that the basa cannot fly for a long time. Apparently it has not yet truly transformed into a dragon, so it cannot fly in the mist for a long time. This discovery made Sumu very excited. There is a way to get rid of this crazy 1,000-year-old python. Boom! Sure enough, not long after the chase, the black mist on the python suddenly dissipated, and it fell directly from the sky and crashed into the forest. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky. The huge python opened its mouth and roared towards the sky, but it could not catch up with Sumu. In the sky, Sumu flapped his wings faster and soon disappeared. Finally, he successfully got rid of this 1,000-year-old python. Chapter 51: Ice Fox Transforms and Counterattacks. Dozens of miles away, in the forest, Sumu flew down, gasping for breath. Finally got rid of this thing. It was so thrilling. Fortunately, the 1,000-year-old python was unable to fly for a long time, otherwise it would have been doomed. This time, I made a lot of money. Sumu excitedly took out the exotic beast egg he had found. When I took it out and looked at it, the eggshell was shining with an orange-yellow light, with golden lines on it that looked like snake patterns. It is covered with various hard snake scale-shaped indentations and feels cold to the touch. Judging from the situation, it is definitely a 1,000-year-old egg of an alien beast, possibly a snake. After all, if the 1,000-year-old python wants to transform into a dragon, it must devour a 1,000-year-old alien beast egg from the same snake species. The headhunters got this 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg from nowhere, with the purpose of cultivating their 1,000-year-old python to transform into a dragon for their sacrificial purpose. Good stuff, it's cheap for me. Sumu smiled happily. He looked at it and thought about how to deal with this strange beast egg. Should I take it back and devour it myself, or should I let my pet ice fox devour it and evolve it first? After thinking about it, he decided to let his pet devour the 1,000-year-old alien beast egg and then transform into a real 1,000-year-old alien beast, the ice fox. This way, there might be a chance to kill the 1,000-year-old python. Thinking of this, Sumu made a decision. Xiaoxiu, come out! He growled and waved forward. There was a flash of light, and the ice fox came out of the pet space. Wow! As soon as it came out, the ice fox's eyes lit up with excitement as it stared at the strange beast egg. Its eyes were filled with intense desire and excitement. Eat it! I'll let you devour it. I hope you can complete your evolution, replenish the energy you consumed in your previous tribulation, and become a true 1,000-year-old ice fox. Suma said with a smile, causing Ice Fox to jump up excitedly. Woo! The ice fox pounced and licked Sumu's face affectionately. It barked excitedly twice before flying to the 1,000-year-old alien beast egg. The ice fox opened its mouth and spit out a strong cold air, which turned into cold currents that wrapped around the strange beast egg. Sizzle! The strange beast's egg was directly frozen, emitting a sizzling cold air. The ice fox's 9 tails coiled around the 1,000-year-old monster egg and began to devour it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sumu waited nervously. Time passes by little by little. A powerful energy gradually emerged from the strange beast egg and merged into the ice fox's body. Finally, the ice fox opened its mouth and sucked the entire alien egg directly into its mouth, swallowing it completely. Ouch! The ice fox howled in pain, and its 9 tails danced in unison, emitting an extremely powerful chill that swept in all directions and froze everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Countless ice solidified and the trees turned into ice sculptures. Sumu stood there quietly, motionless, nervously on guard. The ice fox had already transformed into a huge ice crystal sphere, like a cocoon, and was transforming its blood and power. A 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg allowed it to completely replenish its previous deficiencies and consumption, and completely transform into a true 1,000-year-old ice fox. Snap! Soon after, the ice cocoon broke, and a terrifying chill gushed out from it. With a loud bang, countless ice chips scattered. A terrifyingly powerful cold current swept in all directions, and everything within a 1,000-meter radius turned into ice. A crystal-clear ice fox flew out from the broken ice crystals, with wisps of icy flames all over its body. The 9 tails were dancing slightly and floating in the air. It completed its evolution and became a true 1,000-year-old ice fox. Ouch! The ice fox let out a low roar, opened its pair of icy eyes and looked at Sumu. There was a human light in those beautiful eyes, one of gratitude and excitement. It flicked its tail and flew in front of Sumu, nudging his belly affectionately. Well, you finally evolved successfully. Sumu smiled and stroked its icy fur, feeling very happy. With the Millennium Ice Fox, he no longer has to run away when facing some 1,000-year-old strange beasts. Can directly counterkill. Shir, come with me and meet the 1,000-year-old python. After saying that, Sumu turned over and rode on the ice fox. The ice fox leaped and flew high into the sky, scattering bits of frost along the way. It carried Sumu and flew rapidly towards the place where the 1,000-year-old python was. The speed was breathtaking. The 1,000-year-old ice fox is flying along on countless ice and snow, with its 9 tails spread out. It is so beautiful that people can't let it go at first sight. Hiss! Roar! In the distance, angry roars were heard, shaking the mountains and forests. The 1,000-year-old python was still roaring angrily, and refused to leave. At this moment, the Bahan seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly turned its head, and its pair of scarlet eyes stared at the flying ice fox. Especially when he saw Sumu sitting on the ice fox, his eyes suddenly turned red. Ouch! The python let out an angry roar, then shot forward madly, opening its big mouth and spewing out a breath of hot and poisonous dragon breath. Boom! The dragon's breath rolled in. Sumu was not too worried. Because the ice fox had already launched its attack, a cold current spread. Then a freezing breath swept away. The two forces collided with each other. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky, dragon breath, and ice collided and exploded. Ice chips were scattered all around, and bits of ice were splashing. Ouch! The python opened its mouth and roared, appearing very angry. But the ice fox had already arrived, and its body was becoming colder and colder. It swung its 9 tails together, and endless cold air rushed directly towards the basa. In that instant, everything froze. The huge body of the python froze into an ice sculpture and stood there. Good opportunity. Sumu was delighted when he saw this. Under the control of his powerful mental power, 9 flying swords whizzed towards the frozen eyes of the python. Bang! The next second, the python shattered the ice and broke free. But before he could react, his eyes were pierced by flying swords, and blood splattered. Hiss! It let out a painful whine as its 2 eyes were pierced. The python that had lost its eyes seemed even more violent. It opened its mouth and gushed out a large amount of poisonous dragon breath that swept around. The rumbling sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests, burning a large amount of things. Unfortunately, it didn't work at all, and the ice fox took Sumu and evaded nimbly. In addition, with the constant attacks from the ice fox, Sumu controlled the flying sword to launch sneak attacks again and again, specifically stabbing at the eyes of the besa. Puff! Flying swords pierced into the Basashi's eyes and continued to wreak havoc inside his head, causing great damage and injuries. Sumu did not hold back at all and was determined to kill the besa. This is because the gods worshipped by the headhunters have special marks and cannot be captured. So we can only kill. Boom! The ice fox swung its 9 tails, and the ice in the sky turned into sharp ice spikes that fell from the sky and hit the body of the Basashi densely. Although most of them made tinkling sounds and were unable to break through the defense, they still froze the python, freezing its body and slowing down its speed. This allowed Sumu's sneak attacks to be successful time and time again, and eventually 9 flying swords pierced through the Basashi's skull and flew out. Ah! The python roared towards the sky, let out a grief-stricken wail, and slowly fell down with a strong sense of unwillingness, raising a lot of smoke and dust. Boom! The python fell down, struggled and twisted a few times, and then became motionless. 1,000-year-old python was killed like this. Looking at the dead python, Sumo was completely relieved. Bite. Kill the Millennium Basho, gain 500,000 experience points, and get a Millennium Blind Box. A reminder sounded. Sumu didn't bother to check and flew down directly. He quickly put the corpse of the 1,000-year-old python into his backpack, and then rode the ice fox away quickly. Whoosh! Not long after leaving, a dark shadow suddenly and quickly came here. Looking at the mess on the ground, the black shadow was stunned. This black shadow is none other than the wizard of the headhunting tribe. Ah! The wizard let out an angry roar, and terrible black air emanated from his body. The surrounding mountains and forests withered and died one by one, and the scene was extremely horrifying. Unfortunately, Sumu had already escaped. Chapter 52, Dragon Pearl, Sealing Technique. Home. Linaka walked back and forth, waiting anxiously. She didn't even dare to send a message, for fear of disturbing Sumu and causing trouble. Whoosh! Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly a sound of breaking through the air was heard. You're back? She looked up and cried out in surprise. It was Sumu who came back, riding on an ice fox. As soon as he landed, Linaka rushed towards him, her eyes full of tears, and her tearful look was heartbreaking to see. I'm fine, don't worry. Sumu could only comfort her first. Not long after, Linaka recovered and burst into laughter. She was really worried that something might happen to Sumu. After all, it was a 1,000-year-old python and it could still fly. Where is that python? She asked carefully. Sumu smiled and waved his hand gently. Boom! There was a vibration sound outside immediately. She walked out curiously and was stunned. Outside the home lies a giant snake. Isn't it the 1,000-year-old python that just chased the 2 people? It's actually dead. Linaka was stunned and shocked. You killed it? She was extremely shocked. Sumu nodded slightly and admitted that he had indeed killed the python. How to solve it without killing? Let's deal with the body of this python first. Without much explanation, he immediately flew and landed in front of the python's body. The next step is to deal with the body of the python, including skinning, taking out the meat, etc. All of which need to be done properly. This is a 1,000-year-old python. Its bones and flesh contain powerful energy. Eating it can nourish the body bit by bit and enhance physique and strength. Snake blood is also a good thing. Sumu made a large vat to collect the snake blood directly, sealed it, and put it in the warehouse. The snake meat is removed piece by piece, leaving only a large pile of snake bones, which is perfect for making soup when you have nothing to do. Hey, Brother Su, what is this? At this time, Linaka, who was digging out the snake head, asked in surprise while holding a huge bead. Sumu was pleasantly surprised when he saw it. He immediately walked forward and took the bead. The fist-sized bead was crystal clear and sparkling with a mysterious light. This is a snake bead. Actually, it should be called a dragon bead, Sumu explained while gently stroking the bead. Snake beads are a special kind of energy substance condensed in the body of a giant snake. It is also a manifestation of a giant snake transforming into a dragon. As long as it turns into a dragon bead, it can truly transform into a dragon. Unfortunately, this python had the bad luck to meet Sumu. Not only did it have its 1,000-year-old monster egg stolen, but it was also killed. Instead, it helped Sumu and made wedding dress for him. What's the use of the dragon bead? She asked curiously again. Sumu smiled and said, The jiaozhu is a good thing. It can increase the chances of snakes turning into jiao after swallowing them, and it can also enhance the strength of snakes. This is a 1,000-year-old snake bead, and it has already transformed into a dragon bead. He said as he looked at the snake bead. It had a great effect. Of course, humans cannot swallow the dragon beads, but pets can. As he said this, he glanced at the ice fox with shining eyes next to him. Although it was not a snake, swallowing the dragon pearl also had huge benefits. After thinking about it, I only have this one pet at the moment, so I might as well let it devour and evolve to gain more powerful strength. Here you go, eat it. After Sumu finished speaking, he threw it to Bingu. The latter jumped up, grabbed the dragon pearl in one bite, and swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. Then he let out a low growl at Sumu, ran into the hall, fell asleep on Sumu's jade bed, and began to absorb the dragon pearl to evolve and improve himself. After dealing with the jiaozhu, Sumu cleaned the 1,000-year-old python one by one. The snake skin can be made into defensive leather armor. The snake bones can be used to make soup, and the sharp snake teeth and dragon horns can be used to make weapons and incorporated into one's own flying sword or horizontal blade to enhance the power. As for snake tendons, they can of course be used to create some powerful bow weapons. He has the dragon blood bow, so he can make a bow for Linaka. After working for a long time, the two finally finished cleaning up the entire body of the python. I'm finally done. Linaka sat in the pavilion, wiping the sweat from her forehead. She smiled brightly, having gained a lot today. Brother Su, I'm going to grill the snake meat. After she said that, she took a large piece of snake meat and went to grill it. Sumu sat in the pavilion to rest, and then took out the holy object he had stolen from the forbidden cave of the headhunters. A piece of golden tortoise shell and a piece of animal skin. Mysterious oracle bones, the secrets of the headhunters are recorded on them. Following the route on the oracle bones, one can enter the holy land of the headhunters. When Sumu saw the information recorded on the oracle bones, his eyes suddenly lit up. The holy land of the headhunters? That is not the cave in the valley, but the headquarters of the headhunters. It is the ancestral land of the headhunters and a holy place. As for what is in the holy land, you can guess it without having to say it. There must be a lot of treasures. TSK, not bad, really good. Sumu smiled and carefully collected the oracle bones. I thought that one day when I was strong enough, I would definitely go to the holy land of the headhunters' ancestral land. The last item was a piece of tattered animal skin. When I opened it, I saw some densely packed symbols on it. He was full of question marks and didn't understand it at all. He simply brought the animal skins to Shirang and identified them directly. Bite. Mystic Scroll. It contains a secret technique, sealing technique, which can be used to learn sealing technique. When Sumu saw the identified information, his eyes lit up. Sealing technique? His breathing became rapid, he felt a little excited and a little bit unbelievable. It turned out to be a sealing technique. As a person who has experienced it, Sumu naturally knows very well what the sealing technique is. The so-called sealing technique is a powerful secret technique that can seal the power of some powerful beasts. For example, If you use the sealing technique on a 1,000-year-old beast, you can immediately seal a portion of the beast's strength and weaken the beast's combat power. This is a good thing. During a battle, suddenly sealing off part of the opponent's strength is a good opportunity to turn the tables. With this sealing technique, Sumu's combat effectiveness can be greatly improved, and he can even face some powerful 1,000-year-old beasts without fear. Well, this is the real treasure. Sumu almost jumped up with excitement. He placed the scroll on the soil with trembling hands. Study! Bite. Learning the sealing technique consumes 2,000 points of spiritual energy. Do you want to learn it? A reminder came. Sumu looked at the spiritual energy, and found that there were only about 1,500 points, less than 2,000 points. He simply took out a spirit stone and directly integrated it into the soil. Gain 1,800 points of spiritual energy. Sure enough, this spirit stone gained a little more spiritual energy. There was enough spiritual energy, and Sumu immediately consumed 2,000 points of spiritual energy to learn the sealing technique on the scroll. Buzz! The Shirang glowed, an array of light enveloped it. The leather scroll was burned to ashes, and then mysterious symbols jumped and flew towards Sumu's forehead. In an instant, Sumu mastered a powerful secret technique. Sealing technique. The light faded, Sumu opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Once he mastered the sealing technique, he would become a different person. From today on, you can truly challenge various 1,000-year-old beasts to enhance your own strength without fear. Brother Su, come quickly, the snake meat is ready. At this moment, Lin Miaoka's call came from the pavilion outside. Here I come. Sumu woke up and walked out immediately after hearing the sound. Chapter 53, The European Emperor is Different. Pavilion. Sumu took the snake meat handed to him by Lin Miaoka and took a bite. It's no wonder that the meat of the 1,000-year-old exotic beast is extraordinary and very fragrant. While he was eating, he took out a box. This is a Millennium Blind Box obtained by killing the Millennium Snake. This is already the second Millennium Blind Box. The first time I got it was as a reward for killing the 900-year-old troll, and now I got the 1,000-year Blind Box by killing the 1,000-year-old python. Blind Box? Lin Miaoka asked in surprise. Sumu nodded without explaining. He was about to open it when he suddenly thought of something and stopped. After looking at Lin Miaoka, he handed the blind box over directly. Please help me open it. When these words came out, Lin Miaoka was stunned. Me? She pointed at herself in disbelief. Then he quickly shook his head and said, Brother Su, I can't do it. I'm unlucky. You should drive it yourself. It's okay, I'll open it if you asked me to. Sumu stuffed it into her hand without saying anything and said. Lin Miaoka held the blind box in her hands and forced a smile, saying, Brother Su, we agreed that if I can't get anything good out of it, don't blame me. Don't worry, go ahead. Sumu didn't care at all, it was just a 1,000-year-old blind box. The things that came out were both good and bad, and it was a good opportunity to try out whether Lin Miaoka was lucky enough. Judging from her previous performance, and seeing that her sister was able to get the fire dragon egg, the two sisters should be pretty close. A novice blind box can reveal a 500-year-old butterfly or monster egg, so what about a 1,000-year-old blind box? Click! Just as I was thinking about it, the blind box was opened. A dazzling light burst out, and both of them couldn't help but squint their eyes. Wow! Lin Miaoka exclaimed. Sumu looked over quickly and saw that she was holding a few balls of light in her hands with a dazed expression on her face. Seeing this, Sumu was stunned. I counted them and found 4 balls of light. Inside the first ball of light, there are some sparkling things hidden. Sumu could tell at a glance that they were spirit stones. Wow, there were actually 20 of them. You are truly a European emperor. Bite. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 spiritual stones. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple quality Wandering Dragon dual guns. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple quality Starlight armor. Congratulations, you have obtained a Millennium Salamander embryo. Looking at the things inside the 4 light balls, Sumu remained silent for a long time. There was a hint of weirdness in his eyes when he looked at Lin Miaoka. What a lucky guy. I only got 2 things before, but now others get 4. Moreover, they are not ordinary items. Not to mention the 20 spirit stones, they are hard currency in the mountains and seas. Purple quality weapons and armor, 1 set each. Is there anything wrong with that? No problem. The most important thing is that she actually opened a 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg. Millennium salamander, this thing is very rare and hard to come by. There is no place to catch it even if you want to, and the most important thing is that the salamander has the ability to regenerate. You can repair its body directly if you cut it in half. The salamander, which is said to have the ability to regenerate immortality, is definitely the rarest and most precious species of beasts in the mountains and seas. She can even draw this out. I have to say, you can't understand her European emperor physique. At least Sumu couldn't understand who was the reborn one. I put away the spirit stone. Sumu directly put away the 20 spirit stones. Then he picked up 2 sharp spears, the long double spears, took a look at them and threw them to her. There is also the set of starlight armor, which is a purple defensive armor with very good defensive power. I just gave it to her. After all, he had the blood defense ability of the 1,000-year stone's spirit armor, and had no use for this thing. These 2 things are for you. After Sumu finished speaking, he looked at the last thing. It's that 1,000-year-old alien beast egg, its eyes are shining. If I let him drive it, I really don't have the confidence to drive this thing. I'll devour this egg first. He thought about it, and decided to swallow it himself. Well, it's all yours anyway. Linaka nodded obediently and didn't care at all. She is Sumu's person herself, so why does she care about this? Sumu didn't waste any time. He took the 1,000-year-old salamander egg and went straight back to the hall. He found the shirang and started to devour it. Consumes 1,000 spiritual energy. I saw a ball of light bursting out from the shirang, wrapping around the sima and the strange beast egg. Both were enveloped and submerged in the light. After a long time, when the light faded, Sumu's figure slowly emerged. Bite. Swallowed successfully, all attributes plus 50, experience gain 10,000. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded and you have gained 2 free attributes. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodline of the Millennium Salamander and the Salamander Regeneration ability. Do you want to fuse and evolve? Evolution! Sumu was pleasantly surprised that the fusion was successful in one go. They have also acquired the super regenerative ability of the salamander, so they can recover from any serious injury. With this super regenerative ability, regenerating severed limbs is no longer a problem. Just right, upgraded. Currently at level 9, with 2 more free attributes. After thinking about it, Sumu directly added 2 attributes to the spiritual attribute, because his mental power was about to undergo a second transformation. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 9 experience, 3502/1 million. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, firebat, wings, Millennium Stone spirit armor, salamander regeneration ability. Strength, 168. Physique 168. Agility, 168. Spirit, 194. Backpack, 90 slots. Home, level 11. Shiran, level 4, spiritual energy 316 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 5, alchemy, level 6, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, soul-breaking arrow, level 15, sword drawing, superb level sword intention, sword control, level 10, sealing. With his strength increasing again, Sumu felt particularly happy. I have to say that having a European woman is not bad. At least it brings you greater benefits and rewards. He was only 6 points away from a second transformation in mental power. By then, his mental power would be even stronger, and would even directly affect his strength in other aspects. Brother Su, what's wrong? Lin Miaoka looked at him expectantly. Sumu looked at her pretty face, and with joy in his heart he went up to her, hugged her and gave her a big kiss. Ha! Looking at Lin Miaoka, who was so shy after being kissed, Sumu laughed heartily. He was in a particularly good mood today, and even hummed a song. While eating barbecue, I turned on the East District channel and checked the World channel out of boredom. Bite. Your friend sent a message. At this moment, a friend message popped up. When Sumu opened it, he found that it was his sister-in-law Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao. Brother-in-law, when are you guys coming to see me? I'm so bored being chased all over the mountain by dinosaurs every day. When Sumu saw this message, the corners of his mouth twitched. My dear sister-in-law, you'd better stay in Fangzhou, otherwise you will disturb my and your sister's private life. Yeah, that's it. After thinking about it, Sumu replied with a message. You should improve your strength. When the time is right, your sister and I will go to the Ark continent to see you. Come on, I have confidence in you. The two chatted idly. Sumu's mind was not here at all. He was thinking about how to destroy the headhunting tribe. After killing the 1,000-year-old python, the headhunting tribe lost its guardian deity. That way there would be a chance to wipe out this entire headhunting tribe. Browsing some news on the World channel. Suddenly a recruitment information caught his attention. Some people began to recruit members and consciously formed a huge power structure. It seems that the clan needs to plan ahead. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Chapter 54, Destroying the Headhunters. Day 2, early morning. Sumu got up very early. Just after washing up, Lin Miaoka woke up. Wake up, get ready, and attack the headhunter tribe today, Sumu said as he munched on his baked breakfast. Attack the headhunters? Lin Miaoka was shocked after hearing this. But he still nodded obediently, and was feeding a piece of meat to the ice fox next to him. After the two men and the fox had eaten their fill, they finally went out. Sumu rode on the ice fox and carried Lin Miaoka, and jumped up into the air. The next step is to go to the previous headhunter tribe and completely eliminate the headhunters. Soon after, the two arrived above the headhunting tribe. Looking down from here, the headhunters had already spotted the two people and immediately caused a commotion. Oh! The headhunters were in chaos, each holding a spear, and some drew their bows to aim at Sima and the other man in the sky. Xiaoxia, do it! Sumu didn't waste any words and directly ordered the ice fox to take action. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the ice fox swung its 9 tails, and the ice and snow in the sky turned into countless ice spikes that poured down. The dense ice spikes pierced through the headhunters one by one, killing them instantly. Some fled in panic and hid in tents to escape the disaster. But it still didn't work at all. The strength of the Millennium Ice Fox was not to be underestimated. The ice fox exhaled a terrible breath of cold air, which instantly swept across the entire valley tribe. The cold swept through, and everything froze into ice sculptures. Watch out for yourself. Sumu gave some instructions and flew down. He saw a wizard from the headhunting tribe, standing on an altar made of bones and performing some kind of witchcraft. Call out. As soon as it landed, the flying swords surrounding it suddenly broke through the air and pierced one headhunter after another who were still alive. Sumu's body floated in the air and rushed towards the headhunting wizard. With a flick of his fingers, 9 flying swords whizzed away and pierced through the body of the headhunter wizard. Ding ding ding. But the next second, the flying sword was fixed in midair, only 3 feet away from the wizard's body, but was blocked by an invisible force. Sumu narrowed his eyes and looked at the wizard in surprise. This wizard is very powerful. You will die. The wizard stared at Sumu with his pair of white eyes, revealing endless hatred. It saw that Sumu was the one who killed the gods and stole the sacred objects, and it was immediately filled with anger and hatred. Boom! A black gas swept in, knocking 9 flying swords away. Sumu waved his hand back and his expression became more serious. The wizard seemed to be performing some secret magic, and looked very powerful. As a person who has experienced this, Sumu is well aware of how weird and powerful these wizards are. They can kill you if you are not careful. Sealing technique. Sumu waved his hands and performed the sealing technique he had just learned. With a humming sound, a halo appeared on the ground with crisscrossing array patterns, enveloping the wizard and sealing his body. The wizard, who originally had a cold and terrifying aura, suddenly lost a lot of momentum, as if a large part of his strength had been cut off. This is the sealing technique. At least 80 of the wizard's power has been sealed, and from now on he can only be at the mercy of others. If one cultivates it to the extreme, the sealing technique can seal all people with one hand, making them completely powerless. This is the strongest manifestation of sealing technique. Kill! Sumu flicked his fingers lightly, and 9 sword beams broke through the air and pierced the wizard's body like lightning. This time he failed to block it, and the wizard's body was pierced with 9 holes. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and black blood was actually oozing out. Sumu felt uneasy when he saw this scene. Because this wizard is not dead yet? Die, die, die. The wizard let out a series of hoarse roars, and a ball of blue flame burned all over his body. It was covered in flames, and its clothes disappeared, revealing a skeleton-like body that made people's scalps tingle. He actually sacrificed himself, and used some powerful secret method to kill Sumu, the enemy. Destroy it! The wizard roared, and the flames on his body quickly turned black. Horrible black flames appeared around him and rushed towards Sumu. The terrifying black flames contained a terrifying aura that could burn everything. Sumu's face changed slightly and he quickly stepped back. Crash! Suddenly, a chill came from behind and instantly hit the dense black flames. The two forces of ice and fire collided, and the ice and the flames cancelled each other out. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. The ice fox came to the rescue. Woo! The ice fox roared, and its 9 tails condensed with terrible cold air and swung, completely freezing the surrounding area within 100 meters. Including the wizard, who instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Break! Sumu seized the opportunity, and 9 flying swords broke through the air together, piercing through the wizard who had turned into an ice sculpture, and instantly shattered him into ice chips on the ground. Only then did the wizard die completely. After killing the wizard, Sumu felt relieved. This most terrible guy was killed. But before he could relax, a terrible roar came from the other side. Ah! A roar shattered countless tents. In the center of the headhunting tribe, the largest tent exploded and a huge figure slowly walked out of it. When he saw this guy, Sumu couldn't help but take a breath. Oh shit, what the hell is this? The 10-meter-tall body was covered with green muscles that bulged out like a giant carrying a bloody skull battle axe. This is the leader of the headhunters. How did it become like this? A thought suddenly flashed through Sumu's mind. Could it be related to the dead wizard? Yes, the wizard must have used some secret magic to make the headhunter leader's strength surge, and his body directly transformed into a 10-meter-tall headhunter demon. Roar! The headhunter leader roared and swung a huge bone axe angrily at Sumu. Sumu dodged and the ground exploded with a bang, leaving a huge pit. Looking at such tremendous power, I couldn't help but marvel in amazement. It turns out that the headhunters should not be underestimated. If you are careless, you will be the one who dies. Fortunately, the wizard was killed before, otherwise it would be even more terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, 9 flying swords broke through the air and instantly pierced through the body of the headhunter leader, leaving 9 small bloody holes. But the headhunter leader didn't care and swung his battle axe again and again, blasting out big holes one after another. Crash! A chill swept over its body, and its movements became sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sumu turned the flying sword and attacked the opponent's head, eyes, throat, heart, and other fatal parts. Puff, puff, puff. Almost in an instant, the head of the headhunter leader was pierced through, and his eyes were pierced by the flying sword and flew out from the back of his skull. Ah! The severely injured headhunter leader screamed, his body swayed, and he staggered while still swinging his giant axe. Seeing this, Sumu sighed slightly. Holding the hilt of the knife, a sense of knife power swept across the sky. Clang! The next second, the blade was unsheathed, and a figure appeared behind the headhunter leader. Its body shook, and its huge head rolled down, blood spurted all over the ground, and the headless corpse fell down with a bang. Bite! Successfully killed the headhunter wizard, gained 100,000 experience points, and was rewarded with a volume of Fire Control Technique. Successfully killed the headhunter leader, gain 100,000 experience points, and be rewarded with a clan contract of Shanhai Secret Scroll. Successfully kill 850 headhunters and receive 850,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded, and you have gained 2 free attributes. As the system prompt sounded, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 of them raided the headhunting tribe. The 1,000-year-old ice fox froze the entire valley. Sumu killed the enemies aggressively, and Lin Miaoka shot some of the escaped ones from the side. Finally, the headhunting tribe was completely wiped out and a reward was received. Lin Miaoka also gained hundreds of thousands of experience points and was promoted twice. Of course, the one who gained the most was Sumu himself. Miaoka, search the headhunter tribe to see if there are any good things there. Sumu gave an order and walked towards the tent of the headhunter wizard first. Don't know what's inside. Chapter 55, Return with a full load. The tent was filled with all kinds of skulls, which looked creepy. Sumu looked around the tent and found that there was a lot of space inside. The bone tables were filled with various bottles and jars, all of which were poisons. Of course, a small part of them are healing medicines and antidotes. There are also a large number of poisonous weeds and poisons that make people's scalp tingle. There was even a pot inside with a dark green liquid boiling and bubbling inside. Needless to say, it's poison. My goodness, this wizard just loves dealing with poisons. Sumu didn't care and packed all the poisons and sold them on the world trading platform. It's a waste recycling. I can't use them myself and I don't want to use them to avoid poisoning myself. All kinds of poisonous plants, venoms, and anything poisonous can be thrown into the trading house for trading and sale. Exchange various materials, even exotic beast eggs and so on. However, some antidotes such as sumu were stored away for future use. There was nothing good else. I guess the wizard just likes to study poisons. This is... In a bone box, Sumu found several animal skins. After opening it carefully, I saw countless symbols painted on the animal skin inside. It must be the most precious thing to the wizard. Could it be the formula for making poisons or various secret recipes for poisons? Sumu shook his head, put it away and took it back for identification. In this way, Sima and Lin Miaoka plundered the entire headhunting tribe, looting everything from top to bottom. Even the equipment and weapons of the headhunters were collected and put on the trading floor. It didn't matter whether anyone bought them or not. If you sell it, you will make money. If you can't sell it, just keep it on the shelf. 10 minutes later, Sumu arrived at the cave. This is the forbidden area of the headhunting tribe. It used to be a place for worshipping holy objects and offering sacrifices to gods. The 1,000-year-old python has been killed, so there should be nothing left inside. However, Sumu still went in to take a look. What if he was lucky and something was left behind? He walked into the cave where the python used to live. It was very deep and pitch black. Carrying a torch, Sumu walked to the end of the cave. It was unexpectedly discovered that there was a huge cave inside, which must be the nest of the 1,000-year-old python. Nothing else was found here, but there were a lot of biological skeletons. What a pity that the strange beast egg I imagined is not there. Sumu retreated disappointedly and saw that Lin Miaoka had already searched the place. After the search, let's go back. After he finished speaking, he turned over and sat on the ice fox, carrying the 2 of them directly into the air, leaving the valley of the headhunting tribe and flying towards their home. Today's trip was very rewarding. I destroyed a headhunting tribe, leveled up, and got a lot of good stuff. For example, killing a wizard will give you a scroll of secrets. Fire control. Could this be the kind of spell that the wizard cast at the end? When I took it out and took a look, it turned out to be the fire controlling technique. There were certain conditions for practicing and learning it. One had to find a special kind of fire in order to practice it successfully. Spark? Sumu was speechless. Where can I find this special fire? After thinking about it carefully, I seemed to remember something. I remember that there seemed to be some special fire in the scorched earth continent? Sumu's eyes lit up when he heard the news. The scorched earth continent, like the Ark continent, is a continent belonging to the mountain and sea realm. There are some special fires there that have powerful powers. If I get it, maybe I can practice the art of controlling fire. Well, keep it for now. I'll go to the scorched earth continent again when I have the chance. Sumu thought about it, and put away the scroll of fire control technique as he couldn't use it at the moment. Unless one can obtain a 1,000-year-old exotic beast egg with fire attribute, and then devour it to gain the ability of that fire attribute bloodline, then one can gain the power to control fire. Otherwise, you can only find special fire and learn fire control techniques. Like Lin Miaoka's sister Lin Miao Miao, the fire dragon egg obtained by this sister-in-law is a kind of exotic beast egg with fire attribute. The firebat eggs obtained before can actually be considered as such. However, if you want to obtain special bloodline power, you must get it from exotic beasts that are more than 1,000 years old. And what Sumu wants most are the secret scroll of mountains and seas and the clan contract. A mysterious scroll. It is the Shanhai clan contract, and you can create a clan with this secret contract scroll. Finally, I can start a clan. A trace of emotion appeared on Sumu's face. However, starting a clan requires a lot of resources, which are not enough at the moment. You need to accumulate a lot of resources first, and then start a clan. Miao-ke, next we have to do our best to collect various resources. Sumu whispered something to her. Okay, got it. Lin Miao-ke nodded obediently, and didn't ask anything. Anyway, she does whatever Sumu says. She is a very well-behaved girl. Not long after, the two returned to their home. Store the things you obtained this time in the warehouse one by one. The next step is to collect resources, various supplies and materials to prepare for the establishment of a clan. Byte. Your item was sold successfully. At this time, email reminders sounded one after another. Sumu opened it, and was surprised to find that all the poisons he had just put up were sold out. Oh my god, what's going on? Is poison so popular? Obtain 180,000 wood, 150,000 stone. Obtain 10 blue beast eggs and 2 purple beast eggs. Watching the emails coming in, Sumu's eyes sparkled and he almost laughed out loud with excitement. Finally, someone was willing to trade with exotic beast eggs. 10 blue exotic beast eggs and 2 purple exotic beast eggs belong to exotic beasts of the 100-year level. Sure enough, it is easy to sell it if it is listed on the World Trading Platform. After all, there are so many people, there must be someone who needs it. Then Sumu continued to add large amounts of raw meat and continued to exchange resources. However, the current amount of raw meat storage is somewhat insufficient. After thinking it over, he decided to go out hunting before it got dark and store up some meat. Brother Su, I have collected a lot of herb seeds. Should we cultivate a herb field and plant them? At this time, Lin Miao-ke came over with a large number of various medicinal herb seeds to inquire. Sumu agreed without thinking. Then he opened up several medicinal fields on the floating island and planted these medicinal herb seeds. By the way, you should devour these blue beast eggs. Sumu gave 10 blue monster eggs to Lin Miao-ke. Now he can't gain strength by devouring these low-level monster eggs. Even ordinary purple beast eggs cannot provide much improvement. After becoming stronger, one must devour higher-level beast eggs. There are 200-year-old beast eggs. If you swallow one, you will get 1 point of all attributes. There will be no effect after that, unless the beast egg is more than 500 years old, then it will have no effect. Seeing this, Sumu gave the last purple monster egg to Lin Miao-ke to improve her strength. He left the farming to Lin Miao-ke, while he went out hunting alone with the ice fox. I am only 3 points away from breaking through 200 in spiritual attributes. I will soon be experiencing my second transformation. Sumu rode the ice fox out, thinking about his own strength. Once all attributes reach 200 points, you will be strong enough to compete with 1,000-year-old beasts, and you can engage in head-on battles without relying on pets. Chapter 56. The Ming Snake in the Storm. East District, West Suburbs. Above the vast desert, Suma flew slowly over riding an ice fox. Below is an endless desert filled with wind and sand and extremely hot. For the entire afternoon, Suma was looking for various exotic animals to hunt and store meat. He killed his way through the group, and whenever he encountered any large alien beasts, he would kill them and collect their bodies. During this period, he encountered 200-year-old beasts. but he killed them both with his flying sword, and even collected and stored their bodies in one go. I just haven't encountered any decent powerful beasts or exotic animals, so I'm getting a little impatient. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few powerful exotic beasts, so why didn't we see a single one in the entire afternoon? I did meet quite a few people. Some of them even devoured alien beast eggs and evolved into half-human, half-beast forms. He even saw a guy with an alligator tail, which looked funny. Some people merged with the blood of wolves and turned into werewolves. Some people have swallowed and fused the blood of crabs and evolved 2 crab claws. Can you believe this? Some are even more outrageous, directly integrating the blood of elk, and as a result growing a pair of antlers, looking half-human, half-beast. These people made Sumu speechless. Not all exotic beast bloodline abilities are good. On the contrary, most of them are of little use and become half-human, half-beast. When integrating the blood abilities of exotic beasts, at least choose useful abilities to evolve. For example, wings can allow flying, etc. It is useless to evolve them just for decoration, and they are ugly. Ouch! Just as I was thinking about it, the ice fox suddenly stopped and issued a warning. Sumu immediately became alert and looked up, seeing a cloud of dust rolling up in the sky. Huh! He exclaimed in surprise, realizing something was wrong. Everything was fine just now, why did a sandstorm suddenly start rolling in? Even the sky was dark, with the sun completely obscured by the wind and sand. Boom! Ahead, a huge sandstorm hit. There was even a terrible tornado forming, with sand and wind whistling through the sky. Sumu immediately realized that something was wrong, and even felt a vague sense of powerful threat. Xiaoxia, go down! He immediately let the ice fox land. This way, you will definitely be swept away by the storm in the air. Woo-woo! The ice fox seemed a little impatient. It seemed as if something disturbing had appeared. Sumu looked at the rolling sandstorm, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. If a sandstorm occurs in the desert of the mountain and sea realm, there must be a reason. Could it be that thing appeared? Sumu's face changed slightly, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. There must be some terrifying creature hiding in the sandstorm. Rumor has it that there is a terrifying beast in the world of mountains and seas, and once it appears, it will be accompanied by endless sandstorms. Hold head high! In the distance, a long roar was heard, echoing through the sky. Sumu's pupils shrank and his eyes were fixed on the dark sky. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky, looming, as if a giant snake was flying in the sky. It has 4 wings, and its huge body is flying in the air, sweeping across the sky with sandstorms, as if a world-destroying natural disaster has come. Snake? Sumu's face changed slightly and he let out a low cry. It was obvious what that thing was. Ming snake is a giant snake that represents disaster in the mountain and sea world and a terrifying beast. Its appearance will be accompanied by a terrifying sandstorm, and wherever it goes, the land will be barren, drought will come, and all things will wither. Fuck, why is there such a thing here? Sumu was shocked. He couldn't understand how there could be such a thing on the isolated island. He had never heard of it in his previous life. As far as he knew, Ming snakes should often appear in scorched earth, ruins, and wilderness, and he had never heard of them appearing on isolated islands. It's a bit troublesome. Sumu stared at the giant snake flying in the sky, which was causing an endless sandstorm. The entire desert seemed to be rolled up, with huge rocks flying into the sky and dust rolling. The scene was like a world-destroying natural disaster. He and the ice fox hid under a huge mountain. The powerful cold air froze the surroundings and solidified the flying sand and dust, thus avoiding being swept away. The man and the fox hiding here seemed so small. Sumu didn't dare to go out. The Ming snake was a real super ferocious beast. In its eyes, the 1,000-year-old beasts were just its little brothers. Driving him out would be tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, the Ming snake seemed to be just passing by here. After flying 2 circles in the sandstorm, it rose into the clouds and disappeared. As it left, the dust in the sky subsided one by one, and countless objects and huge rocks that were swept into the sky fell down and hit the ground again. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of huge rocks fell from the sky above the desert, creating huge pits. Sumu waited quietly, not in a hurry. After everything calmed down, he flew out on the ice fox. Looking at the devastated desert, I have an indescribable feeling in my heart. Now he feels that he is quite strong, but when facing powerful creatures like the mink snake, ferocious beasts or exotic beasts, he has no ability to fight back at all. At this moment, Sumu deeply felt that his strength was still very weak. Being able to kill a 1,000-year-old beast is nothing. It can only be considered as a bottom-level existence. It seems that we need to speed up our growth. Sumu took a deep breath and rode the ice fox across the vast desert. On the way, we even saw some injured strange animals. It must be that some of the mink snakes that passed by earlier didn't have time to escape and were swept up into the sky and fell down, seriously injured, and some even turned into corpses. You know what, he really picked up a lot of corpses of strange animals along the way. Shirshue, we're almost at the ice field. Half an hour later, the man and the fox crossed the desert and entered a snowy field. Before, it was a vast arid desert, but now it has entered a vast expanse of ice and snow. It is truly a polar world, a barren desert one moment, and a world of ice and snow the next. As soon as he arrived here, the ice fox seemed particularly excited and energetic. Because the ice fox itself likes this kind of environment, it even runs happily in the snow and ice, sweeping away the wind and snow. Boom! The snow was falling heavily, and the ice was raging. Sumu patted the ice fox helplessly and told it to stop playing. Only then did the man and the fox go deep into the ice field. Sumu naturally had a purpose in coming here. There are a large number of exotic beasts living in the ice field, and one of them is very special. That's ice crab. That's right, there are a large number of ice crabs living on the ice field, and they are a rare delicacy. You know, once the ice crabs are grilled and beer is poured, we can drink it for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course he came here for the ice crabs. It would be great if he could catch a bunch of them and take them back to grill. Well, I remember there was a huge ice lake on the ice field. Sumu suddenly remembered something. He immediately turned the ice fox around and flew towards the center of the ice field. There is an ice lake there, and that is the place with the largest number of ice crabs. There are also powerful exotic beasts living on the ice field, such as frost wolves, ice boars, mammoths, ice crocodiles, etc. There are also many powerful exotic beasts such as ice bears. Soon, we arrived at the ice lake. Roar! As soon as the man and the fox arrived, they heard a ferocious roar resounding through the ice field. Sumu's heart moved, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 57, Icefield Behemoth. Ice Lake, Frozen Ice Surface. There was a giant beast roaring. It was a mammoth, 10 meters tall, covered with thick, long hair. It swung its huge nose hard and knocked a crystal white wolf away. That's the ice wolf. There was a large group of ice wolves around, besieging the lone mammoth. An ordinary ice wolf is generally 2 meters tall, with hair covered with ice thorns. Its claws and fangs are extremely sharp, like ice blades that can easily cut the skin of its prey. Ouch! At this time, a loud wolf howl was heard from the wolf pack. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound and saw the largest ice wolf. Its entire body was crystal blue, and from a distance it looked like a ball of blue ice flame. It is extraordinarily handsome, with its head held high and its chest puffed out. It is born with the aura of a king, aloof, domineering, and ferocious. This is the Wolf King. The king of the ice wolf pack howled and made the wolves retreat. 100-year-old Wolf King! Sumu nodded slightly, realizing that this Wolf King was already a 100-year-old Wolf King. The besieged mammoth was also a century-old beast. When 2 century-old beasts fought, the wolves automatically retreated. Many of the besieged wolves were injured, and the Wolf King couldn't stand it anymore, so he decided to take part in the battle himself. On! The mammoth let out a long roar and stomped its feet hard. With a loud bang, the ice surface exploded and debris flew everywhere. The terrible force shocked the wolves. But the Ice Wolf King was not afraid at all and walked towards the mammoth step by step. The two are more than 10 meters apart. Suddenly, the Wolf King leaped towards the mammoth. Ayo! The Wolf King pounced on the mammoth and bit the mammoth's body. The mammoth was not to be outdone. It swung its nose, and the heavy force knocked the Ice Wolf King dozens of meters away and made him fall. On! The mammoth let out a long roar, then suddenly accelerated and ran away. It wanted to crush the Wolf King into a pulp. That heavy body and violent power were like a heavy tank charging forward, and even the Wolf King didn't dare to confront it head-on. Boom! An iceberg was broken into pieces. The Wolf King dodged nimbly, leaped onto the mammoth's back, and opened his mouth to bite it madly. At this time, the surrounding wolves saw it and pounced on it. They launched an attack, helping the Wolf King to tear apart the mammoth. For a moment, the mammoth's body was covered with scars and blood, which dyed its long hair red and even the snow. Boom, boom! The mammoth fought hard and trampled several ice wolves to death. But it was too tired, with more and more wounds, and its strength gradually declined under the siege of the wolves. What's more, the Wolf King was lying on his back and biting him, so there was no way he could fall down. In the end, the wolves drained his strength little by little and he was unable to resist. Boom! The mammoth fell down, wailing weakly. He died in a few seconds, beaten to death by the wolves. Wolves are so scary. Su-mu couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the wolves were. With group hunting and a powerful Wolf King, even giant beasts like mammoths can be easily killed. Of course, the wolves also paid a heavy price. Several ice wolves died, and many were seriously injured, bleeding. Some had their stomachs cracked and their intestines spilled out. These seriously injured wolves will soon die on the ice. Su-mu just watched without taking any action. The Wolf King and the wolf pack also noticed Su-mu's presence. In particular, it felt threatened by the ice fox and issued a series of warnings. Ouch! The Wolf King roared fiercely, as if warning Su-mu not to come near. Seeing this, Su-mu just smiled. Call out! The next second, a sword beam broke through the air. With a puff, the Wolf King's body was pierced, his eyes showed fear, and he finally fell powerlessly beside the mammoth, seriously injured. It never expected that it would be severely injured and fall to the ground in an instant. Su-mu killed the Wolf King in an instant with his flying sword. 9 flying swords whizzed away, leaving one purple sword mark after another, and piercing the heads of the wolves present. Ouch! The wolves panicked and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, they could not escape the attack of the flying swords. Soon, dozens of ice wolves lay down forever. The poor wolves had just successfully hunted, but Su-mu took advantage of the situation. Not only were their prey robbed, but they were also slaughtered entirely. After killing all the other ice wolves, Su-mu flew down. He got off the ice fox, walked to the front of the Wolf King, looked at the Wolf King who was panting in front of him, took out his hunting gun, and shot him. Bang! A ball of light hit the Wolf King's body, and the light immediately enveloped it, gradually shrinking the Wolf King into an ice crystal-like embryo. Su-mu's eyes lit up, and he successfully transformed the 100-year-old Ice Wolf King into a primordial fetus. Not bad. He happily put the Ice Wolf King's embryo into his backpack. Then he walked in front of the mammoth, looked at the dead mammoth, and thought to himself what a pity. But it's not bad to have an Ice Wolf King. Su-mu cleaned up the corpses at the scene one by one, including the mammoths, ice wolves, and all of them were collected without a single one left. It was a great bargain. Well, time to look for ice crabs. Next, Sima started looking for ice crabs on the ice lake. There are a lot of ice crabs here, but they should be hiding. Sima walked to the shore of the ice lake, looked at the towering glaciers around him, and after careful observation found some clues. There are rows of footprints left on the ice. It is probably the trace left by an ice crab hiding in a hole. Boom! The next second, Su-mu punched the glacier in front of him. There was a loud bang, and the glacier exploded, revealing a hole inside. Then 2 huge pincers stretched out. Click! The huge ice-like pincers flashed with cold light. A huge ice crab rushed out, and waved its big claws at Su-mu angrily. Unfortunately, before he could use the pliers, a purple sword light pierced his head, and he fell to the ground with a snap. The huge ice crab looks like a small car, which makes people feel chilled. When faced with this thing, most people have no choice but to run away. But to Suma, it is just a dish, and it tastes delicious when he grills it at home. Especially the pair of huge claws, the meat is so delicious that I can't help drooling just thinking about it. After putting the ice crab away, Simu continued to look for the ice crabs hidden here. Most of them hide in ice caves, and when they find something to kill, they just kill it and collect its bodies. Their speed and skill are so fast that it makes people ashamed. Sumu stopped only after catching dozens of giant ice crabs. It's not that we don't want to kill, but it's enough to eat for a while. Boom! Just as I was about to leave, a hole suddenly appeared in the ice. A huge monster rushed out from the ice lake and launched a sneak attack on the ice fox. Sumu was shocked and stepped back quickly. Ice crocodile? He was surprised to find that it was an ice crocodile that was attacking him. He wanted to launch a sneak attack on the ice fox that was leisurely on the ice, but of course his attack failed and it dodged. Woo! The ice fox was angry and breathed out a breath of cold air. But surprisingly, the ice crocodile did not react at all. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and bit the ice fox. Sumu shook his head and shouted, Xiaoxue, that's an ice crocodile. You can't cause much damage to it with your ice power. As expected, the ice crocodile is also a giant beast with ice attributes, so it naturally has extremely strong resistance to cold. Woo! The ice fox roared and lashed out with all 9 tails. Bang! With just one strike, the ice crocodile was sent flying dozens of meters away and crashed into the glacier, becoming motionless. Per ice crocodile, isn't it seeking death by attacking the 1,000-year-old ice fox? Sure enough, the ice fox killed it with one blow of its tail. Boom! But the next second, the ice fox was blown away by a powerful force. The entire ice lake exploded, creating countless splashes of water. A huge monster rushed out from under the icy lake. Sumu couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw it. Millennium Ice Crocodile? He whispered softly, taking in the appearance of the giant creature. A 1,000-year-old ice crocodile broke out of the ice. Chapter 58, Millennium Ice Crocodile. Boom! The ice surface exploded, and a 30-meter-long ice crocodile rushed out of the water. That huge body was covered with thick, shiny ice armor, and its huge mouth was covered with fangs like ice spikes. This is the Millennium Ice Crocodile, the only 1,000-year-old beast in the ice lake. Roar! The ice crocodile opened its mouth and roared, its eyes shining with ferocity as it stared at the ice fox. It felt that as long as it devoured the ice fox, it would be able to evolve again and become a 2,000-year-old behemoth. Xiaoxue, hit it! The Sima people said with a smile in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw ice and snow gathering in the sky. The ice fox floated in the air, and its 9 tails gently curled up. Endless ice and snow gathered, and pieces of glaciers floated up and condensed into huge ice spikes. Dense ice spikes gathered behind the ice fox, making people feel cold all over. Roar! The ice crocodile was not afraid at all and opened its mouth to roar. Then his whole body lit up with rays of light, flashing blue light, and a powerful energy aura condensed in his mouth. Call! The next second, the ice fox swung its tail, and dense, huge ice spikes whizzed down. At this moment, the ice crocodile's accumulated energy suddenly gushed out from its mouth. Boom! The two forces collided with each other, causing the glacier to shake and the ice surface to crack. In the first confrontation, both sides were evenly matched. The ice fox and the ice crocodile are both exotic beasts with the same attributes, and their strength is at the 1,000-year level, so they are naturally evenly matched. Sumu took a look and decided that fighting was not a solution. Sealing technique. Without saying a word, he used the sealing technique to throw it down and hit the ice crocodile. Per ice crocodile, he ignored Sumu and suffered a terrible consequence. As he was enveloped by the sealing technique, his body tightened and most of his strength was sealed, causing his momentum to drop significantly. It panicked and wanted to retreat and hide back in the icy lake. Unfortunately, it's too late. The ice fox swooped down and swung its 9 tails at the ice crocodile. With a loud bang, the ice crocodile's 30-meter-long body was knocked away and crashed onto the glacier. It got up angrily and roared with its mouth open. As a result, the next second, he was hit hard by the 9 tails again and flew out, rolling more than 10 times before he stopped. At this time, Sumu took out the dragon blood bow, drew the bow and drew the arrow, and a powerful mental force gathered, locking onto the ice crocodile that was climbing up. It sensed the danger, turned its head and looked over, just in time to see Sumu in the air drawing his bow and arrow. Soul-breaking arrow. Sumu murmured softly and suddenly let go. The sharp arrow whizzed through the air and went straight to the ice crocodile's eyes. Roar! The ice crocodile roared, felt a pain in its eyes, blood spurted out, and crashed painfully into the glacier in front of it. Boom! Boom! A large amount of ice splashed, and the ice crocodile rolled its body while wailing in pain. One eye was shot out. Woo! The ice fox came close at this time, and its 9 tails hit the ice crocodile at the same time. Although it was knocked away again, the ice crocodile with thick skin and flesh was not seriously injured and got up quickly. It just lost an eye, and most of its strength was sealed by Sumu, so it was naturally afraid. Want to run? Sumu snorted coldly. It was so hard to come across a 1,000-year-old beast, how could he miss it easily? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I saw several purple lights streaking across the sky, and the flying sword came whistling and pierced into the other eye of the ice crocodile like lightning, blinding it again. Ah! The ice crocodile howled in pain and rolled violently. It's hopeless. With the joint efforts of Sumu and Ice Fox, the ice crocodile was quickly defeated. He was beaten to death and lay there motionless, but he was not dead yet and was still gasping for breath. The seriously injured ice crocodile was unable to move, so Sumu took out his hunting gun and shot it. Bang! With a flickering light, the ice crocodile's huge body quickly shrank and was eventually sealed inside a ball of light. Soon the ball of light fell down and turned into a crystal-clear embryo. Capture successful. Sumu's face lit up with joy, and he felt very happy as he looked at the ice crocodile that had transformed into a primordial embryo. 1,000-year-old ice crocodile egg, a good harvest. Together with the previous 100-year-old ice wolf king, he obtained 2 primordial fetuses when he arrived at the ice field. Woo-woo! The ice fox rolled several times excitedly and pounced on Sumu, begging for something. Sumu understood that it wanted to devour the ice crocodile, but he wanted to too. Because after swallowing the Millennium Ice Crocodile's embryo, there is a chance to gain the power of ice, which can enhance one's own strength. That won't work. Sumu smiled and patted its head to comfort it. But you can devour the embryo of the Ice Wolf King. Binga felt a little disappointed when he heard this, but he still nudged Suma to express his gratitude. For you. Sumu shook his head and threw the Ice Wolf King's embryo to the Ice Fox to devour. He walked to the front of the Ice Crocodile's embryo and put it directly into his backpack. Today's harvest has exceeded my imagination and the trip was worthwhile. After the Ice Fox devoured the Ice Wolf King's embryo, its strength was greatly improved. Although it is just a 100-year-old Ice Wolf King, it at least has the same ice attribute, so it still brings it considerable benefits. It's getting dark, Shioshue, let's go back first. Sumu looked at the sky and night was about to fall. It seems that hunting can only go so far today. We must go back, otherwise it will be extremely dangerous outside at night. After saying that, he put the ice fox into the pet space first, and then directly cast the teleportation spell. Points of light flew up. As soon as 10 seconds were up, Sumu's figure disappeared on the ice field. The next second, Sumu appeared in his home. Teleportation is so convenient. When I returned home, Linaka was nowhere to be found. Sumu didn't care, but stood in front of Shirang and began to take out the prey obtained from hunting today. The corpses of various exotic animals, wild beasts, as well as ice crabs, ice wolves, etc. are stored in the warehouse one by one. The next step is to devour the Millennium Ice Crocodile. He muttered to himself as he took out the 1,000-year-old ice crocodile embryo and prepared to devour it. It cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Buzz! The Shirang glowed with light, enveloping Sumu and the Millennium Ice Crocodile embryo. As the light flickered, Sumu felt a powerful energy injected into his body. Bite! Swallowed successfully, all attributes plus 50. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the Millennium Ice Crocodile and the power of ice. Do you want to evolve? The system prompt sounded. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. It worked, there was no failure this time. Not only did he gain 50 points in all attributes, but he also gained the blood power of the ice crocodile, a kind of icy power. Evolution! Without hesitation, choose evolution directly. The next second, a force of ice surged into the body, and the whole body seemed to be frozen. The body, bones, blood, etc. all solidified. Sumu's expression froze, and his body froze with a crackling sound, turning into an ice sculpture. A chill swept through the room, freezing it into a thin layer of ice crystals. Snap! Soon after, the ice sculpture cracked and Sumu slowly floated out from it. He successfully evolved and gained the power of ice. It was just because there was too much blood power in the body that it suddenly caused blood chaos and formed a violent conflict with each other. In the end, the 300-year-old firebat bloodline was directly killed by the 1,000-year-old ice power. Sumu was also helpless about this result. Fortunately, his mental power has transformed again, and his sword-controlling skills are now capable of rapid flight without the help of wings. After devouring the Millennium Ice Crocodile embryo, Sumu's strength surged again, and he achieved a more powerful transformation. Where's Linaka? Sumu got used to the sudden increase in strength, but he was still confused. Where did this girl Linaka go? Chapter 59. Someone is selling 1,000-year-old beast eggs? Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 10 experience, 153502/1.2 million. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, Millennium Ice Power, Millennium Stone Spirit Armor, Salamander Regeneration Ability. Strength, 219. Constitution 219. Agility, 219. Spirit, 247. Backpack, 90 slots. Home, level 11. Shiran, level 4, spiritual energy 516 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 5, alchemy, level 6, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, soul-breaking arrow, level 15, sword drawing, superb level sword intention, sword control, level 10, sealing. View your own information. A satisfied smile appeared on Sumu's face. Sure enough, his strength underwent a transformation, and all attributes reached 200. After the transformation, his strength was fully capable of resisting ordinary 1,000-year-old beasts. After the transformation of his mental power, his sword-wielding skills became even more perfect and natural, and even flying was no longer a problem. The bloodline ability is without the bloodline of the firebat, and it is replaced by the power of 1,000-year-old ice, which is obtained from the bloodline of the 1,000-year-old ice crocodile. Crash! As he opened his palm, powerful chills surged out from his palm and condensed into an ice rose. Sumu had a lot of fun and tried many ways to use the power of ice. He condensed various things and even turned them into countless ice swords. With the help of powerful mental strength and sword-controlling skills, the power is doubled directly, and the terrifying scene of thousands of swords flying together can be easily gathered without the need for flying swords. Not bad, not bad. Sumu excitedly withdrew the icy power, and the room returned to normal. But he looked at the sky and frowned slightly. After thinking about why Linaka didn't come back, I sent her a message. Bite. The message received a reply quickly. Linaka. Brother Su, someone is selling 1,000-year-old beast eggs, but that person wants to do the transaction in person. I am going over there to find him to do the transaction. Sumu frowned slightly when he saw it. Is someone selling 1,000-year-old exotic beast eggs? What a joke, who is stupid enough to sell 1,000-year-old beast eggs? Besides, based on my memories from my previous life, I have never seen anyone selling 1,000-year-old monster eggs. What is going on? After some inquiries, I found out that someone was selling 1,000-year-old exotic beast eggs on the trading platform. Linaka happened to see it, and after a quick inquiry, the other party said that he wanted to exchange it for 300 kilograms of raw meat and a large amount of materials, but the transaction needed to be done in person. Selling 1,000-year-old exotic beast eggs? Su-mu always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, a light flashed in his mind and he suddenly remembered a piece of news. Someone did post news about selling 1,000-year-old beast eggs, and actually posted information about the beast eggs. But the transaction must be done in person. This made Su-mu immediately alert and remembered the news from his previous life. The man advertised that he was selling 1,000-year-old exotic beast eggs and wanted to do the transaction in person to attract other buyers. Then they were killed one after another, and finally lost both their lives and their wealth. Damn it, this is my fault! There was a fierce light in Su-mu's eyes. If Linaka hadn't said anything, she might have been caught. This won't work. If she goes there, she will be plotted against. Come back immediately, it's a trap. Su-mu sent a message without any further ado. Not long after, the message came back. Linaka. Brother Su, I saw that man, and he took out the alien egg and smashed it. Is there any trap? When Su-mu saw the news, he almost started cursing. Stupid girl. Right now, get into the air. Once the message was sent, there was no response for a long time. Su-mu's face looked a little grim, and he was worried that something might have happened. But soon Linaka sent a message. Linaka. I was so scared, Brother Su. I was almost ambushed just now. Fortunately, you reminded me to be careful and avoid it. Oh my god, he killed 8 people. Su-mu cursed inwardly when he saw it. Send me the location. He was a little annoyed. If anyone messed with him, he would be asking for death. Received the location sent by Linaka. Su-mu summoned the ice fox without saying a word and flew out. No matter who it is, if he dares to cheat his woman, he must be dealt with. It took them half an hour to fly all the way to the location Linaka mentioned. From a distance, she could be seen floating in the air, flapping her wings like a butterfly. Su-mu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was fine. Then he noticed a house on the ground, and a man was standing in front of it, holding a bloody bone spear in his hand. There were several bodies lying at his feet, 8 in total. The young man stared at Linaka in the air with a gloomy look on his face. Unexpectedly, the plan went wrong and this woman could actually fly. Damn it! When he saw Su-mu coming riding on the ice fox, he immediately felt something was wrong. He realized that he had hit a wall today. Brother Su. Linaka flew over and threw herself into his arms, her face a little pale. Because it was the first time I saw someone killing someone, and it was a murder in a pit. It's so cruel to trick people into coming here and then slaughter them one by one. She was a little scared. If she didn't have the wings of the demon butterfly and Su-mu's warning, she might have been hit and killed. Su-mu patted her without saying anything and looked at the man below. He looked at Su-mu and Linaka warily. Both of them could fly, and his heart sank. Brother, I have no ill will towards you. The young man spoke first and distanced himself from the matter. He said, These people wanted to kill me and take the alien beast eggs, so I killed them. Oh, really? Su-mu sneered and said, But my woman told me that you wanted to murder her. Misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. The young man hurriedly explained, smiling modestly. Listen to my explanation. I really want to make a deal, but someone wants to murder me, so I have to fight back. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I have no intention of hurting my sister-in-law. He kept explaining with a harmless smile. But there were 8 corpses under his feet, all of whom died in extremely miserable ways. One of them had its head chopped off and its eyes were wide open, as if it had died with its eyes open. It's harmless to humans and animals, stop joking. Linaka just felt cold all over. Human hearts are so scary. She looked at Su-mu and felt extremely lucky to have met a good man. You should go down and explain to them. Su-mu was too lazy to listen to his excuses. Wow! After saying this, he waved his hand lightly, and a gust of cold air swept away. Almost in an instant, the young man's whole body froze and turned into an ice sculpture, with an expression of astonishment and a false smile on his face. Go! Sumu stretched out his hand and pointed, and a sword light flew out from behind him. With a bang, the eye's sculpture exploded instantly, turning into countless fragments that scattered all over the ground. The young man never thought until his death that his outrageous actions would actually lead to his own death. The false devil in the previous life had just shown his devilish claws when Sumu ended his sinful life. Bite. Kill a player and obtain 50 of the player's backpack items. Sumu narrowed his eyes when he heard the system prompt. No wonder so many people fought and killed each other in the previous life, so this is what was going on. Can you believe that he never killed anyone in his previous life? He had indeed never killed other players, so he didn't know whether he could get 50 of the items in the other player's backpack after killing them. Come on, let's go down. Sumu flew down with Linaka, and they walked into each other's homes. Of course, he came here to take away the other party's shirang. Now that the person died, the shirang naturally became an ownerless thing, and of course he had to take it away. Bite. Obtain level 3 ownerless soil, experience plus 100,000. A prompt sounded, and Sumu remained silent. Let's go home. He took Linaka, who was still a little scared, with him, and the two of them used teleportation magic to return to their home. Chapter 60, Rare Beast, Feifei. In the homeland. A flash of light passed by. Sumu and Linaka returned here. He first took out the level 3 shirang, and integrated it into his own shirang. Buzz. Shirang upgrade. A reminder sounded. Sumu checked the information of shirang and found that it had been upgraded to level 4. The guy just now was a villain who used 1,000-year-old beast eggs to attract buyers, and then killed them one by one to take advantage of others. Some people are foolish enough to trade face to face. Wouldn't it be better to trade directly on the trading platform? Remember, next time, you can trade anything on the trading platform. There is no need to trade in person. If there is, it must be a fraud. Sumu turned around and sternly warned Linaka. She was almost killed today. I know I was wrong. Linaka was feeling a little depressed, not to mention feeling cheated. I also saw the ugliness of human nature. Okay. Sumu walked up to her, hugged her and comforted her softly. In fact, he knew very well that sometimes humans were often more terrifying than any exotic beasts or ferocious beasts. Go get something and prepare dinner. After he comforted her, Linaka finally recovered. Well, I'll go right away. She smiled and kissed Sumu before trotting off to prepare dinner. Sumu shook his head, sat in the room and began to sort out his recent harvest. Killing that guy will give you 50 of the stuff in his backpack, which is equivalent to half of the stuff. I don't know what that guy has on him. Is he really holding a 1,000-year-old beast egg? He opened the makeshift backpack, which contained a bunch of stuff. There are quite a lot of supplies such as wood, stone, herbs, raw meat, etc. Sumu was surprised, but he felt relieved when he thought that the other party must have killed a lot of people and robbed a lot of supplies. Some low-level equipment, the best of which are 2 pieces of purple equipment, which are of little use. Useless things are thrown into the trading platform and sold directly, and the remaining resources are stored in the warehouse. Finally, Sumu saw something unexpected. There really are strange beast eggs. This guy does have a strange beast egg on him, and it's a 1,000-year-old strange beast egg. He was extremely surprised. Oh my god, it really is true! Sumu took out the strange beast egg in surprise. This egg is light yellow in color with dense red stripes, and it does not look like an ordinary egg. Identification. No nonsense, just spend 100 spiritual energy to identify it. Bite. Millennium Rare Beast Feifei, can be hatched and can be swallowed. A row of information appeared, leaving Sumu stunned. It really is a 1,000-year-old beast egg, wow. Where did that bastard get it from? It's a rare and precious animal. A 1,000-year-old rare beast refers to a rare and extremely rare exotic beast. Feifei is a rare animal in mountains and seas. It looks a bit like a raccoon, with a white tail and horse-like mane on its neck. It looks super cute. I have seen him once in my previous life, and he was extremely powerful. A kind of exotic beast from the mountains and seas that was loved by countless men and women in the previous life and is a hot commodity. I never thought that the villain actually got a 1,000-year-old rare beast egg. It's a pity that I don't know where the other party got it from. Sumu was amazed at his good luck. What excited Sumu the most was that the guy didn't hatch, nor did he devour and evolve himself, but instead fulfilled his wish. In fact, it's not that they don't want to hatch, but that they don't have enough spiritual energy and plan to wait until they have done something successful before hatching it. Because he needed to take this opportunity to lure other people to come and trade, and then kill them one by one. Unfortunately, he encountered Sumu, a tough opponent, and was defeated directly. Hey, this is a win. Sumu chuckled and stroked the strange beast egg. He thought about it, and looked at Linaka, who was busy making dinner outside. He suddenly had an idea and decided to hatch it for her as a pet. This woman is well behaved, lovely and obedient, and she is also his woman. Meow, come here! Sumu shouted. Coming! She responded and ran over quickly. Brother Su, dinner is not ready yet, she said as soon as she arrived, full of doubts. Sumu didn't say much and handed over the 1,000-year-old rare beast egg. This? She was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Linaka said in surprise. Isn't this the 1,000-year-old beast egg that guy said he wanted to sell? Brother Su, how did you get it? She was a little surprised and puzzled. Sumu shook his head. Don't worry about how you got it. This egg is for you to hatch. There is a beautiful rare beast inside. For me? She was surprised and surprised. She looked at the rare beast egg, then at Sumu, and her heart was deeply moved. Boo! Finally, he kissed Sumu, then happily took it and began to incubate the egg. Sumu personally checked on her hatching of the egg. Snap! Soon, the eggshell cracked and rays of light emerged. Soon, a beautiful exotic beast appeared in front of the two. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the ice fox, which made a low growl in intimidation. Ouch! The strange beast flew into Lin Yaoka's arms with some fear. It had blue fur all over its body and a white tail. It was very cute and furry. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Lin Yaoka fell in love with this rare pet at first sight. The 1,000-year-old rare beast, Fei. Sumu looked at this rare animal. Its appearance could indeed attract the love of countless people and even capture the hearts of countless women. It is so beautiful, not inferior to the ice fox at all. From now on, I'll call you Fei. Lin Yaoka happily gave her a name. Sumu smiled helplessly and ignored her, going to the pavilion to barbecue. Ice Fox followed behind him and gave Fei a disdainful look before leaving. After playing for a while, Lin Yaoka came over happily. She hugged Sumu and kissed him hard, then let go with a red face. Brother Su, thank you. She thanked him quietly, feeling very happy. Hurry up and make the soup and grill the meat. You're trying to starve me to death. Sumu cursed with a smile. As you command, your majesty. She grinned, made a face and continued to cook the soup. The two of them played and fought, and soon they were full and satisfied. The night gradually darkened. After eating, Sumo lay in the pavilion and opened the World Channel to check it out of boredom. Most of the time they are just chatting, gossiping, and bragging, with nothing practical happening. However, after everyone realized the true function of the exotic beast eggs, they all began to frantically purchase the exotic beast eggs. Too bad, who sells it now? Everyone who had sold the monster eggs before was very upset and was complaining and regretting. People from all over the world were discussing with each other where they were, what scary creatures they had encountered, etc. Then, Sumu casually opened the East District channel. Little cat. Hey, recently someone said they were selling 1,000-year-old beast eggs. Is that true? Has anyone proven it? Lawless. That's what they say, but it's foolish to believe it. And they're doing it face to face. There's something wrong at first glance. I'm not a good person. I think that guy is probably a liar. It's even hard to say whether he has any beast eggs at all. I'm looking for a partner. I heard that quite a few people have been there. Can anyone who has been there tell me who has bought one? I'm invincible, do whatever you want. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots, they clearly wanted to trick people. I guess those people were probably tricked to death. Smiling. No way, is it that scary? Amp, GT, amp, LT winky face O. Looking at everyone's discussion, Sumu shook his head and smiled. The man was killed by him, and the strange beast egg was put into his pocket. Bite. You have a friend message. At this moment, a friend message reminded me. Lin Miao Miao. Brother, husband, nervous face, are you asleep? When Sumu opened it, his face looked strange, and he almost vomited blood. Chapter 61 Fishing in the Storm. Sumu looked at the message sent by his sister-in-law Lin Miao Miao with a strange look in his eyes. Attached is a photo. Yes, it was a picture of her. In the photo, Lin Miao Miao was lying on animal skin, with a pair of huge dragon wings behind her half wrapping her graceful body. This scene made Sumu feel extremely strange. What do you want to do? Sumu thought about it and sent a reply. Are you poisoned? Lin Miao Miao, who is far away on the Ark continent. I opened the message immediately after receiving it, and my face turned dark as soon as I saw it. You stinky man, you stinky brother-in-law, you are the one who is poisoned. She cursed under her breath and sent another message. Lin Miao Miao. Brother-in-law, I met a few men today who wanted to capture me, but I led them to the lair of the giant beast dragon, and they all became snacks for the southern giant beast. Sumu received the message and opened it. He was speechless. His mind was full of questions, wondering what exactly did his sister-in-law want to express. What did she mean by that, to warn him or? But this little girl is really cruel. She lured people to the lair of the Giganotosaurus, and made them snacks of the Giganotosaurus. She is really ruthless. Sumu nodded slightly and sent a message of praise. Well done, that's how it should be done. If anyone bullies you, just feed them to the dinosaurs. By the way, I should be able to come visit you with your sister in a few days. He sent another message. This made Lin Miao Miao very happy. Lin Miao Miao. Really? That's great. Brother-in-law, please bring my sister here soon. I'm almost bored to death by myself. Come here, I will treat you to a dinosaur feast. The two chatted for a long time, during which Lin Miao Miao mentioned many things that happened on the Ark continent. This reminded Sumu and reminded him of some things about the Ark continent. For example, there are many opportunities and special exotic creatures on the Ark continent. By the way, Miao Miao, there is a kind of phoenix on the Ark continent. If you have the chance, you can also get the phoenix's egg. Sumu reminded her and told her a piece of news. And told her that there was another bird's nest where the phoenix appeared, and that she seemed to have heard that someone had obtained a phoenix egg in the previous life. Lin Miao Miao. Brother-in-law, is what you said true? There really is an immortal bird. You didn't lie to me, did you? If it's true, that would be great. I heard from my sister that you like to eat exotic animal eggs. I will definitely get you a phoenix egg to nourish your body. Sumu's face was full of black lines, and he was speechless. He was so annoyed by this little girl. Go away. Sumu replied, then explained something and closed the chat. Because her sister was winding around her like a snake. There is no other way. It is more important to do business. As for my sister-in-law, just let her have fun by herself. A night passed. Early morning. Sumu woke up refreshed again. As for Lin Miaoka, she hasn't woken up yet. Maybe she was too tired last night. I guess she won't be able to go out today. Helpless, Sumu had to go out alone. Bang! Water splashed up from under the pool, and Sumu jumped in to take a bath. Then I got up, made some breakfast, ate my fill, and finally packed up and went out. But once I went out, it was less than half an hour. The sky was covered with dark clouds and strong winds blew. He thought he had encountered some powerful monster, but it turned out to be a storm. Unlucky. Sumu cursed and prepared to go back. But a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Storm? His eyes lit up and he remembered something. A storm is coming. Isn't this the perfect time to fish for mermaids? The more Sumu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He remembered that there was a rumor in his previous life that fishing in stormy weather had the highest chance of catching a mermaid. Because when a storm comes, mermaids will appear in the sea in search of food. This is a great opportunity. Looking at the dark sky, the storm and the waves on the sea. Sumu turned around without thinking and flew straight towards the sea. Instead of choosing to fish in the previous place, he flew to another place. There is a floating island there, only 3 meters above the sea surface, which is the best fishing platform. Because this sea area is where mermaids most frequently appear. Fishing here is more likely to catch a mermaid, and if you are lucky you may even catch a mermaid. Whoosh! Boom! The wind was howling and the waves were several meters high, hitting the island. The huge waves were unable to shake the floating island at all, as if some force was fixing it there. Sumu landed on the island with a look of amazement on his face. No matter how huge the waves are or how strong the storm is, nothing can stop the burning passion in his heart at this moment. Fishing, fishing. All he could think of was the image of a mermaid. He took out the fishing gear, hung it with the special bait that had been prepared earlier, and threw it casually. It immediately sank into the rough sea. In such a storm, there was no trace of the float. But Sumu didn't care. He just relied on his feeling, and once he took the bait, there was no way he could escape. I don't know, can we catch a mermaid? Sumu waited patiently. Other fish will not eat this special bait, only mermaids will be attracted to it, and then take the hook and eat it. Boom! Another huge wave hit, and Sumu was hit and drowned by the sea water. But it soon came out again and sat there like a piece of stone, motionless. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would be scared to death. If an ordinary person were hit by waves several meters high, he would be crippled if not killed. But Sumu didn't move at all, without even a trace of expression, as if he was enjoying the free massage from the sea. In one word, awesome. Why is there no movement? Sumu sat there for an hour without any movement. At this time, I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that all the things that were circulated in the previous life were fake and deceptive? He was a little distressed, wondering whether he should just go back. After persisting for another hour, Sumu's patience was finally exhausted. I fished in a storm, with the wind, rain and waves hitting me for 2 whole hours. Although nothing happened, I was numb. Forget it, let's call it a day. Sumu smiled bitterly and prepared to finish work and go home. It's just a waste of time and energy here. Wouldn't it be better to go back and have a good sleep? Buzz. Just as I was about to withdraw, I suddenly felt a vibration in my hand, the fishing rod suddenly bent down, and a strong pulling force came. Sumu was nearly dragged down, and he suddenly pulled the fishing rod hard. Woohoo! The fishing rod made a humming sound, and kept shaking and bending in the waves, swaying left and right with the powerful pulling force of the sea. Oh my God, I took the bait! Sumu's eyes lit up and he pulled the fishing rod excitedly. Really took the bait. It must be a mermaid. Only mermaids would eat that special bait. Now it goes without saying that something has taken the bait, it's the mermaid. It's just not clear what kind of mermaid it is. After all, there are different types of mermaids. Some are ugly, and some even have a mouth full of ferocious fangs. He wanted a mermaid. Boom! The waves hit the fishing rod, and Sumu kept pulling it hard, reeling in the line while struggling. This is a technical job, but also a job that requires endurance. But what Sumu lacks the least is endurance, so who is afraid of whom? While Sumu was wrestling, he didn't notice any movement in the sea behind him. I saw a huge tentacle quietly emerging from the sea and quietly rolling towards Sumu's back. At the critical moment, the 9 flying swords behind him trembled together, making bursts of sword-chanting sounds. Not good! Sumu's heart tightened and he immediately realized that there was danger behind him. Chapter 62, The Mermaid Takes the Hook. Boom! A huge tentacle slapped down and hit the island. In an instant, the entire floating island was smashed into pieces and scattered in the sea. The island withstood the impact of the storm waves, but could not withstand the impact of a huge tentacle, and shattered to the ground. Fortunately, Sumu avoided the attack in time. He was in midair, looking at the terrifying tentacles extending out of the sea behind him, a hint of anger flashing on his face. My goodness, he actually came out to disturb him at the critical moment of fishing. Since you've come to my door, let's have a meal of grilled squid today. Sumu's eyes turned cold, and after he finished speaking, sword beams flashed behind him. Chant! The 9 flying swords all made clear sword chanting sounds, tearing through the air, instantly piercing through the sea water and piercing through the huge tentacles. Boom! The waves were rising and a huge creature rose from the sea. At a glance, 8 huge tentacles were waving wildly and hitting Sumu. Go! Sumu waved his finger, and 9 flying swords slashed through the 8 tentacles. With a puff sound, the tentacle broke off at the root and was cut off. The heavy blow made the giant octopus roar in pain, and its mouth opened, revealing countless sharp teeth. Kill! Sumu let out a low shout, and 9 sword lights whizzed down, piercing into the octopus's mouth. Hiss! The octopus roared in pain, and its body rolled in the sea, emitting streams of black ink. Soon, the huge waves were dyed black. There was a large patch of pitch-black sea water, revealing a giant octopus floating on the surface. Its head had been crushed by a flying sword and it died on the sea. 8 more tentacles were cut off by Sumu, and he eventually died tragically. This octopus failed in its sneak attack and was killed instead. Per Squidward, he just got his lunch box like that. Humph, you want to eat me, then I'll eat you. Sumu had an unhappy expression on his face. He flew down and retracted the 8 giant octopus tentacles and the huge octopus body. Woohoo! At this moment, the fishing rod in my hand was constantly bending, and the strong pulling force never stopped. He knew that the mermaid underwater was very powerful, and even more powerful in the water. I was interrupted by the octopus before and almost got dragged in. Fortunately, Sumu quickly dealt with the octopus that attacked him, and then devoted himself to dealing with the mermaid that was hooked. Why must it be a mermaid? Because only mermaids will eat this kind of bait. After a fierce struggle, the pulling force finally weakened. Sumu took the opportunity to reel in the line and pull the thing in the water up little by little, and a black shadow gradually emerged from the water. Crash! The sea was boiling and a wave hit me. Sumu stared at the black shadow under the water, and after a closer look he saw that it was indeed a mermaid. The mermaids of the sea are a special creature in the mountain and sea world, living deep in the sea. They only come up from the seabed to look for food when tsunamis or storms come, and hide in the deep sea at other times. Bang! Water splashed everywhere, and a tail created huge waves. Sumu pulled the fishing rod and continued to pull the black shadow to the surface of the sea. A half-human, half-fish creature covered with fish scales emerged from the water. It looks somewhat similar to a human, but the teeth in its mouth are extremely sharp. The 2 pointed teeth make people feel creepy just by looking at them. To Sumu's great disappointment, this was not a female mermaid. It was not a mermaid, but an ugly mermaid. Because of the special characteristics of mermaids, the males are ugly and ferocious, while the females are extremely beautiful. Hiss! The mermaid roared at Sumu angrily and ferociously, struggling hard. Unfortunately, there was a fish hook hanging in his mouth, firmly hooking him, and he couldn't escape. It was no use tearing with both hands, blood was flowing from my mouth, and all my strength was gone. Looking at this merman, Sumu was very disappointed. He thought it was a mermaid. The result is this ugly thing. Mermaid, are you polite? The mermaid was still struggling, so Sumu pulled it over and wanted to attack it. As a result, Sumu slapped it on the head, making stars appear in its eyes. You are too ugly. It would be okay if you were a sister or daughter. Unfortunately, I can only shoot you. Sumu muttered to himself, took out his hunting gun, pointed it at the mermaid and shot it. Bang! A ball of light enveloped the mermaid's body, and the hazy blue light gathered and gradually turned into a ball of light that fell in front of him. The mermaid was completely confused and was gathered into a round ball of light before she could understand anything. It's not the yuan-tai. What a pity! It has no value. Sumu was a little disappointed when he saw it. If I could transform into the embryo of a mermaid, and be able to evolve by devouring it, I would have the chance to acquire the blood characteristics and abilities of the mermaid, and be able to swim freely in the water. How wonderful it would be! Mermaids have intelligence that is no less than that of humans, and their abilities are also quite good. It is extremely rare to catch a beautiful mermaid. Some ugly mermaids are quite powerful, but they look terrible and few people want them. Every man likes beautiful mermaids, and Sumu is no exception. I can only sigh, I have bad luck today. Bad luck, it's all because of that damn octopus, it messed up my luck. Sumu shirked responsibility viciously. He blamed his failure to catch the mermaid on the dead Squidward and secretly vowed to have some octopus kebabs when he returned. It looks like we won't be able to catch any mermaids today. Sumu sighed softly. Once you hook a mermaid, it will be difficult to catch a second mermaid below. Because mermaids usually appear alone, the mermaid just caught is probably the only one that has come up. Thinking of this, Sumu packed up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. The violent storm suddenly subsided. The dark sky began to brighten, the dark clouds retreated, and the heavy rain gradually stopped. Sumu was stunned. How could the weather change so suddenly? It was stormy just now, but it stopped in the blink of an eye. There is something strange about this. He immediately sensed something odd about this. After thinking about it, Sumu packed up his things and didn't rush home. Instead, he flew to the sea to check the situation. This sea area has just experienced a storm, perhaps there is another reason. I flew around the sea and didn't see anything unusual. Sumu couldn't help but wonder if he had guessed wrong. But when I think about the fact that some powerful monsters can cause changes in the celestial phenomena, such as the singing snake we encountered before, which caused a sandstorm. There are also many strange beasts that can cause storms. Could it be that a powerful monster appeared nearby? Sumu stood on the sea, guessing silently. After searching for a while and not finding it, I gave up. Even if I find it, if it is really a powerful monster, what can I do? I won't be able to defeat it. Huh! Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly noticed something strange on the sea. Sumu stared at the sea in the distance with his burning eyes, and vaguely saw a ball of light floating on the sea. What is that? He was surprised and then flew over quickly. When we came near the ball of light, we found that there was an egg floating on the sea. Oh my god, there are actually strange beast eggs on the sea? Sumu widened his eyes, looking at an egg floating on the sea in confusion. I have never seen such a situation before. It is strange that an egg can float on the sea. Shouldn't it have sunk to the bottom of the sea? Could it be an empty egg? He soon noticed that this egg was unusual. Its appearance was crystal clear, like white jade, and it was covered with various mysterious stripes. Moreover, there are densely packed white, crystal-like dragon scales on the surface of the eggshell, which are flashing with light. This egg is not simple. Sumu's eyes flickered and he approached quickly. When I arrived in front of the egg, I found that there was a petite figure curled up inside. There's a person hidden in the egg? Is there anyone inside? Sumu was shocked, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Chapter 63 Picking Up a Dragon Girl. On the sea. There is a mysterious egg floating. The surface of the eggshell was glowing, and a petite figure could be vaguely seen curled up inside. Sumu walked around in amazement, and observed carefully. According to all memories of past lives, no information about this situation exists. In other words, he had never seen such a situation before. But how could there be someone inside? Could it be that it was not a strange beast? Or it could be some kind of human-shaped monster. According to what he said, there are powerful monsters that can transform into human form. For example, some special races, such as mermaids, have a body that is half human and half fish. What creature is in here? Sumu's heart was filled with surprise and curiosity. He thought about taking the egg back and hatching it to see for himself. But when he wanted to take the egg away, he suddenly found that he couldn't take it away. It is like it is rooted in the sea and cannot be shaken at all. Can't collect it? Sumu was shocked and extremely confused. It doesn't make sense that it can't be collected. Looking at the mysterious egg floating on the sea, Sumu felt a little conflicted. I can't take it away, I can't hold it, how can I take it back to hatch it? When he was distressed, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a small piece missing on the surface of the eggshell. It looks like a scale is missing. There was a piece of silvery white, crystal clear scales missing from the surface of the eggshell. Sumu touched it with his hand and felt a warmth. The thing inside was definitely alive. Could it be that the previous storm was related to this egg? Scales? Sumu suddenly thought of something. He took something out of his backpack. It's dragon scales. This is a dragon scale I got from opening a blind box before. Buzz. The moment the dragon scale appeared, the egg and the dragon scales suddenly vibrated together, producing some kind of mysterious resonance. Sumu was a little surprised. He looked at the white dragon scale in his hand in amazement. It was emitting a hazy light, which was consistent with the light emitted from the surface of the egg. His mind was full of question marks. Why does the dragon scale I got from the blind box have a connection and resonance with this egg? Before he could figure it out, the dragon scale suddenly floated up by itself and slowly flew towards the egg. Seeing this, Sumu's face changed slightly. He wanted to stop it but found that he was bounced back by a hazy light. Bang! Sumu was blown several meters away before he stopped. He looked in surprise and saw that the dragon scale flew to the small missing piece of the eggshell surface and melted into it perfectly. With a click, the dragon scales were embedded. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out, and the surrounding sea water boiled instantly. It was like the sea was boiling, with countless steam rising from it. The sudden change made Sumu tremble with fear and feel something was wrong. This egg is likely to hatch. Snap! A crisp sound was heard, causing Sumu's heart to beat wildly. Sure enough, the surface of the eggshell cracked. Dazzling rays of light burst out from inside, and dazzling white light emerged, covering the sea area. Sumu was stunned. The eggshells cracked one by one, and the light became brighter and brighter. Until the next moment, the eggshell exploded with a bang. Sumu raised his hand to block it, and the fragments scattered into the sea and disappeared. The original egg had disappeared, leaving only a ball of light floating on the sea. The petite figure inside was slowly waking up. During the whole process, Sumu kept his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the person who woke up in the light. A petite girl appeared before my eyes. Sumu's eyes widened and he was stunned. The girl was petite, wearing a white dress. She lowered her head with her eyes closed, and her long silver hair fluttered in the wind. What surprised Sumu the most was that she had a pair of them on her head. Horn? Yes, the mysterious girl has a pair of horns on her head. Is this a dragon horn? Sumu looked at the mysterious girl with her eyes closed in surprise. She had 2 dragon horns on her head. The silvery white horns are crystal clear and as short as deer antlers. Hiss! Sumu took a deep breath and finally understood what the girl in front of him was. Dragon girl? He murmured. Suddenly, the girl with dragon horns opened her eyes. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened, eyelashes trembled, and there was a hint of confusion in the eyes. When she saw Sumu, the girl was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Call! The girl swayed and suddenly pounced on Sumu. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Shit, biting? Sumu was shocked and got bit on the neck. The dragon girl let go and looked at him innocently, with a trace of blood still in her mouth. She just bit Sumu and actually sucked a mouthful of blood. Sumu's whole body was covered with goosebumps, and he instinctively pushed the dragon girl away. Crash! The dragon girl was blown away and slid on the sea for more than 10 meters before stopping. She looked at Sumu with a confused and aggrieved look on her face, tears welling up in her eyes. Hiss! Sumu gasped in pain. He wiped his neck and found that the wound had healed. His face looked a little ugly, and he looked at the dragon girl in front of him vigilantly. But she looked at him pitifully and aggrievedly, tears streaming down her face, and she actually cried. Sumu was speechless for a moment, but he did not let down his guard. Dragon girl, the epitome of cruelty. He remembered very clearly that in his previous life, a dragon girl was born and she killed countless people. Anyway, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people were killed. No one knows how many clans were wiped out and how many people died. Later, everyone felt fear instinctively when they heard the name Dragon Girl. It is conceivable that Sumu was somewhat afraid and wary of the Dragon Girl. But the Dragon Girl in front of him looked so pitiful, with tears in her eyes, which was completely different from the Dragon Girl legend he had heard in his previous life. What the hell? Sumu's mind was a mess and he felt cold all over. I was just bitten by the dragon girl and almost thought I was eaten. However, what was wrong with the dragon girl in front of him? She was petite and lovely, very pitiful, and her two big eyes were looking at him with tears in them, appearing very aggrieved. You! Sumu opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing and instead quietly retreated. This action made the dragon girl sit on the sea and cry. Wow! When the dragon girl cried, the whole sea was turned upside down. A huge tsunami rose dozens of meters high and scared Sumu so much that he shuddered and stopped. He stared blankly at the rolling storm and dark clouds before him, which seemed as scary as a tsunami or doomsday. Stop! Sumu yelled. The dragon girl stopped crying. Her two big eyes were covered with tears. She looked at Sumu aggrievedly, as if she was an abandoned child. He was covered in cold sweat. When the dragon girl cried, the entire sea area was boiling and rolling, and Sumu was almost scared to turn around and run away. You don't cry. Sumu flew over with gritted teeth and approached the dragon girl cautiously. She doesn't seem to be able to hurt herself? Could it be that dragon scale, or was she having an unknown condition? In short, don't let her cry, otherwise something bad will happen. The scene just now is a good proof. Once she cried, the sea started to churn up, which was so scary. You! Sumu was about to speak. But the dragon girl suddenly rolled her eyes and fainted. Looking at the unconscious dragon girl, Sumu was stunned and speechless. The first thought that came to his mind was to run. While the dragon girl was unconscious, he ran away. But looking at the dragon girl lying unconscious on the sea, Sumu felt extremely conflicted. Or take it home and raise it? After thinking about it, I finally overcame the fear in my heart. Forget it, take it back first. He gritted his teeth, walked forward, slowly picked up the unconscious dragon girl, and flew towards home. Sumu picked up a dragon girl for no apparent reason and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. After all, the legend of the dragon girl in the previous life was too terrifying. Chapter 64, Too Brutal. On the sea. Sumu flew by holding an unconscious girl. He observed the unconscious dragon girl. The delicate little face had a little fluorescent light flashing on it, the skin was as smooth as a baby's, and the short dragon horns felt cold to the touch. In fact, I felt a little regretful the moment I brought it back. I even had the urge to throw her directly into the sea. When I thought of the horrific scene of the dragon girl slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people in my previous life, my heart trembled. He didn't know why the dragon girl in his previous life slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, he only knew that there were countless casualties. So even though the dragon girl looked petite and pretty, he was not moved at all. Instead, he felt a chill to his bones. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. He didn't know the exact strength of the dragon girl, he just knew that she was very powerful. Just as he was thinking about it, the unconscious dragon girl suddenly woke up. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her sapphire eyes stared at Sumu, making his scalp tingle. Hee hee. Suddenly, the dragon girl laughed out loud. She was seen hugging Sumu, lying in his arms coquettishly, looking very happy. This made Sumu's stiff body gradually relax, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't go crazy. But before he could catch his breath, Sumu's heart almost jumped out the next second. Boom! The dragon girl yawned, raised her crystal-clear little hands, and gently patted the sea surface. The entire sea surface sank, and huge waves tens of meters high exploded, which scared him a lot. Looking down, I saw a huge corpse floating on the sea. It was a shark, a megalodon, as big as a ship, and Sumu was drooling at the sight of it. Because this megalodon was obviously a 100-year-old behemoth, it was actually killed by the dragon girl with a single slap on the sea. So cruel! Sumu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. As expected, the dragon girl was still cruel. Buzz! The dragon girl opened her mouth and sucked. The huge megalodon corpse was immediately sucked into a ray of light, and turned into a ray of light, and flew into her mouth. He swallowed it down with a gulp and burped. The dragon girl laughed contentedly and looked at Sumu with her tearful eyes. At this moment, Sumu wanted to cry and throw her away. I feel a little regretful. Will she slap me to death one day and then eat me up? Elder brother. The dragon girl opened her mouth and shouted crisply. Sumu shuddered and almost threw her out. This shout gave him goosebumps and hair all over his body. Could it be that the dragon girl treated him as a relative? But I'm not a dragon. Sumu just wanted to cry and regretted being impulsive. You shouldn't touch or even get close to the dragon egg. As a result, a dragon girl was provoked. She looked petite and lovely, but was actually extremely ferocious. If she was not careful, she would be brutally killed. Why do you call me brother? Sumu forced himself to calm down. Since she didn't hurt him now, there was nothing to worry about. Elder brother? The dragon girl tilted her head as if in doubt and blinked in confusion. Sumu was very upset and said, I have nothing to do with you. You are a dragon girl and I am a human, it doesn't matter at all. Besides, you are not a pet that I hatched, so what does it matter? But he didn't dare say it out loud, for fear that something strange might happen. View! At this time, Sumu's stomach was rumbling and he felt a little hungry. The dragon girl was stunned when she heard his stomach growling. Then he made a surprising move. Bang! She raised her little hand again and slapped the sea surface under Sumu's frightened eyes. With a bang, the sea water exploded, creating endless waves. Then a stream of sea water wrapped in an egg flew up and fell into her hands. Sumu's eyes widened and he was stunned. Oh shit, 100-year-old beast egg? Brother, eat! The dragon girl smiled and placed the exotic beast egg in front of him. Sumu was confused. Looking at the smiling dragon girl in front of him, an idea popped into his mind. Where did she get the strange beast eggs from the sea? Gurgle! Sumu swallowed and was really shocked. The dragon girl frightened him, but also encouraged him. Not only is she extremely powerful, but she can also easily find exotic beast eggs. Isn't that very rich? Thank you? Sumu calmed down and said thank you first. Then she put the strange beast egg into her bag. As for eating it, that was a joke. She couldn't swallow and digest it directly like her. How could she eat it? Whoosh! He flew all the way holding the dragon girl in his arms, but he didn't dare to put her down. Because I was afraid that if I let him go, I would get angry with him. Soon, the two flew to the shore. Sumu fell to the ground and put her down. But the dragon girl held him tightly, and had no intention of letting go. Sumu smiled bitterly and said, Dragon girl, please let go first. It's not good to hold you like this. The dragon girl tilted her head and looked at him in confusion. After a long time, he reluctantly let go of my hand, feeling a little unhappy. As soon as she was unhappy, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above her head, making Sumu a little scared. No way. Can this cause any trouble? Be good, I'm tired, can you walk on your own? Sumu gritted his teeth and whispered something to comfort him. The dragon girl looked up, blinking her pair of pure big eyes at him, and suddenly her eyes lit up and she understood something. Swish! The next second, Sumu's feet left the ground. He was picked up by the dragon girl and flew out with a whoosh. Oh shit! There were 10,000 giant beasts galloping through Sumu's heart. He was actually being carried by the dragon girl and flying away, stepping on the void and speeding, which made him confused. Have you ever thought that one day you would be carried and fly by a little girl? Hey, stop! Sumu quickly called a stop. After hearing this, the dragon girl stopped and looked at him with some confusion. She looked at Sumu blankly, as if wondering why. Is my brother unhappy? Didn't he just say he was tired? It would be fine if I just carried him and flew with him. Put me down first, Sumu said with a wry smile. Bang! As soon as the dragon girl let go, Sumu fell to the ground, leaving a hole, before he could react. He got up, looking depressed and wanted to be angry, but he saw that the dragon girl looked like she had done something wrong and was looking at him pitifully, as if she was about to cry. Sumu suddenly revealed a forced smile. Because there were already huge waves more than 10 meters high on the sea surface, and if she didn't deal with it, she would be drowned. It's okay, don't cry. Sumu was at a loss what to do, and finally he had to persuade her with all his might. Looking at the dragon girl who had regained her smile, Sumu felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but feel bitter. Was it a wrong decision to bring this dragon girl back? Otherwise, lie to her and sneak away. It was immediately rejected, saying that doing so might backfire. Forget it, I'd better just take her with me. Sumu returned to his home with the dragon girl in great sorrow. As soon as she came back, the dragon girl saw Linaka. And she also saw the dragon girl, and they were both stunned when they saw each other. Boom! The sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The horrifying scene frightened Sumu. Stop! A scolding made the dragon girl stop. She was only 3 centimeters away from Linaka, and her fingers were sharp and were about to pierce Linaka's forehead. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh shit, this almost ruined the meal. Dragon girl, she actually wanted to kill Linaka as soon as they met? Damn it, this little dragon girl is useless. So brutal. Sumu's face was cold. He was determined not to indulge her, otherwise she would become lawless. Chapter 65. Education begins at an early age. What do you want to do? Sumu had a stern face and looked at the dragon girl with a somewhat cold look. If it had not been stopped in time, Linaka would have died from the piercing of the skull. Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. You want to kill me as soon as we meet. What will happen in the future? The dragon girl looked at Sumu aggrievedly, tears welling up in her eyes. There were dark clouds overhead, with lightning and thunder, as if a storm was coming. But Sumu didn't care about all this. He pulled the frightened Linaka behind him and looked at the crying dragon girl with a stern face. Brother Su, who is she? Linaka was still in shock and felt like she had just been to the gates of hell. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he still hasn't recovered from his shock. He was very happy to see Sumu come back, but then he saw a strange girl and was almost killed after just one look at her. Everyone is afraid. She is a dragon girl. I picked her up from the sea. Sumu explained simply. Then he walked up to the dragon girl and said sternly, Why do you always want to hurt people? Do you know that this is terrifying? Yes, they want to kill each other as soon as they meet. It's so scary. She is still a petite and lovely girl, even though she is a dragon girl. But this is too scary. The dragon girl pouted her lips, tears falling down her face, and looked at him aggrievedly. Don't cry. Sumu scolded, and the dragon girl was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth, looking even more helpless. Seeing this, Sumu's heart softened, but he still kept a stern face. After all, your behavior just now was very serious. You wanted to kill people when you saw them. What do you want to do? Even if you are the dragon girl, you can't kill innocent people like this, right? From now on, don't hurt anyone casually. If you can't do it, just leave by yourself. After saying that, Sumu turned around and stopped looking at her. Wow! The dragon girl suddenly burst into tears. Boom, boom! There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and the sound was terrifying. There was even heavy rain pouring down, as if a natural disaster was caused by the dragon girl's emotions. This scene made Sumu feel a little nervous, but he refused to give in. She must be made to realize her mistakes and even correct them, otherwise she will definitely cause big trouble in the future. Education should start from an early age and eliminate the root cause, so that she can understand that she has done something wrong. Linaka stood there nervously and fearfully, looking at the dragon girl, then looking at the lightning and thunder in the sky, and was terrified. She didn't expect that the girl Sumu brought back was so terrifying. Just crying a little, the sky changed drastically. Lightning, thunder, strong winds and heavy rain came. It was so scary. But Sumu was determined. He turned his back to the dragon girl and remained unmoved even though she cried. This is a principle that must be followed. Otherwise, if we kill people at every turn, it would be the same as the massacre of hundreds of thousands of people in our previous life. Then just call her a witch. Wow! As she cried, the dragon girl's voice became smaller and smaller. Finally it stopped. In the sky, the lightning subsided, but dark clouds still gathered overhead. But the rainstorm has gradually subsided. The dragon girl walked towards Sumu cautiously and gently grabbed his clothes, like a child who had done something wrong and was begging for forgiveness. She understood that Sumu was really angry. She felt a little scared and aggrieved. She cried for a while but felt it was useless, so she came to beg for forgiveness. Do you know you are wrong? Sumu looked back at her and asked. The dragon girl nodded vigorously and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Brother, I was wrong. She opened her mouth and uttered a few words in a halting manner. Admit your mistakes, apologize, and ask for forgiveness. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his palms sweating. He was really afraid that the dragon girl would suddenly go berserk and kill both him and Linaka. Fortunately, what she worried about did not happen, and she finally admitted her mistake. It is true that education should start from an early age. It's good to admit your mistakes. Don't hurt or even kill people at will in the future, unless that person is a bad person who wants to hurt you. Sumu slowed down his tone and taught word by word. The dragon girl nodded vigorously to show that she understood. Her name is Linaka. You almost killed her just now and scared her. Go and apologize to her. Sumu pointed at Linaka standing beside him and said something seriously. The dragon girl looked at him, then looked at Linaka beside her. Finally, he walked over obediently. Sister, I was wrong. The dragon girl apologized coquettishly. Linaka's originally nervous heart relaxed. Seeing her tearful, aggrieved and pitiful face, my heart couldn't help but soften. It's okay, don't cry. You won't be pretty if you cry anymore. She comforted her softly, and gently wiped the tears from her face. The dragon girl was stunned for a moment, and instinctively wanted to dodge, but in the end she did not dodge and let Linaka wipe her tears. For a moment, she stood there in a daze. Elder brother. The dragon girl came to her senses, walked up to Sumu, grabbed his clothes and shook him gently, then lowered her head to indicate that she was wrong. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the rain stopped, and the sky cleared up. A ray of sunlight fell and shone on her face, giving her an inexplicable sacred feeling. Sumu touched her hair and said, You can only attack those who want to bully you and hurt you. You can't attack those who are good to you. The dragon girl responded obediently. She was really afraid of Sumu. His angry look just now made her very scared and frightened. The dragon girl is like an ignorant child, possessing great power and a terrible destructive instinct. If she is not taught or even corrected, she may go down a path of no return. There may even be horrific scenes like the massacre of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people in previous lives. Sumu didn't know why the dragon girl was so violent, but he knew in his heart that he had to correct her, otherwise there would be real trouble. After some education, comfort this violent dragon girl. Sumu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll arrange a room for you first. Sumu brought the dragon girl, who had regained her smile, into their home. The first thing is to get her a room where she will live from now on. After being busy for a long time, the sky gradually darkened. Night falls. Linaka was cooking dinner, making soup and grilling meat, but there was an extra dragon girl at home today. As soon as the dragon girl saw the raw meat, she grabbed a piece and put it into her mouth. Fortunately, Sumu stopped it in time. You can't eat raw meat like this. Sumu had a headache. This dragon girl knows nothing, which is really a headache. In the pavilion, Sumu pulled the dragon girl and sat there waiting. The dragon girl was sitting on his left, looking at Linaka grilling meat with curiosity. She smelled the aroma and her saliva flowed unconsciously. Okay, sister dragon girl, the meat is cooked. Please try it. Linaka gently handed over a piece of barbecue. Not caring whether it was hot or not, the dragon girl took it and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry, there's more. Linaka's smile is very sweet, and I feel that the dragon girl is still a bit adorable. Although she is not very old, she looks like a gentle older sister, and seems to have fallen in love with this violent dragon girl. Brother, it's delicious. The dragon girl held up the barbecue and said to Sumu excitedly. Looking at her like this, Sumu smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that there was still a lot to teach her. Wow! At this time, Sumu released the ice fox. But as soon as it came out, the ice fox's fur stood on end and it looked at the dragon girl with vigilant eyes. The dragon girl also noticed the ice fox. She paused, looked at Sumu carefully, and then continued to eat barbecue as if she didn't see it. After seeing this, Lin Miaoka also released Feifei. 3 people and 2 pets, of course one of them is not a human, but a dragon girl. While eating barbecue, Sumu secretly sent a message to Lin Miaoka, asking her to teach Long Nu some basic principles of life. Just like that, Sumu's family had a beautiful dragon girl who was picked up. Chapter 66, Cocoon and Sleep. Late at night. Everything is quiet. Sumu was lying on a jade bed with an ice fox curled up beside him. 9 tails covered Sumu's body, and a wisp of cold air filled the air, making him feel as cool and comfortable as an air conditioner. He was sleeping soundly. Swish! Suddenly, the sleeping ice fox opened his eyes and looked outside the door. I saw a petite figure walking in slowly. There was a hint of vigilance in the ice fox's eyes, and they were full of spirituality. The one who came was actually the dragon girl. She tilted her head and looked at the sleeping Sumu, then glanced at Bingu. Then he actually walked up to her, lifted up the ice fox's tail, lay down on it, and slept next to Sumu. This scene made Bingu somewhat dissatisfied, and a hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. But the dragon girl seemed not to see it, and actually curled up beside Sumu and fell asleep. Puff! The ice fox sneezed, exhaling a puff of cold air to express his dissatisfaction. In the end, he curled up on the other side of Sumu and fell into a deep sleep. A man, a fox and a dragon girl, living in peace. A night passed. Early in the morning, Sumu woke up and noticed something strange around him. He first glanced at the ice fox beside him, then turned around and was stunned. Sumu's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person lying on him. It was not Lin Miaoka, but someone unexpected. Dragon girl? He sat up in surprise. The dragon girl opened her sleepy eyes, blinked, and then continued to sleep soundly. This made Sumu feel very confused. When did she come up? Brother Su, wake up! At this time, Lin Miaoka's voice came from outside the door. The next second, she pushed the door open and saw this scene. Lin Miaoka was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sumu with a questioning look in her eyes. Sumu smiled bitterly, spread his hands and said, I don't know when she came here. Dragon girl, wake up, why are you here? He shook the dragon girl awake. She opened her eyes and muttered, Brother, I'm so sleepy, let me sleep for a while. Having said that, he continued to sleep. Sumu was so confused that he could only get up and walk out. You should teach her well in the future. He hugged Lin Miaoka gently, but he was really afraid that she might misunderstand something. After all, he didn't mean to do anything bad. Yes, I understand. Lin Miaoka nodded obediently, without asking any questions, and without getting angry. Because she knew that the dragon girl was not human and knew nothing. She should indeed be taught some basic things about being a human being. Otherwise, there will be some embarrassing situations and troubles in the future. The ice fox floated over, with a strange flash in its eyes. It's just that Sumu didn't notice it. Breakfast is ready, the barbecue is cooked, and I am about to wake up the dragon girl to have breakfast. But as soon as he entered the room, he was shocked to find that the dragon girl was actually wrapped in a ball of light. It looked like a big cocoon, wrapping her body as if she was sleeping. This scene surprised Sumu and he immediately went forward to check. What's going on? Why is she in a cocoon? Is she seriously injured? Sumu's mind was full of question marks, but he couldn't find any problems. But the dragon girl seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, with rays of light emanating from her body and interweaving into a cocoon, as if she was transforming herself, or protecting herself. In short, she fell into a deep sleep inexplicably, which caught Sumu off guard. Could it be that she had been seriously injured before, and did not recover after being awakened by herself? Now falling asleep again? After thinking about it, Sumu directly spent 1,000 points of spiritual energy from Shirang to identify the cocoon. Bite. Dragon girl, injured and sleeping, she is forming a cocoon to recover from her injuries. Devouring and absorbing dragon-like beasts can speed up the recovery of her injuries. A contract has been signed. Looking at the identified information, Sumu's eyes flickered. The contract was signed when? Upon checking, it turned out that the current dragon girl had already signed some kind of contract with him, but was in a deep sleep to recover from her injuries. He wondered in his heart, when was the contract signed? Could it really bind the dragon girl? Even the future will not betray. Sumu was naturally a little surprised and puzzled by such good news. Could it be that dragon scale? Sumu suddenly thought of a possibility. That silver dragon scale caused the dragon girl to wake up, and then the two formed some kind of contract. Looking at the sleeping dragon girl, I felt a little strange. It seems that there is a mysterious connection between her and me, but I can't put it into words. Perhaps that is what is called a contractual bond. It's good to have a contract to avoid any accidents. Sumu felt completely relieved. Now that there is a contract, there is connection and protection between the two parties. A dragon-blooded creature? Looking at the information, the dragon girl was seriously injured and was repairing herself. The presence of creatures with dragon blood could speed up recovery from injuries, which gave Sumu an idea. Perhaps it would be better to find some dragon blood creatures to help her recover faster. It's just that dragon-blooded creatures are hard to find. According to his memories from his previous life, there are indeed dragon creatures on the isolated island. But their numbers are rare, and they are all extremely powerful exotic beasts. As far as she knew, there was indeed a powerful dragon creature in the center of the isolated island. It's a strange beast that is more than 1,000 years old, so it's not easy to capture it. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Sumu shook his head, turned and walked out. Since the dragon girl is sleeping, let her continue to sleep. I just don't know when I will wake up again, I can only wait slowly. Brother Su, what happened to Sister Longmu? Linaka also saw it, and was somewhat shocked and puzzled. She was injured and is sleeping to recover. Sumu gave her a brief explanation, which put her at ease. Cocooning and healing, it's so magical. She seemed even more curious about the dragon girl. How could there be such a magical creature in this world? Brother Su, I plan to go out today to collect some resources and hunt some exotic beasts to see if I can find some powerful exotic beast eggs. And by the way, train Feifei's fighting ability and find a way to improve her strength. Lin Miaoka said as she ate a huge grilled ice crab. Sumu held a huge crab claw, nodded and said, Okay, be careful and run away if you encounter danger. Yes, I understand. Lin Miaoka nodded obediently. After eating, she hugged Suma, and the two of them were intimate before leaving their home. Seeing her going out alone, I wasn't too worried. Now Lin Miaoka's strength has gradually grown, which is enough to protect herself. With the 1,000-year-old precious beast concubine by her side, she can easily deal with and successfully hunt down strange beasts that are 300 to 500 years old. Suma was full and ready to go out. He thought for a while, glanced at the still sleeping dragon girl, and finally went out with the ice fox. At home, there was only the sleeping dragon girl. Sumu plans to go to the ice field again today to try his luck. If luck is good, he might even encounter the ice dragon that roams on the ice field. That's a dragon-attributed creature, it would be great if we could find it. If you can't find any, you can also look for some 1,000-year-old exotic beasts on the ice field and capture them to increase your strength. Whoosh! Riding on the ice fox, Suma set off. A man and a fox set foot on the ice field again. Chapter 67, Return to the Ice Field. Ice Field. The land is covered with ice and snow. Whoosh! An ice fox flew through the air, scattering frost and snow. There was a person sitting on the ice fox, it was Sumu. The man and the fox finally arrived on the ice field again. Last time I encountered a 1,000-year-old ice crocodile under the ice lake. I wonder if I can encounter a 1,000-year-old beast on the ice field this time. It would be best if it was a creature with dragon attributes, so that it could speed up the dragon girl's recovery from injuries. Well, let's hunt a batch of ice crabs first, and put them on the world trading platform to exchange for some resources. Today I will try to upgrade my home to level 15 and enable the function of teleporting to my friends' homes. Sumu made arrangements while thinking. Xiaoxue, fly down. After thinking about it, Sumu made a decision. First, hunt a large number of ice crabs and some creatures on the ice field. These can be used to trade for a large amount of resource materials, and after I go back and sort them out today, I can upgrade my home. In this way, you can go directly to the Ark continent, travel back and forth between the isolated island and the Ark, and better harvest other resources. Boom! Next, loud noises erupted on the ice field. Glaciers burst and icebergs trembled. A large amount of ice was blasted open, and hibernating ice crabs were dug out one by one. The poor ice crabs, they were hiding well but were caught and killed by this guy Sumu. Many other ice creatures were also hunted. Sumu discovered an ice valley where a large number of mammoths gathered. In a short period of time, the blood of mammoths dyed the entire valley red. Hold head high! The herd of mammoths fled in chaos, and Sumu only hunted the stronger ones among them. Of course, adult mammoths had more meat. There was a 300-year-old mammoth leader, but they did not kill it. Instead, they hunted down some of the mammoths and let this group of mammoths go. Dozens of large mammoths were killed, and their meat and fur were processed and put on the trading platform for sale, causing quite a stir. After all, hanging up large quantities of meat from various creatures at once would naturally attract attention and cause a sensation. However, looking at the huge amount of meat traded, it was actually bought out in an instant. The purchasing power of trading platforms around the world is still terrifying. It was sold almost immediately after it was put up. Not everyone can hunt for prey. Some prefer to chop wood, mine stone and minerals, and collect herbs and other materials in exchange for foods such as meat. Therefore, there is basically no problem with the sales of Sumu. Once it is put on the market, others will quickly snap it up. In just 1 hour, Sumu sold all the prey he hunted on the ice field and traded for a large amount of wood, stone, iron ore, copper ore, medicinal herbs, jade and other materials. It's a pity that no one uses exotic beast eggs to trade. It seems that it will be difficult to obtain exotic beast eggs in the future. Unless someone is selling it, you have to pay a higher price to get it. For example, someone put an exotic beast egg on the trading platform, and it was a purple exotic beast that was 100 years old. But the price is 3,000 spiritual energy points. What a waste. Sumu shook his head. No one would buy it at this price. If it was a 1,000-year-old beast egg, he would still consider it, but forget it if it was a 100-year-old one. An hour later, Sumu stopped hunting. He sat on a glacier to rest and counted the various materials he had just obtained from the trade. There are more than 500,000 units of wood and stone, and there are also a lot of other kinds of herbs and materials. Combined with the various materials stored previously, it is estimated that it will be enough to upgrade the home to level 15. Almost. We'll have to wait a while before we can start our own clan. Sumu sighed. There were not enough materials. You can only wait for a while and give priority to upgrading your home. Ouch! At this moment, a howl was heard. Sumu looked up and saw that it was Ice Fox that had returned. I just sent it out to look for some 1,000-year-old exotic beasts on the ice field, and it only came back an hour ago. Xiaoxue, did you find anything? Sumu asked casually. The Ice Fox waved its tail excitedly, motioning Sumu to come up and take him over. Seeing this, Sumu immediately became interested. Could it be that we really have found traces of this 1,000-year-old strange beast? That would be great. Come on, take me there right now. Let's talk. Sumu turned over and sat on the back of the Ice Fox. Call! The Ice Fox leaped out. A man and a fox flew towards one direction of the ice field. After crossing several glaciers and flying for more than 10 minutes, the Ice Fox's speed gradually slowed down. Soon, the Ice Fox carried Sumu to the top of an iceberg. Looking down from here, there is a huge valley of ice and snow. In the valley, there is an iceberg lying. But upon closer inspection, it is not an iceberg. It was a giant beast, and a 1,000-year-old beast. From a distance it looks like an iceberg, but in fact it is a giant beast. Dragon elephant? Sumu narrowed his eyes and stared at the giant beast sleeping in the valley with burning eyes. It was a gigantic dragon elephant, 20 meters tall, covered in thick ice armor, with an ice crystal dragon tail growing from its tail. Its head was lying on the ground, its long nose was like a pillar of ice wrapped around its body, and its two fangs were flashing a crystal blue light. You can tell at first glance that he's not someone you can easily mess with. Ice Dragon Elephant. Sumu looked excited as he looked at the sleeping dragon elephant. An ice dragon elephant is absolutely a huge monster. It is 20 meters tall when standing up, just like a glacier standing there. Moreover, its strength is extremely terrifying. The dragon elephant has infinite power. One kick can cause mountains to collapse and the ground to crack, and its nose can roll up a glacier. Dragon elephants are usually 1,000-year-old. The stronger ones are over 1,000 years old. The ice dragon elephant in front of him is a different species, possessing the power of ice, and they are all likely to be close to 2,000 years old. Sumu was eager to try. It would be a waste if he didn't try to catch the dragon elephant. These 1,000-year-old exotic beasts will not stay here forever. Once you miss them, they may run to another place to sleep tomorrow. If you meet it now, just go up and touch it to see if you can defeat it and finally capture it. Xiaoxue, go ahead and defeat it. Sumu's eyes were burning, and he rushed out after he finished speaking. Ouch! The ice fox growled and swung its 9 tails, sweeping up a sky full of frost and ice and sweeping away. A man and a fox swooped down from the iceberg and launched a fierce attack on the sleeping ice dragon elephant. Boom! Sumu arrived first, and with a wave of his hand, 9 flying swords hit the dragon elephant's head at the same time, causing a violent explosion. The fierce blow woke the dragon elephant, and he stood up suddenly. Boom boom! When the huge dragon elephant moved, the earth and mountains shook. Hold head high! The dragon elephant roared angrily and swung its trunk towards Sumu. It was naturally angry because its sleep was disturbed. With a loud bang, the snow exploded and the ice was directly shattered into a big hole. Sumu dodged nimbly, flew into the air, and controlled the flying sword to continuously bombard the dragon elephant's body, trying to pierce its eyes. But the dragon elephant's defense was too strong. It rolled up its 2 huge ears to block the attack on its eyes. Ding ding ding. The flying sword was unable to break through the defense. Sumu understood that in order to defeat the dragon elephant in front of him, he had to seal a part of the dragon elephant's strength. Sealing technique. Finding the right moment, Sumu went up and used the sealing technique to hit the dragon elephant. Chapter 68, Millennium Dragon Elephant. Buzz. As soon as the sealing technique was used, the dragon elephant's body was immediately covered by rays of light. It sensed the crisis and struggled hard. Boom! When the dragon elephant stepped on the ground, the glacier shattered and huge cracks spread. It wants to break free from the seal. But the power of the sealing technique lies in that as long as your strength does not exceed too much, it can seal a part of your strength. If the strength is strong enough, you will be completely sealed and unable to move. With Sumu's current strength, it is no problem for him to fight against ordinary 1,000-year-old beasts, so no matter how powerful the ice dragon elephant in front of him is, he can still seal part of its strength. Ah! The dragon elephant roared, and with a flick of its trunk, it blew out a powerful cold current. Wherever it goes, everything freezes into ice sculptures. But Sumu possesses the power of ice, so he is naturally not afraid of the erosion of cold air, so he is not affected at all. Instead, the ice fox launched an attack in the air. A sky full of ice cones fell directly from the sky and hit the ice dragon elephant. Boom, boom, boom! Dense icicles smashed down, creating huge pits one after another, and hit the dragon elephant, causing violent explosions. The dragon elephant staggered and was beaten to pieces of ice scattered all over the ground, but it was still ferocious and terrifying. Its power is incredibly strong. With one kick, the earth roars, the glaciers shatter, and the surrounding icebergs tremble. Hold head high! The dragon elephant roared and charged towards Sumu. But he dodged it nimbly. Sumu's whole body was emitting crystal clear light and turned into a suit of stone armor. It was the stone spirit armor, whose powerful defensive ability gave him a significant boost in strength. Sumu flew down, holding the hilt of the knife in his hand, with a strong sword intent emanating from his whole body. Clank! The sharp sword intent cut through the void, and the snowflakes were shattered. There were wisps of piercing sword energy swirling around, gathering on the blade, accumulating the most powerful move. Hold head high. The dragon elephant sensed the danger and immediately rushed over with a roar, swinging its huge trunk towards Sumu fiercely. It looked like he was about to be hit. At this moment, Sumu suddenly drew his sword. There was a sound of clang, and the sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the man and the sword became one and slashed through the dragon elephant's body and appeared behind it. The art of drawing the sword, slashing with one blow. There were cracking sounds coming from the dragon elephant's body, and the thick ice armor on its body shattered one by one, scattering a large piece, leaving a deep scar. Roar! The dragon elephant roared, with a hint of dragon roar shaking the ice field. It was injured, but it seemed even more violent and angry, and its strength increased dramatically. He's not dead? Sumu was shocked. After most of the power of the dragon elephant was sealed, its sword-drawing technique became even more terrifying after being hit by him. There were even signs that the seal was being broken. The dragon elephant is too big, so the damage it can cause with a single blow is limited, and its defense is high. Sumu frowned and loosened the handle of the knife. Then he actually made a fist-holding gesture with his bare hands. This is some kind of ancient boxing learned in the previous life. Boom! The dragon elephant ignored the ice fox's attack and rushed towards Sumu frantically. That domineering aura was extremely intimidating. Sumu's aura was boiling, the blood in his body was almost burning, and all the strength in his body was condensed into one at this moment. A trace of strong will permeated. Beast King Fist Giant Demon Collapse. Sumu let out a low roar, his aura surged, and he stepped forward and swung his fist. A powerful fist intention condensed, and a dark shadow gathered in the air. Looking closely, wasn't it the troll that was encountered and killed before? It turned out that Sumu used a boxing technique he had mastered in his previous life, the Beast King Fist, which allowed him to use his powerful will to condense the will of various biological forms to kill his opponent. What he was condensing now was the troll he had killed. Roar! The troll roared, and Sumu punched the dragon elephant. The two huge monsters collided fiercely. The dragon elephant was an entity, while the troll was a phantom, a kind of concentration of will. Boom! The troll punched the dragon elephant. The powerful and violent force blew the dragon elephant away, and it hit the iceberg in the distance and sank into the mountain. Suddenly, ice and snow rolled in. The powerful force penetrated the mountain directly and knocked the dragon elephant out. Boom! The ice and snow in the sky were blown away by a punch. Sumu's momentum declined, and his powerful fist intentions were restrained one by one. Bite! Congratulations, you have mastered the extraordinary level Beast King Fist, and you will be rewarded with 200,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have understood the meaning of boxing, and you will be rewarded with 200,000 experience points. After 2 warning sounds were heard, Sumu slowly retracted his fist. At this moment, he understood the Beast King Fist that he had mastered in his previous life, and also realized a kind of fist meaning. It was this powerful fist intent that condensed into a giant attack, which directly blasted the powerful dragon elephant away and pierced through a mountain. Hold head high. At this time, the dragon elephant was struggling to get up. But it had just endured Sumu's terrifying punch, and its body was severely injured, with a large dent in its chest and its ice armor shattered. Kill! Sumu roared, and the man and the fox joined forces to launch a fierce attack on the seriously injured dragon elephant. Boom, boom! For a moment, the valley roared. In the heavy snow, a dragon elephant was attacked by a man and a fox, and was almost dying. After severely damaging the dragon elephant, it stopped after a fierce attack. Sumu took out his hunting rifle and fired a shot at the dragon elephant lying there. Bang! A flash of light exploded on the dragon elephant. But there was no movement, and the capture failed. Sumu frowned and fired again, but the result was the same. You're still not convinced? He was a little annoyed, so he put away his hunting rifle and punched him. Boom! The dragon elephant's body trembled and ice chips flew everywhere. There was a fist mark on the head and blood was seeping out. At this moment, The dragon elephant no longer had the slightest ability to resist and was hit hard by Sumu. Next, Sumu took out the hunting gun again and fired a shot at the dragon elephant. Buzz! There was a flash of light, and the dragon elephant's body trembled continuously. Soon it was gathered by the light, and in the blink of an eye it continued to shrink and turned into a ball of light that fell down. Sumu stepped forward and took a look. The ball of light dispersed and a fetus appeared inside. The 1,000-year-old dragon elephant was captured successfully. Finally, it's done! Looking at the Millennium Dragon elephant that had successfully transformed into a yuan-tai, Sumu was extremely excited. The strength of this dragon elephant is definitely at the level of 2,000 years old. If it weren't for the sealing technique, it would be difficult to deal with it. Too strong. Fortunately, it's done now. After putting away the dragon elephant's embryo, Sumu showed a smile on his face. Ouch! At this time, the ice fox flew down and called twice affectionately, as if trying to please Sumu. He knew at first glance that the ice fox wanted to devour the dragon elephant to evolve, but thinking of the sleeping dragon girl at home, he decisively rejected it. I can't give you this. I'll give it to you next time I catch something better. Sumu touched its head and comforted it. Come back first. As he spoke, he put the ice fox into the pet space, and then directly used teleportation to return home. Buzz! Rays of light emanated from his body. The next second, Sumu's figure disappeared on the ice field. Chapter 69: The Dragon Girl Disappears. Home. A beam of light fell in front of Shirong. Sumu emerged from the light and returned home. As soon as he came back, he went straight into his room. But when I came in, I was stunned. There was no one in the room. There was no one on the bed, and the light cocoon from before was gone. The dragon girl is gone. Where are the people? Sumu's face changed slightly and he looked around the room, but found nothing. Where is the dragon girl? Wasn't it forming a cocoon to heal its wounds? Why did it disappear? Sumu immediately searched around the house but couldn't find it. He didn't give up and searched the floating islands several times, and almost turned over, but he still didn't see the dragon girl. She seemed to have suddenly vanished. When he returned home, Sumu had a gloomy face and looked around a few times but saw no one. The dragon girl is really gone. What's going on? Sumu looked grim and felt something was not good. The dragon girl formed a cocoon to heal her wounds, but why did she suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone came here and took the dragon girl away? Impossible. After checking around, no one should have been here. Could it be that the dragon girl suddenly woke up while recovering from her injuries and left here on her own? Sumu was in a very bad mood at the moment. He didn't expect that after being away for a while, he finally caught a dragon elephant. But when he came back, the dragon girl was gone, and he was so depressed. It is even more unclear what happened, why the dragon girl disappeared, whether she was taken away by someone or she woke up and left on her own. Although he and the dragon girl had a slight contractual connection, he was unable to find her, call out, or even summon her according to the contract. It's not like a pet that can be summoned at any time. Damn, all this work was in vain. Sumu kicked a huge rock in front of him and smashed it, angrily. Anyone who encounters this will be angry, because the good dragon girl is gone. Who can be in a good mood? Finally, Sumu flew around the sea, searched for a long time and finally gave up. He had to accept the fact that the dragon girl disappeared. Perhaps she woke up and left on her own, or maybe she was taken away by someone. After all, he only met the dragon girl by chance and awakened her unintentionally. Because of her injuries, the dragon girl had to form a cocoon to recover, but Sumu disappeared when he came back from outside. I feel so sad. Sumu had a gloomy face and felt that he had worked in vain. Forget it, if we don't see each other, then we won't see each other. He could only accept this fact with a wry smile. I returned home and sat beside Shirong in a daze. Without the dragon girl, there would be no need to heal the dragon elephant fetus. Or be devoured by the ice fox? It is still me who devours and strengthens myself, that is the fundamental thing. In the end, Sumu figured it out. The dragon girl just picked it up by accident, so if it's gone, it's gone. It's no big deal. Improving your own strength is the fundamental thing, everything else is empty talk. After figuring it out, Sumu felt much better. He took out the 1,000-year-old dragon elephant that he had captured on the ice field and prepared to devour it. Upon checking, it turned out that it took 2,000 points of spiritual energy to devour the dragon elephant embryo. It was indeed a 2,000-year-old behemoth. There is not enough spiritual energy. First absorb 2 spirit stones. Bite. Obtain 1,300 points of spiritual energy. Obtain 1,700 points of spiritual energy. The 2 spirit stones merged into the Shirang and gained a total of 3,000 points of spiritual energy. Swallow. After consuming 2,000 points of spiritual energy, Sumu devoured the 1,000-year-old dragon elephant embryo. I saw rays of light coming out of the Shirang, wrapping his body and the 1,000-year-old dragon elephant fetus. Gradually the light covered and began to merge and absorb. Ding, swallowing is successful, all attributes plus 90 points. Congratulations, you have obtained the bloodline of the 2,000-year-old dragon elephant and the power of the 1,000-year-old ice. Do you want to evolve? The prompt sounded, and Sumu slowly opened his eyes. The swallowing was successful, and the strength was greatly improved. All attributes increased by 90 points, and if you are lucky, you can also obtain the 1,000-year-old ice power belonging to the 2,000-year-old dragon elephant. Fusion. Needless to say, just integrate this powerful 1,000-year-old ice force. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the cold air in his body boiled, and a 1,000-year-old ice power was injected into him, causing Sumu's original ice power to surge instantly. Almost in an instant, the entire home was covered by a cold air, everything froze, and a thick layer of ice crystals condensed. When Sumu woke up, the cold air around him increased tenfold, and even the flames were frozen into the shape of blue ice flames. Looking at such terrifying ice power, Sumu was terrified. Then there was a burst of joy, and his strength increased again. If he encountered a dragon elephant again, he would be able to defeat the ice dragon elephant head-on even without using the sealing technique. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 10 experience, 553502/1.2 million. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, Millennium Ice Power, Millennium Stone Spirit Armor, Salamander Regeneration Ability. Strength, 309. Constitution, 309. Agility, 309. Spirit, 337. Backpack, 90 slots. Home, level 11. Shiran, level 5, spiritual energy 816 points/2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 5, alchemy, level 6, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, soul-breaking arrow, level 15, sword drawing, super level sword intention, sword control, level 10, beast king fist, super level fist intention, sealing. The strength undergoes another transformation, and the mental power enters the third transformation. Sumu felt that his mental power had become more solid and powerful, and his strength, physique, speed, etc. had all improved dramatically. It can be said that only at this stage can one's strength truly become regular and enter the ranks of masters. Upgrade the home first. Sumu calmed down and started to upgrade his home. You are only 4 levels away from reaching level 15, which will unlock a friend teleportation function that allows you to teleport directly to your friends' homes. Upgrade! Sumu consumed a lot of resources and began to upgrade his home. Bite. Upgrade successful. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your home has reached level 15 and new features have been unlocked. After upgrading 4 times in a row, I finally reached level 15 and unlocked the new friend teleporting function. The large amount of resources collected have been used up, and you will have to wait if you want to create a clan. Sumu opened the door to check and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, when I opened the friend column, there was indeed a new function on it. It means directly teleporting to your friend's home. Of course, there are only 3 friends in his list, and Lin Miaoka's home Shirang has been integrated into his own home, so naturally he can only teleport back to his own home. However, Lin Meow Meow and another good friend were able to teleport. The other is the people from the South District. How about going to the Ark Continent now? An idea popped into Sumu's mind. It's a good opportunity to go visit my sister-in-law Lin Meow Meow and take a walk around the Ark Continent. Maybe I can come across some good things. Teleport! Sumu made up his mind and didn't hesitate anymore. Don't wait for Lin Meowki yet, tell her after she comes back. Swish! The next second, Sumu was enveloped by light and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 70, Entering the Ark Continent. Ark Continent. Red Mist Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, a pink ancient-style building stands there, proudly standing on the cliff. Inside the house, a mass of fertile soil glowed faintly. Swish! Suddenly, a ray of light appeared next to Shirong. Then Sumu appeared here quietly. As soon as he came out, Sumu looked around. All you see is pink, and the whole house is decorated exquisitely and beautifully. Full of girlish heart. Sumu took a look and couldn't help but sigh that the girl's house was different. This should be Lin Meow Meow's room. The Shirong is placed in the center, and the spring is below. On the left is an exquisite wooden bed, next to it is a dressing table with a mirror, on which are placed various bottles and jars. Sumu picked it up and took a look. Wow, there was actually cosmetics. I smelled it, and found that it was made from medicinal herbs. This made him speechless. Could it be that she used various herbs and materials to make cosmetics? Women's behavior is hard to understand. Shouldn't we use herbal materials to make medicines to improve our strength? It's incredible. Sumu shook his head with a wry smile, looked around, opened the door and walked out. Outside was a yard, located on the mountainside, and below was a cliff, at least several hundred meters high. Below is a valley covered with colorful flowers. On the left is a red forest, and on the right are all kinds of strange vines climbing all over the steep mountains. From a distance, it looks like a mist rising. On the top of the mountain, there are clusters of red mist swirling around. This is the Red Mist Mountain of the Ark Continent. And more than one person is building a base and home here. On the mountain on the right, someone has also built a home there, which looks like a European castle and stands on the top of the mountain. That's really interesting. Suma looked at the ancient castle on the top of the mountain on the right, and vaguely saw a figure busy inside, and even looking at here from the top of the castle. Obviously he was observing. Sumu saw at a glance that he was a blonde and blue-eyed guy. Foreigner? Could it be that he has set his sights on Lin Meow Meow? I never heard her mention that there was someone next to her. You should know that it is generally safest to build a home in a place that is sparsely populated and difficult to find. After all, human hearts are hard to predict, and you never know whether a person's heart is red or black. It's not a big deal if you encounter a strange beast. If you can't defeat it, just run away. But people are more complicated. They may appear to be smiling and kind to you, but they are thinking about how to stab you in the back or take everything you have for themselves. This is how the world is. The strong are respected, and without the constraints of morality and law, people become more brutal and terrifying than ferocious beasts and strange animals. Fortunately, that little girl knew how to build her home on the cliff. After some observation, Sumu came to a conclusion. This is a cliff that was carved out. Perhaps Lin Meow Meow found this good place, and then moved and carved out some space to build it. The location is good, but not great enough. He remembered that there were many good places on the Ark Continent, but it would be difficult to get there without the ability to fly. This can only be considered the middle and lower reaches, not the best location to build a home. And there aren't a lot of resources around. Do you want to send her a message? Sumu thought about it, opened his friend messages, and sent a message to his sister-in-law. Meow Meow, where are you? As soon as the message was sent, a reply came after a while. Lin Meow Meow. Brother-in-law? Are you okay? I'm hunting. I'm exploring the Ark volcano you mentioned to see if I can see the phoenix. When Sumu opened the message, he was shocked. Oh my god, this little girl is so brave that she actually goes to provoke the phoenix now. She is really not afraid of death. Sumu sent a message, send me your location, I'll come find you later. This message has been sent for a long time, but there is no reply. Just when Sumu was thinking about sending another message, the message came back. Linaka. Brother-in-law, is what you said true or false? If you really come to see me, can you come to our continent now? After that, he also sent me a message with the specific location. Sumu opened the map and saw that it was a pitch-black area that had not been explored. But there's one obvious sign, which is where Lin Miao Miao is. Sure enough, they were near the Arc volcano. It seemed that they were really going to steal the phoenix eggs. After thinking about it, Sumu immediately jumped and flew towards where she was. Lin Miao Miao. Brother-in-law, there are so many people here. Are they all here for the phoenix egg? On the way, Sumu was also surprised to receive her news. It will become clear after a little thought. Apparently someone had discovered the phoenix's tracks and wanted to find and steal its eggs. After all, everyone understands the functions and benefits of exotic beast eggs, so naturally they want to steal some exotic beast eggs from powerful creatures and bring them back to hatch or devour them. Don't act rashly. Wait for me. Sumu replied with a message and accelerated immediately. Flying high in the sky, you can see many different prehistoric creatures along the way. These are all creatures that have become extinct on Earth. Lots of dinosaurs, prehistoric species. We even saw a Tyrannosaurus fighting with two Ninotaurus. If he wasn't in a hurry, someone might have gone down and killed him with one move. After half an hour's flight, we finally arrived at the area where Lin Miao Miao was, and saw a figure hiding behind a volcanic rock. After the volcanic rock, Lin Miao Miao poked her little head out and looked around nervously. Whoosh! Soon, a figure fell from the sky, scaring her so much that she raised a spear in her hand. Who are you? She looked at Sumu warily. Young, handsome, and sunny, he makes people feel inexplicably fond of him. But still be extremely vigilant. Sumu looked at her, and saw that she looked exactly like Lin Miaoka in real life. There is just one difference, that is, Lin Miaoka's three-dimensional body is a little bigger than hers. Are you Miao Miao? Sumu landed on the ground with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, You are my sister's boyfriend, right? Why doesn't it look like that? Sumu spread his hands and said with some amusement. Lin Miao Miao walked forward and circled around him, her eyes rolling around, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Brother-in-law, are you coming here alone? She asked, tilting her head. Sumu explained. Your sister is out and hasn't come back yet. It just so happens that I have upgraded and can come over, so I'll come over to see you first. When your sister comes back, I'll ask her to come over and keep you company. Let's not talk about this for now. Where is the person you are talking about? Sumu changed the subject. Lin Miao Miao finally came to her senses and hid herself immediately. Brother-in-law, hide quickly, there are people ahead, and there are many people under the volcano. She whispered, pointing down the volcano in front. Sumu walked over quietly and squatted beside her. After careful observation, he really found that there were quite a few people climbing up to the crater under the volcano in front. Foreigner? After observation, he was surprised to find that there were many foreigners among those people. There were more than 20 people, half of whom were foreigners. The group has banded together and is climbing the volcano. Brother-in-law, based on my observations over the past 2 days, I found that the phoenix flew out from the crater. Lin Miao Miao stood next to Suma and pointed at the huge crater. Sumu took a look and saw that the volcano was at least 2,000 meters above sea level, with thick smoke billowing out of it. It was an active volcano. Moreover, the surroundings are covered with magma, boiling hot magma. These people dared to climb up without fear of being killed by the volcanic eruption. Has the phoenix come out? Sumu asked casually. Not yet. I'm just waiting for the phoenix to leave. Lin Miao Miao explained softly while secretly observing Sumu. She was still quite curious about her brother-in-law. Now that I've seen the real person, it's a little unexpected. Cry. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly a clear cry came from the crater. Sumu and Lin Miao Miao were both shocked. It's coming out. His expression became serious, with some excitement on his face. I was quite excited to see the phoenix as soon as I arrived. Chapter 71 Phoenix. Boom! Volcanoes shake. A stream of magma erupted accompanied by bursts of bird calls. I saw a ball of fire rising into the sky, and countless magma scattered like raindrops. Phoenix! Sumu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the fiery red figure rushing out of the crater. It was a bird shaped like a phoenix, but it was not the phoenix in Eastern mythology, but the immortal bird in Western mythology. This bird has bright red feathers and burns like magma. The phoenix lays eggs every 500 years, and as a result it becomes weak and reborn from the ashes. After laying eggs, the phoenix will find another place to be reborn from the ashes. The phoenix in front of him had a chaotic aura, and the flames on its feathers seemed a little dim. This made Sumu boldly guess that it had probably just finished laying eggs and was at its weakest. He even had the urge to rush out to intercept the phoenix and capture it. I just looked at the group of people at the bottom of the volcano, climbing up the mountainside and walking into a cave. It was obvious that they were going to enter the interior of the volcano. If they were a step slower, the phoenix eggs might be taken away by this group of people. The phoenix is gone, Lin Miao Miao said excitedly. The two hid here and quietly watched the phoenix fly out of the volcano, then circle around and make loud chirps. Finally, it dragged its tired body and flew away. After laying eggs, the phoenix must find another active volcano crater as soon as possible to enter nirvana and be reborn from the ashes. Otherwise, its fate is to decay and eventually fall into a volcano, where all the nutrients will be absorbed by the phoenix eggs it has laid. In order to give birth to offspring, the phoenix can only lay eggs once every 500 years, so that it can be reborn from the ashes and continue its offspring. What a pity! I still want to catch the phoenix. Sumu felt secretly sorry, shook his head and gave up the idea. The phoenix is not an ordinary beast, but one of the most powerful beasts on the Ark continent. That is the king among strange beasts, a 1,000-year-old strange beast. A strange beast of this level, even if it is weak, is not something Sumu can easily contend with now. So it's better to be on the safe side and not mess with the phoenix that becomes irritable after laying eggs. Come on, let's go in. Sumu pulled Lin Miao Miao, and the two of them leaped towards the volcano. We didn't go down from the crater because it was spewing thick black smoke. We could only walk in through the cracks in the cave halfway up the mountain. The group of people before had already gone in. Brother-in-law, hurry up, others have already got there first. Lin Miao Miao kept urging them to hurry up. But Sumu was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he comforted her. Don't worry. That group of people is not united. Even if they find the phoenix egg, they may not be able to get it. He knew very well that the phoenix eggs must have been laid in the magma. If that group of people want to obtain the phoenix eggs, they must solve this problem. Even so, how can they distribute the phoenix eggs among such a large group of people? It is certain that the group of people inside will start fighting next. Walking deeper into the cave, the temperature was extremely high and scorching. Fortunately, neither Sumu nor Lin Miao Miao was affected at all. Sumu possesses powerful ice power, but Lin Miao Miao has integrated the bloodline ability of the fire dragon and can control fire. So the two of them, regardless of the scorching hot environment of the volcano, easily passed through the cave and came to the interior of the volcano. As soon as I came in, I saw a group of people standing on a rocky protrusion next to the crater. There was no road ahead of them, it was filled with boiling lava. A hot breath hit me in the face. Damn, the lava is blocking it. Someone in the crowd cursed. He was a foreigner with blonde hair, cursing. The others looked at the roiling magma in front of them, at a loss as to what to do. Look, the center of the magma is the phoenix's nest. Someone pointed to the center of the magma area. When everyone looked, they saw a piece of solidified lava with a large number of red stones piled on it, forming a nest like a bird's nest. In that bird's nest, there were 1 or 2 eggs lying quietly. One was black, the other was red, both were covered with flames, constantly jumping, with mysterious patterns flashing with hot red light. Phoenix eggs. There really are phoenix eggs. Everyone was immediately excited and looked at the 2 phoenix eggs greedily. But after the excitement, how to get the phoenix eggs? 2 points. Fuck, find a way to get it over here. A blond young man cursed. In the team, a handsome young man held his head high with a proud look on his face. Ah, you bunch of rubbish are mine. Before anyone could react, a pair of black wings suddenly spread out from behind the man, like an eagle's wings. Call! He leaped and flew over directly. Fuck, stop him! Baka! Everyone was immediately furious. This man actually hid his ability, a pair of eagle wings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen people drew their bows and shot dense arrows, but unfortunately the man dodged them all nimbly. He turned around, flapped his wings and floated in the air, with a look of pride and complacency on his face. Haha, a bunch of seabars, just watch and eat your ass. The young man laughed triumphantly. But the next second, a sword beam flashed across and instantly pierced through the young man's brow, leaving a bloody hole from which blood gushed out. His expression froze, and his body fell into the magma with a whoosh. He was immediately submerged by the magma and turned into ashes. He was handsome for only a second before he died. Everyone was stunned for a moment, thinking that the guy was killed by the sharp arrow shot by someone just now. Yoshi, the Korean country is trash, it's better for them to die. A short man with stocky limbs danced with excitement. He just swung his hands, and 2 silk threads flew towards the bird's nest opposite, just about to wrap around the 2 phoenix eggs and bring them back. Puff! The next second, a sharp blade pierced his heart from behind and pierced out. Sakura? He looked shocked and turned back in disbelief. I saw a young woman with a smile on her face, and said gently, Mr. Xiao Ben, you should just have a good sleep. After saying that, the woman pushed him into the lava, causing a splash of lava. An unexpected incident left others terrified. A dozen people dispersed and looked at each other warily. Several blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners were looking at the sexy woman with a smile on her face with caution. This woman looks harmless, but she is actually extremely cruel. Those 2 eggs are mine. If you want to live, leave obediently, or you will all be thrown into the lava and buried with me. The woman said this with a smile on her face and a gentle tone. Fuck, this Yandere deserves death. Don't be afraid, come together and kill her. The blonde and blue-eyed young man in the lead yelled. His body trembled and he let out a low growl. His whole body swelled up and soon he grew dense hair and turned into a werewolf. Roar! This is the evolutionary power gained by integrating the blood of wolves. Kill! A group of people started fighting and the scene was in chaos. Su Mu and Lin Miao Miao, who were hiding, watched with great interest. Wait for me here. Su Mu gave some instructions, and while they were fighting, he flashed and flew towards the phoenix's nest at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Swish! As the black shadow flashed, the 2 phoenix eggs disappeared without a trace. The egg is gone. After fighting for a while, someone was suddenly shocked to find that the 2 phoenix eggs had disappeared. Everyone stopped at once and looked towards the phoenix's nest. Sure enough, it was empty, there was nothing. The egg is gone. Chapter 72, 1 black and 1 red. Volcano, before magma. The group of people who had just been fighting were stunned. Where are the eggs? Sakurako was confused, anger welling up on her pretty face. She glanced at everyone with cold eyes. Who of you took it? This question woke the others up. It's you. The young man who turned into a werewolf was furious and roared with red eyes. Take out the eggs. 1 for each of us. The werewolf growled and bared his teeth. There are 8 people on his side, and there are also 8 people on Sakurako's side opposite him. Several people from both sides had just died, and now there were only 16 of them left. There were 8 people on one side, but while they were beating the egg disappeared. Sakurako was very annoyed and looked back coldly at her companions behind her. Who of you took it? She directly questioned her side. But several companions shook their heads. Baga, they must have taken it. We were just fighting. A man holding a samurai sword pointed angrily at the opposite side. Sakurako looked at the werewolves opposite. Each of them was half beast. Some were covered with hair, and some had a tiger head, half human, half beast. They all devoured the eggs of strange beasts, and gained the enhanced evolutionary manifestation of their bloodline. On Sakurako's side, a group of shiori were glaring at her, each of them looking murderous. Fart! The werewolf roared and growled. Just now we were clearly being beaten by you, and now you're saying we took it. It must be you. If you don't take it out, none of you can leave today. Roar! A group of half-beast humans roared together, making wild beast-like roars. The atmosphere at the scene froze. Ingzi's face was cold, knowing that today would not end well. No matter who takes it, kill all the opponents first. Kill! She waved her hand gently, and suddenly pulled out an oil paper umbrella and threw it. Buzz! Oil paper umbrellas floated up, scattering cherry blossoms all over the sky, and the petals cut across the sky like sharp blades. Puff! Ouch! The screams continued as countless petals wrapped around their bodies, strangling them and leaving scars. In the end, they were cut into pieces by the countless sharp petals. A massacre took place, and all 8 half-beast people were killed by Sakurako and her companions. The ground was stained red with blood, corpses were lying all over the place, and pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground. The werewolf's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes open. Snort! Sakurako turned around, surrounded by pink cherry petals, and looked at the 7 people on her side with murderous intent. Tell me, who took it? She asked coldly. But several of his men shook their heads and lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Seeing that no one admitted it, Sakurako frowned slightly, wondering if there was someone hiding nearby. While they were fighting, he secretly took away the phoenix eggs. Thinking of this, Sakurako was so angry that she was shaking all over. Crash! Petals were flying all over the sky, and then Sakurako reached out to catch a petal and put it in front of her nose and smelled it. I found you. There really is someone there. Sakurako was so angry. I and others worked so hard to help others succeed. There were 2 strange auras lingering here, and it was obvious that someone had just hidden here waiting for their internal fight. Now the man has run away with the egg, but a trace of breath remains. You took my things and wanted to leave. No matter who you are, I will make you regret coming into this world. Sakura looked murderous. Chase. After saying that, she folded her paper umbrella and rushed out first. The others followed and rushed out, but unfortunately they didn't see a single ghost. Sumu and Lin Miao Miao had already left the volcano. The 2 returned to Lin Miao Miao's home. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so awesome! At home, Lin Miao Miao danced with excitement. Just now, Sumu secretly took away 2 phoenix eggs, which must have pissed off those people. She was very happy. Take a look at these 2 eggs first. Sumu shook his head and said nothing, then took out 2 phoenix eggs. 2 eggs, 1 black and 1 red. Lin Miao Miao was extremely surprised and asked curiously, Brother-in-law, why are the eggs laid by the phoenix different? Sumu observed the 2 eggs, thought for a while and said, It is said that the phoenix lays at most 1 egg at a time, if there are 2. He paused before continuing. Then one of them must be an alien. Look at this black egg. It is the alien among the phoenixes. This is true. That black egg doesn't look like a phoenix egg at all. After all, the phoenix belongs to the attribute of fire, and the eggshell is bright red, burning with a hint of flame. Needless to say, the flaming red egg is the real phoenix egg. But this black one was obviously an alien, with wisps of black flames all over it, which looked extremely strange. This is a mutated egg. Strictly speaking, it can't exist. Sumu explained. Because the phoenix usually only lays 1 egg, if there is 1 more, it must be a mutant. I suspect that the egg that hatched is a hellfire bird. After hearing this, Lin Miao Miao was confused. Hellfire bird, is that phoenix cheating? She asked with a silly look on her face. Sumu was speechless. What the hell was this? He was cheating. The phoenix does not need a male bird to lay eggs. Instead, it lays an egg with the offspring condensed from its own life essence. Some phoenixes die directly after laying eggs, and all their energy is integrated into the eggs. Some phoenixes will leave after they succeed, looking for a place to be reborn from the ashes. Some are reborn directly from the ashes in the egg, without the need for offspring, they just regenerate themselves again and again. That's why it is called the phoenix. But the hellfire bird is a creature that has mutated after being contaminated by evil spirits. In other words, the phoenix had been contaminated with evil spirits in its body, and when it gave birth to offspring, an extra egg was born. It's the black magic egg in front of you. The phoenix is a good pet. Take this red one and hatch it. Sumu handed the fiery red pure phoenix egg to Lin Miao Miao. He picked up the remaining black mutant egg that was tainted with evil energy. Brother-in-law, why do you need to hatch? Isn't it better to devour and evolve by yourself? Lin Miao Miao was extremely puzzled. Sumu had no choice but to explain. You have the blood of the fire dragon in your body. If you evolve the blood of the phoenix, the two will conflict and may cause damage. If you want the blood ability of the phoenix and gain immortality, I suggest that you devour it, but you must give up the blood of the fire dragon and let the phoenix blood devour the blood of the fire dragon. Sumu told the truth. The fire dragon and the phoenix are two incompatible bloodlines, and both have fire attributes. The result is chaos and conflict, and only one can be preserved. The other one will inevitably be swallowed and absorbed. I see. Lin Miao Miao thought for a moment, remembered the phoenix Xinjuan's beautiful wings and immortal ability, and immediately understood what she should choose. Swallow, give up the fire dragon bloodline to nourish the blood power of the phoenix. Then I choose the bloodline ability of the phoenix. She made an immediate decision and began to devour. But she had no spiritual energy because there was not enough spiritual energy in the Shirong. Not enough spiritual energy? Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. Sumu slapped his forehead and reminded, Do you have any spirit stones? I have opened a treasure chest and got some shiny spirit stones. Spiritual stone? Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, It seems there is. I remember opening a few treasure chests to get it before. After saying that, he took out a dozen spirit stones, which made Sumu's mouth twitch. This European emperor is just different. I devour this egg too. Sumu stepped forward, opened it with the help of his friend Shirong, and chose to swallow the black phoenix egg. Buzz! The light bloomed, and Sumu and Lin Miao Miao were each enveloped by the light. Chapter 73 Bloodline Upgrade. Crash! Rays of light intertwined and enveloped it. Inside, the figures of a man and a woman were looming. Sumu is devouring the original energy of the black bird egg and gaining evolution from it. Bite. Swallowed successfully, all attributes plus 100. Congratulations, you have obtained the blood of the demonized phoenix, which will give you the magic flame and immortal power. Do you want to evolve? When Sumu heard the prompt sound, he chose to evolve without hesitation. Boom! As soon as he made the choice, a powerful new blood energy was injected into his body, causing it to boil instantly. The original ice power rioted, and endless cold air swept through, trying to crush the new blood force directly. Even the regenerating blood power of the Millennium Stone Spirit and the salamander began to boil and began to riot. The four powerful blood energies in the body collided and competed with each other, resulting in a fierce battle. Different bloodlines will conflict with each other. For example, the huge ice power in Sumu's body is suddenly flooded with the fire power of the phoenix. Ice and fire. Bear! Sumu's body floated in the air, half of his body was burning with black flames, and the other half was emitting cold air and frozen into ice crystals. His body was even covered with a set of stone spirit armor, and the four major bloodline forces collided and competed with each other. The first to be defeated was the bloodline power of the Millennium Stone Spirit, which was soon devoured by the ice bloodline to strengthen itself, and its momentum suddenly increased. Sumu still has 3 extremely powerful bloodlines in his body. The fierce confrontation between them puts him in a state of ice and fire. On one side, the black devil flame was burning, and on the other side, the ice was freezing cold, freezing everything. The ice and fire were constantly colliding with each other, producing terrible impacts. After devouring the stone spirit's bloodline, the power of ice surged and was about to suppress the bloodline power of the demonized phoenix. But the next second, the phoenix bloodline devoured the salamander's regenerative ability and merged with the phoenix's immortal power, and the fusion of the two immediately skyrocketed. Boom! The two sides were once again evenly matched, and the phoenix had the power of immortal regeneration, recovering and reversing time and time again. Mad, are you treating my body as a battlefield? Sumu was a little annoyed that the two major bloodlines actually started fighting. He also tore the stone spirit and salamander blood into pieces and devoured them, simply not taking his master seriously. Since you want to fight, why don't you just merge into one? Sumu's face turned grim, and he forced the two blood forces in his body to merge together. A powerful mental force burst out, suppressing all the two bloodline forces in the body and gathering them into a new, more powerful bloodline force. Buzz. Their blood is compatible, but they also have a strong repulsion. However, under Sumu's force fusion, they are still merged into one little by little. Bite. Bloodline fusion successful. Experience plus 500,000. Congratulations, you have merged a new bloodline, gained immortality, and obtained the ice magic flame. The prompt sounded, and the bloodline completely merged into one. The four major bloodline forces merge into one and evolve into a more advanced, powerful, and comprehensive bloodline force. Sumu gained immortality, and the power of ice and magic flame merged into one, transforming into a more powerful ice magic flame. Tumultuous. A black demonic flame emerged from his body, and a trace of cold air spread and froze everything. Sumu felt this new power, which was more powerful than the previous simple ice power. It could directly freeze everything and even burn it to ashes because of the magic flame. A black ice flame was dancing on his palm. Once touched, it would immediately turn into an ice sculpture and then be burned to ashes by the black ice flame. He opened his information page to check. Name, Sima. Race, human. Level 10 experience, 553502/1.2 million. Age, 19. Gender, male. Bloodline, immortal body - ice demon flame. Strength, 409. Constitution, 409. Agility, 409. Spirit, 437. Backpack, 90 slots. Home, level 15. Shiran, level 5, 924 points of spiritual energy / 2000 points. Life skills, logging, level 2, cooking, level 2, gathering, level 2, mining, level 5, alchemy, level 6, teleportation, 10-second delay. Combat skills, soul-breaking arrow, level 15, sword drawing, super level sword intention, sword control, level 10, beast king fist, super level fist intention, ceiling. All attributes skyrocketed by 100 points, strength increased greatly, and he ushered in another transformation. It can be said that Sumu's current strength has reached an extremely high level. Judging from the current strength, it can confront the alien beast that has grown to 4,000 years old head-on, and even defeat it with a powerful blow in a matter of minutes. The Phoenix brought a huge transformation to Sumu. His strength skyrocketed and his abilities became even more powerful. He also obtained an immortal body and truly possessed the power of immortality. Even if he was blown into pieces, he could be reborn from the ashes. If he could obtain more phoenix eggs to devour in the future, this immortal ability would become even more terrifying, making him almost unkillable. Good. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, and his strength became even stronger. He finished swallowing and looked up at Lin Miao. He was stunned when he saw it, staring blankly at a figure floating in front of him. Lin Miao was floating in the air. Her original dragon wings disappeared, replaced by a pair of fiery red wings, burning with raging flames. Those are the wings of the immortal firebird, which look more noble, beautiful, powerful, and dazzling. But what shocked Sumu was that all her clothes were burned by the flames, perfectly displayed in front of his eyes. At this time, Lin Miao also completed her evolution and woke up. She opened her eyes, two flames danced and burned in her eyes, and her hair turned fiery red, like a ball of flame boiling. "Brother-in-law?" she shouted at Sumu's dazed expression. Then he looked down, and his brain went blank. "Ah!" she screamed, and her wings wrapped around her perfect body and fell down. "Brother-in-law, you. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "Oh my God, I was seen naked." When she thought of this, Lin Miao's cheeks turned red and her whole body felt hot. Sumu turned his head away awkwardly, touched his nose and said, "Well, I didn't see anything." When Lin Miao heard this, her face turned red with anger. She felt embarrassed and angry. It would have been better if you didn't say it. Now that you said it, she felt embarrassed all over. She quickly changed into a new outfit, folded her wings, and her cheeks were still rosy and attractive. Sumu's expression was very calm, and he said, "The swallowing in evolution just now was an accident. By the way, what ability did you get from the phoenix?" After the topic was changed, Lin Miao Miao calmed down and explained the bloodline ability she had acquired. Not to mention the phoenix's fire ability, he also obtained the power of immortality, and even the phoenix's ability of nirvana and regeneration. This made Sumu marvel. She was indeed a European emperor. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao looked at him with strange eyes, vaguely feeling that there was a strange connection between her and Sumu. My heart and blood were beating inexplicably. It was very strange. "Brother-in-law, I'm going to go barbecue." After saying that, Lin Miao Miao ran out of the house as if escaping. Sumu was left alone, shrugging helplessly. "I'll ask your sister to come along." After he said that, he sent a message directly to Lin Miaoka, asking her to teleport over from her home. Not long after, Lin Miaoka arrived. The two sisters finally met and brought good news.